Where is this? Am I still in the home country? In a shop on the commercial street of Konoha village, Junlin was completely bewildered. He had just been too excited about his reward, closed his eyes, and then he was here. Ding, the DNF system blind box activated successfully. Host, hello, this is the Naruto world, Konoha village. You will sell blind boxes and rise to the top, marry a beautiful woman. Now here is your newcomer reward. Ding, gained telekinesis. Was it you who brought me here? Junlin said. Ding, yes host. You damn system, why didn't you tell me earlier? At least let me delete my homework. My innocence, damn it. Ding, traces of the previous host have been deleted. No one remembers your past. So all traces of me in that world are erased. Ding, yes. Well, I grew up in an orphanage anyway, didn't really know anyone. It doesn't matter. My innocence is still intact. So now what do I get by selling blind boxes? Junlin said. Ding, after selling 100 blind boxes, the host can get an advanced blind box. Each blind box costs 100,000 Rio. Hearing the system, Junlin walked out of the shop and looked at the streets of Konoha village, seeing the bustling civilians and ninja wearing forehead protectors with the Konoha emblem. Junlin looked up at the signboard above the shop, which bore the bold strokes of Arad Continent Blind Box Shop. Some early rising villagers passing by were attracted by the new shop. Arad Continent Blind Box Shop. What kind of blind boxes do they sell? I don't know, looks interesting, let's go check it out. The murmurs grew louder. Finally someone couldn't hold back. Boss, what are these blind boxes? Junlin smiled and explained. This shop sells Arad blind boxes, each one 100,000 Rio. As soon as he said that, the crowd erupted in uproar. 100,000 Rio. For an ordinary ninja, that was almost the reward for a B-rank mission. Are you kidding? Are there gold or jutsu in these blind boxes? Junlin was unperturbed, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. Changing destiny isn't something everyone can do, but my blind boxes can. 100,000 Rio for a chance to change your fate. Is that too much? It's not too much, I even think it's cheap. Each blind box contains various items with random quality from ordinary mortal grade to divine artifacts. Anything is possible. And for fairness, each person can only buy 10 per month. If you want more, you have to wait until next month. Ha! Random and limited purchase, and what's this? Divine artifact. All opened items, potions, accessories, weapons, skill books, are graded white, blue, purple, or orange. Items above purple grade, potions, skill books, accessories, weapons, can be traded partially. Non-tradable items can be used once by the owner's consent, then become invalid. Junlin didn't pay attention to the civilian's doubts and continued explaining. 100,000 Rio for a random item. What if I get trash? Isn't that a waste? Most ninja and civilians shook their heads and dispersed, mentally labeling the shop as a scam. Junlin didn't care at all. He believed that someone would be the first to want to change their fate. He turned and walked into the shop. In the afternoon, although everyone mentally called the shop a scam, a rip-off, some still lingered. On the bustling market street of Konoha village, the crowd was thick. She had long blonde hair tied in a high ponytail with a slanted fringe covering her right eye, wearing a purple crop top. Yamanaka Ino stood at the shop entrance, walked in and said, "Boss, what are these blind boxes? Is there really a divine artifact?" Yamanaka Ino had heard people talking about the blind boxes 100,000 Rio and something about divine artifacts, so she came out of curiosity. Junlin looked up at the girl, thinking, this must be Yamanaka Ino. He said, "Of course there are divine artifacts in the blind boxes, but everything is random. You might get ordinary materials, or you might get something magical you've never imagined. It all depends on your determination to change your fate and the depth of your fate." Determination to change fate. Ino murmured, her eyes filled with interest. She considered herself lucky, and she was always powerless against mysterious unknown things. But 100,000 is a bit expensive. Junlin saw Ino's hesitation and said, "The first customer to try often gets extra favor from fate. Maybe you should give it a try." These words seemed to carry a certain magic, gently touching Ino's heartstrings. Ino's eyes lit up. "I'll buy one to try." This 100,000 Rio had been saved for a long time, originally intended for fine ninja tools and rare flower seeds. She took out a money bag containing over 100,000 Rio. From her ninja tool pouch, counted out 100,000 and handed it to Junlin. Junlin said, "Internally system, do you have dreams?" "Ding, this system knows about monkey tricks." Junlin nodded with satisfaction, took Ino's banknote, and said to Ino, "Please pick one freely." Ino took a deep breath, her eyes scanning the blind boxes, choosing the one that looked most pleasing. She held the box in her hand, feeling both nervous and expectant. "Hit the box hard with your hand and it will open," Junlin said. Ino didn't hesitate, aimed at the box and slapped it hard. Whoosh! A faint hum sounded. A dazzling purple light burst violently from the blind box, casting the entire shop in a magnificent purple. The light faded. Ino looked down at the accessory floating in the air. "This is rare grade purple Frost's Lament." Junlin's voice sounded comfortably, with a hint of appreciation. "Effect slightly increases chakra extraction speed, and slightly increases life recovery speed. Slightly increases chakra extraction speed. Ino happily picked up Frost's Lament, feeling a slight coolness and a delicate texture in her hand. She eagerly put Frost's Lament on her wrist. A gentle but warm current began to restore her chakra recovery. She had used up a lot of chakra during morning training, but now she could clearly feel the recovery, although only a slight boost, it was real. Ino was overjoyed feeling the change in her chakra. This 100000 Rio was totally worth it. Looking at Junlin's face, she suddenly felt he seemed mysterious and profound. Ino instinctively felt that having no money was absolutely not allowed. Boss, I'll go home and get money, I'll be right back. Not enough. Not enough. I have to open the rest of the 9 jars. She turned and ran to the door. Junlin watched this energetic girl and smiled. When opportunity comes, who would resist? The crowd outside was stunned, completely shocked. Is this real? Is there such a ninja tool? They found it unbelievable but didn't dare to step forward and buy one. 100000 Rio was still too expensive. A civilian could live well on 100000 Rio a month. Some civilians could afford it but would have to eat dirt for a while to survive. Yamanaka Ino hurried home, found Yamanaka Inoichi, and said loudly, "Quick dad, give me 900000 Rio." Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura entered, just as Junlin's voice echoed through the shop. They had originally set out to complete a D-rank mission, but diverted upon hearing Ino Yamanaka mention the Sacred Soul Staff. Naruto insisted on coming to take a look, and thus overheard Junlin introducing the invitation fragment from the Abyssal Demon Realm. There you shall face a formidable warrior hailing from the Abyssal Demon Realm. Abyssal Demon Realm, a Demon Realm warrior. These unprecedented terms filled Yamanaka Hideo and his daughter Ino with solemn caution and quiet gravity. Hideo clearly sensed a chilling, perilous aura emanating from the invitation fragment. Drawing a deep breath, he asked, "Master, what happens if one loses? And if one wins?" Junlin's expression grew grave. His gaze swept slowly across the group before he spoke plainly, "Losing means death." Those few simple words pressed down upon them like suffocating silence. Air thickened, time suspended. Ino and Sakura instinctively shivered. For Hideo, a veteran who had weathered countless battlefields, the word death held no novelty. He had witnessed too many brutal ends among shinobi. For Kakashi, who had served in ANBU, death was an ever-present companion, both as witness and executor, and he had long contemplated his own demise mid-mission. Yet Junlin softened his tone. "Should you deem victory unattainable during the challenge, you may withdraw at any moment. Though no reward awaits, your life will be spared, and you shall be safely returned. Should you prevail, you shall claim spoils, the lowest tier being blue grade, the highest epic. With fortune, one might even draw rare or legendary artifacts on the very first attempt. But such trials remain far beyond your reach, for 10 fragments must be gathered, and that is no easy feat." Naruto turned to Sasuke, eyes alight. "The Abyssal Demon Realm, challenging its warriors. I wish I could go." "Dead last," Sasuke retorted coldly. "You can't even handle D-rank missions. Yet dream of battling Demon Realm elites? You bastard!" Naruto shot back. Junlin shook his head faintly at this world's so-called chosen one, then fixed his gaze on Hideo. "It's your turn." Hideo's frame tensed subtly. A flash of sharp light flared in his eyes as his palm slammed down upon a blind box. He struck 3 boxes in swift succession. The first 2 emitted no glow, the third erupted without warning in a familiar regal violet radiance, signifying extraordinary rarity within. As the light faded, a sapphire blue ring hovered serenely in midair, its surface shimmering with ethereal luster adorned with exquisitely carved motifs. Naruto leaned in, eyes wide, studying the ring with keen fascination. "Lunar blue ring, high-grade blue." Junlin's voice resonated once more, its effect a modest enhancement to the wearer's spiritual awareness. Additionally, it slightly accelerates natural vitality regeneration, improves hand seal speed, and marginally boosts chakra recovery. Hideo's pulse quickened. He seized the ring. Its surface cool and smooth beneath his fingers, pulsing with palpable energy. Its attributes were undeniably invaluable to him. A truly exceptional artifact. Hideo murmured, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Naruto stared, jaw slack. "Whoa! What an incredible ring! I wish I could pull something like that," he sighed wistfully. Sasuke scoffed dismissively, "With your luck, save your breath." Naruto flushed crimson, ready to retort, when Kakashi stepped forward and cleared his throat. "Enough, Naruto. Sasuke, cease bickering." Their eyes locked, cold, silent. Then both turned away with identical disdainful snorts. Hideo carefully slid the mystically luminous lunar blue ring onto his right index finger, then drew a slow, steadying breath. His gaze settling upon the 7 remaining blind boxes arrayed before him. They appeared utterly ordinary, unremarkable in every visible way. Yet Hideo knew each concealed either astonishing fortune or unforeseen peril. He raised his hand, slowly hesitated, then decisively brought it down upon one box. At the instant his palm made contact, a low resonant hum surged forth, shaking the very air around them. Brilliant light erupted from the box, coalescing into 4 white motes, 1 azure gleam, and a single radiant violet point. floating like celestial stars against the dimness. Stunned Hideo gaped, breath arrested, as he stared transfixed at the luminous constellation. Precisely then Junlin's voice cut through the tension. Tattered leather. Hideo blinked, snapped back to reality, and looked toward the indicated box, anticipation stirring in his chest. He opened it gently, revealing a worn, aged piece of leather, unassuming it may have seemed. But Hideo recognized instantly this was no mere scrap but a rare and precious material. Blood drop stone, Junlin announced. Hideo opened another box. There lay a crimson gemstone softly glowing with inner fire whispering of ancient potency. Intermediate vitality potion. Restores a modest amount of vitality. Advanced vitality potion restores a small quantity of vitality. As Junlin's voice continued, Hideo opened box after box, each unveiling its treasure before his astonished eyes. Spirit Phantom Necklace. Rare grade purple. Grants minor enhancement to spiritual awareness and resistance to fire affinity techniques. At these words every gaze sharpened, eyes brightening with sudden awe. For the Yamanaka clan, this was nothing short of a sacred relic. Hideo opened the corresponding box with trembling hands, lifted the necklace and examined it closely, delight blazing in his eyes. When the final box opened, it revealed a scroll pulsing with arcane resonance. A rare grade perception manual. Mastery grants profound amplification of sensory acuity, Junlin explained. Hideo's harvest was rich beyond expectation. Joy bloomed across his face. Naruto, watching nearby, tugged eagerly at Sasuke and Sakura. Let's try our luck too. Though Sasuke feigned indifference, a flicker of curiosity gleamed in his eyes. Kakashi observed them all with an indulgent, resigned smile, and granted them a brief reprieve before resuming their mission. Junlin stood apart, watching the vibrant, spirited shinobi with quiet, amused interest. Naruto dashed forward first. Master, I'll buy one box. He pulled out his frog-shaped wallet, counting 10,000 ryo, the hard-earned wages from over 2 months of D-rank missions saved meticulously. As the third Hokage had warned him, upon becoming a genin, no stipend awaits once you're a shinobi. His hands trembled slightly as he extended the money. Elsewhere the sum buys ramen bread milk. But not destiny, Junlin replied. Here, it buys exactly that. Junlin waved his hand and a blind box was placed before Mingren. Don't get excited. Calm your mind and face your destiny with the best state of mind, Junlin said. Mingren took a deep breath, exhaled with a huff, and slapped the blind box with force. A purple light slowly emerged, and the surrounding crowd gaped, some unable to suppress exclamations of awe. Another purple rare-grade item. A ninja-like figure broke the silence first. The crowd instantly erupted in chatter, everyone whispering among themselves, filled with curiosity and speculation about this newly appeared rare item. Their gazes darted between the artifact and Yamanaka Ino, while Uzumaki Mingren's face revealed a mix of surprise and delight. Mingren is incredibly lucky. He got a rare item on his first try, Kakashi said. Humph, beginner's luck, Suaju remarked. Mingren instinctively retorted. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to be the Hokage. Idiot Suaju, I'm about to surpass you. Just you wait. Boss, explain what this is quickly. Linksy Heart, rare grade purple. Effect, stably balances chakra disturbances, allowing for smooth ninjutsu execution. Also provides a minor boost to attack power. This was an accessory perfectly tailored for Mingren. Because of the Nine Tails rampaging chakra, Mingren couldn't control his chakra like other ninjas. Even tree climbing took him a long time to master. If it weren't for the multiple shadow clone technique, he wouldn't have graduated. Mingren reached out with trembling hands toward the Linksy Heart. The moment it touched his palm, the chakra inside him seemed to be suppressed and calmed. Mingren began forming hand seals clone technique. Wei Xin Bang. A clone identical to Mingren was summoned. Ha ha ha, I finally did it. The people around were stunned, staring at the lifelike clone with awe in their eyes. Kakashi nodded approvingly. Mingren, it seems this Linksy Heart has greatly helped you. Suaju gritted his teeth, vowing silently to become stronger. Mingren jumped up excitedly. With this I swear in my heart, I will definitely become stronger. Mingren jumped up excitedly. With this, learning ninjutsu will be much easier. Boss, I want to open blind boxes too. 5 blind boxes, said Suaju. Although the Uchiha clan had been wiped out by that man, they still possessed considerable wealth and savings. Junlin curled his lips, slightly took out 5 blind boxes and placed them before Suaju. Suaju took a deep breath and slapped the blind boxes open one by one. The first flashed white. Just an ordinary worn leather. Suaju's brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't lose heart and continued opening the second. This time a blue light appeared, and a gasp of admiration arose from the crowd. Blue advanced, someone shouted. Junlin introduced, this is the Fire Wrist Guard, which enhances the power of fire release ninjutsu. A flicker of surprise lit Suaju's eyes as he put on the wrist guard. The next 3 blind boxes yielded only 2 recovery potions. But Suaju didn't mind. With the wind wrist guard, his strength had already received a boost. A noble purple light slowly cast onto Suaju's face. Suaju asked Junlin, boss, what is this? The demon slaying blade, a rare grade purple weapon. It harbors the power of a demon, greatly enhancing the user's attack power, and can release a demonic phantom to aid in battle, Junlin said. Zhuozhu's eyes blazed with a fiery light as he reached out and grasped the demon-slaying blade. In an instant, a surge of power flooded into his body, and the blade exuded an eerie aura. The surrounding crowd gasped, sensing the formidable power of this blade. Mingren's eyes widened, filled with envy. Zhuozhu, you're pretty lucky too. A slight smile tugged at Zhuozhu's lips. This is only the beginning. I will grow stronger. Meanwhile, the surrounding ninjas were also infected by the lively atmosphere, pulling out their money to buy blind boxes. The scene became bustling, with everyone hoping to get a rare item and elevate their strength. Sakura looked at her two teammates, both having obtained items suited to them, and felt extremely envious. Boss, I want to buy a blind box too. Sakura's parents were commoners, so life wasn't affluent, but as a ninja who had been on D-rank missions with Zhuozhu and the others, she still had some silver notes. She took out 100,000 Rio and handed it to Junlin. Standing before the blind box, Sakura took a deep breath and slapped it open. A blue light radiated outward. Honor Blessing Skill Book Advanced Blue. Effect restores a small amount of vitality and chakra to oneself or a teammate. Great! Following Junlin's instructions, Sakura chose to learn it without hesitation. The skill book turned into a blue light, merged into her forehead and vanished. A surge of pure and powerful medical knowledge and chakra application techniques flooded into her mind, as if she had possessed this ability from birth. She could even faintly sense that if she wished, she could channel that warm and mighty healing power. Mingren, seeing Sakura learn such a remarkable skill, genuinely felt happy for her. A wide grin spread across his face. That's awesome, Sakura. From now on, our team's healing and recovery will depend on you. No more of those military ration pills. Uchiha Zhuozhu still wore that cool expression, saying nothing, but his gaze lingered on Sakura for a moment. In his mind, he thought, although this woman was useless in the team before, now that she has obtained the skill book, she can be of some help. Kakashi stepped forward, his one visible eye probing as he looked at Junlin. Boss, what is the true purpose of your blind box shop? His tone, though seemingly casual, carried a subtle note of interrogation. Junlin's smile remained unchanged, and he replied in a relaxed voice, Jonin Kakashi, no need to be so tense. I harbor no ill will toward Konoha. I'm just an ordinary blind box merchant. Then his tone shifted and his gaze met Kakashi's, directly adopting a salesman's pitch. Jonin Kakashi, do you want to change your fate? Or perhaps do you wish to resurrect a loved one? Kakashi was greatly startled. He hadn't expected Junlin to seemingly see through the deepest secrets and desires of his heart. Forcing himself to stay calm, Kakashi asked, what do you mean by that? Can blind boxes really resurrect the dead? The people around were shocked. Could a blind box actually contain something to bring back the dead? Junlin smiled mysteriously. Theoretically, yes, but the probability of obtaining an item that can resurrect someone is extremely low. Kakashi fell silent, thinking of Obito, a flicker of hope rising in his heart, yet his reason kept him on guard. How do I know if you're telling the truth? Zhuozhu doubted. Junlin spread his hands. Believe it or not, I'm just stating the facts. Maybe you could give it a try. What if it works? Kakashi's Sharingan contracted slightly beneath his mask, and the surrounding air suddenly became viscous. Sasuke tightened his grip on the evil ghost blade at his waist, while Naruto instinctively assumed a combat stance. Only Sakura remained immersed in the joy of mastering a new technique, a tool to resurrect loved ones. Junlin's fingers caressed the ninja tools on the counter. For example, a revival coin can bring back someone who has been dead for a long time, but... He suddenly leaned close to Kakashi's ear. I heard you want to see Lin dance the medical ninja dance one more time. Kakashi's Sharingan trembled violently beneath his mask as Lin's voice and smile flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. The explosion of the Canopy Bridge 20 years ago seemed to resound again, and his hand uncontrollably reached for the kunai at his waist. The gift Obito had given him before his death. Kakashi exhaled, calmed himself, and said, Boss, give me 10 blind boxes. He handed over 1 million Rio to Junlin. Junlin took the silver while using his telekinesis to bring out 10 blind boxes, saying, although the probability of getting a revival coin is extremely low, it's definitely possible. A mere 1 million Rio is just 2 A-rank missions or 1 S-rank mission for a Jonin like Kakashi. Kakashi took a deep breath and walked towards the blind boxes. He reached out and opened the first one. Inside was a bottle of lightning-type potion which could greatly enhance the power of lightning release techniques for a short time. Naruto's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, wow, this potion is amazing. Then he opened the second box. A pink light burst forth with dazzling radiance. It was a strangely shaped tachi, its blade shimmering with a mysterious glow. Kakashi looked at Junlin. Thunder Sword. Kanya Epic Grade Orange. Effect lightning attack bonus with paralysis effect and perception effect. Kakashi's fingers traced the lightning patterns on the tsuba of the sword. Thunder Sword Kanya. His Sharingan reflected the dancing arcs of electricity. When he grasped the handle, his entire body trembled as if struck by lightning. This was not ordinary chakra resonance but a tremor from the depths of his soul. Such a strong lightning affinity. The pressure of an epic grade item. Junlin's voice came from the shadows of the counter. This sword seals the will of Kanya. Kanya. Kakashi tightened his grip on the handle, and chakra uncontrollably surged into the blade. The sky outside the shop suddenly darkened with storm clouds and countless tiny lightning bolts danced among the clouds. Orange Epic. Sasuke's evil ghost blade emitted a reluctant hum, and the curse marks on the blade began to absorb the lightning from the thunder sword. The third blind box was opened, revealing some ordinary kunai and shuriken. Sakura pouted in disappointment. As the blind boxes were opened one by one, various ninja tools appeared. A charm that enhanced perception, a scroll that could store chakra, and so on. But there was still no sign of the revival coin. When only the last blind box remained, Kakashi's hand trembled slightly. He slowly opened it and everyone watched nervously. Inside, however, was just a pill that could temporarily increase speed. A flicker of disappointment passed through Kakashi's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He packed away the items from the blind boxes and led the group away. The setting sun streamed through the paper window, casting scattered patches of light on the floor. Yamanaka Ino suddenly grabbed her father's sleeve. "Dad, let's go." "All right." "Yamanaka Inoichi. See you tomorrow." Ino smiled sweetly and followed her father into the twilight. The oil lamp in the Hokage's office cast flickering shadows in the dead of night. Kakashi's fingers unconsciously traced the book of Ika Ika in his pocket. The third Hokage's cough came from behind his desk. The old man's wrinkled hand was holding a classified report about the blind box shop. "Jonin Kakashi, you seek an audience late at night. Is it about this?" Hiruzen raised the report stamped with the root mark, the hem of his will of fire robe fluttering slightly in the wind. Kakashi knelt on one knee, his pupils beneath the mask reflecting the third Hokage's waist. "Kakashi, what are your thoughts on that shop owner?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was somewhat low. Kakashi pondered for a moment, organizing his words. "The items inside those blind boxes are indeed miraculous. Sakura's medical ninjutsu was mastered almost instantly, and is quite powerful. And Yamanaka Ino and her father. Ino obtained the Frost's Lament, the Holy Soul Staff, the Magic Light Bullet skill, and most importantly the Abyss Party Invitation Fragment. Inoichi got the Blue Moon Ring, Naruto got the Spirit Heart, Sasuke got the Fire Bracer and the Evil Ghost Blade, and I received the Thunder Sword." He paused, then continued, "As for that boss, from what I've seen so far, he has no ill intentions. He follows the rules he set himself and treats all customers equally. He's almost purely selling blind boxes. But..." Kakashi shifted his tone, his eyes sharpening. "His strength is unfathomable, or rather the rules he represents are unshakable. I tried observing with my Sharingan, but I didn't detect any chakra fluctuation. It was as if he were an ordinary person. I'll go tomorrow. You rest for now." Hiruzen's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, producing a dull sound. "Yes, Lord Hokage." After Kakashi left the office, received a visitor. The first pot shadow of the ninja world, the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Danzo of the Root. "Hiruzen, I know what you want to say, but not now. At least not now." "I'll go tomorrow," Sarutobi Hiruzen said. "These things will endanger Konoha. How did this person come here?" "He opened a blind box shop overnight with no information traceable. It's better to seal it directly and hand it over to Root for processing," Danzo said. "Danzo, I've already said I'll go tomorrow. I don't want any problems before that." "Hiruzen, you will regret this. You need to know that I am the Hokage." Bang! The door. Woo 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 woo. When these named ninjas from Junlin's past life had left, the nameless ninjas also swarmed in to buy 1 or 2 blind boxes. Some were delighted, some were deeply grieved. Night fell. When the crowd had all dispersed, Junlin also closed the shop, had dinner, took a bath. "In the bedroom system, how many did we sell today?" "Ding, today sold 75 blind boxes." "Only 75. Junlin paused for a moment, then said, "Is the news already spreading like wildfire outside?" "Ding, yes, host. Those big clans and that 5th pot shadow. Danzo, I just want to sell blind boxes quietly and incidentally experience what I never had in my past life. I'm not Tsukumo Hatake nor Uchiha. I hope Danzo can stay quiet, or else Konoha might need to lose this invisible Hokage." Junlin said calmly, looking towards the direction of the Hokage Rock. When Yamanaka Inoichi returned home, he immediately instructed his servants to summon Nara Shikaku clan head of the Nara and Akimichi Choji clan head of the Akimichi to the Yamanaka compound. Yamanaka Inoichi's expression turned grave as he spoke without preamble. "Today, while strolling through the commercial district, I visited a mysterious blind box shop. One whose contents could upend Konoha itself, perhaps even the entire shinobi world. Its proprietor is profoundly enigmatic, his power unfathomable. When I cautiously tested his aura, the pressure he exerted surpassed even that of the third Hokage. Moreover, I have already acquired a divine artifact from their boxes, alongside the Azure Moon Ring and the Spirit Demon Necklace." Nara Shikaku picked up the Azure Moon Ring. Its surface radiated a subtle, chilling coolness. After a moment of stunned silence, he fell into deep contemplation before murmuring, "Indeed. I too have heard whispers about this shop. It seems the skies over Konoha are about to shift." Akimichi Choji patted his round belly with a resonant thump and declared, "Precisely. I've received reports as well. Clearly we must pay it a proper visit." and bring our younger generation along to draw from its boxes. After 2 minutes of silence, Narashikaku spoke again. Let us 3 clans unite in purpose, gather our youth, instruct them solemnly. Under no circumstances may they offend the shop's owner. These artifacts hold transformative potential. In critical moments they may prove decisive. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded firmly. Moving forward we shall share intelligence openly. Any sign however faint must be relayed instantly among us. And simultaneously, we must draft a contingency protocol to safeguard Konoha's stability. Meanwhile, Ino emerged from the DNF Blind Box Shop and encountered Tenten and Niji, revealing all she knew, and issuing Niji a challenge to battle. At the academy training ground, Ino stood poised, gripping her newly acquired sacred soul staff. The amethyst embedded in its tip caught the dawn's first light, shimmering in harmony with the golden strands dancing at her temples. Niji, brace yourself. With a light cry, she spun gracefully, and starlight-like magical projectiles erupted from the staff's apex. The sacred soul staff drawn today from the DNF Blind Box Shop proved extraordinary indeed. When its radiant projectiles rained down like meteor showers, even Niji's signature 8 trigrams palms rotation rippled visibly under their impact. This is magical projectile fire, and no hand seals required. Niji's Byakugan traced each trajectory with crystalline clarity. I had no notion such combat existed beyond ninjutsu. He swiftly repositioned chakra-laced palm gusts surging upward to disrupt the projectile's paths. A sly smile curved Ino's lips as she swept the staff in a crescent arc. Another volley launched, sealing off Niji's retreat. This is magic refined by ninjutsu? She teased, winking playfully as a compact orb of light formed at her fingertip. Then struck Niji squarely on the shoulder. Tenten gaped speechless. Ino-chan has forged an utterly dazzling weapon-based combat style. Her waist pouch fluttered spontaneously, as if applauding her comrade's innovation. Ready. Niji's voice came from 3 meters away, yet sounded unnervingly close. Ino's pupils contracted sharply. Her heightened spiritual awareness registered the microtension in his muscles an instant before movement. A sonic boom cracked beyond the barrier. His gentle fist's chakra wave sent ripples shimmering across the staff's amethyst core. As Ino recoiled, a soft halo of healing light bloomed around her shoulder. The light of revival, skill activating, gently replenishing both vitality and chakra. I see, she whispered, steadying her breath. This time the projectiles surged forth, wrapped in spiraling golden trails. Niji's defensive barrier shattered the moment it formed. Staggering half a step, Niji's chakra pathways became startlingly visible to Ino's enhanced perception. Her sharpened spiritual senses laid bare the very flaws within the Hyuga's revered gentle fist technique. Your fighting style. Niji's rare astonishment surfaced plainly, blends magic's unpredictability with the precision of heightened awareness. Sweat beaded on his brow, but spotting the staff's sudden dimming, he seized the opening. The crushing force of 64 palms roared toward her, yet once more Ino's healing light flared brightly. She did not retreat. Instead she slammed the staff into the earth, unleashing a concentric shockwave. As Niji instinctively dodged, Ino closed the distance and pressed a glowing magical projectile against the carotid artery at his nape. Yield! Ino gasped, laughing breathlessly. Niji knelt on one knee, lifting his gaze to the girl bathed in morning light, and smiled serene and unburdened. It appears I too must reconsider my own approach to battle. Ino extended her hand to help him rise, then touched the sacred soul staff to his shoulder. Its gentle warm radiance flowed into him, restoring life force and a modest measure of chakra, while faint arcane glyphs swirled within the amethyst. Ino's grown astonishingly strong. Even Niji couldn't prevail. Tenten murmured, awestruck. Niji's eyes burned with quiet defiance, as he stared at the sacred soul staff in Ino's hands, resolve crystallizing within him. I wish to visit that blind box shop myself, Niji declared resolute. Both Tenten and Ino stared surprised. Niji, the shopkeeper, is deeply mysterious and immensely powerful. You must go with humility, not arrogance, Ino cautioned. Niji nodded. I must grow stronger. Stagnation is no longer an option. Together the 3 arrived at the commercial district's blind box shop, where Junlin sat unmoved, a faint knowing smile lifting his lips as they entered. Ah, guests return. Boss, I'm back. Ino chirped, playful and bright. So these 2 wish to test their luck. Yes, boss. Allow me to introduce her, Tenten. She wears her long black hair in a neat bun with delicate bangs framing her forehead and soft strands falling beside her ears. Clean, confident, and ever ready, her massive ninja scroll slung at her waist. And this is Niji. His chestnut brown hair cascades to his back, curling slightly at the ends. A straight fringe rests across his brow and his sideburns fall naturally to his jawline. His Byakugan eyes, pale and piercing, regard the world with unwavering clarity. Boss, here's 1 million Ryo. We've heard of your 10,000 Ryo rule, Ino said, recalling their earlier conversation. Oh! Junlin glanced at Ino, smiled faintly, accepted the coins, and without explanation summoned 10 blind boxes before Niji. Niji drew a slow, steady breath, stepped forward, and struck the first box. A violet flash blazed forth, a necklace pulsing with arcane resonance. Its surface bore strange, intricate runes. Faint arcs of lightning flickered across its metal. Ogre's necklace, rare tear purple. Grants minor enhancement to taijutsu prowess and reduces physical exertion cost. Niji grasped it, and instantly raw power flooded his limbs. His gaze sharpened, focused, ready to meet whatever trials lay ahead. Junlin watched him smiling. A rare tear necklace. May you wield it wisely. Niji clenched his fist around the artifact, silently vowing to become worthy of its name. He then opened the remaining 9 boxes. Weathered leather, crumbling bone fragments, rusted iron shards. As if fortune had been spent entirely on the first draw, every subsequent box yielded only crafting materials, or minor potions with negligible effects. Tenten, you go first. Niji spoke hesitantly, though he had drawn a purple blind box on his very first try. The remaining 9 yielded nothing at all. Could my luck truly be this poor? Niji wondered inwardly. Junlin watched Niji's dejection and said calmly, though only 1 rare tier item emerged from 10 boxes, many others haven't even enjoyed your initial fortune. If you seek strength to reshape your destiny, return next month. Thank you, sir. Niji declared, his spirit rekindled. Hee. My turn. Sir, I'll take 10 blind boxes too, he said, handing over a silver note. Watching Tenten's eager anticipation, Junlin smiled and replied, very well. With a mere thought, 10 blind boxes materialized before her. Go ahead. Tenten beamed with excitement as she tapped the first box. And then another and another. Buzz. 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 Weathered bone fragments. Rusted iron shards. High-grade life elixir. Ha! No way. 5 consecutive material drops. Tenten sighed, crestfallen. Keep going, Junlin replied with a gentle smile. The real spectacle awaits. Buzz. Mana elixir. Consuming it restores a trace of chakra instantly. Suddenly twin beams erupted. 1 violet, 1 azure. Photon hand cannon. Rare tier violet. Effect consumes minimal chakra to load 3 photon projectiles imbued with light elemental energy, delivering precise high-impact strikes against foes. Friendly reminder, 1 shot won't drop you. But if you survive 3, you're the anomaly. Junlin stared at the notice, torn between laughter and exasperation. Playful, far too playful. Before continuing. Primal life essence. High tier azure. Effect permanently increases chakra capacity by 30%. Wow. Amazing. I've just drawn both a rare tier and a high tier item. Tenten leapt into the air, elated. Niji and Ino gaped in stunned silence, their eyes wide with awe. Then turned to each other, hearts swelling with quiet envy and fervent hope for their own turn. Tenten seized the vial and drank it down in one gulp. A sharp swelling ache surged through her body, followed by an unmistakable sudden surge of chakra, precisely 30% greater than before. She beamed. Perfect. Now I need not fear exhausting my chakra before firing the photon hand cannon. Previously I could unleash it twice per battle, now thrice. That's more than enough for most engagements. After concluding their purchases, the trio bowed and departed. As the shop door closed behind them, Junlin finally settled into stillness. At dawn the next day, sunlight pierced the morning mist, spilling golden warmth across Konoha's cobblestone streets. Junlin opened his shop to find a crowd already gathered outside. Welcome everyone, he greeted, warmly smiling. Good morning, sir. Voices chimed in unison. I missed yesterday. I must draw a blind box today, a passing shinobi remarked. Junlin accepted the coins with one hand, while with a subtle mental command summoned a fresh stack of blind boxes and arranged them neatly before the waiting patrons. Hiruzen Sarutobi donned simple civilian attire, appearing no different from an elderly man out for his morning stroll, except for those fleeting glints of razor-sharp insight flashing within his eyes, betraying his true extraordinary stature. A lone figure approached the blind box shop, paused briefly at its threshold, and stepped inside. The store bustled with energy. Everyone was absorbed in opening boxes, scarcely noticing his arrival. Junlin recognized Hiruzen instantly and offered a faint, knowing smile. Third Hokage, come to test your luck. I heard rumors of something novel here, the elder replied, and came to see for myself. As he spoke, his gaze swept discreetly across the shop's interior, and lingered thoughtful upon the young proprietor. Welcome, welcome. Here fate alone decides what emerges from each box. Hiruzen nodded and handed over a silver note. 10 please. Junlin complied without hesitation. 10 blind boxes appeared before him. Hiruzen drew a slow breath and struck the first box with deliberate calm. Buzz! A flash of radiant violet light flared. Rare tier. Junlin announced, genuinely surprised. Soulbind ring. Rare tier violet. Effect grants minor resistance to fire-based techniques. Attacks occasionally trigger explosive flame bursts. All eyes turned toward him, awestruck, envious. A flicker of delight crossed Hiruzen's face. He hadn't expected such fortune. He proceeded to open the remaining boxes, drawing several potent elixirs and useful items. Hiruzen, still savoring the thrill, said, Sir, may I speak with you a moment? Oh, about what? Junlin knew precisely what the Hokage intended, but so long as it didn't interfere with his business, he remained open to conversation. I'd like to discuss your views on Konoha and these wondrous artifacts. Where do these mysterious blind boxes originate? And why choose this village as your home? As Hokage, I bear responsibility to understand every soul, every force that touches this village. Hiruzen voiced his intent at last. His tone remained gentle, but beneath it lay the quiet, unyielding weight of authority. Junlin's smile never faltered. He shook his head lightly. What becomes of Konoha, or the wider shinobi world, is none of my concern. I simply wish to sell blind boxes in peace, and watch as mortals rewrite their destinies. His voice was light, yet carried absolute finality. Unbidden, the air thickened around Hiruzen. A palpable crushing pressure, the unmistakable aura of a Kage-level sovereign. Junlin merely met his gaze, and smiled, just once. In that single glance Hiruzen beheld the entire shinobi world. The 5 great nations, countless villages, mountains and rivers, and billions of living souls shrink before him like sandcastles on a shore, then vanish beneath an incomprehensible titanic hand. Reality itself dissolved into silent, colorless void. No sound, no form, no substance. Only absolute, annihilating nothingness. That overwhelming, unfathomable power, beyond reason, beyond perception, struck him like lightning. Sweat drenched his brow, his breath locked in his throat. He snapped back to awareness, and stared wildly at Junlin, who stood unchanged, radiating the same serene, gentle smile. Cold beads of sweat glistened on Hiruzen's forehead. He gasped, lungs heaving for air. What was that? Was that genjutsu? His voice trembled. Junlin shook his head. No illusion. Merely a whisper of my power's lingering resonance. I harbor no ill will toward Konoha, nor any desire to entangle myself in shinobi conflicts. I only wish to run my shop in peace. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, striving to steady his pulse. He realized with sobering clarity that this youth was infinitely more than he appeared, and that his attempt at quiet coercion had been gravely unwise. My apologies. I acted rashly. Hiruzen spoke with sincere humility. No harm done, Lord Hokage, Junlin replied, still smiling. Hiruzen studied the blind box's mind racing. These miraculous artifacts might yet herald a new dawn for Konoha. Might you consider opening only in Konoha? Junlin smiled, silent, enigmatic. Hiruzen nodded slowly. Then I shall take my leave for now. He turned and walked out, heart heavy with both boundless hope and deep, unsettling uncertainty. He left the shop utterly dazed. Inside, the crowd resumed their joyful ritual, opening blind boxes, chasing chance, dreaming of change. At dawn, by the main gate of Konoha, Kakashi led Team 7 and their client Tazuna on the journey to the land of waves. Along the way, Naruto bounced around, excitedly muttering non-stop about how he would show off in the land of waves, while Sasuke followed behind with a cold expression, occasionally casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. Sakura, hands on her hips, shouted at Naruto. Naruto settled down and stopped running around. Just then, a shuriken suddenly flew out from the nearby forest, heading straight for Tazuna. Kakashi reacted swiftly, instantly drawing his raikiri and deflecting the shuriken. Immediately after, a group of ninja emerged from the forest, encircling the team. Tazuna, where do you think you can run? The leading ninja snarled viciously. Tazuna's face turned pale with fear and his legs went weak. Kakashi stepped in front of Tazuna, eyeing the ninja warily, and said, "Who are you and why are you after Tazuna?" The ninja sneered. "He is our target. You'd better not meddle, or else don't blame us for being rude." A battle was about to erupt. Sasuke stepped forward calmly and said, "Kakashi-sensei, let me test the power of the Demon Slayer blade." With that, he reached for the Demon Slayer blade. Seeing this, Naruto rushed over. "Hey Sasuke, why do you get to go first? I want to try too." Sakura refused to be left behind. "I can't fall behind either. Let's all attack together." Kakashi watched these passionate youngsters and shook his head helplessly, but his eyes were filled with pride. Just then, seeing them distracted, the leading ninja launched an attack. He quickly formed hand seals, summoning a group of water clone ninja that charged at the team. Kakashi shouted, "Watch out!" and rushed forward first, engaging the enemy in fierce combat. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura quickly snapped back to their senses, and each deployed their ninjutsu to confront the foes. In an instant, the clash of blades and splashing water filled the air. Naruto's shadow clone technique, Sasuke's Demon Slayer blade, summoning a demon to aid in battle, and Sakura's readiness to cast a glorious blessing to heal and restore chakra for her teammates, all played their part in the fight. Gradually, the enemy ninja began to falter, revealing openings. Kakashi seized the moment, using the body flicker technique to appear before one ninja and kicked him flying. The leading ninja suddenly thrust his blade into the ground, and a dark red mist spread from the sword. "Taste the forbidden technique of the hidden mist village?" He sneered as he formed seals. 3 giant demon hands emerged from the mist, their dripping fingertips corroding the earth. Tazuna coughed uncontrollably from the poisonous gas. Kakashi pulled him behind him. "Everyone be careful of the poison," Kakashi warned loudly. Seeing this, Naruto immediately used the multiple shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones charging at the demon hands to distract them. Meanwhile, Sasuke commanded the demon summoned by the Demon Slayer blade to attack the leading ninja. Sakura was not idle either. While dodging the poison liquid, she searched for a way to break the forbidden technique. Just then, one of the demon hands bypassed everyone's attacks and reached for Tazuna. In the nick of time, Naruto flashed in and shielded Tazuna with his body. The poison liquid splashed onto Naruto and he let out a pained grunt. Sakura, frantic with worry, quickly cast a healing technique to treat Naruto. Seeing Naruto injured, a flash of anger crossed Sasuke's eyes. He intensified his control over the Demon Slayer blade, and the summoned demon let out a roar, charging at the leading ninja and sending him flying. The ninja, knocked back and disheveled, still stubbornly began forming hand seals again. However, Kakashi took the opportunity to use Raikiri, instantly appearing before him and subduing him. With the leading ninja defeated, the forbidden technique dissipated. The team breathed a sigh of relief. This is no C-rank mission. Don't you have an explanation? Kakashi looked at Tazuna with a sharp gaze and asked. Tazuna trembled under Kakashi's stare, hesitated, and then said, "Actually, the construction of the bridge in the Land of Waves has cut into the interests of a merchant named Gato. They've been trying to stop me. I want to return to my country and build the bridge to bring abundant supplies and convenient transportation, to help the people regain the courage to face reality and break free from Gato's control. The ninja sent this time are far more formidable than I expected. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hire powerful ninjas. That's why." Hearing this, Naruto jumped up and shouted, "You deceived us. That's a serious problem." Sasuke said coldly, "It's too late to dwell on that now. Let's just complete the mission." Sakura nodded. "Right, Team 7 won't back down because of this." Kakashi sighed. "Since we've accepted the mission, let's see it through. Tazuna, from now on you'd better tell us the truth about any further dangers." Tazuna quickly nodded. Yes, I won't hide anything anymore." Then the group resumed their journey to the Land of Waves. But they hadn't gone far when they encountered a puddle of water. Naruto tried to jump over it, but Kakashi grabbed the back of his jacket and pulled him back. "What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked, puzzled. Kakashi said gravely, "This puddle is not ordinary. It's likely a trap set by the enemy." As soon as he spoke, the puddle of water suddenly stirred and transformed into a water humanoid. The water humanoid let out a low roar, quickly formed hand seals, and more water surged around, surrounding the team. "This is a variation of the water prison technique," Kakashi shouted. Sasuke swiftly summoned a demon to assist, and the demon engaged the water humanoid in intense close-quarters combat. Naruto used the shadow clone technique, sending multiple clones to attack the water humanoid from different directions. Sakura provided medical support from the side, while searching for the water humanoid's weakness. Tazuna suddenly shouted, "I know its weakness. There's a pressure point on its chest. Attack there and it will be immobilized." Hearing this, the team immediately adjusted their tactics. Sasuke directed the demon to strike the water humanoid's chest, while Naruto concentrated all his clones' power into one blow. Struck, the water humanoid trembled and finally dissolved into a puddle, disappearing. The team breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they thought the danger was over, an icy voice echoed from the water. "Not bad, you're quite capable. But this is only the beginning." The water surface churned again, and a tall, stern-faced ninja emerged from it. Zabuza. Zabuza, wielding the Kubikirabocho, stared coldly at the group. "Tazuna, you can't escape. Today is your death day." Kakashi shielded the others behind him and said seriously, "Zabuza, the S-rank missing mean from the Hidden Mist Village, you won't harm Tazuna. As long as we're here, you won't succeed." Zabuza sneered, "With you." He then swung the Kubikirabocho and charged. Kakashi quickly met him and their weapons clashed, sending sparks flying. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura refused to be outdone and joined the battle. The fight was intense. Suddenly Naruto had an idea. He exchanged glances with Sasuke and Sakura, and the three began to coordinate seamlessly. Naruto used shadow clones to distract Zabuza. Sasuke took the opportunity to strike from the side, and Sakura provided support at crucial moments. After a fierce battle, the team finally found an opening in Zabuza's defense. Naruto seized the moment. A shadow clone slipped silently behind Zabuza and delivered a sudden forceful kick to his back. Zabuza staggered. Sasuke instantly capitalized, guiding the demon cleaver in a brutal downward slash toward his arm. Zabuza winced in pain, nearly dropping his executioner's blade. Sakura rushed forward and disrupted his movements with medical ninjutsu. Eyes blazing with fury, Zabuza snarled, "Humph. Impressive, but still insufficient." Gritting through the agony, he unleashed a water release technique. The air erupted into a colossal roaring waterspout. The torrential current hurled the team off balance. Kakashi bellowed, "Focus your chakra. Anchor yourselves." Then, with a flash of lightning, he cleaved the surging water apart with his lightning blade. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura coordinated, seamlessly bracing against the vortex's crushing force. Just as the waterspout loomed to swallow them whole, Sasuke's eyes lit with sudden insight. He shouted, "I know how to break his water release." He unsealed a special scroll, releasing a fierce gust of wind that scattered the waterspout. A scroll drawn from a mystery box, one he'd assumed unnecessary given his own prowess, yet fate had demanded its use. Zabuza stared in stunned disbelief. Before he could react, Kakashi and the others surged forward and slammed him hard onto the ground. Defeated, he glared up at them, unwilling yet powerless. Tazuna gazed gratefully at the group. "Thank you. We must press on to the Land of Waves." Perched silently on a high branch stood a lone figure, his mask eerie in the sunlight. etched upon it the grotesque visage of a horned demon. Kakashi sensed the movement instantly, his gaze snapped upward locking onto the figure. "Who's there?" His voice cracked like thunder. The figure drifted down soundlessly landing without a whisper. "Haku." Zabuza's eyes flickered. Complex emotion flashing across his face. The masked figure was indeed Haku. Zabuza's loyal companion bound to him by unwavering devotion. Calmly Haku spoke. "I cannot allow you to take him away." With swift hand seals he activated ice released 1,000 killing water birds. Countless sunbon materialized midair, and shot toward Kakashi's team at blinding speed. A bloodline limit. Kakashi and the others braced themselves instantly. Naruto rubbed his palms together grinning wildly. Another fight. Sasuke tightened his grip on the demon cleaver ready to engage. Haku blurred, splitting into multiple senbon-like projectiles, and lunged. Kakashi met the assault head-on with his lightning blade. Sasuke and Naruto charged from opposite flanks. Haku vanished, reappearing behind Naruto, and struck. Naruto twisted aside with lightning reflexes then spun and kicked back in retaliation. Haku evaded effortlessly sealed again, and sent jagged ice pillars erupting from the earth straight at Sasuke. With agile leaps Sasuke dodged, eyes sharp searching for an opening. Sakura observed Haku's movements intently hunting for weakness, until she noticed that his left hand lagged slightly during seal formation. "His left hand is vulnerable," she cried out. At her warning the team shifted tactics. As Naruto drew Haku's focus Kakashi circled left and slashed. Not to wound but to paralyze, with precise nerve disruption. Haku froze mid-motion, his left hand arrested. Sasuke seized the opening driving his blade toward Haku's chest. Haku recoiled, only to be seized from behind by Naruto. Haku struggled, but before he could break free a figure flashed between them. Sasuke's demon cleaver pierced Zabuza's chest. Blood welled at the corner of Zabuza's mouth. "No, Master Zabuza!" Haku's shriek tore through the air, tears streaming as Naruto released him. Zabuza crumpled slowly to the ground. Haku collapsed inward, eyes burning with grief and despair. "You will all die." Haku raged, unleashing ice release with frenzied intensity. Razor-sharp ice spears erupted from every direction. Kakashi's team fought desperately to hold their ground. Just as Haku prepared a devastating final strike, Zabuza whispered weakly, "Haku, enough." Haku froze, staring at his dying master, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Master Zabuza." Kakashi watched in quiet reverence, lowering his weapon. "He bears a mortal wound. We have no wish to slaughter the fallen." Sasuke slowly lowered his blade. Zabuza rasped, "Haku, go, live well." Haku wept bitterly, voice breaking, "No, I will stay with you." Sakura stepped forward. "I may be able to save him." Haku hesitated, then gave a silent nod. She began her medical ninjutsu without delay. Silence fell heavy as they waited. "Glory blessing." Sakura knelt, hands glowing emerald green over Zabuza's heart. Sweat glistened on her brow, her face paling with each passing second. "Glory blessing. A rare skill drawn from a mystery box. Temporarily awakens latent vitality to heal grievous wounds, though at immense personal cost." Slowly Zabuza's wound sealed, his breathing steadied. Haku's eyes shimmered with awe and gratitude. "Thank you." Sakura managed a tired smile. "Don't speak. Conserve strength. He's out of danger now, but he'll need 6 months rest." Haku sank to his knees before her, bowing deeply. "Thank you. Thank you for saving Master Zabuza." Tazuna approached. "Now that peace is restored, let us continue our journey." Kakashi nodded, then turned to Haku. "If you wish, you may accompany us to safeguard Tazuna-sama to the land of waves." After a pause, Haku gently lifted Zabuza. "I will care for him. Once healed, we shall depart." They resumed their march toward the land of waves. Along the way, Haku tended Zabuza with unwavering devotion, and Zabuza's strength gradually returned. Naruto often sidled up to Haku, peppering him with endless questions. Though sparing with words, Haku answered patiently. Meanwhile, Sasuke trained in silence, steadily honing his power. At last they reached the land of waves. Tazuna expressed profound gratitude to villagers, welcomed them with cheers and heartfelt warmth. Haku and Zabuza settled quietly in the land. Later joined by Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, they stormed Kato's stronghold, slaying him and distributing his ill-gotten wealth among the people. Ready at last to begin a new life together, Kakashi's team, their mission fulfilled, prepared to return to Konoha village. Nearly a week later they crossed the village gate. Kakashi strolling with one hand in his pocket, the other lazily twirling a kunai, weary but resolute, stepping through the shimmering barrier. The setting sun gilded the edges of his ANBU mask. The white fang forehead protector gleamed faintly in the dusk. "We're finally home." Sasuke leaned against a tree, breath ragged, sweat-damp strands clinging to his brow, his Sharingan black eyes dulled by exhaustion. Naruto suddenly sprang up, wiping mud-streaked cheeks with his sleeve. 31 days. He waved the mission scroll triumphantly. 3 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. For me? No, 5. Kakashi halted mid-step. His Sharingan rotated silently beneath his mask. From the shadows at the gate, Mike Guy's green spandex suit rippled as he punched skyward. Youth. My students. Lee and Niji stood behind him. Lee's bandaged eyes sparkling with fervor. Niji's Hyuga features cool and composed as ever. Guy. Kakashi's lip twitched. Are you launching a taijutsu training session? Wrong. Guy struck the pose of the leaf hurricane. It's a celebration. For your safe return. Dinner's on me tonight. At the barbecue house. Fine. But first I must report to the third Hokage. Kakashi replied flatly, already dreaming of collapsing into bed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have sold 666 blind boxes. You have obtained 6 advanced blind boxes. Ding. Consuming 5 blind boxes allows the system to upgrade. What? Junlin was full of question marks. Are you kidding me? You didn't say it earlier, only now after I've sold so many blind boxes you say you can upgrade. Ding. The host never asked. Alright, upgrade. Ding. Consumed 5 blind boxes, system upgrading. 30, 60, 99, 100 upgrades successful. Watching the 6 advanced blind boxes he had worked so hard for over a month, now 5 were gone, his heart ached. Ding. Blind box success rate increased. Ding. Abyss invitation acquisition rate increased. Ding. Congratulations, host, your psychokinesis has been perfectly enhanced. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained endless stamina. Just as Junlin took a sip of water, he heard the system reward and immediately spat it out. Cough. Cough. Cough, almost choked to death. Sorry, system. I was too loud just now. So can I eat beef now? Ding. Weren't you not eating beef? Beef is so delicious, how could I not eat it? It should be that others can't eat it, only I can. That's the top-level understanding of not eating beef. Ding. The system has learned. I still have 1 blind box left, open it too. Ding. Opened. Obtained instant teleportation cracked version. Wherever your heart desires, you can go anywhere in the ninja world. Awesome, if I use this for food delivery I'd be invincible, absolutely invincible. But doesn't it mean I can go wherever I want? Why is it limited to one ninja world? Ding. Every world has a world barrier, or the heavenly Tao does not allow outsiders to enter and insiders to break through the barrier and leave. However, if the host upgrades again, the system can hang the heavenly Tao and let the host come and go freely, so keep selling blind boxes. Got it. It turns out I haven't sold enough blind boxes. I can't just sell in Konoha. I need to go out and travel. But not now. These people bought blind boxes last month and went on missions. They are gradually returning now. I'll go after selling this month's boxes. The Hokage building soared into the clouds, standing in the center of Konoha village, its appearance majestic. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi reported everything that happened on the road to the land of waves to the third Hokage. The office fell into dead silence, only the rustling of the hourglass. The third Hokage's gaze shifted to the portraits of past Hokages on the wall, finally resting on the young face of Minato Namikaze. He suddenly realized that he was standing at a fork in destiny. The power of the blind box, a factor enough to upset the balance of the ninja world, was now quietly growing inside Konoha village. I'll handle it. The old Hokage weighed his words. You've worked hard, get some rest early. Yes, Kakashi turned and walked toward the door. The setting sun cast a layer of blood on his silver hair. As the door closed behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed heavily. The ash that slipped between his fingers fell on the Land of Waves reconstruction plan, staining the word, peace, gray-black. Outside the window, the stone statues of past Hokages on the Hokage rock stood silent in the twilight. Just as Kakashi walked out of the Hokage building, a youthful voice reached his ears. This is youth. Guy approached, flashing his teeth, and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Come on, let's go eat grilled meat. Don't be nervous. Guy suddenly stood up and hooked his arm around Kakashi's neck. I just found a newly opened barbecue place. The owner said he can grill beef with the flavor of the Land of Lightning. Guy's chopsticks precisely picked up the 17th sizzling piece of Wagyu beef. This is the heat of youth. He suddenly lowered his voice, leaning close to Kakashi. You know, recently casualties among ninjas on missions have greatly decreased, all thanks to the magical items from the blind box shop. Kakashi was cutting the 5th plate of grilled tongue, with a kunai, pausing slightly at the words. Have you opened one yet? Not yet, but when our team was on a mission we encountered ninjas from other villages. They were taken care of by Tenten and Niji, especially Tenten's photoelectric hand cannon. Even a jonin could die at her hands if not careful. Niji was also good at his combat. Taijutsu consumption was greatly reduced, Guy said with some emotion. We just returned to the village today. Our team plans to go to the blind box shop tomorrow. Lee didn't help much last time and is a bit lost in self-doubt. Kakashi heard this. Let's go together tomorrow. After finishing the barbecue, Kakashi and Guy paid the bill and parted ways, each returning to their homes. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Junlin, due to the system upgrade and the blind boxes he opened last night, had been doing various experiments until dawn before falling asleep, still a bit groggy, but for the ninjas of Konoha it was worth it. Epsilon. Kakashi and Guy's teams entered the shop at the same time. Guy looked at Junlin and smiled, saying, Little brother, you're the owner of this blind box shop, right? Junlin looked at Guy, the Konoha whirlwind who almost kicked the ending of the ninja world, and smiled, while nodding. Welcome to my little shop. We're here to open blind boxes. The silver notes are ready, Mato guy said, without hesitation pulling out his wallet from his pocket. Give me 10 jars. 10 blind boxes were immediately placed in front of Mato guy. He took a deep breath, striking a pose full of power. Burn my youth. Da-da-da-da-da-da. He struck the blind boxes precisely and powerfully. Buzz 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 buzz. In an instant the shop was ablaze with light. 5 pure white beams. 3 deep blue beams. And 2 even more dazzling purple beams shimmering. Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi, Neji, and Tenten were all shocked. Is this too ridiculous? Isn't Mato guy's luck too incredible? Isn't this unbalanced? Can the game even be played? Because the system upgraded yesterday, the blind box probability increased, so today's scene happened. Junlin nodded with satisfaction. The light gradually faded. Everyone focused their eyes and saw several items floating in the air. Materials aside. 2 books. 2 peculiar gloves. 2 bottles of differently colored potions. And a piece of paper that looked torn. Ogre Potion slightly increases the user's strength. Master Life Potion restores vitality. Guy and Lee's eyes lit up when they heard, increases strength. Staring greedily at the Ogre Potion, Junlin pointed to the 2 books and said, Battle Cry. Advanced Blue. Effect during battle grants allies unwavering courage, slightly increasing attack power. Blue Fist Saint. Advanced Blue. Effect when jumping in the air creates a shockwave that can knock enemies back. Junlin then pointed to the peculiar pair of gloves. Sky Redemption Gloves Rare Purple. Effect increases attack speed and damage. Increases attack speed. Mato Guy and Rock Lee's eyes instantly lit up, their breathing becoming heavier. Guy took the gloves. They were light in his hand. He put them on directly and a feeling of lightness and explosive power transmitted from the gloves. Good. Guy couldn't help but swing his fists a few times. I feel my fists are faster. Is this the speed of youth? For Mato Guy and Rock Lee, they wouldn't trade these gloves for anything, and they'd even make you taste 2 youthful fists. As the crowd marveled at Kai's good fortune, the object that looked like shredded paper suddenly emitted a strange radiance. Junlin raised an eyebrow and said, Abyss Invitation Fragments. I believe you've heard of them. Yes, Ino got one before I've heard of it. Make Kai said, striking a peculiar pose. Collect 10 pieces, and you can enter the Abyss Demon Realm to challenge the powerful beings of another world. If you succeed. From common items to divine artifacts and some incredible magical items you can withdraw if you feel the challenge is too much midway. Anyone with 10 fragments can enter. The difficulty of the challenge depends on the number of participants. I recommend 4 to 8 people. Any more and some of you might not have time to retreat before dying there. Hearing Junlin's words, everyone fell into deep thought. Kakashi stroked his chin, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes, as he weighed the risks and rewards of the Abyss Demon Realm challenge. Neji and Tenten exchanged glances, both seeing the eagerness in each other's eyes. Kai and Lee were flushed with excitement. The opportunity to challenge warriors from another world was exactly what they craved. I think we should try. Kai declared loudly. Youth is about challenging the unknown. Lee nodded vigorously beside him. Just then several ninja entered the shop. Overhearing the talk of the Abyss Invitation Fragments, they gathered around as well. It seemed the news of the Abyss Demon Realm had already spread through my village. Kakashi fell silent for a moment before saying, This is indeed a rare opportunity, but it's also fraught with danger. However, for now, let's open the blind boxes. That matter is still some ways off. Lee, your turn. Youth is waiting for you. Maite Kai raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. Little Lee is pure-hearted and passionate, always striving to become an excellent ninja. He can't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu and has no special bloodline, but he possesses an indomitable spirit training in taijutsu, and the 8 gates with Kai every day. Yes, Master Kai. Since Lee had spent all his mission earnings on training equipment, he could only afford 1 blind box. But Make Kai lent him 200,000 ryo. After Junlin collected the 300,000 ryo, he placed 3 blind boxes before Luaka Lee. Luaka Lee slapped all 3 boxes at once, producing a buzzing sound. Then a white, a blue, and a purple light radiated outward. Seeing Lee's impatience, Junlin promptly announced, Master Life Potion. Restores a small amount of vitality. Stamina Potion Advanced Blue. Drink it when exhausted to recover half of your stamina. The entire crowd stared at Luaka Lee with envy and jealousy. Ninja were high in attack but low in defense, and stamina was their Achilles heel. This potion could restore half of one's stamina. In a battle that was essentially half more chance of victory. And if a Kaga-level ninja consumed it, it would absolutely tip the scales of the battlefield. Seeing the predatory glint in everyone's eyes, Luaka Lee snatched the items and hid them in his arms. Dark Steel Gloves Rare Purple. Effect: each attack inflicts additional fire damage. Wow, these gloves are perfect for you, Lee. Your youth should burn. Youth should charge forward without hesitation. Later we'll run 10 laps around my village together. Kai raised his thick eyebrows and patted Luaka Lee on the shoulder. Yes, youth should burn. With my will, Master Kai. Lee roared, and the two embraced, weeping loudly. Lee! Master Kai! Watching this scene, Junlin's forehead bulged with an angry vein. With a thought, the two were instantly transported outside the shop, appearing at the entrance. Kakashi's pupils constricted to pinpoints. When did he make his move? Without any warning or chakra fluctuation, Kakashi broke into a cold sweat. Swallowing hard, he said, "Sorry, Boss Kai's personality." Junlin replied casually, "No need to worry. I know his character. I just found it a bit noisy." "Alright, who else wants to open a blind box?" Naruto, who had been itching to go, immediately raised his hand. Me. Boss, I wanna open." He handed Junlin 200,000 ryo. Because the mission to Bua country had been upgraded from C rank to A rank, his reward had increased, and Naruto had received 200,000 ryo. Standing before the two blind boxes, it was impossible for Naruto not to be excited. Last month he had opened one, and obtained the Heart of Resonance, which had helped him immensely. After calming down, he slapped the boxes. Buzz! Two purple beams radiated, illuminating everyone's faces. Sasuke clenched his fists. That Naruto. Sakura gazed at the two purple lights with envy. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, then sighed. "Boss, please introduce them." Yes. Boss, tell us what these are." Naruto said excitedly. "This is an Abyss Party invitation. You already know about that." Everyone nodded, then looked at the other item that resembled a card. Bullhead Demon King card. Effect: summons a minotaur that uses a headlong charge to assist in battle. Duration: 5 minutes. Friendly reminder: do not wear red clothing in front of the minotaur, as it will trigger a berserk charge. Under normal circumstances, a hit can still be survived. After berserk, even a Kaga-level ninja would be attending their own funeral feast. Hearing this description of the Bullhead Demon King card, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in exclamations. "That's incredible!" Ino's eyes sparkled with envy. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with reluctance. Naruto jumped up in excitement. "Haha! I'm so lucky!" "Sakura, don't wear red clothes in battle from now on," Naruto said, looking at her outfit. "Ouch! What are you doing?" Naruto was bonked on the head and covered it with both hands. "You, mind your own business." "Humph." Sakura gave him a whack. Ignoring their antics, Sasuke stepped forward. "Boss, I'll buy 10 blind boxes," he said, placing the silver on the counter. Junlin nodded and placed the blind boxes before Sasuke. With an impassive expression, Sasuke raised his hand and opened each box in rapid succession. In an instant, the shop was filled with a kaleidoscope of colors. 6 white lights, 2 blue lights, 1 purple light, and 1 orange light that had never appeared before. Everyone turned to look at the orange glow, murmuring in astonishment about the unprecedented color. Sasuke looked at Junlin with eager anticipation, hoping for an explanation. Junlin said directly, "I won't introduce the common materials and Abyss Party invitation fragments. You all know what they are." Everyone nodded. Junlin then pointed to 2 stone-like objects. Spirit Stone Advanced Blue. Effect: press it against your forehead and absorb naturally to increase your mental strength. Sasuke immediately picked up a stone and pressed it to his forehead. A cool stream flowed through his entire body, making him feel much lighter. His one-tomo Sharingan, which had awakened on the night of the clan massacre, suddenly spun, and his eyes grew moist. He crouched down, covering his eyes. Naruto and Sakura rushed over, calling out, "Sasuke!" Kakashi pulled down his eye patch, looked at Sasuke, then turned to Junlin. Junlin interjected. His one-tomo Sharingan was already awakened, but his constant mental tension prevented it from fully manifesting. Today the Spirit Stone helped him open his eyes. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura all sighed in relief. Good, it's fine. We thought." Junlin rolled his eyes at them. Thought what? Is there anything in the ninja world besides money that I need? Do I need anything? Ding host does need something. Tisk, what else does the ninja world need besides money? I'm invincible, okay? Ding, you're invincible but still single? Damn it. Shut up. Ding, the system has no mouth. I beg you don't speak, okay? Ding. Never mind, let it all burn. The conversation between Junlin and the system lasted only 2 minutes. By then Sasuke had already stood up, his red pupils reflecting 2 tomo. The 2 tomo Sharingan had formed. "Congratulations, 2 tomo." Naruto, Sakura, and Tenten said in unison. Junlin cleared his throat and reminded everyone to look at him. Eyes left. Attention. You've just awakened. First get familiar with your power. Use the next Spirit Stone and perhaps by next month you'll have 3 tomo. Sasuke nodded, took the Spirit Stone, and carefully placed it in his bosom. Then he moved closer to that man, clenched his fists, and said, "Wait for Lin Bei to come for you." Next comes the first orange tier equipment in the Ninja World Boarding's Heavenly Prayer Plate Armor Set, Part 1. Part 1. So this piece belongs to a complete set. More than one piece? Naruto asked. Of course, Junlin countered. Otherwise, why call it a set? Naruto chuckled awkwardly. Ahahaha. Right. Sakura clapped a hand over Naruto's mouth. Shut up. Kakashi, exasperated by Naruto's question, sighed and said, "All right, Sakura, Naruto. Listen carefully to the shopkeeper. And stop causing trouble. Please continue, Master Junlin, ignore them." Junlin glanced at Kakashi and announced, "This piece is called the Heavenly Prayer Boots. Legendary orange tier. Its effects enhances accuracy, increases attack speed and movement speed, and halves chakra cost for jutsu. For instance, casting 2 fireball techniques would normally deplete your chakra entirely. But with these boots you expend only half. Between 2 shinobi of equal rank, one expends 10 units of chakra per technique while you expend just 5. Yet the power and damage remain identical." As Junlin finished speaking, envy flashed across the group's faces. Directed squarely at Sasuke Uchiha, a spark of excitement flickered in Sasuke's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and murmured, "This equipment will significantly enhance combat effectiveness." Sakura nodded vigorously, her gaze locked on the boots. Naruto broke free from her grip and leapt up exhilarated. "Whoa! This is incredible. I'm going to get one too." "No, it's even better than that." Junlin smiled faintly. "This item is exceptionally rare, and it's merely one component of the full set. For more pieces remain to be collected." "Huh?" Naruto deflated instantly like a punctured balloon. Sasuke declared resolutely, "I'll return every month, until I obtain it." News of Sasuke Uchiha acquiring an orange tier artifact spread like wildfire through Konoha streets and alleys. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to intelligence reports from the ANBU, occasionally drawing a slow puff from his pipe, the room thick with smoke. Legendary tier. Boroding's Heavenly Prayer. A profound realization stirred in Hiruzen's mind. "No, we cannot allow this. Worse still, I must warn him. No, I must actively guard against Danzo seizing it. This blind box shop holds terrifying artifacts. Summon Danzo and both senior advisors." To the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen instructed the ANBU captain. "Yes, Hokage-sama." The ANBU vanished with a sharp poof. Meanwhile, the heads of the Inoshikacho trio gathered in solemn conclave. "Given the growing uncertainty surrounding Konoha's future, I've summoned you both to deliberate on a unified response. As these miraculous items from the blind box shop appear with increasing frequency, our 3 clans, pillars of Konoha, must prepare without delay." Shikaku Nara sipped his tea calmly. "Have you heard? That Uchiha boy just acquired a legendary tier artifact." Inoichi Yamanaka lifted his own cup and added, "Indeed. I've received the report." "Yes, I've heard, but I'm not concerned. Whether he can retain it remains uncertain." Shikaku cast a glance toward Choza Akimichi. Ah, delicious." Choza Akimichi paid no heed to their exchange, wholly absorbed in crunching potato chips. Shikaku and Inoichi exchanged a wordless weary look, then lunged forward, snatching the chip bag from Choza's lap and digging in. Hey, you jerks. Leave some for me." Arad Continent Blind Box Shop. "Who's next to draw?" Junlin scanned the room. "I'll go." Sakura placed her money directly on the counter. 20,000 Ryo, for 2 boxes. Were. Skill Scroll Divine Light of Healing, Advanced Blue Tier. Effect Rapid Single Target Healing for Self or Ally. Skill Scroll Sacred Sanctuary, Advanced Blue Tier. Effect upon activation erects a defensive energy barrier before self or allies. Warning: do not rely excessively on this barrier, or you may die. Like certain bull-headed warriors wielding crude iron shields, elsewhere the barrier shatters instantly once damage exceeds its capacity. Sakura pressed both scrolls to her forehead. Light flowed into her body. She mastered Divine Light of Healing and Sacred Sanctuary in an instant. Sakura's truly embodying the role of a medical ninja, now. Naruto remarked cheerfully. Sasuke, though reluctant to acknowledge such a fierce woman as an ally, silently conceded stronger teammates, especially a medical ninja capable of saving lives, were undeniably advantageous. He gave a quiet nod. Sasuke, having discovered a swift path to power, grew less withdrawn than before. Kakashi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Glancing out the shop window, Kakashi realized how late it had grown, and how few patrons remained. Realizing none had eaten all day, and seeing Naruto's famished, desperate expression, he suggested, "Let's grab ramen." "Yay, let's go now. I could devour an entire bowl." Naruto urged. Kakashi turned to Junlin. "Master, we'll take our leave." Junlin nodded. "Safe travels." In the Hokage's office, the Konoha F4 convened. "What urgent matter requires our presence, Hiruzen?" Hamura Mitokado asked. "Indeed, what warrants summoning us all at once?" Koharu Udatane added. Hiruzen extinguished his pipe and spoke gravely. "The emergence of legendary tier equipment from the blind box shop threatens to destabilize the entire shinobi world. Sasuke Uchiha's acquisition of Heavenly Prayer Boots, one component of Boroding's Heavenly Prayer Plate armor set, could provoke catastrophe if exploited by ill-intentioned individuals or seized by force. Unthinkable consequences would follow. Danzo scoffed coldly. Merely an artifact. How much turmoil could it possibly stir?" Hiruzen frowned deeply, his tone layered with unspoken meaning. "Danzo, you underestimate its significance. We must institute oversight of all items emerging from the blind box shop, to prevent hazardous artifacts from entering circulation." Hamura and Koharu nodded in firm agreement. Danzo remained dismissive. "You're indulging in baseless anxiety. Focus instead on tangible threats to the village's security. Hiruzen's gaze hardened. This is village security. I urge consensus and collective action. Are you proposing mandatory surrender of acquired items? Hamura asked. Absolutely not. That would breed resentment, even betrayal among our shinobi. Hiruzen tapped ash from his pipe. He sighed. That concludes today's meeting. Rest well, he added as Hamura and Koharu exited the office. Danzo had just stepped through the doorway when Hiruzen called out, Danzo, wait. Danzo paused, turned, and asked tersely, yes Hiruzen, what else? Tonight won't be like usual, Hiruzen said. Unlike usual? How so? Nothing. Just remember what was said tonight. I trust no one should be ambushed en route home after drawing from the blind box shop. Hiruzen, are you implying I'd do such a thing? Not at all. Merely a reminder, watch your subordinates closely. Humph. I'm leaving now. Bang. The door slammed shut. I must draw. I must draw. Assign surveillance on route operatives. I will not permit anyone to be robbed en route, Hiruzen commanded, his eyes steely and unyielding. Deep within Danzo's eyes as he strode out of the Hokage building was an anger suppressed to the extreme. Hiruzen, you will absolutely regret this. Hiruzen Sarutobi, having ordered Umbu Ninja to keep watch over Root Ninja, still felt uneasy, and furrowed his brows once more. Send someone. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly through the empty office. A figure wearing an animal mask appeared before Hiruzen Sarutobi, like a ghost, silent and swift, and knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage, what are your orders? From tonight onward, dispatch elite Umbu squads to guard the area around the blind box shop in shifts around the clock. Do not let anyone or anything disturb Boss Junlin. Pay no heed to those who come to buy blind boxes. If anyone causes trouble, deal with them immediately. If they refuse to heed warnings, execute them on the spot. Lord Hokage, isn't this too severe? Yes, Lord Hokage. Also regarding Shimura Danzo, I want to know where he goes, who he contacts, and what he says. Report everything to me immediately. Yes. The Umbu ninja, drenched in sweat, had not seen such an imposing aura from the Hokage in a long time. His figure once again melted into the shadows and vanished. After finishing ramen with Kakashi, and the other, Sasuke returned alone to his residence, stepping in the newly drawn heaven-blessed boots, with the Demon Slayer blade hanging at his waist. A dark, windy night. Perfect for murder. Several Root Ninja approached Sasuke. Kid, come with us, the lead Root Ninja said coldly. Sasuke frowned, his gaze sharp as he looked at them. Why should I go with you? It's Lord Danzo's order. Another Root Ninja stepped forward, his tone forceful. Sasuke sneered, Danzo. He has no authority over me. As he spoke, his hand had already rested on the hilt of the Demon Slayer. Seeing this, the Root Ninja instantly surrounded Sasuke, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just then a black shadow flashed across the rooftop nearby, and several Umbu Ninja appeared, encircling the Root Ninja in turn. The Hokage has ordered that Sasuke is not to be touched, the lead Umbu Ninja said in a low voice. The Root Ninja's expressions changed as the leader gritted his teeth. This is Lord Danzo's business. You'd better stay out of it. The Umbu Ninja remained unmoved. The Hokage's orders override all else. The two sides were deadlocked, the air thick with gunpowder, and a clash seemed imminent. Seizing the moment, Sasuke launched an attack. His form moved like lightning as he drew his blade, the Demon Slayer cutting through the air with a fierce wind toward the Root Ninja. The Root Ninja, not expecting Sasuke to strike so suddenly, panicked for a moment, but quickly regained their composure, drawing their weapons to defend. Seeing the battle had begun, the Umbu Ninja hesitated no longer and joined the fray. In an instant, flashes of blades and clashing steel filled the air along with cries of battle. With the boost from the heaven-blessed boots, Sasuke's speed was even greater. He weaved through the crowd, each strike landing precisely on the vital points of the Root Ninja. The Umbu Ninja, well-trained, fought fiercely, with the Root Ninja, neither side gaining the upper hand. As the battle reached a stalemate, a figure rushed over from afar. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. He shouted, "Everyone stop!" Hearing his voice, all ceased their actions. Hiruzen Sarutobi surveyed the scene, his face dark. Danzo, you've gone too far. He turned to the Root Ninja. Go back and tell Danzo to stop these pointless provocations. The Root Ninja, not daring to defy, slunk away in disgrace. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Sasuke, his expression softening. Sasuke, are you all right? Sasuke sheathed the Demon Slayer and shook his head. I'm fine. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi patted his shoulder. If something like this happens again, inform me immediately. Danzo has been growing increasingly reckless lately. I'll find a way to restrain him. After the Umbu Ninja cleared the scene, Hiruzen Sarutobi took Sasuke back to the Hokage building. In the office, he said gravely, Sasuke, your strength is improving rapidly. Don't blame Danzo. He too is thinking of the village. The matter of the blind box shop is extremely dangerous for the village, so he wants to see the items you've drawn. Sasuke clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Lord Hokage, I understand. I will also protect the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded with satisfaction. With those words, I am reassured. Go back and rest well. Contact me if anything happens. Sasuke bowed to Hiruzen Sarutobi, and turned to leave the Hokage building. Meanwhile Danzo lurked in the shadows, his eyes dark and venomous as he watched everything. Hiruzen, if I can't move against him in the village, can't I move against him outside? A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He quickly summoned a group of elite root ninja. Keep an eye on them at all times. When Sasuke's team takes a mission and leaves the village, find an opportunity to strike outside. Also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Make sure to obtain the blind box items he draws. The root ninja accepted the orders and departed. At the same time, after returning to his residence, Sasuke felt a vague unease. He knew Danzo would not give up easily, so he decided to prepare in advance. He carefully inspected the Demon Slayer and familiarized himself once more with the abilities of the Heaven-Blessed Boots. On the second floor of the blind box shop, Junlin had been busy all day, and finally had some leisure time after dinner. System, how many blind boxes were sold today? Ding, 1372 blind boxes sold. Congratulations host on receiving 13 advanced blind boxes. Junlin waited for a long time but didn't hear the system upgrade notification. System, aren't you upgrading? Ding, the next system upgrade requires 100 advanced blind boxes. What? That's outrageous. The first time only needed 5 and now it's 100. You're not plundering from the rich like this. The next system upgrade will allow the host to leave the Naruto world and travel to another world. You also need to give the Heavenly Tao a beating first so it consumes more energy. That's normal. Well, fine. Was a beast of burden in my past life, still a beast of burden now. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Junlin teleported to the Rain Country, a closed little country where it rained year-round, also the base of the Akatsuki organization that ran through the entire story. With a thought, Junlin wrapped himself in an invisible energy membrane that kept the rain out and then stepped out. I suppose I've been exposed now, haven't I? One of Nagato's puppets, Pain, infused his own chakra into the rain, forming a perception network that covered the entire area, monitoring every movement in the Rain Village in real time. One must admit this technique was truly ingenious. The moment Junlin arrived, Nagato had already detected him, and was controlling the Deva path to rush over. Junlin watched as a figure approached at incredible speed. The original body was Yahiko, who after death had been turned into the Deva path by Nagato, the core of the 6 paths of pain. With long red hair and eyes that made one dizzy after looking too long. The Rinnegan. He wore a black cloak embroidered with red clouds. Who are you? Which village's ninja are you? Why have you come to the Rain Country? The Deva path demanded, hovering in the air looking down at Junlin. Junlin looked at the Deva path, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. My name is Junlin from Konoha. Nothing special. Just looking around. The Deva path's eyes were icy. Konoha, you wouldn't come to the Rain Country just for a stroll. This is Akatsuki territory. If you have any ill intentions, don't blame me for being rude. Junlin spread his hands. I really mean no harm. I'm just curious about this mysterious place. As he spoke, he secretly activated his telekinetic power, ready to respond to any attack. The Deva path snorted coldly. Whatever your purpose, if you cause trouble in the Rain Country, I will eliminate you. Eliminate me? Humph. An invisible wave of force instantly pressed down on Pain. Nagato felt Pain lose control, his body uncontrollably dropping from the air and slamming heavily into the ground. Bang! A deep crater was smashed into the earth. Cough, cough, cough. Pain quickly got up, feeling that he could regain control of his body, and floated back into the air. At that moment, the perpetual rain of the Rain Country finally stopped. You are challenging the authority of a god. Pain coughed as he spoke. God. Junlin decided to drop the act. It wasn't fun. Not fun at all. So he stopped playing. If you are a god, then I am the sovereign among gods. A colossal aura erupted from Junlin, compressing the very air until it warped. A faint golden divine halo shimmered into being behind Junlin, its surface pulsing with arcane runes that radiated boundless authority. Tian Dao Pain's expression contorted. Never before had he sensed such overwhelming power. Sovereign among gods. How audacious! Tian Dao Pain roared, hands weaving seals in rapid succession. Shinra Tensei. A devastating wave of repulsive force surged toward Junlin. A disdainful smile curled at Junlin's lips. As he crossed his arms, telekinetic energy flared, instantly coalescing into an unyielding barrier that deflected the blast back upon itself. Is this all the power you call divinity? Junlin stepped forward, then vanished, reappearing instantly before Tian Dao Pain, delivering a crushing fist. Pain barely raised his arms in defense, only to be hurled backward like a broken puppet. At that moment, the other 5 paths of pain converged, encircling Junlin. Come then, all of you. Let me see just how formidable your so-called divine power truly is. Junlin's battle spirit blazed fiercely, his gaze brimming with absolute confidence. Chikishoto Pain struck first, summoning a pack of monstrous beasts that lunged forward with fangs bared and claws unsheathed. Junlin's eyes hardened, his divine halo blazed with incandescent light, unleashing a searing golden beam that reduced the beasts to ash in an instant. Jigakuto Pain sealed his hands together. The ground beneath Junlin split open into a yawning black rift, hungry to devour him. Junlin scoffed coldly, telekinesis manifested as a colossal spectral hand, wrenching Jigakudo Pain from the abyss, and slamming him violently into the earth. Jigakudo Pain seized the opening, rushing forward in an attempt to siphon Junlin's chakra. Junlin seized his arm in return. Raw force surging through the conduit, shattering Jigakudo Pain's meridians from within. Ninjendo Pain lunged to extract Junlin's soul, only to recoil as psychic energy rebounded with brutal precision, blood erupting from his 7 orifices. Tiandao Pain regrouped and unleashed Shinra Tensei once more. This time Junlin stood motionless, his halo spinning, rapidly absorbing the entire repulsive force without resistance. With a thunderous cry, Junlin charged, striking Tiandao Pain square in the chest and sending him crashing to the ground. Broken, breathless, unable to rise again, the remaining paths recoiled, terror freezing their limbs. Junlin slowly ascended into the air, hovering above Pain with sovereign detachment. You wield eyes that do not belong to you, and yet dare proclaim yourself a god. What? How could these eyes possibly not be mine? Pain stared at Junlin, disbelief etched across his face. Humph, a pitiful wretch. Calling you a worm would insult even worms. Junlin let out a contemptuous laugh. You dream of forging eternal peace through illusory deception. Long Men felt Junlin's gaze pierce through Pain's body. Direct, unblinking aim straight at his hidden self. Long Men strained to command Pain's body upright, but Junlin's perception sharpened instantly. Insect. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Tiandao Pain and suppressed him, utterly pinning him motionless. Junlin's overwhelming might pressed down like an invisible mountain. Tiandao Pain could not so much as twitch. The 3 remaining paths attempted to intervene, yet froze mid-step, paralyzed by the sheer dread emanating from Junlin's presence. You presume these eyes grant dominion over all things, granting peace. Such delusion is nothing but fevered fantasy. Junlin spoke coldly, each word resonating with immutable authority. From afar, Long Men watched in abject horror, unprepared for Junlin's terrifying supremacy. Junlin turned his gaze toward Long Men's hidden lair, as if seeing through walls, through shadows, straight into his soul. Long Men, if you seek to alter fate, come find me. I await you in Konoha. Your infinite Tsukuyomi, merely a mirage, beautiful, hollow, and fleeting. Long Men collapsed. Empty, hollow, a vessel stripped of will. Junlin turned and departed, leaving behind 6 shattered path bodies, and a broken man drowning in despair. Just then Junlin glanced back. His voice reached Long Men's ears as though whispered directly into his mind. I am a blind box merchant. Come here to reshape destiny. He vanished, instantly reappearing moments later inside his shop in Konoha. From the distance, new chakra signatures approached. The Akatsuki had sent reinforcements. It was Conan, master of the 6,000 explosive tags technique. Conan arrived to find all 6 paths lying lifeless, limbs severed, bodies mangled, before spotting Tiandao Pain buried deep within a crater. Who is this? I never imagined Long Men's Rinnegan could be defeated so utterly. Long Men controlled Pain's voice. Conan, return at once. That man. He is too strong. Too strong. His power feels alien, beyond this world. Tiandao Pain gazed after Junlin's vanishing form, wariness flickering in his eyes, then gathered the remnants and withdrew silently to the Akatsuki headquarters. Low leaden clouds hung over Amigakure. In Long Men's subterranean chamber, pale chakra lamps cast a sickly glow. Conan's paper butterflies dissolved into mist amid the damp air. Long Men's Rinnegan reflected the battlefield footage transmitted by Tiandao Pain. Junlin's decisive annihilation. Around him the air still rippled with spatial distortions unlike any known chakra nature. His fingers unconsciously traced the forehead protector at his chest, the last relic left by Yahiko. This is. Conan's voice trembled, rare and raw, explosive tags in her grasp curled, slightly destabilized by turbulent chakra. He said, the Rinnegan does not belong to me. Long Men's voice turned metallic, sharp with strain. He broke into a violent cough, causing ripples to spread across the nutrient fluid in his foretube. I must ask him myself. But Long Men, your body. Conan cried out urgently. At that moment the wooden door creaked open. A draft snuffed half the candles. Half of a white zetsu oozed from the darkness, its right side bearing the face of Uchiha Itachi. Lord Long Men, Itachi-sama sends word. Silence him. Long Men's pupils contracted sharply. 3 intact pain puppets instantly materialized at the chamber's 4 corners. No one is to approach, not now. After Zetsu retreated, Long Men met Conan's gaze. The Akatsuki, each harbors hidden motives. None can be fully trusted, except you, Conan. You are the one I trust most. My body is ruined beyond repair. I refuse to accept this end. Conan. He called himself a blind box merchant. Come to change fate. Tears streamed down Conan's face. Long Men. I'll go ask him myself. When will peace finally arrive? Long Men sighed, weariness weighing upon him. His Rinnegan nearly spent. Conan's resolve hardened. Peace will come. It must. Meanwhile Junlin reappeared on the 2nd floor of his shop. This world carries too many regrets, and too many souls twisted beyond recognition. Junlin sat cross-legged upon tatami mats, calm and centered. At dawn, the new generation of the Ino Shikacho trio, Ino, Yamanaka, Shikamaru, Nara, and Choji Akimichi, arrived at the blind box shop to begin the month's collection. Ino burst through the entrance like a whirlwind, racing to the counter with radiant delight. "Boss, today I brought my whole team. Look, so many of us. Any special promotions? How about a discount?" Junlin looked up from his work, a faint knowing smile softening his features. He lifted his head slowly, eyes glinting with playful irony. "A discount? Very well. I'll give you a fracture discount." Forget it. Let me introduce you. Nara, Shikamaru, Akimichi, Choji, and Yamanaka Ino said with a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Nara Shikamaru wore dark blue pants and black ninja shoes with a short haircut that looked clean and neat. His face was relatively round with soft facial features, giving an overall impression of laziness yet wisdom. Akimichi Choji wore a light yellow top with the Akimichi clan emblem covered by a green short-sleeved jacket. He often wore a gray scarf, dark gray shorts, white bandages wrapped around his hands and legs, and blue ninja sandals. "Hello boss, we're here to buy blind boxes," Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji said in unison, looking a bit well-behaved, having been warned by their families not to cause trouble. Welcome to you too. How many blind boxes would you like?" Junlin said with a smile. He was quite satisfied with earning money early in the morning. "Boss, let me go first. They haven't been here before. Although they know the process, I'll demonstrate for them," Ino said while taking out her wallet. 10 blind boxes, brute force makes miracles. "I've already verified it." Ino turned to Shikamaru and Choji and said, "Huh? Brute force makes miracles. Who said that?" Junlin asked in surprise. "Sasuke. Yesterday I saw Sasuke slamming the blind boxes with a vengeful look, and he got an epic weapon, so I know." Yamanaka Ino looked as if she had already seen through it. Junlin was amused. "Haha, makes sense." He gave a thumbs up to the young lady. "Then please begin your performance." "Troublesome," Shikamaru said, covering his face, despite saying that he still watched Ino closely to see how she did it. Akimichi Choji had an expression of complete ignorance, chewing chips non-stop. "Ha!" Yamanaka Ino let out a loud shout and directly slammed 10 blind boxes. A series of rumbling sounds followed buzzing. 5 white, 2 blue, and 3 purple rays shone on everyone's faces. "Wow, it really works!" Ino exclaimed in surprise. Nara Shikamaru's eyes widened and Akimichi Choji forgot to chew the chips in his mouth. "Is this fake? 3 purple lights?" Shikamaru said in shock. "No one has ever opened 3 rare items at once in such a long time." Junlin looked at Ino. "This should be a bit less lucky than Sasuke." He cleared his throat, bringing the 3 back from their shock, and began to introduce. "I won't introduce the ordinary materials. Basic experience capsule, advanced blue. Effect swallow directly to increase chakra by 20. Yamanaka, Ino, Nara, Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji were shocked again. A capsule that increases chakra out of thin air. Ino took the experience capsule and swallowed it. She felt a warm current surging in her body, and her chakra quantity noticeably increased. A surprised expression appeared on her face. "Amazing! This capsule is really useful," she said excitedly. Shikamaru and Choji saw this and were eager to try. "Alright, next is Skill Book Mechanical Heart Advanced Blue. Effect summon 2 small robots that chase the enemy and explode at their feet. They exist for 15 seconds. If they haven't chased the enemy after 15 seconds, they will automatically explode. This skill book is really powerful." Although Akimichi Choji was envious it wasn't suitable for him. "Yes, if used well, this skill book can definitely kill the enemy by surprise," Shikamaru said. Ino's smile couldn't stop. "Next up is the rare level. These 2 fragments are both Abyss Party invitation scrolls. I won't explain this one, the skill book." Junlin pointed to the last rare level skill. The 3 widened their eyes and looked. Skill book Assassin's Shadow Rare Purple. Effect replicate a shadow identical to yourself to fight. Whatever you can do the shadow can also do. Moreover, physical attacks are ineffective against the shadow. "Wow, this skill book is incredible." Yamanaka Ino's eyes shone, and she clenched her fists excitedly. "If I used this skill, it would be like having 2 of me in battle. Then what enemy would I fear?" Shikamaru rubbed his chin and thought. This skill is indeed very strong. The replicated shadow can also be immune to physical attacks. If used in combination with other skills, it can play a great role. Choji also nodded beside him. "But I wonder how long this shadow can last. If the time is long enough, it would be like having a powerful helper in battle." Junlin smiled and explained. "The duration of the shadow depends on the user's chakra amount. The more chakra, the longer the shadow exists." After hearing this, Ino became even more excited. "This skill book is too awesome." She carefully put away the skill book as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Shikamaru and Choji watched Ino's happy look and also smiled. Next it was their turn to try their luck. "Boss, we also want to buy blind boxes," Shikamaru said. Me too. Choji echoed. Junlin smiled and said, "Alright, how many do you want?" "I want 10. Choji said loudly. "I'll take 10 too," Shikamaru said after thinking. After they paid, Junlin placed the blind boxes in front of them. After a series of rumbling sounds, light flashed. Shikamaru got a basic experience capsule and an Abyss Party invitation fragment 1. Another item, Demon's Shadow Summon card, rare purple. Collect 2 Demon's Shadow cards to synthesize an epic grade 1. Effect: after activating with negligible chakra, no further chakra is needed to maintain it. Summon a Demon Shadow to assist the user in battle, lasting for 1 hour. Wow, Shikamaru, you're pretty lucky. You actually got a rare Demon's Shadow Summon card and it can be synthesized. And it's epic grade. Ino said with envy. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Looks like my luck isn't too bad. As for Choji, he got a skill book that enhances taijutsu. Skill book: Meat-Eatingism, rare purple. Effect: use a small amount of chakra to summon meat out of thin air. After eating it, increase jumping ability, taijutsu attack power, and recover some stamina. After finishing the explanation, Junlin was also struggling to hold back his laughter. However, as a professional explainer, he couldn't laugh at all. But the other two didn't care and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Choji, this is perfect for you, it's practically tailor-made for you. Yamanaka Ino said while laughing. Haha, Choji, now you'll have meat that you can't finish, absolutely can't finish. Shikamaru also laughed a few times. Choji scratched his head a bit sheepishly. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. This skill book is really super useful for me. As he said that, he couldn't help but stuff another chip into his mouth. At that moment, the shop door was pushed open again, and several ninjas walked in. Yo, it's Shikamaru and the others. You're buying blind boxes too, one of the ninjas said. It turned out to be Tenten, Rock Lee, and Niji. You guys want to try too? These blind boxes are quite interesting. Ino greeted them warmly. Sure, I'll try my luck too. She bought 5 blind boxes and gave them a firm slap. Light flashed, and she also got a basic experience capsule and an ordinary ninjutsu improvement manual. Rock Lee bought 1 blind box, and after some operation he got a tool that enhances leg strength. Niji was relatively calm, bought 3 blind boxes, and got a pair of glasses that temporarily enhance insight. Everyone was very satisfied with their gains. The shop was filled with laughter and joy. Junlin looked at the lively scene, and thought to himself, it seems this blind box business will become more and more prosperous. They were all very satisfied with their gains. It seems these blind boxes are really a good thing, Shikamaru said. Yeah, I'll have to come by more often, Choji said while eating chips. Yamanaka Ino said proudly beside him. See, didn't I tell you? Brute force makes miracles. The 3 left the blind box shop happily with their respective gains. A furtive figure peered through the side window of the women's bathhouse. Jiraiya himself muttering with a sly grin, heh, it's been ages since I returned. Time to admire Konoha's beauties, and gather inspiration for the tale of the gutsy ninja. Just as he lost himself in this privilege, a familiar cough broke the silence. Jiraiya? Boomed the 3rd Hokage's stern voice. Jiraiya jolted violently, nearly tumbling headfirst into the dirt. Whirling around, he found the 3rd Hokage standing behind him, face flushed with fury. You've barely stepped back into the village and already you're up to this. The Hokage roared, whiskers bristling, eyes blazing. Jiraiya scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. Ah, 3rd, it's been so long. I just needed to unwind a little. The 3rd Hokage sighed deeply and shook his head. Enough frivolity. We have urgent matters to discuss. A mysterious blind box shop has recently appeared in the village. Its wares are astonishingly potent, far beyond ordinary ninja tools. With the Chunin exams imminent, word will inevitably spread to other villages. Secrecy is impossible. I fear unforeseen dangers, so I summoned you home. Go there at once. Treat the proprietor with respect. None of your usual leering grins or careless demeanor. Stay focused for once. Jiraiya dropped his playful mask and nodded solemnly. Understood, 3rd. Leave it to me. Without another word, he slipped deftly out of the bathhouse grounds. A blind box shop. The 3rd had neglected to give him its location. So Jiraiya began asking passersby. As he approached, cheers erupted. He quickened his pace and stepped inside. There stood Jonin Kurenai Yuhi with Team 8, Hinata, Hyuga, Kiba, Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame, having just drawn exceptional items. Hinata had drawn Hard Eye, a rare tier purple skill manual. Perceive all things with inner awareness. See farther, clearer, deeper into people, events, and objects. Awe sparkled in Hinata's eyes. Combined with her Byakugan, this technique would let her track enemies with uncanny precision. Another skill manual, Buddha's Palm Strike, rare tier purple. Concentrate chakra into the palms and thrust forward to unleash a colossal spectral hand. The force scaling directly with chakra output. Tip for optimal impact: leap midair first. Have you ever heard of a palm strike descending from the heavens? Kiba gasped. Hinata, you've got unbelievable luck. A sharp collective inhale rippled through the onlookers, followed by a tide of hushed, awestruck murmurs. What unspeakable power is this? What terrifying might? Jiraiya stared dumbfounded at Hinata's haul, his eyes wide. So this blind box shop truly lives up to its legend. At that moment, Junlin strode over, his gaze sharp, calculating. Well, if it isn't the legendary perverted sage Jiraiya. The shopkeeper smiled warmly. Jiraiya offered an awkward bow. Master Junlin, I've long admired your name. I've come to learn more about these blind boxes. Junlin gave a knowing, enigmatic smile. Luck alone governs what lies within. And every item originates from the Arad continent bearing extraordinary abilities. Jiraiya remained silent, but his mind raced scanning every known region across the shinobi world. Arad continent, never heard of it. Kiba waved triumphantly brandishing a gigantification stone, and a set of yellow tiger pet gear shouting he'd test their power immediately. Pet gigantification rare tier purple, enhances limbs and jaws, enabling effortless rending of enemy flesh. Yellow tiger triset rare tier purple, green tier gear reduces skill charging time, blue tier boosts defense, red tier amplifies offense. When all three pieces are equipped on one pet, they activate the set bonus energy condensation within the mouth, forming a volatile sphere. Jiraiya's eyes widened dramatically. That's no different from a tailed beast. Gigantification, plus energy projection from the mouth. But Akamaru possesses scant chakra reserves. Kurenai furrowed her brow troubled. Akamaru yelped twice nestled in Kiba's arms. Kiba gently rubbed the dog's head. Don't worry. We hear there's an experience capsule that instantly augments chakra. Once I draw one it's yours. Shino then revealed his draw insect control amplification serum rare tier purple. A potion granting sharper command over his parasitic insects and vastly increasing their destructive potency. A flicker of quiet excitement lit Shino's eyes. He grasped instantly how vital this serum was to him. Shino, Kurenai said with a warm smile. This suits you perfectly. Shino calmly held the vial of serum enhancing insect control capacity, already contemplating precise tactical applications. Now it's my turn. 10 boxes please. Kurenai flashed Junlin a captivating smile. He accepted her silver notes without expression, murmuring dryly. Women only slow down my blade drawing speed. Ding destiny. Silence. Junlin cut off the voice mid-sentence. With practiced ease, he handed Kurenai 10 blind boxes. Kurenai drew a slow, steady breath, and began opening them one by one. Around her spectators held their breath eager to witness what marvels she might unveil. The first box yielded a manual on advanced ninjutsu cultivation. Not rare yet valuable. Kurenai gave a slight nod and moved on. On the 10th box violet light flared, revealing Heaven's Veil cloak, a rare tier purple artifact, conceals chakra signature entirely, indispensable for covert operations. Gasps surged through the crowd. Kurenai draped the cloak over her shoulders without hesitation. Her monthly draws complete. Jiraiya watched entranced and promptly paid Junlin for 10 boxes of his own. As he opened each box he muttered, my luck can't possibly be this poor. Yet the first few yielded only mundane trinkets. Frustration mounting. Just as despair loomed, the final box exhaled swirling black mist. Onlookers recoiled in shock. Then beheld a mysterious key etched with arcane glyphs, its surface shimmering with faint cryptic luminescence, as if holding untold power. Most arresting were the glyphs. Complex, alien, and utterly indecipherable, carved with unnerving intricacy across its surface. Junlin's expression darkened. This key is no ordinary artifact. He swept his gaze across the stunned crowd. It is the Heaven's Retribution Key. Every spine prickled, a hairs stood on end. Junlin continued gravely. It unlocks a forbidden ruin. A place harboring power capable of reshaping the shinobi world. Yet peril walks hand in hand with promise. Whoever opens the ruin is instantly transported inside. Jiraiya's eyes bulged. His heart pounded. Equal parts exhilaration and dread. Where lies this ruin? What dwells within? He demanded urgently. Junlin shook his head. I know neither its location nor its contents. Only that this key is the sole key to its gate. Ninja nearby murmured in agitation. Some urged immediate sealing of the key. Others argued it could elevate Konoha to unprecedented strength. Junlin frowned deeply and spoke with solemn weight. I urge you to consider carefully. This is Heaven's retribution. And I must tell you, once entered, there is no retreat. Should you prevail, you gain power to reshape the shinobi world. Should you fall, you perish. There is no withdrawal, no second chance. Kurenai and her team watched Jiraiya with deep concern. After a thoughtful pause, he stroked his chin and declared, regardless, I'll safeguard this key. I'll seek the ruin's truth, but never let it endanger the village. With deliberate care, he secured the Heaven's Retribution Key and departed, determined to unravel its secrets in solitude. After everyone had dispersed, Junlin sensed something profoundly amiss. His voice turned sharp and commanding. System, appear immediately. You're the DNF Blind Box System, so why are non-DNF elements appearing? And such absurdly overpowered items? I'm not rushing. Let's hear your justification. In the original narrative, Jiraiya was destined to die at the hands of his disciple Nagato, and of course Conan. His demise was inevitable. Thus the system sourced inventory from alternate systems. One such acquisition is this very item. After all, wasn't he perpetually seeking the prophesied one? Victory would crown him the prophesied one, or defeat would leave the storyline unaltered. Then why not simply open blind boxes to alter fate? Why grant him the key of celestial judgment? Has it occurred to you, Master, that he might refuse to use it? Wrong. He will use it. Statistical analysis indicates humans instinctively recoil from unknown power. Where did you pull these figures from? Prehistoric cave dweller data. Isn't that precisely what they are? Spare me. Your antiquated system is laughable. Junlin fell silent, exasperated. Initially awestruck by the system's grandeur only to discover its absurdity, Jiraiya hurried out of the shop, hastening toward the Hokage Tower. Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed upon the key resting atop his desk. Its surface etched with arcane sigils faintly shimmering as though concealing unfathomable power. Most arresting were the intricate grotesque runes carved across its surface, twisting alien and utterly indecipherable like glyphs scrawled by phantoms. Hiruzen's expression hardened into grave solemnity. His eyes locked onto the key, as if piercing through those cryptic inscriptions to glimpse the colossal secret buried beneath. After a long pause he spoke low and unyielding. Jiraiya. This key must never fall into another's hands. Seal it at once and station elite guards to watch over it without respite. His voice resonated with ironclad authority. Jiraiya opened his mouth, as if to protest, but closed it again, saying nothing. His gaze too settled on the key. His brow furrowed heavy with doubt and foreboding. Hokage-sama, if the ruins are to be opened, I wish to go. I face death without hesitation, Jiraiya declared. You are not yet ready, but once per month you may open a blind box. When you feel prepared, then proceed. For now seal this key within a scroll. Hiruzen said, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe. Hiruzen led Jiraiya down to the basement of the forbidden scroll. At a corner he rotated a porcelain vase, whereupon a life-size door materialized in the left wall. Enter. This is where the forbidden scroll resides. It was Jiraiya's first time here. He glanced around curiously, surrounded by artifacts collected by generations of Hokage. Most notably the vast trove of forbidden jutsu devised by Tobarama Senju. Meanwhile Kakashi guided Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to a forested hillside behind the village. Now then, Naruto, Sasuke, are you certain you wish to spar? Absolutely, sensei. Begin. Sakura, stand ready with your healing light. She had been summoned because the blind box items posed extreme danger, and her healing prowess would ensure immediate intervention. Naruto and Sasuke each took position on opposite sides. Go, Sasuke! Sakura cried, cupping her hands beside her mouth. TCH. Naruto snarled, clenching his fists. His hands flew through hand seals. Poof, poof, poof. The multi-shadow clone technique erupted. Over 100 clones surged into being around him. All right, let's go, all together. Naruto roared, charging headlong at Sasuke. Sasuke stood firm, gripping the demon sword Choco, his Sharingan blazing with twin Tomo boots gleaming, the Tenchi long boots strapped to his feet. Calmly observing the 100 clones surging forward, his Sharingan dissected their movements, seeking the true body. With a vertical slash of the demon sword he cleaved through one clone. Poof. At that instant a colossal shadow loomed behind Sasuke. Oxhead Mech King. Barreling forward with crushing force, slamming directly into his back. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura cried, watching the ox-headed construct strike Sasuke. Kakashi's solitary Mangekyo Sharingan already blazed. His voice calm and assured. No need to worry. He's fine. Time moved like lightning. Swift, decisive, irrevocable. Sasuke's Sharingan had already detected Naruto's summoning, and he'd substituted himself away before impact. What surprised him was Naruto's feint. Deception born not of folly but cunning. A rare faint smile flickered across Sasuke's otherwise impassive face. The demon phantom lunged straight for the Oxhead Mech King, while Sasuke vanished, reappearing instantly at Naruto's left flank, driving a devastating kick that sent him hurtling backward, crashing hard against a massive oak, shrouding him in billowing dust. By manga logic, smoke meant survival. Naruto burst from the haze, roaring as he formed seals anew. 500 shadow clones materialized in an instant. Oh, Sasuke, I'll knock you clear off the map. Land a hit first, if you can. Against these eyes victory is impossible, Sasuke remarked coolly, his dual Tomo Sharingan tracking every motion. Sasuke struck first, plunging the demon sword into the earth, then weaving hand seals. Snake, goat, monkey, boar, tiger. Fire release, great fireball technique. He bent slightly at the waist and expelled a colossal fireball, 15 meters wide. A C-rank technique famed for minimal chakra cost, the foundational fire jutsu of the Uchiha clan. And thanks to the Tenchi long boots acquired from the blind box, chakra consumption halved. He unleashed a fireball of unprecedented scale. The great fireball detonated squarely among Naruto's clones, shattering them, instantly dissolving each into wisps of smoke. Naruto, having circled wide to flank Sasuke from behind, stood apart from the blast center. Yet the concussive shockwave still hurled him skyward. Grara! You bastard, Sasuke! As Naruto crashed down, Sasuke landed silently atop a branch behind him, the demon's sword resting coldly against his throat. Hold, Sasuke! Naruto forfeits. Kakashi and Sakura arrived just in time, Kakashi's voice cutting sharply as the blade pressed against Naruto's neck. Sasuke lowered the sword and sheathed it without a word. Naruto remained frozen. Death had brushed so near. The gulf between them yawned wider than ever. Humph. I lost, but I won't accept it. I'll take more missions, open more blind boxes, then challenge you again, Sasuke. Idiot. Sasuke rolled his eyes with weary resignation. You're the idiot, Baka. Naruto shot back incensed. All right, Naruto. I'll tend to your wounds. Sakura stepped forward. Kakashi approached Sasuke. Sasuke, you've grown formidable. Strong enough to match elite Chunin in combat. Only elite Chunin. Sasuke's fist clenched instinctively. Yes, you can best elite Chunin but not Jonin. Your battlefield experience remains insufficient. Kakashi pulled out Ika Paradise. Sensei, I'd like to register for missions at the mission assignment building tomorrow. Understood. Meet at dawn. Kakashi then turned to Naruto. How are you holding up? Completely recovered, Sensei. Thanks to Sakura's healing, and the Uzumaki lineage's vitality amplified by Kurama's chakra. Naruto was already whole again. Training ends here, for today. Let's go. I'll treat you all to yakiniku. Yay. Hehe. Idiot. Enough. Stop bickering. In the autumn dusk an abandoned shrine stood silent. The vermilion torii leaning askew against the horizon, crows slicing across leaden clouds. The setting sun hung low like faded rice paper, steeping the world in drowsy amber. Bronze bells swayed softly in the crosswind, yet emitted no sound, as if even the air itself had thickened, saturated by twilight's weight. Ginkgo leaves lay scattered across the stone steps, curled like shards of gold leaf, each catching fractured rays of the dying light. Konan, unable to travel to the hidden leaf village, due to Nagato's physical condition, disguised herself as a tourist from another nation, and journeyed to Konoha. Along the way she overheard many people discussing the artifacts they had unboxed from mystery boxes. Driven by curiosity she arrived at the blind box shop, stepped inside, and saw a young man explaining the items drawn from the boxes to a group of Konoha ninja. She felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation, for this young man had effortlessly defeated Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, overpowering even the 6 paths of pain as if they were mere playthings. Junlin had long noticed a woman resembling Konan lingering at the entrance. When she finally entered the shop he ceased paying attention to her. Alright, I've finished explaining the effects of these items. He then turned his gaze toward Konan and said, Esteemed guest, do you wish to change your fate as well? Konan gathered her courage and stepped before Junlin. Can these blind boxes really yield items that alter one's destiny, even weapons? A perceptive ninja from the crowd spoke up. Young lady, if you doubt it, ask anyone here. Which of us hasn't received 1 or 2 good items and seen our mission success rate soar? Exactly. I just finished a mission and came straight here to thank the boss. If I hadn't gotten a healing potion and a chakra recovery potion from this shop, I'd be dead, said a Chunin named Roadside A. Konan opened her mouth as if to speak but hesitated. Junlin smoothly defused the awkwardness. Perhaps you could try buying one. Konan looked at him, gratefully pulled out 100,000 ryo and handed it to him. Thank you, boss. You're welcome. No one believes at first, Junlin said with a smile as he took the money. Just press directly. Konan's heart pounded involuntarily faster. Her eyes grew determined, and without further hesitation she raised her hand and pressed down. A buzzing sound filled the air, and a brilliant orange light burst forth, illuminating her face. Oh my god! Orange light. An epic item on the first try. Who is she? Her luck is incredible. As the light faded the crowd erupted into gasps and excited murmurs. Junlin promptly introduced the item. This is the Shadow Fierce Blade, an epic grade orange weapon. Its effect: group slashing void strike, striking the enemy twice in succession, and triggering a blood weep effect that prevents healing until the target dies. With a hint of envy, Junlin continued looking at Konan. Currently there are few ninja in the ninja world who can block this blade, but even those few, as long as they can be wounded, they will die all the same. Greed flickered in the eyes of the ninja gathered there. This weapon was said to be twice as powerful as the Heaven Prayer boots that Uchiha Sasuke had unboxed. No, 10 times. Konan's eyes widened as well. She was skilled in paper techniques, but her stamina was poor. This item was a dream come true for her. Junlin smiled and handed Konan a scroll. Congratulations, this is a very rare item. Konan took it with trembling hands, her eyes brimming with surprise and gratitude. The surrounding ninja cast envious glances. Someone muttered under their breath. Such luck is unheard of. Getting such a fine item on the first try. Konan clutched the blade tightly, a warm surge flowing through her heart, as if fate had truly begun to change. Just then a root ninja silently slipped away. Junlin had long detected the root agents among the crowd, but paid them no mind. He knew that underestimating Konan, one of the founders of the Akatsuki, would cost them their lives. Junlin looked at Konan, feeling a sense of wonder. Perhaps this girl would indeed walk a different future because of this blind box. Konan took a deep breath and said to Junlin, "Boss, thank you for this opportunity. I will use it to change my fate." With that she left the blind box shop brimming with hope. Meanwhile Danzo received a report from Root. He slammed his hand on the desk. Bang! This person is definitely a spy from another village. Immediately dispatch Root operatives to capture her. Don't let her escape. Yes, Lord Danzo. A root Jonin knelt on one knee in acknowledgement, then vanished in an instant. Konan left the shop and quickly made her escape. She knew that the Umbu of Konoha were not to be underestimated. Her intelligence was likely already on the Hokage's desk. And as Konan had suspected, her information had reached the Hokage's desk the moment she entered the village, including the fact that she had unboxed an epic-grade Shadow Fierce Blade. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared grimly at the intelligence report from Umbu. He murmured to himself, "The financial director of the Akatsuki from the Rain Village. Send someone immediately to invite this financial director to the Hokage's office for a discussion on cooperation." "Remember, it's an invitation," Hiruzen said to the Umbu. "Yes, Lord Hokage." The Umbu Chunin acknowledged the order and vanished with a poof. After the Umbu Chunin left, Hiruzen spoke softly into the shadowed corner of the office. "Immediately dispatch an elite Umbu squad to intercept Danzo. If he has already sent men to seize the Shadow Fierce Blade from the Akatsuki's financial director, judge the situation and decide whether to help or block." A figure materialized from the shadows, kneeling on one knee. "Yes, clan leader." He then merged back into the darkness and vanished. This was a Jonin from the Sarutobi clan, which was why he addressed Hiruzen as clan leader rather than Hokage. Konan, along with 10 Akatsuki ninja, had already traveled 20 li outside Konoha. Her nerves remained taut, ready to deal with any pursuing Konoha Umbu. Suddenly over 30 kunai whistled through the air toward them. The Akatsuki sensor ninja shouted urgently, "Watch out for the kunai." Konan raised the Shadow Fierce Blade to block, controlling her chakra, to activate the paper dance. But she was a step too slow. The sound of kunai piercing flesh echoed as the Akatsuki ninja were struck. Screams rang out. 6 ninja fell instantly. At that moment over 30 root ninja emerged surrounding Konan and the remaining Akatsuki members. Konan observed the ninja. They didn't resemble Konoha's Umbu but rather Danzo's root organization. Though she had some knowledge of root, she didn't know them in depth. She asked, "Are you Danzo's men?" The root ninja remained silent. Konan understood they were here to seize her blade and said no more. She began searching for a breakthrough. The root ninja struck first. A flash of cold light and one root ninja darted forward like a phantom, his poisoned short blade aimed at Konan's throat. Konan's expression turned icy. She activated her paper technique instantly, her body dissolving into a flurry of paper fragments. The short blade barely grazed the paper's edge, producing a sharp sound of air being cut. "Spread out. Surround and kill," commanded a masked root leader. Over 30 root ninja fanned out in a semicircle, forming a strange formation that trapped Konan and the fallen Akatsuki ninja in the center. The air was thick with killing intent, suffocating. Konan's paper fragments swiftly reassembled. She scanned her surroundings warily, the Shadow Fierce Blade in her hand vibrating slightly, as if sensing its owner's battle spirit. "If you want the blade, show me if you're worthy," Konan said, her voice cold and commanding. As her words fell, 3 more root ninja attacked simultaneously. They moved in perfect coordination. One charged from the front to draw her attention, one circled to the left for a flanking strike, and one leaped into the air to attack from above. Konan remained calm. She swung the Shadow Fierce Blade in a graceful arc. The blade erupted with dark purple light, clashing with the weapon of the frontal attacker in a shower of dazzling sparks. Simultaneously, she sidestepped the left flanking ninja, formed paper platforms beneath her feet, and launched herself into the air to meet the airborne enemy. The two clashed fiercely midair, the sound of metal ringing across the battlefield. On the ground, the other root ninja hurled projectiles, trying to disrupt Konan's movements. Konan deftly dodged the projectiles. Suddenly, she twisted her wrist, unleashing a surge of power from the Shadow Fierce Blade that sent the airborne root ninja flying. Using the recoil, she shot toward the root leader on the ground like an arrow. The leader, seeing her ferocious charge, paled, and quickly ordered nearby ninja to block her. But Konan's assault was too fierce. The Shadow Fierce Blade seemed like a scythe of death. Wherever it passed, paper flew and root ninja were forced back. Just as Konan was about to reach the root leader, several chains burst from the ground, entangling her feet. Hidden root ninja had launched a surprise attack. Konan frowned, trying to break free, but found the chains coated with a special chakra-suppressing agent that slowed her movements. "Lady Konan!" A barely conscious Akatsuki ninja struggled to rise, and help but a root ninja stomped on his chest, pinning him down. The root leader sneered and slowly approached Konan. "Hand over the Shadow Fierce Blade and I'll grant you a quick death." His voice dripped with arrogance. Konan raised her head, her eyes devoid of fear. "Dream on." She gritted her teeth and erupted with powerful chakra, causing the surrounding paper to whirl madly into a paper tornado. Under the immense force, the chains binding her feet shattered. Konan, Shadow Fierce Blade in hand, charged once more at the root leader. Slashing Void Strike. The blade's energy shot toward the leader, seeming to tear through space itself. The leader raised a kunai to block, but the epic grade blade's power was beyond what a mere root leader could withstand. In an instant, the blade energy severed his wrist. "Ah, damn it!" As the root leader writhed in agony, the remaining root ninjas, witnessing this, lunged at Xiao Nan with even greater frenzy. They abandoned their original tactics, using their bodies solely to block Xiao Nan's attacks, trying to buy time for the root leader to escape. But unfortunately, the blood weep effect of the Shadow Blade had already been triggered. There was no saving him. Xiao Nan's gaze was icy as she swung the shadow blade with fierce vigor. Each slash was accompanied by the screams of root ninjas. After 2 strikes she ceased to pay them any heed. The blood weep effect was too overbearing. Their vitality plummeted and their lifeblood gushed out like a torrent from a broken faucet. Dark red blood droplets dripped from the serrated edge of the shadow blade, forming bizarre patterns on the ground. Xiao Nan strode over the twitching bodies, the blades flowing dark light, casting an even colder pallor across her face. Those root ninjas who had tried to block her with their bodies were now rapidly shriveling husks. From the wounds struck by the blade, blood spurted uncontrollably like fountains, even condensing into a fine mist in the air. "Don't touch the leader. Form the formation." The remaining ninja roared, and a dozen of them suddenly circled into a ring, shielding the dying leader at the center. The ninja at the formation's eye bit his fingertip, blood tracing a pattern on the ground. A scarlet chakra barrier suddenly rose, enveloping them all. But Xiao Nan did not press the attack. She flicked her fingers and paper shards slithered like serpents into the gaps of the barrier, precisely coiling around the neck of the formation's eye. With a crisp snap the barrier shattered instantly, and she stepped through the falling rain of blood into the heart of the formation. The shadow blade carved a half-moon of blood in the air. The necks of the last 3 guards split with fine slits, and warm blood spurted 3 feet high, casting an eerie rainbow in the moonlight. The root leader collapsed in a pool of blood, both hands clamped over the wound on his abdomen, from which his entrails were spilling his throat, emitting a rasping bellows like wheeze. Xiao Nan's paper tendrils wrapped around his wrists, effortlessly prying apart the bloodied hands. The tip of the shadow blade pressed against his forehead. "Danzo wants this blade for the Hokage seat. You think?" The leader coughed up frothy blood, yet a strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "The root has only this many people." Before his words faded, the sound of piercing air came from all directions. Hundreds of poisoned shuriken wrapped with explosive tags rained down like a storm. Xiao Nan's pupils contracted sharply. Paper shards swirled around her like a vortex, enveloping her. Amid the violent explosions her figure flickered in and out of the smoke. When the dust cleared, another squad of root ninjas clad in black attire emerged from the forest. The old man at the front leaned on a cane, his sleeve revealing a bandaged arm. The true mastermind behind Konoha's root, Shimura Danzo. Danzo's sinister gaze swept over the carnage, then fixed on the shadow blade in Xiao Nan's hand, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. He slowly unwound the bandage from his face, revealing his right arm covered in Sharingan eyes. The mechanical prosthetic emitted the sound of gears turning. Xiao Nan, hand over the blade. "You should know that opposing me leads to no good end." Xiao Nan snorted coldly. Paper shards swirled around her, forming a defensive barrier. "Just you and these lackeys." As she spoke, the root ninjas behind Danzo surged forward like a tide. Xiao Nan charged into the enemy ranks, wielding the shadow blade. Each swing bore the terrifying power of the blood weep effect. Any ninja grazed by the blade's aura instantly began to hemorrhage, profusely convulsing in agony and collapsing. Yet the sheer number of root ninjas was overwhelming. Their relentless assaults gradually wore Xiao Nan down. Seizing the moment, Danzo activated the Sharingan on his right arm. Several black chains imbued with a powerful suction force shot toward Xiao Nan, attempting to bind her and seize the blade. Xiao Nan spun swiftly, her paper shards transforming into sharp blades that severed the chains one by one. She knew she could not afford to drag this out. She must end it quickly. Suddenly she raised the shadow blade high above her head. The blade's glow grew ever more dazzling. Paper release dance of the Shikigami god's paper art. A torrent of paper shards poured down like a rainstorm, each imbued with potent chakra. The root ninjas were entangled by the paper, instantly sliced into fragments. But Danzo remained unruffled. The Sharingan on his right arm activated once more, casting Inoichi to turn the fatal attack into illusion. A mere parlor trick. Danzo sneered, his mechanical prosthetic opening to reveal hidden wind release shuriken. Wind release vacuum serial waves shuriken. Countless wind blades shot toward Xiao Nan, cutting through trees wherever they passed. Xiao Nan's expression turned grave. She quickly positioned the shadow blade horizontally before her. Paper release hard as rock art. Paper shards coalesced into a sturdy shield before her, barely deflecting the assault. Yet she knew that if this continued, she would eventually be worn down by Danzo. At this critical moment, the familiar summoning of the animal path of the 6 paths of pain echoed from the sky. A colossal 3-headed dog leaped down from the clouds, shielding Xiao Nan beneath it. The 3-headed dog roared skyward, its shockwave causing the ground to tremble, and the root ninjas behind Danzo to involuntarily step back. Xiao Nan used the momentum to leap onto the dog's back. The shadow blade traced an icy arc in the moonlight. "Seems you're not so impressive after all, Danzo. Humph, don't celebrate too soon." Danzo's prosthetic suddenly emitted a piercing roar. 12 Sharingan eyes simultaneously blazed with scarlet light. Izanami. Distorted chakra shrouded the battlefield like a spider's web. The 3-headed dog's movements abruptly froze. Xiao Nan felt her consciousness waver, and her body uncontrollably plummeted toward the ground. At the last moment, a crisp metallic clash echoed from the void. A purple figure flashed like a specter, catching Xiao Nan securely. It was Obito. Under his iconic spiral mask, his voice carried a hint of mockery. Sister Xiao Nan, don't go losing your life in a place like this. Obito's appearance completely derailed Danzo's plans. Danzo was about to launch a second wave of attacks when Obito formed a single hand seal. A massive Mangekyo Sharingan pattern appeared beneath his feet. Kamui spatial transfer. In a violent spatial distortion, Xiao Nan, the three-headed dog, and the dying Akatsuki ninjas vanished, leaving only the corpses and Danzo's grim countenance. The monk may run away, but the temple remains. Danzo clenched his fist, blood seeping from his mechanical prosthetic. Konoha cannot tolerate the threat of the Akatsuki, nor can it tolerate this blade that can devour tailed beasts. His gaze fixed on the horizon, a sinister smile curling his lips. Akatsuki. You think hiding in the shadows will keep you safe? Our reckoning is long overdue. On the other side, Xiao Nan slowly opened her eyes in the safe haven. Obito was toying with her shadow blade. Nice piece. But now is not the time for reminiscing. He tossed the blade back casually, his expression beneath the mask suddenly turning serious. Danzo won't let this go. And, before he could finish, familiar footsteps approached from afar. Xiao Nan, are you alright? Pain's Deva path floated in midair, his Rinnegan glowing with eerie crimson. I sensed a powerful chakra fluctuation. Was it Danzo? Xiao Nan nodded, gripping the shadow blade tightly. He set his sights on this sword. Next time we meet, I'll make him pay. Just then, urgent footsteps sounded in the distance. It was the elite Umbu squad dispatched by Hiruzen Sarutobi. As they arrived, they saw the carnage. Corpses everywhere, pools of blood, the stench assaulting their nostrils. Frowning, one of them spoke respectfully. Lord Danzo, Lord Hokage orders you to report to the Hokage building for a meeting. Danzo's face darkened. Though seething with rage, he dared not defy the Hokage's command. He coldly glanced at the elite Umbu squad and snorted. I know. Tell the Hokage I'll be there shortly. The Umbu members did not dare to linger, respectfully stepping aside. Danzo led the remaining root ninjas, striding hastily toward the Hokage building. Along the way, he pondered how to counter Hiruzen's interrogation, while planning the next move against the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, in the safe haven, Xiao Nan, and the Akatsuki members, under the arrangements of Obito and Pain's Deva path, began treating the wounded and reorganizing the group. Xiao Nan understood that the conflict with Danzo was far from over. The Akatsuki would inevitably face even fiercer retaliation from Konoha, yet her eyes were resolute, the shadow blade held tightly in her hand. She silently vowed that no matter how many hardships lay ahead, the Akatsuki would never yield. Tuanzong led the root ninja back to the root base. After taking his seat with a gloomy and ferocious expression, he slammed the table and demanded, useless. All of you are useless. Mobilizing so many people, yet you couldn't even capture 11 of them. You dragged it out until reinforcements arrived and let them be rescued. Useless. And you killed so many of our root elites. A jonin from root trembled as he replied, Leader, that blade is a demon. All the ninjas struck by that blade have lost their lives. Even a light wound bleeds uncontrollably, and medical ninjutsu is useless. They watch themselves die alive. Tuanzong suddenly stood up in disbelief. What? All dead? The initial intelligence mentioned the blood weeping effect, but he didn't take it seriously. Blood weeping? He had overestimated the epic grade. Unexpectedly, this was the so-called dripping blood. This is not dripping blood. It's like breaching a dam. Even cutting a main artery wouldn't be this fast. This blade is truly overbearing. Tuanzang's eyes were full of greed. If I can obtain this blade and use it myself, the position of Hokage will be mine sooner or later. No, I cannot give up on this blade. After sitting down again, Tuanzong ordered, Command the root intelligence agents to infiltrate the Land of Rain. I want to know everything about the Shao organization. Remember, at all costs. Yes, leader. After the root ninja withdrew, Tuanzong also prepared to go to the Hokage building. After tidying up, he brought 2 root members to the Hokage building. The 30-plus root ninja who died. Tuanzong did not arrange any condolence money. Since they were all orphans with no relatives, it was unnecessary. Even if there were relatives, would they dare to ask? Tuanzong was such a good man. Yuan Fei Risen listened to the report from his clan member. When I led the team there, the battle had already ended. I did not see Xiao Nan, the financial director of the Shao organization. I suspect Tuanzong did not capture her, but she was rescued. The scene was littered with corpse fragments and pools of blood. Yuan Fei Risen's hand, which was tapping the table, paused. Oh, they managed to escape from over 100 root ninja. Right in front of Tuanzong. There are experts in the Shao organization. They cannot be underestimated. Knock, knock, knock. Yuan Fei Risen gave a glance to Yuan Fei Lujia, who then merged into the shadows. Enter. Yuan Fei Risen said, calmly suppressing his emotions. Lord Hokage leader Tuanzong is here. Let him in. Tuanzong stood at the door, casting a meaningful glance at the clerical staff of the Hokage building before entering the office. The clerical staff member, upon being glanced at by Tuanzong, instantly felt as if bitten by a venomous snake, his body stiff and drenched in cold sweat. Yuan Fei Risen saw the staff member state, and said with a warning tone, Go and do your work. He emphasized the words, do your work, warning Tuanzong that this man worked for the Hokage. Yes, The staff member quickly exited the office and breathed a sigh of relief. So terrifying. I'm just a small fry. Tuanzong paid no attention to Yuan Fei Rizen's warning. Rizen, what did you call me for? Tuanzong entered and directly sat down in that seat. Earlier you led over 100 root ninja out of the village. What were you doing? This? I discovered a spy from another village. The spy realized he was exposed and fled, so I led the route to pursue him. Yuan Fei Rizen snorted coldly. A spy? What kind of spy requires the leader of the route to personally go and bring over 100 root ninja? I did it for the village. The spy was fleeing with Konoha's intelligence. To be safe, I brought that many people. Tuanzong said with an expression of acting for the village's sake. Tuanzong, stop beating around the bush. I called you here to tell you to abandon your actions against the Shao organization. Give up on that blade. Yuan Fei Rizen shouted at Tuanzong. Tuanzong also stood up and shouted back. Rizen, that blade is very important to our Konoha. If someone else gets it, you should know the consequences. That blood-weeping effect. This blade was born for killing. Yes, I know. But we absolutely cannot seize it by force. But you have already acted and failed to seize it. Don't you understand yet? The Shao organization is not as simple as you imagined. Yuan Fei Rizen replied. Tuanzong released a powerful pressure toward Yuan Fei Rizen. Rizen, have you grown old? You lack the spirit of your youth. Cowering like this is not the character of a Konoha Hokage. Tuanzong, I as the Hokage order you to stop immediately. No root ninja is allowed to leave the village. Yuan Fei Rizen also stood up countering with his own pressure. It was as if the young Yuan Fei Rizen had returned. Tuanzong's pressure was still somewhat inferior, and he withdrew it instantly. Humph! Tuanzong was soft all over, but his mouth was hard. Tuanzong, I am not joking. If you truly want to act, I will take back your authority. What I can give, I can also take away. Yuan Fei Rizen said with overbearing confidence. Rizen, I hope you won't regret this. Tuanzong stood up without looking back. Tuanzong, I have made myself clear. Go back immediately and revoke the order to root. Tuanzong's body stiffened and he gnashed his teeth as he said, Fine. I'll go back and order root not to go to the land of rain. Rizen, I hope you won't regret today's decision. Tuanzong, I am the Hokage. Humph. Bang. The door slammed shut. Door, I'll kill you. After Tuanzong left, Yuan Fei Rizen rubbed his temples repeatedly. This Tuanzong, since when did he start opposing me at every turn? Tuanzong burned with rage and arrived at another root base. Someone. Soon Unv Chu Zhen came before Tuanzong and knelt on one knee. Leader, go inform the intelligence department that they must secretly leave the village to investigate the land of rain. Especially when leaving the village, they must not let the Hokage's Umbu know. Understood, leader. Unv Chu Zhen bowed his head. Tuanzong was alone in the secret chamber, silent for a long time before finally speaking. Rizen, when I obtain that blade, that will be the time I ascend to the position of Hokage. A child of about 5 or 6 years old arrived at the blind box shop. This child was none other than the Hokage's grandson Yuan Fei Maiwan. Hey, are you the owner of this shop? Maiwan said with a bit of arrogance toward Junlin. Junlin looked down at the little fellow. This is the true grandson of the Hokage. Even his name contains Mai. The third Hokage is trying to establish a clan-based Hokage system. Yes, little brat, I'm the owner. Do you want to open a blind box? Junlin said somewhat helplessly. Hey, you're the little brat. I'm not a little brat. I am Yuan Fei Maiwan. My grandfather is the third Hokage. Maiwan instantly bristled upon hearing Junlin call him a little brat and immediately retorted. Junlin crouched down and placed one hand on Maiwan's head. Ha ha ha, your grandfather is the Hokage, but that doesn't change the fact that you're a little brat. Maiwan unhappily slapped away Junlin's hand. I'm not a little brat. I'm going to be Hokage in the future. I'll tell my grandfather to shut down your shop. If Xiaomei ever finds out about the term little brat, she will definitely mock him. Oh, as expected of the 7th Hokage's grandson. Quite the privileged brat, arrogant and looking down on everyone. Junlin said to Mai Maru. Has your grandfather ever told you that there are things he cannot do or people he cannot control? Mai Maru's voice deepened, his mind churned by an inner storm. No, he hasn't. Mai Maru looked up at Junlin and declared, Grandpa is the most powerful Hokage in history. There's nothing he can't do and no one he can't control. Junlin with a knowing smile replied to Mai Maru. Then if your grandfather cannot shut down my shop or control my people, what will you do? No sooner had Junlin finished speaking than Mai Maru leaped up in outrage. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Grandpa is the strongest. I'm going to become Hokage one day. Just you wait. I'll go find Grandpa right now and shut your shop down. Saying that, he turned and sprinted toward the Hokage residence without looking back. Junlin watched the boy who had been fed so much of the third Hokage's empty ideals depart. The will of fire. Your modern propaganda sounds better than that. Smooth talker but all talk and no substance. Hokage office. Grandpa. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just set down his paperwork and was about to take a drag from his pipe when he heard Mamoru's voice. No one dared to stop Mamoru from barging into the Hokage office. Just like the fourth boy, Sarutobi Hiruzen scooped the boy up and placed him on his lap. "What's wrong, my dear grandson?" "Someone bullied me," Mamoru said grievously. "Oh, someone bullied you? Was it one of those clan brats?" Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. "No, it was a young man. He runs a shop." Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows drew even tighter. "A commoner." If it were a commoner, it would be easy to deal with, yet also problematic. His reputation as a beloved Hokage among the common folk was important. He couldn't tarnish that image for his grandson Sake, yet he couldn't ignore the boy either. After a moment's thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Doesn't that commoner know you're of the Sarutobi clan? Doesn't he know you're the grandson of the third Hokage? How did he bully you?" Mamoru pondered for a long while, struggling to organize his words. "He knew. I told him, but he didn't seem to care. He wasn't afraid of Grandpa at all. He even said that Grandpa has many things he can't do and many people he can't control. He said he couldn't shut down his shop or control his people." A chilling realization struck Sarutobi Hiruzen. He thought of one person in particular, the one who runs the blind box shop. Mamoru nodded obediently. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank, because Junlin was telling the truth. There were too many things he couldn't do, especially matters involving the great clans which he simply couldn't control. He could manage the common folk, but there was only one blind box shop he couldn't touch. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile and said to Mamoru, "A commoner's livelihood. How can I simply shut it down? They need to eat. I cannot grant your wish, my dear grandson." Mamoru's eyes widened and he burst into tears. "Wah! Wah!" He jumped up and ran out shouting, "Grandpa is a bad guy." Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, raising his hand in a futile gesture. "Fine. I can't control this one. He'll stop crying eventually." Mamoru, still sobbing, made his way to Junlin's blind box shop and stood at the doorway, too upset to go inside. Junlin looked up and saw Mamoru, tears still streaking his cheeks. He waved him over. "Come here, kid." "I'm not a kid." Mamoru completely lost his composure. "Ah!" Junlin sighed, exasperated. "Enough crying. Do you have any money?" Mamoru stopped crying instantly and clutched his wallet with both hands, as if Junlin were trying to rob him. Junlin could only laugh and shake his head. 100,000 ryo per blind box. Want to buy one? What? 100,000 ryo? Mamoru leaped up again, staring at Junlin in shock. Exactly. 100,000 ryo. You can't get ripped off, you can't be scammed. If you buy it, you win big, Junlin said in the tone of a seasoned salesman. But I don't have that much money. Mamoru took out his wallet and flipped through it. How much is 100,000 ryo again? Mamoru looked up and asked. Junlin silently glanced at the boy's wallet. Damn it, the third Hokage. What a bastard. Junlin had already used his telekinesis to scan the contents over 100,000 ryo in bills. What kind of life was the fourth son, Uzumaki Naruto, living? Meanwhile, this Mamoru was the true crown prince of Konoha. At 5 years old, he carried over 100,000 ryo in his wallet. If the third isn't a bastard, then what is? You've got enough here, Junlin said, using his telekinesis to lift Mamoru's wallet into his hand, counting out exactly 100,000 ryo, then returning the wallet. Mamoru looked at the few remaining bills and coins in his wallet. Oh, so that's 100,000 ryo. Then Grandpa gave me 9 more of these. I keep them under my bed at home. Junlin was at a loss for words and skipped past that topic. He summoned a blind box forward. Do you want to buy a blind box? Mamoru, having warmed up to Junlin after their earlier exchange, no longer seemed so arrogant. What's inside these blind boxes of yours? Mamoru pointed at the blind box Junlin had summoned. And how did you make it float like that? His curiosity was overflowing. For the first question, inside the blind boxes are all sorts of items, tools, potions, weapons, and skill books. Skill books let you cast abilities without needing hand seals. For the second question, if you open enough blind boxes, you could do it too. Junlin said. Then, Junlin quickly used his telekinesis to cover Mamoru's mouth. I'll let you go, but stop asking questions. You can ask more after you open your blind box. Junlin glared at him. Mamoru quickly nodded. Junlin released his telekinetic hold, and the moment Mamoru's mouth was free again, he opened it to speak. Junlin immediately glared at him again. Mamoru forced an awkward toothy grin and nodded. Press the blind box firmly, and it will open, Junlin said once the boy seemed sufficiently obedient. Mamoru stepped up to the blind box and slapped it with his hand. A brilliant purple light erupted. Wow! Such a beautiful purple glow. How did you do that? Mamoru couldn't resist asking. Junlin smiled wryly. Trying to keep a kid quiet is truly impossible. The moment something catches his eye, it's 100 questions. You've already refined your chakra, haven't you? Of course. I'm going to become Hokage one day. How could I not have refined my chakra if I want to be Hokage? Mamoru said with a proud little smile. As he spoke, a figure darted out from the blind box. Junlin controlled it with his telekinesis, positioning it on his shoulder. It gazed at Junlin with an adorably blank expression. This companion can walk by your side for life. It will trust you unconditionally. Wow, what is this thing? It looks amazing. Maru's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed at the flame breath red dragon perched on Junlin's shoulder. Junlin scratched the dragon under its chin, and it purred contentedly curling up on his shoulder. This is a flame breath red dragon, a rare purple grade creature. It can evolve. Skill flame breath. After charging for 3 seconds it sprays fire over a wide area in front of it. Before Junlin finished speaking, the flame breath red dragon had already taken flight from his shoulder, soaring toward Maru. It circled Maru twice before landing on his head. Maru raised both hands and gently hugged the dragon. You're so amazing. We're partners now. I'm taking you to meet Grandpa, he said, eager to go see Sarutobi Hiruzen. Remember, he can grow stronger. Junlin called out. But in the next instant the boy had already bolted out of sight. Junlin looked out at the street and murmured, "The kid has no manners at all." I hadn't even finished speaking. Konohamaru barged into the Hokage's office without knocking, the flame breath red dragon following him effortlessly. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned and looked up, wondering who would be so bold as to enter without knocking. He saw Konohamaru enter with something on his head that looked like a dragon. Was it really a dragon? Grandson, what is this? Hiruzen pointed at the flame breath red dragon atop Konohamaru's head. Konohamaru grinned foolishly. Grandpa, I got this from a blind box shop. It's called the flame breath red dragon and it's my partner. Konohamaru poked the red dragon. The flame breath red dragon flew up to Hiruzen, tilted its head, looked at him with a disdainful expression, then turned and flew back to Konohamaru. A moment of silence passed. What did that mean? Hiruzen was baffled. He seemed to understand the look of contempt in the red dragon's eyes. Konohamaru, come sit, Hiruzen said, gesturing to a stool on the other side of the desk. Tell Grandpa, why did you go to open a blind box? After I left here I went back to the blind box shop. The shopkeeper was actually quite nice. He conjured a blind box and asked if I had 100,000 ryo. I was stunned. 100,000 sounded like a lot, hee. Then he took my wallet, counted out 100,000 and I opened it. Then I came straight to Grandpa, Konohamaru said, recalling the memory with a pained expression, gritting his teeth. Though some details were hazy, he could still roughly recount the events. Did the shopkeeper only mention the flame breath red dragon? Nothing else? Hiruzen pressed further. Konohamaru frowned deeply. I remember. As I ran out I think I heard something the shopkeeper said, but I didn't catch it clearly. Hiruzen was speechless, just like the shopkeeper would have been. He left before the shopkeeper could finish. Come on, Grandpa, we'll take you to the blind box shop to ask. Grandpa, I want to try the little dragon's fire breath. Fire breath. Hiruzen was puzzled. The shopkeeper said the little dragon can shoot flames from its mouth. Oh, this flame breath red dragon can actually spew fire. Hiruzen spoke. Alright, let's go. Grandpa will take you to the training ground. The grandfather and grandson arrived at an empty training ground. Konohamaru poked the red dragon, then pointed at a large boulder about 12 or 13 meters away. Little dragon, get ready for fire breath. Aim at that rock. The flame breath red dragon immediately flew up, opened its mouth, and began to gather energy. 3 seconds later a jet of flame erupted from its mouth and struck the large boulder more than 10 meters away. Boom! For a moment fragments of stone flew everywhere. Hiruzen shielded Konohamaru and kicked away the incoming rocks one by one. Ha ha ha, the little dragon is amazing. That big rock was blown to pieces in an instant. Konohamaru exclaimed excitedly to Hiruzen. Hiruzen stared in amazement as the flame breath red dragon flew around Konohamaru. He murmured, I never expected this little thing to actually have some skill. Come on, let's go find the shopkeeper now that we've seen it. Why? I want to blow up more rocks. A sharp rap landed on Konohamaru's head. Ouch! What are you doing? Konohamaru clutched his head. The flame breath red dragon opened its mouth wide and began to charge, aiming at Hiruzen. Hey, you little thing! Quite protective of its master. Hiruzen watched the flame breath red dragon with great interest. A stream of fire breath shot directly at Hiruzen. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Hiruzen evaded again and again, but he hadn't expected the flames to change direction while still in midair. Konohamaru stared in shock at the scene before him. Stop! Stop, little dragon! He's my grandfather! Konohamaru said anxiously to the red dragon. The little dragon ceased its fire breath, flew back to Konohamaru's head, and promptly lay down to sleep. It was still a baby. It had already shot 2 fire breaths after coming out. It was exhausted. Konohamaru walked up to Hiruzen. Grandpa, are you okay? I'm fine, haha. How could anything happen to Grandpa? Let's go see the shopkeeper now. Though Hiruzen was unharmed, he was a bit disheveled. He hadn't expected the red dragon's flames to curve. They arrived at the blind box shop where Junlin was chatting with the system. But to outsiders it looked like he was dozing off. Shopkeeper, wake up. Konohamaru went straight up and shook Junlin's hand. Junlin opened his eyes. It's you again, little brat. The third Hokage, how do you have time to visit my shop? Hiruzen smiled. Haha, I'm just curious about the flame breath red dragon that Konohamaru got. When I asked him about it, he knew nothing. I realized he didn't listen to you all the way through before running off to find me. So I came to you, shopkeeper. Junlin was speechless. Then I'll say it again. You already know its name, and you've probably seen its abilities, Junlin said, pointing at the red dragon's lazy, half-dead appearance. We understand. The grandfather and grandson nodded. Hiruzen asked, but why is it like this now? Junlin was speechless again. You made a newborn dragon cub fight. And against you, right? Hiruzen looked embarrassed. Haha, yes. Then it's simple. If it fought a genin, it would win easily without using much effort. Against a chunin, it's about even. The flame breath red dragon needs 3 seconds to charge, and then the chunin is 70% cooked. But against a Kaga-level powerhouse, before the fight even starts, the flame breath red dragon can sense the pressure from its enemy. That actually ignites its fighting spirit. It won't give up unless its master calls it to stop. If not called off, it will fight to the death. Hiruzen was both amused and exasperated. Just because I wrapped my grandson's head, it wants to fight me to the death. Too much, but deep down he was delighted. His grandson had hit the jackpot. This little dragon was truly loyal. Junlin could tell what Hiruzen was thinking just by looking at him. He ignored that and continued. The flame breath red dragon, though only a rare grade purple, is currently in its infancy. It also has an adult stage, epic grade orange, and a mature stage, legendary grade gold. Each stage has different power. In the adult stage, it can already fight against Kaga-level ninja in your world and even take on several at once. Beyond Kaga level, like your first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Hiruzen was stunned by what Junlin said. That the adult stage could already fight the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. If this shopkeeper, is that true? Hiruzen looked at Junlin with hopeful eyes. Of course. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen was ecstatic. Then how does it reach the adult stage? By eating meat. Various types of chakra work too. Eat. I understand eating, but chakra? Hiruzen asked, puzzled. Eating meat is slow but safe. Chakra is also a form of energy. The tailed beast balls are energy, and even the tailed beasts themselves. Hiruzen's mouth hung open, unable to speak. It can even eat a tailed beast itself. Hiruzen's mind flashed to the 9 tails inside Naruto. No, the village elders would never allow this. Even if I am the Hokage. Achoo, achoo. Inside Naruto, the 9 tails sneezed inexplicably a few times. Kurama thought, why am I sneezing? And my back feels cold? Hiruzen forcibly stopped the storm in his mind and looked at Junlin. And what about the mature stage? The mature stage, the Sage of 6 Paths, the founder of the ninja world. If one of its fire breaths could leave the Sage of 6 Paths alive, I'd call it the strongest. Hiruzen was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that the red dragon in Konohamaru's arms could be so formidable and majestic. Junlin watched the grandfather and grandson leave. Though the adult and mature stages sounded powerful, could Konoha really raise the flame breath red dragon to the mature stage? How many years would it take? 1,000? 10,000? After all, dragons have extremely long lifespans. The Rain Country. Konan returned from Konoha to the Rain Country, and recounted all that had transpired in the Hidden Leaf Village to Nagato. As she spoke, she placed the Shadow Moon blade before him. Nagato gazed upon the blade, curved like a crescent moon. Its entire body enshrouded in writhing black flame, revealing only its edge, a cold ashen-gray blade whose austerity deepened under the obsidian fire's glow as though capable of devouring all light and life. A blade born solely for slaughter. Nagato murmured softly. Konan, he continued, did our patron intend this weapon to carve peace from bloodshed? Suddenly a thought struck him. He lifted his gaze toward Konan. Our patron said nothing. But perhaps he already knows who I am. Konan recalled what Junlin had said. It must be so. Where there are shinobi, conflict is inevitable. That is precisely why he entrusted us with a blade forged only for slaughter. Nagato grasped Junlin's intent. Ah, I see now. We shall not fail him. Konan exclaimed, realization dawning upon her face. Alert all members, accelerate the collection of the tailed beasts. Let us wage war, for peace. Nagato issued the order. Yes, Konan replied, bowing slightly before lifting the Shadow Moon blade. Then dissolving into a cascade of paper and vanishing. Unbeknownst to Junlin, Nagato and Konan would interpret his gesture in such a way. Had he known, he would surely protest his innocence. For even he did not know what lay hidden within the blind box. What one received was purely a matter of fate. Elsewhere, Danzo, upon receiving intelligence from Root, learned that Konohamaru had drawn the rare tear flame-breathing Crimson Dragon, and that it had already matured into adulthood. Greed flared in Danzo's eyes. He immediately commanded his Root shinobi, bring me that dragon. Sarutobi Hiruzen will never absorb the 9 tails. But I will, and all for Konoha. Yes, replied the Root shinobi, expressionless and unwavering. Meanwhile, young Konohamaru, alone save for his dragon, trained relentlessly in the forest, forging unspoken synchrony between boy and beast. Unaware of the peril closing in, Konohamaru practiced beneath the canopy. While just 1 kilometer away, over a dozen Root operatives led by Aburame Shino encircled the area. A Chunin knelt on one knee before Shino, reporting Konohamaru's precise location. Shino turned his gaze toward Konohamaru's position. Move out. We must secure the flame-breathing Crimson Dragon per Commander Danzo's decree. This mission permits no failure. No failure permitted. In hushed unison the shinobi whispered yes, then fell into step behind Shino, silent as shadows. 3 days had passed since the dragon's emergence. Its vitality had strengthened markedly. At Hiruzen's command, Junlin and Chunin of the Sarutobi clan gathered en masse. Their chakra, steadily absorbed by the dragon, now surged with greater potency than before. Boom! A colossal oak shattered beneath a searing blast of flame. Magnificent little one. Konohamaru clapped, beaming up at the dragon. Heh! He's grown vastly stronger in just 3 days, Konohamaru said, offering a piece of venison to the flame-breathing Crimson Dragon. At that very moment, whoosh, 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 Konohamaru found himself surrounded. The dragon launched skyward, instantly wings spread, wide eyes scanning the perimeter with wary vigilance. Konohamaru pointed straight at Shino. Hey, you, who are you? What do you want here? Surrender the flame-breathing Crimson Dragon to us, Shino demanded, gesturing upward toward the hovering beast, and we shall spare your life. Never. Konohamaru leapt back, startled. Though they'd known each other barely 3 days, he already regarded the dragon as kin, as true comrade. Then we shall take it by force. Now attack. Shino raised his hand. Little one. Flame breath. Konohamaru cried out. Even before Shino's voice faded, the dragon had already begun gathering its power. A torrent of fire, larger, fiercer, more incandescent than any before, erupted from its maw. In the blink of an eye, twin flames engulfed 2 root shinobi. Ah! Stay vigilant. Shino barked, watching 2 of his men immolate instantly. Seizing initiative, he vanished in a blur, closing distance with Konohamaru and unleashing his nanotoxin insects. Konohamaru's pupils contracted sharply. The dragon's blaze still shimmered in the air. Yet Shino's silhouette had already cleaved through the heat haze like a razor-thin afterimage. The nanotoxin insects descended like a black mist reeking of cloying decay. Konohamaru's nape prickled, he rolled sideways just in time. Yet where the swarm touched earth, white fumes erupted violently. Little one. Flame breath. He gasped, scrambling upright and sealing the hand signs. The dragon wheeled midair, wings snapping open, then loosed 3 serpentine fire blasts, each trailing acrid smoke, straight at Shino. An ANBU operative sneered, fingers flying through seals. With a sharp shun, his waist-mounted scroll unfurled. Dozens of colossal hornets swarmed forth, their wing beats generating gusts powerful enough to shatter incoming wind blades. Cold sweat broke across Konohamaru's spine. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed more ANBU agents fanning out in a tightening arc. He gritted his teeth and reached for his weapon's pouch. When suddenly Shino's insects veered off course, slithering like living things across scorched earth still smoldering from the dragon's fire. The flame-breathing Crimson Dragon shrieked in panic. Its right wing seized by the swarm, purple-black traceries blooming spiderweb-like beneath its scales. Damn it! Before Konohamaru could leap to aid it, a sharp sting pierced his neck. Another ANBU operative, having closed silently, had thrown a poisoned kunai. A sickly indigo stain spread instantly across his skin. Staggering, he braced himself against a tree trunk, watching helplessly as the dragon writhed in agony overhead. Fear, raw and unprecedented, flooding his chest. Would today truly be the day they took it from him? Battling vertigo from the toxin's onset, Konohamaru bit down hard on his tongue to stay lucid. His eyes locked onto the suffering dragon, and hardened with resolve. His left hand blurred through seals. His right yanked free the kunai strapped across his back. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of Konohamarus burst into being, racing in divergent directions, fracturing roots, encirclement like glass under pressure. Meanwhile, the original dashed forward, launching leaf whirlwind, to kick aside an advancing root shinobi. Then sprinted toward the dragon. Shino's gaze sharpened. Sensing Konohamaru's intent, he summoned more nanotoxin insects, coalescing them midair into a fine lethal net. Where it passed, leaves withered and blackened instantly. Fire release, great fireball technique. Several clones roared in unison. Massive fireballs slammed into the toxin net. Explosions roaring as flame and venom fused into choking acrid smoke. Yet the root shinobi stood unmoved, disciplined, coordinated, reforming their ranks within the haze and advancing once more upon Konohamaru's true form. Just as Konohamaru neared, the dragon Shino materialized before him, now gripping a grotesque short blade, its edge shimmering with eerie cerulean poison. Brat! Cease your futile resistance. Shino's voice was ice. He lunged, blade aimed at Konohamaru's throat. At that instant, the dragon unleashed its flame breath directly at Shino. 3 root shinobi threw themselves into the path of the blast, knocked airborne, their charred bodies hurling backward and carrying Shino along with them. He stared stunned at their blackened corpses. Wiping blood from his lip, Shino's eyes burned with murderous fury. Excellent. You've succeeded in provoking me. None of you will leave this place alive. Hands weaving seals, he commanded the scattered nanotoxin insects to converge, swirling into a colossal venomous serpent, jaws gaping wide as it lunged to swallow Konohamaru and the dragon whole. Just as the maw closed, golden light tore across the battlefield like a falling star. Hiruzen's Sarutobi descended, staff of gold held aloft chakra swirling around him like storm-racked clouds. As he brought the weapon crashing down upon the serpent's head, a thunderous detonation shook the earth. The serpent disintegrated into a cloud of dispersing venom. Hiruzen landed firmly before Konohamaru, his crimson cloak billowing fiercely in the turbulent wind. Shino Hiruzen's voice rumbled like distant thunder, his weathered face half lost in shadow. Yet his eyes blazed with sovereign authority. Has Danzo truly sanctioned your assault upon Konohamaru? Shino's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected the third Hokage himself, and instinctively stepped back half a pace. My lord Hokage, I acted alone. I came solely for Konohamaru. Seizing the chaos, the flame-breathing crimson dragon swallowed an antidote pill, its purplish blotches fading rapidly. It rose again, circling above Hiruzen's tail, sweeping clean the lingering toxins from the air. Konohamaru's voice trembled with emotion. Grandfather. Hiruzen raised a hand, silencing him, then gently laid his aged palm upon the boy's shoulder before beginning the hand seals anew. Fire, release fire, dragon flame bullet. A far grander inferno erupted from Hiruzen's mouth, a blazing dragon wreathed in overwhelming chakra scorching the earth bare in its wake. Root shinobi scattered wildly. Shino clenched his jaw and summoned scores of giant toxic moths, wings beating furiously, releasing clouds of suffocating poison that blotted out the sun. But the fire dragon charged onward, unimpeded, ripping through the toxic veil. A cataclysmic explosion followed, incinerating Root's defensive line. Fall back, Shino barked, signaling retreat. The remaining Root operatives melted into the forest, vanishing like ink into water. Silence reclaimed the clearing. Konohamaru collapsed to his knees, gazing at his grandfather's weary yet unyielding back, tears welling uncontrollably in his eyes. The flame-breathing crimson dragon settled beside him with a low, resonant hum, its warm breath gently brushing his cheek, soothing the trembling heart of its shaken companion. Danzo! Murderous fury spilled from Hiruzen's soul. He could scarcely believe Danzo had sunk so low as to target his own grandson, nor could he accept Shino's claim of unilateral action. Without Danzo's explicit sanction, Shino would never have dared such a betrayal. Such conduct was unthinkable without Danzo's command. The crimson flame dragon nuzzled Konohamaru's shoulder affectionately. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, crouched down, his calloused hand gently stroking the blood-stained forehead of his grandson. Don't be afraid, Grandpa is here. He turned to the Umbu operatives waiting behind him. Take Konohamaru back to the Sarutobi clan compound. Notify the medical team to spare no effort in treating him. Make sure to check for any residual toxins. As the Umbu squad carrying Konohamaru and the Crimson Dragon vanished into the dusk, the third Hokage's expression instantly darkened. Beneath the Hokage hat, his eyes were as sharp as blades tempered in ice. Inside the Hokage's office, candlelight flickered in the night breeze. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood before the monumental stone faces of the Hokage, his gaze sweeping across the visages of his predecessors, finally resting upon his own weathered sculpture. When the Umbu reported that the advisors and Danzo had arrived, he slowly turned around. The metallic clinking of the Enma-tool pouch at his waist accompanied his movement. Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado entered side by side. Both noticed the tight line of Hiruzen's jaw and exchanged a worried glance. Danzo stepped in last, his right arm wrapped in black bandages quivering slightly. His hoarse voice carried a provocative edge. Third Hokage, summoning us so late. Has another accident befallen Konoha? Accident? Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk, sending scrolls scattering across the floor. Toryun Aburame led Root to attack Konohamaru, and you dare call that an accident? The veins bulged on his neck, and the shadows of the Hokage portraits on the wall twisted in the candlelight. He is only a 5-year-old child, and you used nanoscale poison insects. Danzo let out a cold laugh, the Sharingan beneath his bandages spinning slightly. That monster can breathe fire. Allowing it to grow will eventually threaten Konoha's safety. I was merely... Silence. Hiruzen's suddenly formed hand seals a blazing fireball erupting in his palm, instantly raising the temperature in the room. Konohamaru is not only my grandson, but also the future hope of Konoha. The monster you speak of is now fighting desperately to protect his comrades. He swung his arm violently, the fireball shattering the vase beside the window. Ceramic shards scattered at Danzo's feet. Lord Tobarama founded Root to protect the village, not for you to eliminate dissidents. Koharu tried to mediate, but Hiruzen raised his hand to stop her. The old man's gaze swept over the two advisors, his voice laced with undisguised disappointment. Did you both condone this behavior, allowing Danzo to trample Konoha's rules? Hamura opened his mouth, then sighed and lowered his head. Hiruzen, the ninja world is in turmoil now. Danzo was only trying to what? Satisfy his desire for control. Hiruzen's voice turned icy. From today onward, Root is not to act without my permission. Toryun and the others must face military discipline. His eyes locked onto Danzo. And you, Danzo, if there is a next time. Before he could finish, the wind chimes in the office suddenly rang urgently. An Umbu ninja burst through the door. Lord Hokage. Anomalous chakra fluctuations detected in Sunagakure. Danzo seized the moment to sneer. Attend to that first, third Hokage. When you finally recognize reality, we can discuss Konoha's future. Hiruzen clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Outside the window the night was deep and the distant lights of Konoha blinked in the wind. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and sat back down. What happened in Sunigakure? The Chunin exam is imminent. Today the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sunigakure suddenly went berserk. The Umbu ninja reported. Suddenly went berserk. Weren't things fine before? Why now of all times? Hiruzen frowned in confusion. Has the cause been determined? We are still investigating. It may take a while. You come to report to me without even knowing the cause. Hiruzen shot the Umbu a sharp glance. He had already had enough trouble today and now this mess. The Umbu ninja simply played dead. He was helpless too. That was all the intelligence had said. Wind Country Sunigakure Village. After sealing the one-tailed Chiyo, and her brother Ebizo stood amidst the ruins listening to the Suna Umbu's report. Lady Chiyo, Lord Ebizo, we have determined the cause. Gaara was provoked by a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds which caused him to fly into a rage and release the one-tail. Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged glances. Chiyo was puzzled. Isn't that the Akatsuki from Amigakure? Aren't they mercenaries? Ebizo's face grew grim. Someone must have hired them to come to our village trying to provoke Gaara into destroying Sunigakure. Chiyo nodded. Then who could it be? They fell silent for a moment, then looked at each other, and spoke in unison. Konohagakure of the Land of Fire. Chiyo immediately reconsidered. No, that can't be right. Konoha's Chunin exam is about to begin. They wouldn't do something like this. It would only antagonize us. Ebizo found the reasoning sound. Then who else? Could it be Kumogakure? Possibly. Kumogakure has long coveted the resources of both our village and Konoha. They might be trying to sow discord between us and Konoha, Ebizo analyzed. Chiyo frowned, her eyes filled with concern. Whether it's Kumogakure or not, we must tread carefully. The one-tail has just been sealed. The village needs time to recover. We cannot afford to be drawn into another conflict. Just then, a Suna ninja rushed over. Lady Chiyo, Konoha has sent an envoy. They wish to discuss the one-tail's rampage with us. Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged a look. It seems Konoha also takes this matter seriously. Let's see what they have to say. In the Sunigakure council chamber, the Konoha envoy explained their purpose. They hoped to investigate the truth behind the one-tail's rampage jointly with Suna. Chiyo voiced her suspicion of Kumogakure's involvement, and the Konoha envoy promised to cooperate. Both sides reached a consensus to join forces in uncovering the mastermind and prevent further deterioration of the ninja world situation. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, Black Zetsu revealed a sinister smirk of a successful scheme. In the Land of Fire, Konoha, the Hokage's office door swung open. An Umbu ninja knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage, honorable advisors, Lord Danzo, the situation has been clarified. The four exchanged glances. Hiruzen said, what is it? Speak quickly. The one-tailed Jinchuriki went berserk because he was provoked. The man in the black cloak with red clouds belongs to the Akatsuki. Chiyo and Ebizo suspect that someone hired Akatsuki to provoke Sunigakure, causing internal strife and fostering hostility toward Konoha. Hiruzen slammed the table. Impossible. Our Chunin exam is in 10 days. Why would we hire Akatsuki to provoke Sunigakure? He suddenly turned to Danzo. Danzo, was it you? Danzo was stunned. Me. He immediately retorted, not me. Hiruzen was convinced it was Danzo. If not you, then who? Hiruzen, you? Lord Hokage, Chiyo and Ebizo of Sunigakure suspect it was Kumogakure. The Umbu ninja hastily interjected as the two began to argue. Danzo glared at the Umbu. Can't you finish your damn report in one go? Hiruzen fell silent for a long time, thinking not Danzo, but Danzo must still have been involved. Just not deeply. Danzo thought, hey, you actually hit the mark. When Toryun went after Konohamaru, Yamanaka Fu sent word that Kumogakure had hired Akatsuki to stir up trouble in Sunigakure. I replied to lend a hand, but not too deeply. Hiruzen stopped brooding and said to the Umbu, since it's just speculation, go find the evidence. You may go. After the Umbu left, Hamura and Koharu exchanged a look. Hiruzen, Kumogakure wants to start a war between us and Suna. We cannot play into their hands. Hiruzen took a deep breath and said slowly, I understand. We cannot be led by Kumogakure's schemes. The Chunin exam is about to start, and our cooperation with Suna is crucial. He looked at Danzo with a stern gaze. Danzo, no matter how much you were involved in this, you are not to act without authorization from now on. Everything must be for the sake of the village. Danzo snorted coldly but nodded reluctantly. Koharu continued, our plan now is twofold: cooperate with Suna to uncover Kumogakure's crimes, and ensure the Chunin exam proceeds smoothly. Hamura nodded in agreement. Exactly. We cannot let Kumogakure disrupt the peace of the ninja world. Hiruzen stood up, hands behind his back. Then that's settled. The Umbu will continue investigating Kumogakure's movements, while strengthening security for the Chunin exam. Notify all Konoha ninja to be prepared for any emergencies. Everyone acknowledged the orders and went to arrange their respective tasks. But in the shadows Black Zetsu's silhouette silently disappeared, and an even greater conspiracy was brewing. With 3 days remaining until the Chunin exam, Junlin, after seeing off his last customer, ascended to the second floor. System, how many have been sold? 2,420. The system chimed, acknowledging that from the start of the month, the host had sold 2,420 blind boxes, earning 24 premium ones. Junlin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Most people who wanted to buy have already done so. The numbers won't be high in the coming days. System, can we discuss something? The system agreed. Junlin continued. Look, I'm stuck here selling blind boxes every day. Shouldn't you do something? Since I arrived in the ninja world, I've only been out once, and that ended with a fight that sent me running back. The world is vast and I want to see it. The system understood, suggesting he hire someone to tend the shop. Junlin grinned. Great, you're getting smarter. I'm pleased you've grown up. Junlin smiled, recalling the ancient system's previous absurd data. The system announced that 10 blind boxes could be exchanged for 1 character summon. Junlin questioned, only 1 for 10. The system chirped, 10 blind boxes for 1 summon. You won't lose out, you won't be cheated. Junlin responded with a puzzled. You're stealing my lines. Have you paid the copyright fee? Junlin exclaimed, slightly exasperated. The system replied, the host never registered the copyright. Junlin paused. But if you summon someone, they won't understand how to introduce these items. The system explained that summoned characters would receive a data panel to view names, origins, and attributes. Not bad, ancient system. Junlin cheered, feeling liberated. The system asked if he wished to exchange. Wait, system. Junlin hesitated. Are the summoned characters random? What if they're treacherous and cause trouble? He voiced his concerns. The system assured him that summoned characters would be loyal to the host, and never betray, though their personalities would remain unchanged. It added. And when did the system ever say the summons would be from outside the ninja world? Junlin realized it hadn't. Forget it. Let's exchange. The system confirmed 2 character summons had been exchanged. Junlin was taken aback. When I type this question mark, it's not me who has a problem. It's you. When did I ask for 2 exchanges? Junlin was dumbfounded. The system replied, the host said, exchange twice. Junlin offered a silent middle finger. Summon. Both. He gritted out. Suddenly a flash of light appeared, revealing 2 figures. One large, one small. The smaller figure appeared directly before Junlin, while the larger one materialized grain by grain like particles reassembling. Junlin recognized the small one instantly. Xianglin. She possessed the signature crimson hair of the Uzumaki clan, usually tied in a high ponytail, exuding efficiency and vitality. Her hair was smooth and glossy, glowing bright red under sunlight. Her eyes, the same shade of red as her hair, were clear and bright, radiating intelligence. She wore a pair of brown-rimmed glasses with narrow frames, giving her an intellectual look. Her attire consisted of a purple crop top that revealed her youthful vitality and slender waist, paired with black hot pants, black thigh-high stockings, and black ninja sandals. Due to her unique healing ability, whereby the injured could restore chakra and wounds by biting her skin, her body bore numerous teeth marks across her arms and shoulders, remnants of past treatments which had become her distinctive physical trait. Xianglin blinked in bewilderment at the young man before her. She and her teammates had been en route to Konoha when inexplicably a beam of light enveloped her and brought her to Junlin. She cautiously asked, "Are you the boss who spoke in my mind?" Junlin smiled. "Yes, I am your boss, but let's wait a moment before introductions," and pointed to the other glowing figure. Xianglin moved to Junlin's side, gazing at the figure shrouded in light. As the particles faded, a face appeared, strikingly similar to Xianglin's, about 8/10 resemblance. Mother! Mother! Xianglin dashed forward and threw herself into Uzumaki Linglin's embrace, the impact nearly toppling the older woman. "Mother, have you been resurrected?" Xianglin sobbed in Uzumaki Linglin's arms. The newcomer Xianglin's mother looked equally bewildered, but her eyes softened with tenderness upon seeing her daughter. "I don't know how I ended up here either," she said. Junlin stepped forward, explaining with a smile. "I summoned you both. From now on you'll help me run the shop." Xianglin's mother asked worriedly, "Will I have to return?" Junlin shook his head. "No need. Just take good care of my shop." Xianglin took her mother's hand. "Mom, it's okay here. It's fine." Junlin showed them around the store and taught them how to use the data panel. Xianglin and her mother quickly mastered it. Xianglin tearfully recounted the hardships she had endured over the years. Uzumaki Linglan gently stroked her daughter's head, her heart aching. "You've suffered, my child." Uzumaki Linglan led Xianglin before Junlin, and together they knelt. "Thank you, boss, for resurrecting me and reuniting me with Xianglin." Xianglin kowtowed 3 times. "Boss, thank you for bringing my mother back to life and granting me freedom. I will definitely take good care of your shop." Junlin felt a bit awkward seeing the mother and daughter prostrate before him, but he knew he deserved their gratitude. With his telekinesis, he gently lifted them both. "Rise. From now on you need not fear anyone or live under anyone's thumb. If anyone bullies you, fight back. I'll handle the consequences." Uzumaki Linglan wept with emotion, murmuring, Thank you, over and over. Alright, find a room next door and rest for now. Tomorrow morning prepare your daily necessities. At noon watch how I sell the blind boxes. After that the shop will be in your hands. Uzumaki Linglong and Junlin dried their tears and nodded. Yes, boss. They withdrew from Junlin's chamber. Junlin watched them with satisfaction, thinking he could finally set out to explore the ninja world. He stretched leisurely, planning his upcoming itinerary. Not bad, ancient system. I'm quite satisfied this time. The system expressed its pleasure. Junlin pondered. But they're both medical nin, aren't they, even if they're from the Uzumaki clan? The system explained that Uzumaki Linglong was equivalent to an elite chunin in the ninja world. Despite her Uzumaki bloodline, she had been treated merely as a blood bag in the grass country. Her skills in the Uzumaki clan's sage perception and adamantine sealing chains were not exceptionally developed, which is why she was exploited. Makes sense. But if I'm not around and someone stirs trouble, can they handle it? Junlin asked. The system assured him that within the shop both women were invincible. Outside, if danger arose, the system would promptly notify the host. So I'd be a babysitter? No way, absolutely not. Junlin glared at the uncooperative system. The system countered that for every 1,000 blind boxes sold by a shop assistant, 1 ordinary blind box would be awarded. Junlin nodded in satisfaction. Though not a premium blind box, an ordinary one was enough. Or rather, it was a tremendous gain. As dawn first broke, Uzumaki Suzuran and Karen had already risen to clean the shop. Still unfamiliar with the place, they were somewhat clumsy, and made quite a racket, which woke Junlin. Junlin opened his eyes, puzzled. After getting up and washing, he went downstairs and saw Uzumaki Suzuran wiping down tables and chairs with a cloth. Karen was sweeping the floor when she spoke up. Suzuran and little Karen, aren't you two up a bit too early? Uzumaki Suzuran and Karen stopped their work and looked toward Junlin. Suzuran smiled. Good morning, boss. Were we too noisy? I'm terribly sorry. We're still getting accustomed to things, but it won't happen again. Karen, good morning, boss. Junlin walked over to them. Morning. From now on you don't need to get up so early. It's only 5 or 6 o'clock. This blind box shop isn't a breakfast restaurant. We don't open until past 10. Uzumaki Suzuran hesitated. But boss, this. Junlin could read her thoughts. We're opening at 10 from now on. No more discussion. He waved his hand dismissively. Uzumaki Suzuran said, deeply touched, thank you, boss. She had never expected Junlin to be so easy to get along with. Junlin then recalled what the system had told him the previous night. You're all familiar with the data panel now. It's still early, so let's discuss your compensation. Uzumaki Suzuran quickly spoke up. Boss, there's no need. My life was saved by you, and Karen was able to escape the grass-hidden village because of you as well. Oh, wouldn't you like to hear what kind of compensation I have in mind? Junlin looked at Uzumaki Suzuran with a mysterious glint in his eyes. Karen, noticing the enigmatic expression on Junlin's face, dropped her broom and ran toward him. Even Uzumaki Suzuran couldn't hold her back. Boss, what is it? Karen's face was filled with eager anticipation. You work in the shop and no one dares cause trouble here, but you'll eventually need to go outside. Your physiques. Others would see them as medical treasures. Those unfamiliar with you might be fine, but the Chunin exams are in 3 days. The grass-hidden village will be participating as well, correct? Junlin found a chair and sat down, speaking leisurely. Karen nodded. She had been brought here by a pillar of light on her way to Konoha. Uzumaki Suzuran cast a worried glance at Karen before opening her mouth. So for every 1,000 blind boxes you sell, you'll receive 1 blind box. Junlin, noticing Suzuran's concerns, spoke up promptly. Although you briefly learned about blind boxes last night, let me explain in detail now. The items inside the blind boxes do not belong to the ninja world. They come from Arad, potions, weapon skills. None of it can be compared to what this world offers. Uzumaki Suzuran and Karen both looked at Junlin, their eyes brimming with shock and anticipation. Karen clenched her fists, excitement in her voice. Boss, then, I must work hard to sell 1,000 blind boxes. Uzumaki Suzuran also nodded firmly. I'll do my best too. Junlin's lips curved upward as he continued. The blind boxes may contain items that enhance your strength or potions that can heal injuries and ailments. For you, this is a tremendous opportunity. Karen's eyes sparkled as she eagerly asked, Boss, what amazing things are inside the blind boxes? Junlin smiled mysteriously. You'll have to open them yourself to find out. Each blind box holds a surprise. Junlin's mind stirred as he said to Suzuran and Karen, in the days ahead, work hard, and strive to earn your own blind boxes as soon as possible. They might prove invaluable in critical moments. Both girls nodded vigorously, and continued cleaning the shop with renewed energy, ready to face the challenges of the new day. Before they knew it, 9 o'clock arrived and Junlin opened the shop. Some ninja were already waiting outside. With the Chunin exams just 3 days away, the genin who had opened 1 or 2 blind boxes before were frantically completing missions, hoping to open another before the exams. As soon as the crowd outside saw Junlin open the door, they cheerfully greeted him. Good morning, boss. You're so early today. After Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke entered the shop, they noticed a tall and a short red-haired woman standing beside Junlin. Naruto stepped forward. Boss, is this your OL? Sakura quickly covered Naruto's mouth. Though not the brightest, she could read a situation. Their positioning didn't suggest owner and daughter. It was clearly boss and subordinate. Sakura apologized awkwardly. Naruto didn't take his medicine today. Sorry about that. Sasuke, cold and indifferent, cared only about revenge, but he still had enough sense to read the room. Meanwhile, Kakashi quietly studied Uzumaki Suzuran's hair color. Red. The Uzumaki clan. Could there still be survivors from the land of whirlpools? And working in a blind box shop in Konoha, Junlin addressed the four, pointing at Suzuran. This is Uzumaki Suzuran. Then he pointed at Karen. This is Uzumaki Karen. They're mother and daughter and they work in my shop. When I'm not around, they'll explain the names and attributes of these items to you. Naruto stopped locking eyes with Sasuke and ran straight up to Junlin, his voice trembling. She. Their name is Uzumaki. Junlin simply nodded. Naruto approached Uzumaki Suzuran, a mix of anticipation and nervousness in his voice. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. You're from the land of whirlpools. Hope shimmered in Naruto's eyes. Uzumaki Suzuran smiled and nodded. Yes, I am a member of the Uzumaki clan from the land of whirlpools. Naruto's hands clenched into fists with excitement. This is amazing. I'm Uzumaki too. I have clan members. Karen curiously regarded Naruto. You're also Uzumaki. It feels so nice to meet someone from the same clan. Sasuke snorted from the side. Tsh, don't get so worked up. It's not like you just found some long-lost relative. Kakashi stroked his chin, watching the scene with keen interest. It seems this blind box shop truly is a place full of unexpected surprises. Junlin watched it all unfold, a faint smile playing on his lips. Very well, since you're all here, let's start picking out blind boxes. Perhaps today you'll all find something valuable and shine brightly in the Chunin exams. Hearing this, everyone made their way to the blind box display area, carefully selecting their choices. The shop buzzed with lively energy, and Naruto kept glancing at Uzumaki Suzuran, a radiant smile of joy on his face. Boss, I'd like to open 2 blind boxes. Naruto Uzumaki is now eligible for C-rank missions. Lately he has thrown himself into completing tasks relentlessly. And just days ago Kakashi even accepted a B-rank mission. When asked why Naruto learned their strength, had advanced to the Chunin level, earning approval from the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Especially Sasuke Uchiha, far surpassing his canon counterpart in power. Purple and orange light flared, sequentially bathing every corner of the shop in radiant glow. Fragment of the Abyss Party invitation. Sonic Gale Blade Epic Orange. Effect generates 3 blade storms targeting random enemies. Chance to produce 5. Wahaha! An epic Sonic Gale Blade. Naruto was the first to shriek in astonishment. Karen Uzumaki and Rinrin Uzumaki exchanged stunned glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Though Junlin had explained the color tier system beforehand, neither had ever witnessed such items firsthand. Only now did they grasp how vastly underestimated these blind boxes truly were. Rinrin Uzumaki's heart swelled with hope. Selling 1,000 blind boxes would earn her another free one. Soon she'd no longer fear the grass country. Karen meanwhile gave no thought to profit. Only awe at Junlin's genius. Such weapons, he actually sells them. Naruto seized the Sonic Gale Blade and brandished it before Sasuke. Look. He waved the blade teasingly. I'll definitely defeat you. Sasuke cast him a disdainful glance and replied coldly, come back when you truly believe you can beat me. Let's head to the training ground. Right now, you jerk. Naruto snarled. At that moment, Sakura Haruno and Kakashi Hatake stepped in to intervene. Sakura cried out anxiously, Naruto, don't act rashly. If you get injured now, what about our upcoming missions? Kakashi adjusted his mask and spoke gravely, Naruto, focus your energy on strengthening your overall capabilities. Not rushing into rivalry with Sasuke. Naruto muttered sullenly, I just want to prove I can beat him. Sasuke Uchiha grew serious, his hand resting on the hilt of the Demon Slayer blade. The blade's hilt bore a single word, agreed. Just open the blind box. Let's go together. Kakashi and Sakura exchanged resigned glances. These two were born rivals, perpetually competing, stubborn as mules. Let them fight. They'd reconcile afterward as inseparable as ever. Kakashi gestured subtly toward Sakura, who instantly understood. She pulled out her wallet and approached Junlin. Boss, I'll take 3 blind boxes, then handed the money to Karen beside her. Sakura stood before the blind boxes. So far hers had yielded only healing or defensive items, no offensive tools whatsoever. On every mission she'd stood behind Naruto and Sasuke, supporting silently. Calming her breath, she opened her box. 3 violet beams scattered across the shop. Naruto broke the silence first. Junlin hadn't expected this unassuming girl to possess such extraordinary luck. Whoa! Sakura, your luck is off the charts. Naruto leapt into the air, ecstatic. Sakura watched tense yet hopeful as the contents revealed themselves. One item was a violet tier healing amplification elixir, dramatically enhancing her medical ninjutsu. The other, a fragment of the Abyss Party invitation. Junlin frowned slightly. Has the Abyss Party invitation become this easy to obtain? What's going on with the system? After selling 5,000 blind boxes, the Abyss Party invitation is guaranteed. Whether 1 or 2 fragments appear, each draw holds a chance. Junlin nodded thoughtfully. Not bad. The Abyss Party invitation is notoriously difficult to acquire. 10 fragments required to assemble the full invitation and only 10 boxes sold per month. At this rate, it'd take forever. Junlin turned toward the violet light and announced, congratulations. You've drawn a physical combat technique manual. Crushing Fist, rare violet. Effect dashes forward and delivers a straight punch imbued with invincibility frames. Ideal for breaking enemy defenses and initiating assaults. A physical combat manual, Crushing Fist, complete with invincibility frames and immense destructive power. Sakura's eyes lit up. She clutched the manual tightly, confidence surging within her. Now I have a formidable offensive technique too, she declared. Sasuke glanced at her prize and gave a slight, approving nod. Naruto scowled. Humph. I'll show you all my strength after I defeat Sasuke at the training ground. Kakashi sighed faintly. Fine. Go spar at the training ground but avoid injury. And so the three set off together. Kakashi remained behind. He too wished to try his luck. Especially intrigued by Junlin's mention of resurrection coins. He purchased 10 blind boxes and stepped before the counter, drawing a deep breath. He opened all 10 boxes at once. Blue, violet, and orange light shimmered brilliantly against the walls. 2 blue, 3 violet, 1 orange. Common materials aside, Junlin observed the 2 blue lights yield permanent minor spirit enhancement elixirs. The 3 violet ones are fragments of the Abyss Party invitation, version 2. Kakashi nodded. Spirit enhancement was vital for him. The Mangekyo Sharingan could not be deactivated, draining his stamina relentlessly. Overuse risked permanent blindness. The invitation fragments also held value. Opportunities laced with peril, usable collectively by multiple individuals. Spiritual energy elixir, rare violet. Effect increases maximum chakra capacity for 30 minutes upon consumption. Kakashi took the elixir. Precious to any shinobi, but especially to him, the copy ninja wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, perpetually exhausted. He couldn't sustain prolonged combat. Yet this elixir granted 30 full minutes. In open battle 30 minutes may seem brief, but in one-on-one duels failing to subdue an opponent within that span usually meant retreat or surrender. Technique manual evil light slash, epic orange. Effect instantly slashes forward, unleashing a colossal sword beam capable of multi-hit strikes on struck targets. Chakra can be charged for up to 8 seconds. 3 seconds yields standard damage, 8 seconds doubles it. Kakashi gazed at the manual, a flicker of delight flashing in his eyes. This manual was nothing short of a revelation. Another formidable asset in battle. He pressed the manual to his forehead and absorbed it instantly. A torrent of fierce sword energy surged outward from him, flooding the entire shop. Until Junlin raised a hand and erected an invisible barrier containing the aura solely around Kakashi. Within Kakashi's mind unfolded visions of Arad continent. A legendary figure named Emperor Tion D blind, yet peerless, wielding the evil light slash inside a dungeon known as a raid. Wherever the slash struck, foes, humanoid or monstrous, were cleaved into ash. When Kakashi returned to reality, the technique felt as though he'd mastered it over decades. Every swing instinctively channeling its devastating force. Exhaling deeply, Kakashi bowed toward Junlin, only to freeze mid-motion, held motionless by Junlin's will. This is your destiny, and your fortune. It has nothing to do with me. Kakashi nodded. All this time you've spoken of Arad continent, but I'd never seen it. Now I understand, everyone there is terrifyingly powerful. Junlin replied calmly. Arad continent boasts an extreme power gradient. Its strongest stand leagues above mortals. Its weakest couldn't even slay a chicken. Yet every day there pulses with relentless vitality. 7 million moments of intensity. Kakashi nodded again. Indeed. I saw people striving ceaselessly, each day ascending higher. Boss, I've finished opening my boxes. I'll take my leave now. Junlin chuckled wryly. I said, 7 million moments. Not hope. We're clearly on different wavelengths. He turned to Rinrin Uzumaki and Karen. How do you feel? Karen snapped back to attention and exclaimed, Boss. You're absolutely incredible. Weapons, elixirs, technique manuals. None of these exist in our world, yet they cost only 10,000 ryo. I'd work myself to the bone to afford them. Rinrin Uzumaki smiled gently at Karen and asked Junlin, Boss. 10,000 ryo, won't you lose money selling such treasures? In her view, these items were irreplaceable legacies. Yet Junlin priced them so modestly. Junlin shook his head and asked, what do you think of the shinobi world? Rinrin pondered long before replying, I've seen no beauty in this world. Only killing and being killed. Every village fights for land and profit. This world is sick, distorted beyond repair. Villages scheme against one another. The powerless cannot change fate. Too many regrets remain. And I am here to alter that. Do not mistake the protagonist for a saint. Why not give freely? Because changing destiny demands price. And if 10,000 ryo is beyond reach, then wait for death. What then is there left to change? Junlin studied Rinrin for a long while before speaking slowly. Rinrin nodded, half comprehending. Karen followed her mother's lead and nodded too. She was content. Her mother revived herself freed from the abyss, now living joyfully in this blind box shop beside her mother and Junlin. Opening boxes, smiling living. Have you grasped it now? Junlin deftly bypassed the question. Rinrin Uzumaki and Karen, yes boss. Very well. Responsibility is yours now. I'll step out for a while. Junlin rose and walked out. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura arrived at the training ground. Naruto swung the Sonic Gale blade high and shouted, Sasuke, I'll show you my true strength. Sasuke drew the Demon Slayer blade and replied coolly, then come at me. Sakura tightened her grip on the crushing fist, manual poised to strike at the perfect moment. Combat erupted instantly. Their figures blurred across the training ground, blades flashing, sparks flying, a fierce and dazzling clash unfolding beneath the open sky. Upon exiting the shop, Junlin instantly teleported to Rain Country. At that very moment, Nagato sensed that someone had intruded into the land of rain. Who dares to be so bold? Startled, Nagato quickly used the 6 paths of pain to perceive Junlin's location. Soon Tendo Pain appeared before Junlin, his eyes icy cold. As he hovered in the air, the black rods behind him exuding an eerie aura. It's you! Junlin looked up coldly and said, come down! A familiar sensation surged back. Pain's body stiffened as he recalled the previous battle. No, it was a humiliation. He descended swiftly and stood before Junlin, bowing deeply. Greetings, welcome to Rain Country. His tone was laced with servility, for he was the god of Rain Country. Now this god groveled so abjectly before another. Wouldn't the commoners of Rain Country be terrified if they witnessed this? Junlin looked down upon Tendo Pain with disdain. I don't like talking to puppets, so I'll go find your real body. With that, he vanished instantly. In the underground chamber, a figure appeared before Nagato. This? When? Nagato was shocked. He hadn't sensed any fluctuation, yet the man stood right before him. Nagato, his body riddled with tubes, gazed at Junlin quietly. Forgive me, ahem. I cannot rise to salute you. You are already terminally ill. Junlin stared at Nagato for a long moment before speaking. The leader of the Akatsuki. A flicker of complexity crossed Nagato's eyes. He knew full well his condition, but he hadn't expected the man to be so blunt. Have you come to mock me? Nagato asked, his voice husky. Junlin's lips curled into a playful smirk. I just wanted to see what kind of person the leader of the Akatsuki really is. I never imagined finding a sorry wretch tortured by illness. Nagato furrowed his brow, though frail his aura remained unbroken. Sick as I am, my eyes remain. I still have the chance to collect the tailed beasts and achieve peace. Junlin reclined in a chair conjured by his telekinesis and said, Do you truly believe those eyes are yours? Nagato's eyes widened. You said before that these eyes aren't mine. Didn't I awaken them through extreme despair and grief? And as I grew older, if they were truly yours, you wouldn't be dying from the Rinnegan. This? Impossible. Nagato was incredulous. Don't believe me. Not really. If these eyes aren't mine, how could they appear in me? Do you know the origin of the ninja world? Junlin asked instead of answering. In ancient times, the Sage of 6 Paths during the era of chaos couldn't bear the endless fighting and bloodshed among humans. He hoped to create the ninja world, spread the teachings of ninja religion, and let people understand the true meaning of chakra, thus achieving world peace and ending the war. The sage believed that humans possessed chakra, and if properly guided and regulated, conflicts arising from the abuse of power could be avoided. The establishment of the ninja world provided a system for people to learn and use ninjutsu. Nagato recited the origin of the ninja world as if reading from a textbook. Junlin found Nagato's lengthy speech amusing and chuckled. Hey, that's one way to see it. Senior. My name is Junlin. Jun as in ruling the world, Lin as in overlooking all. Never mind, just call me boss. Calling me senior makes me feel old. Junlin felt a bit off-put by the title. Ruling the world, huh? Nagato murmured to himself. Have you ever thought about the era before the Sage of 6 Paths? The era before the Sage? Nagato shook his head. No, I haven't. Forget it, I'll tell you myself. Junlin decided to stop playing guessing games and came clean. In ancient times, 2 beings named Ishiki Otsutsuki and his servant Kagaya Otsutsuki came to the ninja world to plant the divine tree. Just as the tree was about to bear fruit, Kagaya attacked Ishiki, severely wounding him and causing him to flee. Kagaya then consumed the fruit of the divine tree, gaining immense power. She used the power of the bloodstained net to pacify the chaotic world, and was revered as the Princess of the Dawn. Under the blessings and prayers of the people, she gave birth to 2 sons, the eldest Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Sage of 6 Paths, and the younger Hamura Otsutsuki. Ahem. This? Nagato was choked by his coughs and could barely speak. After calming down, he asked, Unbelievable. So there's such a history to the ninja world. Then what about my eyes? Hagoromo inherited his mother's Rinnegan. Kagaya turned humans into white Zetsu to provide chakra for the divine tree, attempting to control the world. Thus she transformed from the loving Princess of the Dawn into a greedy and arrogant tyrant, who abused her power to rule the ninja world. Hagoromo, guided by benevolence, joined forces with his brother to seal their mother. Thus ended that dark era. The 2 brothers then went their separate ways. The younger brother moved to the moon to guard the seal, and before leaving he left behind descendants, the Hyuga clan of Konoha. As for Hagoromo, he remained on Earth. He split the Ten Tails chakra using Inyang release to create the Nine-Tailed Beasts. He was the first to unravel the true nature of chakra, aiming for peace, and was revered as the Sage of Six Paths. He had two sons, Indra, who founded the Uchiha clan, and Ashura, who founded the Senju clan. The Uzumaki clan are distant relatives of Ashura. The Uchiha inherited the Sharingan, the Senju inherited physical prowess, and the Uzumaki inherited sealing techniques. Junlin had spoken more than he had since arriving in the ninja world, his throat dry. Seeing Nagato lost in thought, he addressed his system. System, give me a bottle of cola. Ding, a premium blind box. Are you kidding me? A bottle of cola costs a premium blind box. That's worse than robbery. Ding, please do not slander the system. The system is a blind box system, not a creation system. To get cola from your original world, the system needs energy. Fine, exchange it. But don't take all of them. Junlin was speechless. This system was too useless. Ding, one premium blind box deducted. Item exchanged, please note. A bottle of cola appeared in Junlin's hand. He swallowed hard. He hadn't had it in ages and craved the taste, though it was too expensive. He opened the bottle and took a sip. Ah, pure authentic. And it's ice cold. Nagato snapped back to reality, staring at the cola in Junlin's hand. He didn't know what it was, but seeing Junlin drink it he assumed it was just water. Though it looked a bit dark. So the Rinnegan is not mine. I didn't awaken it. Nagato found it hard to accept this reality. Junlin put away the cola, of course not. It was just planted in you by someone else to be reclaimed when the time is right. Nagato's eyes widened as he trembled. Who? Madara Uchiha. Nagato instantly recalled the masked man who called himself Madara Uchiha. Junlin shook his head, knowing what Nagato was thinking. Madara Uchiha is dead. The one you're thinking of is Obito Uchiha. Nagato was taken aback. Dead. And that masked man was indeed deceiving me. Damn it. Let's open the blind boxes now. That story would take a whole day to finish. Junlin was too tired to continue and told Nagato to open the boxes. Nagato nodded and told Konan to bring 1 million. Xiaonan arrived at the basement with 1 million taels of silver, and was pleasantly surprised to see Junlin, exclaiming, "Boss, why are you here? Now that there are helpers in the shop, I won't be staying inside for long periods. So I decided to look around, and my first stop was the Land of Rain." Junlin said with a gentle smile. Xiaonan nodded upon hearing this and asked, "So Nagato instructed me to bring the banknotes to buy blind boxes from you." Nagato interrupted Xiaonan, saying, "Xiaonan, give the banknotes to the boss." Junlin waved his hand, collected the banknotes, and placed 10 blind boxes before Nagato. Nagato controlled pain to approach the blind boxes and open them all. 3 beams of blue light, 2 of purple, and 1 of orange radiance illuminated the dim basement. Junlin pointed at the 3 blue beams and said, "Shining globe of the world, rare blue. Effect removes all abnormal statuses and grants immunity to all abnormal statuses for the next 10 seconds. This will allow your Rinnegan to function without irregularities. 3 bottles grant you 30 seconds during which the Rinnegan truly belongs to you." Xiaonan was puzzled about what it meant for the Rinnegan to truly belong to Nagato. Junlin noticed Xiaonan's confusion. He lightly touched her forehead with his finger, and a stream of information flowed directly into her mind. Xiaonan instantly understood why Junlin had said what he did. She looked at Nagato, who was also gazing at her. Xiaonan, perhaps peace cannot be achieved through illusionary techniques. Junlin then pointed at the 2 purple beams. These are high-grade recovery potions, purple quality. They instantly restore all injuries and chakra of the user. With these you'll have more security in battle. Nagato nodded silently, his eyes growing more resolute. Finally Junlin approached the orange glow. This is an epic tier item. The Rinnegan Power Amplifier, orange quality. It can significantly enhance the power of the Rinnegan for a short time. A flicker of surprise and hope crossed Nagato's eyes. This might be the key to changing the current situation. "Boss, can the items from these blind boxes bring us closer to peace?" Xiaonan asked softly. Junlin smiled and replied, "Tools are only aids. What truly determines the path to peace is your conviction and actions." Nagato took a deep breath and clenched his fists. "I will use this power to seek true peace." Xiaonan wiped away her tears and stood firmly by Nagato's side. Junlin stood up. "I should be leaving now. Before I go, I think you know who cannot be trusted, Nagato." Nagato pulled out the needle and Xiaonan helped him stand. "Thank you, boss, for letting me know these things." Junlin nodded and vanished instantly. Xiaonan summoned Uchiha Madara, his real body. "Nagato, you? Humph. The masked man is not Uchiha Madara at all, even though we didn't believe it before." Nagato reached up and covered his Rinnegan. It was Uchiha Madara's. "With the items opened by the boss, I will test his true strength." Under the power of the Rinnegan, the truth was about to be revealed. The sky over the Land of Rain remained overcast and fine raindrops fell like a curtain over the land. Xiaonan swiftly executed the paper secret technique, using paper as a medium to send the summoning message for Uchiha Madara far away. While waiting, Nagato returned to his room and began studying the items obtained from the blind boxes. He carefully picked up the shining globe of the world and gently shook it. The liquid inside emitted a faint glow. He knew these 3 bottles would be crucial for his upcoming battle, allowing his Rinnegan to unleash its true power. Then he took the Rinnegan power amplifier, feeling the immense energy contained within, and his fighting spirit grew stronger. A few days later, a figure in a black cloak and mask entered the basement. Although the masked man deliberately imitated Uchiha Madara's aura, Nagato's keen perception detected subtle differences. "Uchiha Madara, you've finally arrived." Nagato sat in the chair, his tone icy. The masked man let out a low chuckle. "Nagato, why have you summoned me?" Nagato slowly stood, and Xiao Nan immediately stepped forward to support him. Nagato stared at the masked man, his Rinnegan flickering with light. "Stop pretending. You are not Uchiha Madara." The masked man paused for a moment, then regained his composure. "Nagato, what nonsense are you speaking?" Nagato snorted coldly. A bottle of shining globe of the world appeared in his hand, and he drank it in one gulp. In an instant, all negative statuses were removed, and the power of the Rinnegan was fully released. "I am no longer bound. Today I will unveil your true face." Before his words faded, Nagato formed hand seals, and the 6 paths of pain appeared in every corner of the basement. The Deva path attacked first, using almighty push to draw the masked man toward him, while the rudimentary form of Chibaku Tensei began to coalesce. Seeing this, the masked man quickly used his space-time ninjutsu to evade the attack. He formed hand seals, and a massive meteor fell from the sky, hurtling toward the basement. Xiao Nan immediately used the paper technique, forming a huge barrier of countless paper pieces to withstand the meteor's impact. Nagato took the opportunity to activate the Azura path, firing powerful missiles at the masked man. The masked man used his space-time ninjutsu again, appearing behind Nagato, and thrust a kunai at his vital point. At the critical moment, Xiao Nan's paper pieces blocked the attack, transforming into sharp blades that flew toward the masked man. Forced to evade again, the masked man summoned white Zetsu clones to attack the 6 paths of pain and Xiao Nan. Chaos erupted in the basement, filled with explosions and the clash of jutsu. Nagato knew he could not delay any longer. He took out the Rinnegan power amplifier and infused it with chakra. Instantly his Rinnegan blazed with light, and a terrifying power erupted from within him. He unleashed the Super Chibaku Tensei, whose immense gravitational force pulled everything around into the sky, forming a colossal sphere. The masked man felt the overwhelming power, and a flicker of fear arose in his heart. He knew that continuing to hide would lead only to death. So he stopped pretending, removed his mask, and revealed the true face of Uchiha Obito. Surprised Nagato, Obito sneered. "But do you think this will be enough to defeat me?" Nagato looked at Obito, his eyes filled with anger and resolve. "Obito, you deceived us, twisted our ideals. Today I will avenge our fallen comrades and stop your evil." With that, Nagato directed the Super Chibaku Tensei toward Obito. Obito retaliated with the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui. The immense gravitational force of the Super Chibaku Tensei, like a black hole, devoured everything around, and Obito was forced back step by step under the overwhelming pressure. He frantically formed hand seals, trying to tear open space with Kamui to escape, but Nagato's Rinnegan had already locked onto his chakra signature. The mechanical arm of the Azura path suddenly pierced his left shoulder. The searing pain made Obito stagger, and then the Deva path's Shinra Tensei exploded, slamming him violently into the rock wall. Cough! Obito spat blood and knelt on one knee, his Mangekyo Sharingan bleeding from overuse. He looked at Nagato, who was approaching slowly, and a bitter smile tugged at his lips. "I never thought the Rinnegan in your hands would be this troublesome." Nagato did not reply. He raised his hand and gathered a Super Shinra Tensei dark purple energy spinning rapidly in his palm. "Your ambition ends here." But just as the energy was about to erupt, a pitch-black figure shot out from behind Obito. Black Zetsu's true form wrapped around Obito like asphalt, its hoarse voice echoing in the basement. "The time is not yet right, you cannot die here." In the blink of an eye, Black Zetsu dragged Obito into the ground, leaving only an eerie ripple in the air. Nagato frowned deeply, his Rinnegan fully activated, yet he could no longer detect their traces. Xiao Nan quickly floated to his side, paper pieces forming into blades at her fingertips. "They escaped. No need to chase." Nagato pressed his throbbing forehead. The effect of the Rinnegan power amplifier was about to dissipate, and fatigue surged through him like a tide. Black Zetsu's abilities are bizarre and unpredictable. A hasty pursuit would only lead us into a trap. He looked down at the broken forehead protector in his hand. Yahiko's keepsake. But this encounter has proven that he is not invincible. The basement fell into a brief silence, broken only by the sound of rain hitting the ground from the ventilation shaft. Xiao Nan's expression turned serious. Nagato Black Zetsu saving Obito means they have other plans. They won't let this go. "I know." Nagato clenched his fists, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Behind Obito lies an even greater conspiracy. Black Zetsu. The existence of that thing is too suspicious." He recalled Junlin's hint before leaving and grew even more vigilant. "We need to reorganize. Notify the Akatsuki members to closely monitor the movements of the 5 great nations, especially any intelligence related to Uchiha Madara. Xiaonan nodded and the paper pieces turned into messenger doves that flew into the rainy night. In the distance lightning split the sky illuminating the oppressive clouds over the land of rain. This brief skirmish was merely the prelude to a larger storm. The moment Obito was rescued, Nagato understood that the true war determining the fate of the shinobi world had just begun. And the blind box items in his hand would become the key to turning the tide. On the other side, Heiju brought Obito to a base in the land of grass. Heiju placed Obito onto an operating table and directed a group of white Zetsu to gather around. These white Zetsu skillfully began treating Obito's injuries. They extended their tendrils, releasing a special chakra that slowly mended the wounds on Obito's body. Obito kept his eyes tightly shut, his face pale, yet his Mangekyo Sharingan trembled faintly, as if he was pondering something. Heiju spoke gloomily from the side. Obito, you were careless this time. Nagato's strength exceeded our expectations. Obito slowly opened his eyes filled with resentment. I never expected he had those artifacts unleashing the true power of the Rinnegan. Where did he even get those things? Heiju snorted coldly. At a blind box shop in Konoha's commercial district. The white Zetsu reported it to me, but we couldn't find out who the owner is. Damn it. Obito gritted his teeth. No matter who the owner is, we must destroy that blind box shop. We cannot allow anyone else to obtain those artifacts that can unleash the Rinnegan's power. A flicker of malice flashed in Heiju's eyes. I'll arrange for the white Zetsu to handle it. But before that we need to find a way to enhance your strength for the crises that may arise. Obito clenched his fists. I will become stronger. I cannot afford to lose a second time. We must accelerate the plan. Obito sat up, stretched his body, and felt his injuries gradually healing under the white Zetsu's treatment. I will make Nagato pay for this failure. Heiju looked at Obito, a subtle cunning flashing in his eyes. Indeed, the fate of the ninja world is still in our hands. Once you recover, we'll proceed with the next step. After returning from the land of rain, Junlin had not left his shop again, so he was unaware that Nagato had already fought Obito, and even broken through Kamui. Had he known, he would surely have praised Nagato for immediately picking a fight with Uchiha Obito after acquiring the Rinnegan amplifier. Meanwhile, the Chunin exams had arrived. The atmosphere before Konoha's main gate had become unusual. The gate guards wore stern expressions, warily scrutinizing every person entering the village. A large number of unfamiliar ninjas representing different villages. Sunagakure Kusagakure. These were all genin and their team leaders participating in the joint Chunin exams. On Konoha's street, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, yet it could not dispel the tension hanging in the air. Kankuro stroked the crow puppet on his shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the exam rules posted on the street. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Konoha is quite vigilant. They even used sealing techniques on the notices. Temari swung her hair, tapping her brother's shoulder with her fan. After all, it's the strongest ninja village. Her eyes inadvertently fell on the ANBU patrolling in the distance. Beneath those masks bearing the leaf symbol lurked sharper gazes than usual. Gaara, walking at the front, suddenly stopped. The love character on his forehead gleamed dark red in the sunlight. He stared at a cage of sand crabs a street vendor was fiddling with. The chakra of Shikaku, the one tail, stirred faintly within him. A Konoha genin hurried past, clutching a scroll, and accidentally knocked over the crab cage. The crabs scuttled toward Gaara with claws raised. In an instant the air seemed to freeze. The vendor watched in horror as the crabs were instantly shredded by invisible sand blades. Gaara's scarlet eyes slowly turned toward the trembling Konoha ninja. Annoying. Sorry. I'll clean it up right away. The Konoha genin knelt pale-faced, gathering the debris. Pedestrians stepped aside, but no one dared utter a word of complaint. Kankuro clicked his tongue. The crow puppet let out a piercing screech. Brother, don't cause trouble before the exam. Just then a commotion arose in the distance. Several ninjas from Odogakure surrounded a young man wearing a snake-shaped headband. The curse mark on his neck was faintly visible. As his gaze swept over Gaara, a provocative smile tugged at his lips. Temari's fan snapped open with a shink, but Gaara raised his hand to stop her. There, deliberately provoking us, Temari whispered. Gaara's sand surged silently beneath his feet, then gradually subsided. We'll settle it in the exam. A pale, sinister face appeared in the alley of the blind box shop in the commercial district. Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, was listening to Kabuto Yakushi's report. Kabuto, what's the situation with the blind box shop? Orochimaru's voice was cold. Kabuto replied respectfully. The owner's identity is a mystery. The White Zetsu's investigation yielded nothing. But there is indeed something strange. The items from that shop are things never seen before in the ninja world. Not just items, but also ninjutsu that require no hand seals. From what I heard, they aren't ninjutsu but skills. And all kinds of miraculous artifacts. Most importantly, the owner said you can even get a resurrection coin that brings people back to life. True resurrection. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister smile as he looked at the shop sign. Arad Continent, a place outside the ninja world. His eyes gleamed with greed mixed with a trace of complexity. His disciple Nawaki had died before his eyes, and he had been powerless to save him. Something that can bring the dead back to life. Let's go meet this owner. To others he appeared as the fourth Kazekage, but hidden in the shadows lay a venomous snake. Orochimaru stepped into the blind box shop. Uzumaki Swearin had been busy in the shop for days, and was already familiar with the routine. As Orochimaru entered though, he didn't look around. She could still feel his eyes scanning the shop. She stepped forward and asked, "Hello, is this your first time at the blind box shop?" Orochimaru instinctively stepped back, then remembered he was the fourth Kazekage. Imitating Raza's hoarse voice he said, "Hello, yes. I'm from another village. I heard there's a miraculous shop here, so I came to have a look." Junlin had already spotted the disguised Orochimaru. He walked over and patted Swearin on the shoulder. "Let me handle this. You attend to the other customers." After Swearin left, Junlin looked at the Kazekage, who was destined to die soon, hiding a snake ant within. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Customer, I'd like to serve you personally. You don't mind, do you?" Orochimaru looked at the young man speaking to him. He sensed an abyssal aura, yet a moment later it seemed as ordinary as a commoner. Cautious, he smiled. "Of course not. It's an honor to be served by the owner himself. You are the fourth Kazekage, aren't you?" Orochimaru's heart jolted. How did he know? He had visited the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi upon arriving in Konoha and had kept a low profile. Not many knew his identity. He probed, "Oh, you know who I am. Did the third Hokage tell you?" Junlin shook his head. "I guessed." Junlin smiled faintly. "Fourth Kazekage Raza, your physique, demeanor, and some subtle habitual movements betray your identity. But I'm more curious what brings you to my humble blind box shop." Orochimaru was inwardly startled by Junlin's keen observation, but maintained the Kazekage's composure. "I heard your shop can produce miraculous items. Naturally, I wanted to see for myself. Perhaps it could benefit Tsunegakure." Junlin's lips curved. "In that case, why not try your luck? However, what comes out of these blind boxes depends entirely on luck. I can't guarantee you'll be satisfied." Orochimaru's eyes flickered. He took out a bag of money. "I'll take 10. He opened the first blind box. A blue light flashed. Orochimaru picked up the floating vial and examined it. "Owner, what is this?" "This is very useful for you. It's a high-grade life potion that replenishes a small amount of vitality." Junlin's gaze was meaningful as he looked at the fourth Kazekage. Feeling the intensity of Junlin's stare, Orochimaru realized his identity was known. The pressure mounted. If exposed, the entire plan would fail. He pretended to remain calm, handing the potion to Kabuto to store. Then he opened the next blind box. Blue light potion. Blue light potion. He opened 9 boxes in a row. All blue light potions. Junlin could barely suppress his laughter. How depleted was Orochimaru's vitality? 9 of the same. Orochimaru was speechless. Though he lacked vitality, did he have to get the exact same thing every time? Resigned, he slapped open the last blind box. Orochimaru, expecting another disappointment, saw an orange light burst forth. His eyes widened. Mystic Art Scroll, Divine Protection. Epic Grade Orange. Effect upon activation grants the user an invincible defense state for 3 seconds. Note: bad news. It's an epic item. Only lasts 3 seconds. Good news. It can block any attack during those 3 seconds. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Though short-lived, this invincible defense could save his life in a critical moment. He suppressed his excitement. "Owner, how do I use this scroll?" "Just tear the scroll apart to learn it." Orochimaru frowned. "Just tear it." "What? Don't trust me." "Of course I trust you, owner." With that, Orochimaru tore the scroll. A brilliant light enveloped him, and the knowledge and usage of divine protection flooded into his mind. He felt the power and rejoiced inwardly. Just then, a group of white Zetsu burst into the shop. They were sent by Heiju to destroy the blind box shop. The white Zetsu began wreaking havoc and attacking Junlin and the others. Orochimaru snorted coldly and instantly activated divine protection. A golden shield tightly enveloped him. No matter how the white Zetsu attacked, they could not harm him in the slightest. After 3 seconds, Orochimaru seized the moment, unleashing a jutsu that drove the white Zetsu back. Junlin watched, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This Orochimaru certainly knew how to use his newly acquired art. Kabuto guarded Orochimaru, staying alert to their surroundings. The white Zetsu, seeing the situation turn against them, fled in all directions. Orochimaru straightened his clothes and looked at Junlin, a newfound respect in his eyes. "Owner, this shop is truly miraculous. I will return another day." With that, he left with Kabuto. The ANBU of Konoha arrived belatedly, much like the police in a movie, who show up right after the incident is over. An ANBU operative wearing a white wolf mask appeared before Junlin, apologizing to him with a tone of regret. "I'm terribly sorry for being late. Due to the Chunin exams, the ANBU have been occupied with other matters, and we're a bit short-handed." "It's fine. The fourth Kazekage has already handled it. Although it's because of the Chunin exams, I still hope there won't be a next time. Otherwise, I'll start to doubt whether Konoha village is suitable for my shop." For the first time since arriving in the ninja world, Junlin felt anger. He had been assured that the shop was absolutely safe, yet a few white Zetsu had managed to disgust him. Though he could crush them with a single slap, the sheer annoyance was unbearable. The ANBU operative with the white wolf mask was Yuzuki Yugao. Beneath the mask, beads of sweat were forming on her forehead. She had never imagined that the matter entrusted to her by the third Hokage would go so wrong. She quickly bowed and apologized. "I'm very sorry, boss. Please give the ANBU a chance and give Konoha a chance as well. I will immediately report to the Hokage-sama and request 2 ANBU squads. One in plain sight and one in the shadows. And we will investigate the origins of these individuals." "Enough. First send those ANBU away. They're blocking the path and scaring off customers. As for those people, don't bother investigating, I'll handle it," Junlin said calmly. Yuzuki Yugao hesitated for a moment but nodded. "Yes, boss." She then swiftly arranged for the ANBU to withdraw, and the street gradually returned to its usual bustle. However, she still felt a lingering worry, wondering how Junlin would deal with the attackers. As Junlin watched the ANBU depart, he too was contemplating his next move. He knew that behind those white Zetsu was Black Zetsu pulling the strings. This matter couldn't be let go so easily. But he had no idea where Black Zetsu was hiding, or from now on whenever he encountered Black Zetsu, he would annihilate him. That night, under the frosty moonlight, Junlin quietly left the shop. His eyes were cold and resolute, his target clear. The white Zetsu lurking in the shadows of Konoha. With his keen perception, Junlin quickly located one of the white Zetsu's hiding spots. It was a cave tens of meters underground filled with a decaying foul atmosphere. Junlin landed softly, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. He saw several white Zetsu gathered together, seemingly discussing something. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he walked slowly toward them. The white Zetsu sensed the anomaly and looked up. When they saw Junlin, their bodies instantly tensed. "How did you find this place?" one of them shrieked in terror. Junlin did not answer. He simply raised a hand and released a powerful telekinetic force, instantly enveloping the surrounding white Zetsu. The white Zetsu struggled, desperately letting out piercing screams, but against Junlin's overwhelming power their resistance was pitifully insignificant. "You mongrel, where is Black Zetsu?" Junlin said expressionlessly. "Hehe, do you even know what defecation means?" One white Zetsu managed to sneer while under the pressure. Junlin's face turned cold. "It seems I'll get nothing out of you." With a clench of his hand, the immense pressure instantly crushed the white Zetsu. Bang! Powder drifted through the air. Several white Zetsu had been reduced to dust. Whether they would infect the air was unknown, but their essence seemed to be a fusion of chakra and plant matter. Probably not infectious. Within a quarter of an hour, all the white Zetsu hiding in Konoha were crushed by Junlin. These creatures had poor intelligence, so he knew he couldn't get any information from them. Better to just kill them all. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk listening to Yuzuki Yugao's report. His brows were furrowed. "This is our negligence. We must make amends to Boss Junlin." He pondered for a moment. "You will arrange for the ANBU to strengthen patrols around the shop, and also gather intelligence on those creatures." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Yuzuki Yugao accepted the order and prepared to leave. Just then an ANBU rushed in urgently and knelt on one knee. "Hokage-sama, we just received a report. There seems to be unusual activity several tens of meters underground, suspected to be related to the disturbance at the blind box shop earlier today." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. "It seems there's more to this than meets the eye. Boss Junlin said he would handle it, but Konoha cannot remain idle. Yugao, go and communicate with Boss Junlin to see if we can collaborate in investigating this matter. I'll dispatch others to scout the underground." Yuzuki Yugao accepted the order once more. She knew that the ANBU had disappointed Junlin, but she understood that Konoha could not afford to disappoint him again. Meanwhile, after eliminating the white Zetsu, Junlin had returned to his bedroom and was already plotting how to root out the mastermind behind the scenes. This time Yuzuki Yugao did not wear the white wolf mask. She came to the blind box shop with her real face, but upon arrival, she found the shop already closed. Left with no choice, she could only knock on the door. Uzumaki Linglong and Xianglin were about to go upstairs to rest when they heard the knock. Opening the door, they saw a woman they had never met before. Yuzuki Yugao, dressed in ANBU attire, black tights, accentuating her figure, a black coat, black pants, ninja boots, a red ANBU insignia on her right arm, and her purple hair flowing. Uzumaki Linglong had seen the ANBU uniforms during the day, so she politely asked, "Excuse me, are you here to open a blind box?" "Not now though. We've closed for the day. If you want to open a box, please come back tomorrow earlier." During the day, Yuzuki Yugao had not noticed Uzumaki Linglong or Xianglin. She had only spoken to Junlin and then left. "Hello, are you the shop assistants?" "Yes, pretty lady. You're really beautiful. My mom and I came to the blind box shop just a few days ago," Xianglin said playfully. "Sorry, my daughter is a bit cheeky, but you really are quite pretty." Uzumaki Linglong shot a glare at Xianglin and then apologized to Yuzuki Yugao. Yuzuki Yugao's face flushed slightly at their compliments. "And no, I'm not here to open a blind box. I'm looking for the boss. Just now the ANBU received intelligence regarding the people who caused trouble here today. Since the boss said he would handle it himself, the Hokage-sama sent me to ask if he needs any assistance." Junlin, who had already heard the knocking from upstairs, came out and stood by the railing. After listening to Yuzuki Yugao's words, he spoke. If you're talking about what happened several tens of meters under Konoha, then no need. That was my doing. I crushed those disgusting things. Junlin's sudden voice startled the three women. Xianglin patted her small chest. Boss, why do you walk so silently? You scared me. Uzumaki Linglong immediately covered Xianglin's mouth. Don't disturb the boss when he's discussing serious matters. Junlin smiled at Uzumaki Linglong. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Yuzuki Yugao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly regained her composure and said respectfully, I see. With your skills, boss, those creatures are naturally no match. However, the Hokage-sama still hopes to join forces with you to investigate the mastermind, as this might be part of a larger conspiracy. Junlin crossed his arms and thought for a moment. Alright, I want to get to the bottom of this too. But I have a condition from now on: the ANBU must follow my orders. No more letting me down at critical moments. Yuzuki Yugao quickly nodded. Rest assured, boss. I will convey this to the Hokage-sama and I believe he will agree. Junlin nodded. Good. Then if there's any new information, contact me directly. Uzumaki Linglong and Xianglin, listening nearby, were completely bewildered, but understood that the situation was serious. Having received his answer, Yuzuki Yugao bowed again. Then I will return to report to the Hokage-sama. I will inform you of any new developments immediately. With that, she prepared to leave the blind box shop. What? Not opening a few blind boxes before leaving? Junlin said. Yuzuki Yugogo paused, turning around with a trace of longing in her eyes. May I? Of course, my shop, my rules. Junlin walked down the stairs, meeting Yuzuki Yugogo's gaze. In the original story, Yuzuki Yugogo did not have many standout moments, though she was quite beautiful. In Shippuden, there was no Moonlight Hayate, her boyfriend who had apparently been killed by Baki not long ago. How many do you want? 10 blind boxes, but I didn't bring any silver notes. Yuzuki Yugogo said somewhat sheepishly. These past few days, due to her boyfriend's death and constant missions, she hadn't even returned home. As long as you agree, I'll take the silver notes myself. 10 blind boxes, 1 million. Junlin said to the system. Hurry up and get the money. He snapped his fingers and the million silver notes from Yuzuki Yugogo's home instantly appeared before her. Here's the million from your home already retrieved for you. And these are your 10 blind boxes. Yuzuki Yugogo, along with Uzumaki Karen, was stunned. A single snap of the fingers had brought the silver notes from her home. Wow, boss, how did you do that? Can I learn it? Can you teach me? Karen widened her eyes, clapping her hands. You can do it now too. Just silently recite your data panel. When a customer doesn't have enough money, ask if they agree, and then you can retrieve the funds. But not exceeding the cost of the blind box itself. Junlin had already explained this to the system, making it more convenient. Uzumaki Karen both silently recited their data panels and checked. At the bottom of the panel, there was a button labeled, Retrieve. When using it, one just needed to look at the customer to confirm agreement and no name was required. This makes it so much easier. Uzumaki Karen said happily. Although Yuzuki Yugogo didn't understand what Junlin meant by data panel, she felt it must be very impressive. Then I'll start opening the blind boxes. Yuzuki Yugogo took a deep breath and slowly opened one box after another. A flash of light revealed a skill book. Her eyes widened instantly with surprise and delight. Boss, what is this? It looks amazing. Junlin smiled and explained. This is the skill book. Rising Dragon / Rare Purple. Effect upon release, it will dash forward a certain distance. If there is an enemy, it will strike and knock them into the air. A skill with both charge and airborne effects. Learning it will greatly enhance your swordsmanship. Yuzuki Yugogo's cheeks flushed with excitement. She never expected to obtain such a precious item from the very first blind box. The second blind box revealed the Jade Soul Blade of Dread Epic Orange. Effect: this blade, commonly known as the critical damage blade, grants bonus critical damage on every attack. The moment Yuzuki Yugogo's fingertips touched the guard, cold seeped into her veins through the grain of her palm. This blade was far lighter than she had imagined, its thin body like a piece of quenched moonlight. As Yuzuki Yugogo gripped the wrapped handle, her fingertips traced the incised demonic patterns on the scabbard. Though forged from dark iron, it radiated a chill that seemed to drain her body heat. Yuzuki Yugogo savored the feel of the weapon in her hand. This blade could truly skyrocket her power. She then continued opening the remaining boxes, obtaining some useless materials and potions. After opening all 10 blind boxes, Yuzuki Yugogo had gained a great deal and felt deeply grateful to Junlin. Boss, thank you so much. These items are incredibly helpful to me. Junlin waved his hand. No need to be polite. Just cooperate with me in the future to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. Yuzuki Yugogo nodded solemnly. Rest assured, boss. I will give my all. With that, she left the blind box shop, her heart full of satisfaction, eager to report to the Hokage. Karen watched Yuzuki Yugogo leave with envy. Junlin chuckled lightly. We've sold over 2,000 in these past few days, right? Yes, boss, Karen replied, snapping back to attention and nodding. That means you two each have one blind box. Why not open them? Uzumaki Karen and Karen shook their heads in unison. We want to save up for 10 blind boxes before opening them. Then our chances of getting something good will be higher. Alright, do as you wish. Get some rest early. I'm heading upstairs. He turned and went back to the second floor. Uzumaki Karen and Karen exchanged glances, and also returned to the second floor to rest. Meanwhile, Yuzuki Yugogo arrived once more at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was low. So aside from the Hyuga clan, the underground caverns dozens of meters deep in the forest behind the Ninja Academy, and the other major clans, all of that was done by one person, the blind box shop owner. Yes, Lord Hokage. The blind box shop owner claims it was all his doing. Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped his pipe and took a heavy drag, his voice hoarse. Truly terrifying perception. And his strength, his speed. Some of those caverns have existed for many years, yet the Umbu never discovered them, and not a single person in those major clans noticed. Humph. Immediately seal this information. With the joint Chunin exams underway, I do not want word of these caverns to reach the other hidden villages. Yes, Lord Hokage. After Yuzuki Yugogo left and Umbu entered. Lord Hokage, the heads of the major clans have arrived. Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand holding the pipe paused. They were all anxious. Having lived above underground dwellings for years without detection, and the blind box shop owner massacring so many beneath their own homes without anyone noticing. Of course they would be sweating. Let them all in. The leaders of the Inoshikacho clans, the Inazuka clan, the Aburame clan, the Shimura clan, the Hyuga clan. All came. Danzo and the two advisors as well. Lord Third. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand. Find a seat, everyone. It's late. Hiruzen. What are the Umbu doing? How could multiple underground passages go undetected all this time? I suspect there is a traitor in the village. Danzo sat down and immediately questioned the Umbu. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. This is not the time to assign blame. The priority is to investigate these inhuman creatures. The Inazuka clan head spoke. Lord Third, should we make contact with the owner? Perhaps he knows something about those creatures. Hayashi Hyuga nodded in agreement. Indeed, these caverns have existed for so long without discovery, and these grotesque beings are unlike anything we've ever seen. Danzo snorted coldly. Humph, who knows what his motives are? So many incidents have occurred since his arrival. It could all be a self-staged act. I say we should immediately arrest him for interrogation. The two advisors exchanged glances and one said, Danzo, we must act with caution. That owner managed to accomplish so much right under our noses. His methods are clearly extraordinary. Mishandling this could bring disaster upon the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples. Everyone calm down. Let's first complete the Chunin exams. We'll postpone this matter. In the meantime, each clan should strengthen internal security, and the Umbu will increase patrols around the village. Everyone accepted the orders and returned to their clans to make arrangements. Danzo, Koharu, Udatane, and Hamura Mitokado remained behind. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep drag from his pipe, then slowly exhaled the smoke. He tapped the ash, gently letting it fall to the floor. His gaze fixed firmly on Danzo, his expression turning grave. Danzo, the moment you opened your mouth you accused the village of having a traitor. Do you realize the consequences of such words? Danzo met Hiruzen's gaze without flinching, his voice equally stern. What consequences? Without a traitor, how could those abominations have infiltrated? And how could they have remained hidden in Konoha for so many years without detection? And the barrier? How did they breach it so easily? Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent. He found Danzo's reasoning somewhat plausible, but it should not have been voiced aloud. Otherwise the clan heads would be dissatisfied with him as Hokage. But you cannot say such things in front of them. It makes them think we cannot even manage the village's internal affairs. Hamura Mitokado also chimed in. Danzo the Third is right. In this sensitive period we must be mindful of appearances. Danzo, however, was unconvinced. I'm only stating the facts. Are we supposed to ignore the traitor just to save face? Koharu Udatane frowned. We must investigate, but not recklessly. The Chunin exams are imminent. We cannot let this affect the exams, nor can we allow other hidden villages to sense our internal problems. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Koharu speaks sense. Danzo, leave this matter to the Umbu for discreet investigation. Do not spread it further. Though displeased, Danzo did not argue further. Fine. Let the Umbu handle it, but I hope for results soon. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. I will urge the Umbu. Everyone return and make preparations. Do not let anything disrupt the Chunin exams. With that, the discussion on the village's hidden dangers temporarily concluded. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the examination hall for the Chunin exams, the corridor led to a room already crowded with genin from various villages. The air was thick with tension, vigilance, and a faint, almost imperceptible trace of killing intent. The figure of Yakushi Kabuto weaved through the 9 rising stars of Konoha, sharing intelligence about the other villages. In an instant, the examination hall erupted into a clamor. Eyes darted among the candidates, silently assessing the strength of their opponents. Just then, the chief examiner Marino Ibiki strode into the hall with a steady gait. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd, and the room fell silent instantly. The exam will begin shortly. The rules are as follows. Hayate Gecko succinctly explained the regulations. It was a written test, and any act of cheating would result in immediate disqualification. At these words, murmurs broke out in the hall. Many genin wore worried expressions. Naruto scratched his head and muttered, "A written test? This is going to be tough." Sasuke, on the other hand, remained calm, his gaze fixed ahead. Sakura clenched her fists nervously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The bell for the exam rang, and everyone took their seats to begin answering. However, it soon became apparent that the questions were extremely difficult. Some began to stir, contemplating cheating. At that moment, Marino Ibiki spoke coldly, "Anyone caught cheating will be severely punished." The atmosphere in the hall grew even more tense. A war without smoke had officially begun. The classroom fell into absolute silence, leaving only the rustling of pens against paper, like countless ants gnawing at the nerves of the examinees. Uzumaki Naruto stared at the incomprehensible questions on the test paper, his eyes wide as saucers. He muttered incessantly, "What kind of demon questions are these? I can't understand a thing." He scratched his head in frustration, dense beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the test paper of the examinee next to him. Just as he leaned in to peek, he felt an icy glare directed at him, scaring him into shrinking back. Meanwhile, Niji, seated not far away, was answering the questions methodically. His brows were slightly furrowed, indicating that the questions were also challenging, but with his intelligence and composure he managed to handle them with ease. Lee, on the other hand, was not so fortunate. He stared at the characters on the paper, as if they were alien script, so distressed that tears nearly streamed down his face. While everyone was fretting over the questions, Shikamaru in the corner looked utterly relaxed. He rested his hands behind his head and closed his eyes in contemplation, as if he had already seen through the true nature of this exam. Time ticked by, and the tension in the hall became increasingly oppressive. Some examinees began to fidget restlessly, and many had already started to cheat furtively under the desks. From the podium, Marino Ibiki observed everything. This exam was not about answering questions. It was about understanding the importance of intelligence as a shinobi, and not being caught by the examiners. Marino Ibiki's eyes turned cold as he addressed a genin, first row, fifth from the last on the right side. "This examinee may leave." Cheating so blatantly as if the examiner doesn't exist. The rustling sounds in the hall suddenly ceased. Everyone stared at the genin, whose face flushed crimson on the verge of tears, drenched in sweat. He lowered his head and slunk out of the examination hall. This scene sent a chill through the hearts of other examinees who had been tempted to cheat. Their incipient movements ceased. However, some were still unwilling to give up and continued to secretly seek opportunities to cheat. Naruto looked at those around him, growing anxious. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. He stealthily performed the shadow clone technique, sending a clone to observe the answers of the examinee beside him. Just as the clone was about to succeed, Marino Ibiki dashed forward in a single bound and kicked the clone away. "Humph, don't think you can fool me with such petty tricks." Shikamaru watched the scene and shook his head helplessly, muttering, "What a bother." He continued to ponder the method of solving the problem when suddenly a glimmer flashed in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. By now more than half of the exam time had passed. An increasing number of examinees chose to give up under the pressure, and the number of people in the hall gradually dwindled. An hour had passed. Marino Ibiki nodded with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, but his face remained stern as he said, "Time's up. Everyone can stop writing. Those who haven't finished leave." As Ibiki's words fell, the sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the hall. 3 or 4 pale-faced genin knocked over their stools as they stood up, but they hurried away without even bothering to write them. The empty seats, like pulled teeth, left awkward gaps in the orderly examination hall. "Now I declare." Ibiki's scar-covered hand slammed heavily onto the podium, causing the uncollected test papers to rustle. "All answers to this exam are invalid." The hall erupted into uproar. Naruto leaped straight up from his chair. "Huh. So we wrote all that for nothing." Sasuke's fingers whitened as he clenched them, while Sakura clutched the crumpled test paper, speechless. Only Shikamaru lazily leaned back, a knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The real test of this exam, Ibiki tore open the bandage around his collar, revealing a hideous stitched wound, was to obtain the intelligence you needed under conditions of absolute secrecy. And every single move you just made was the answer. He suddenly flung several kunai, precisely nailing the desks of examinees who had attempted to cheat. "Those who try to bluff their way through are not worthy of being shinobi." Gaara's sand suddenly surged violently, and strange patterns appeared on his gourd. "So what is the standard for passing?" "Simple." Ibiki raised his hand in a gesture, and the wall burst open, revealing a passage lined with 12 bronze gongs hanging from the ceiling. "Take any one of the bronze gongs without being caught by the ANBU. Remember?" His gaze swept over the tense faces of the crowd. "Once the gong sounds, your position will be exposed." The examination hall instantly fell into dead silence. Just then Shino Aburame's collar suddenly bulged, and thousands of parasitic insects buzzed as they surged toward the nearest bronze gong. "Truly a genius at manipulating insects." Ibiki sneered. In the shadows, an ANBU member immediately formed hand seals, and thorny vines sprang from the ground entangling Shino's ankles. Naruto shouted, "Shadow clone technique!" 5 figures simultaneously dashed toward different directions, but the moment they touched the bronze gong chains shot from nowhere binding them like dumplings. Shikamaru, on the other hand, was unhurriedly dismantling the wall mechanism. Rather than brute force, it's better to first crack this. As gong sounds exploded one after another, the examination hall gradually turned into a battlefield. Tamari's giant fan whipped up a gale forcing back the ANBU members and Niji activated his Byakugan seeking shortcuts through the intricate passages, while Sasuke's Sharingan spun at high speed, precisely predicting the enemy's attack trajectories. Time's up! Ibiki's roar overpowered the clamor of the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, only half of the examinees stood in place with intact bronze gongs, all bearing injuries of varying degrees. He picked up a blood-stained bronze gong, revealing the first smile of the night. Those who passed prepare for the next round. The Forest of Death. The examination hall, still shrouded in lingering smoke, fell into an eerie silence. The moment Marino Ibiki finished speaking, a fiery red figure appeared hanging upside down from the beam like a phantom. Mitarashi Anko, chewing on a tricolored dumpling, clasped the eaves with her scarlet nails and grinned, revealing her fangs. My Ibiki-senpai, are you scaring these little ones again? She executed a backflip, landing steadily. Her black mesh armor stirred with subtle ripples as she moved, and the serpent-shaped mark on the scroll at her waist glowed faintly. The Forest of Death ahead. I, Mitarashi Anko, will be leading the second exam as the chief proctor. Her voice trailed off with a sweet syrupy tremor, yet it sent a chill down the spines of many genin. Rumor had it that this special Jonin's snake techniques were even more troublesome than her temper. Naruto stared at the white snake slithering around Anko's waist, and couldn't help but complain, "Hey, this proctor looks scarier than the exam itself." Before he could finish, Anko suddenly closed in and pinched his cheek with her icy fingers. "Little brat, once you're in the forest, I'm really looking forward to seeing you cry and beg me to save you." Sasuke's Sharingan shifted slightly, catching the faint curse mark patterns beneath Anko's sleeve. Shikamaru noticed the glance she cast at Gaara, a fleeting vigilance that furrowed his previously relaxed brows. Anko suddenly leaped onto the platform, pulled out a scroll, and unfurled it with a sharp motion. A dark green chakra spread out, materializing into a massive map projection. Hidden within the Forest of Death are the Heaven Scroll and Earth Scroll. Teams of 3 must compete to seize them, gather both scrolls, and reach the finish line to pass. If you don't have both Heaven and Earth Scrolls, or if you have only one of each, your entire team fails. Naruto looked at Sakura with hopeful eyes and said, "Sakura, team up with me. I'll definitely snatch the Heaven and Earth Scrolls." Before Sakura could respond, Sasuke let out a cold snort. "Don't hold us back dead last. Sasuke, you wanna fight?" Naruto fumed, pointing at him. Meanwhile, Rock Lee was already burning with passion, shouting at Tenten. "No matter how many powerful enemies lie ahead, I, Rock Lee, will blaze a path with the sweat of youth." Anko watched the noisy genin, silently took out a dumpling, and after biting into the last one, the white snake soared into the air. "Alright, enough chatter. Those who want to form teams can decide tonight. Now listen up. Tomorrow at sunrise, assemble at the entrance of the Forest of Death on time. Anyone late will be eliminated immediately. You may leave the exam hall now and prepare for tomorrow's exam." With that, she vanished in a puff of white smoke. The next day, Anko stood before the gate, her expression grave, a stark contrast to her demeanor the day before. Her gaze swept across everyone, and when silence fell, she spoke seriously. "The rules were already explained yesterday. You must seize the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. First, reach the tower within the time limit or be eliminated. Second, peeking at the scroll's contents midway results in elimination. Third, if a team member dies or is severely injured and cannot continue fighting." She tilted her head, grinned, revealing her white teeth as her eyes swept the crowd. "You may now receive either the Heaven or Earth Scroll. Once you have it, you can enter the Forest of Death." The air before the exam grounds seemed to freeze. The moment Anko finished, a stir rippled through the crowd. Gaara of the Sand stepped forward, first his hoarse voice uttering a single word, "Earth." Behind him, Kankuro and Tamari stood in silent coordination, the sand in his gourd trembling faintly, as if silently proclaiming an unassailable authority. Naruto tugged at Sasuke's sleeve and pushed forward. "We'll take the Heaven Scroll. I'll be the first to reach the tower." Sakura followed closely, her pink hair swaying gently with her rapid breaths. Irika-sensei watched from the side, his eyes filled with worry and anticipation. Shikamaru, hands behind his head, shuffled slowly toward Anko. "What a hassle. I'll take the Earth Scroll." Behind him, Choji munched on potato chips, while Shino's collar puffed slightly, his Kakachu bugs already poised. On the other side, Kiba couldn't wait and shouted, "We want the Heaven Scroll too." "Akamaru can't wait anymore." Akamaru barked excitedly in response. As the genin collected their scrolls one by one, the gate to the Forest of Death slowly creaked open, releasing a damp, rotting stench. Gaara's team was the first to step in. The sand stretched beneath their feet, instantly covering their footprints. Just as Naruto was about to step forward, Anko suddenly blocked him, serpent-shaped chakra coiling around her fingertips. "Little brat, don't die in there. I haven't had my fun yet." Deep in the forest, ANBU members hid among the shadows of the trees. Anko curled her lips into a mysterious smile and murmured to herself, "The real show is about to begin." Meanwhile, the teams that had entered the forest had no idea what awaited them. Besides attacks from other ninja there, were also the deadly traps laid by Anko, the lair of a giant snake stirring in the darkness, exuding a dangerous aura. Naruto held the scroll aloft, looking around. "Sasuke, which way should we go?" Sasuke's Sharingan scanned the surroundings, and suddenly his pupils contracted. "Watch out!" Before the words faded, countless steel needles flew from all directions. He drew his Demon Slayer sword and knocked them down. "Come out! I've already seen you. They're scum from the Sound Village." Naruto wiped his face and saw 3 ninja wearing bizarre masks drop from the treetops. The leader swung a chain, its barbed tip gleaming with a sinister purple-black. "Hand over the heaven scroll and we'll spare your lives." Sakura gritted her teeth and drew a kunai, but found her legs trembling from fear. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a deafening roar echoed from deep within the forest. The giant python Anko had placed earlier broke free from its chains, its flicking tongue bringing a storm of blood and wind. The 3 sound ninjas' faces changed drastically. One of them cried out, "Didn't they say there were only small summoning beasts? This is clearly..." Before he could finish, the python's massive tail swept across, smashing him heavily into the rock wall. In the chaos, Naruto seized the moment. Multi-shadow clone technique. 20 Narutos charged at the sound ninja simultaneously, while Sasuke circled around behind his Sharingan, locking onto the enemy's opening Chidori. Kakashi had already taught Sasuke to use the Chidori. A blue flash streaked by and the chain snapped. Sakura clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. "I can't be a burden anymore." She unleashed a crushing fist and punched the sound ninja, trying to snatch the scroll square in the abdomen. Elsewhere, Gaara's team was ambushed by Rain Village ninja. Just as Kankaro's crow puppet launched its attack, the enemies spat out corrosive liquid in unison. "Watch out, it's poison mist." Tamari swung her giant fan rapidly, and a gale blew the mist away, but the enemies took the chance to hurl ropes aiming for her ankles. "Sand coffin." Gaara's cold voice resounded. The yellow sand instantly formed a giant hand firmly binding the 3 enemies. The trapped ninja panicked as they felt the sand slowly but relentlessly crushing their bones. Don't kill us." The leader's voice trembled. "Our team has the Earth Scroll. We can tell you where the Heaven Scroll is." Shikamaru's team, however, adopted a completely different strategy. Shino released his Kikaichu bugs to scout the area, while Choji chewed on a soldier pill to replenish his chakra. "There are signs of a fight 300 meters ahead." Shino paused. "But the chakra fluctuations are strange, not like ordinary ninja." Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, suddenly noticing suspicious mucus on a tree trunk. "Damn, it's Anko's." Before he could finish, the ground exploded, and a giant python covered in spikes burst forth. Choji reacted quickly, using his carnivorous technique to summon a chunk of meat and devour it in one bite. Partial expansion technique. His arm swelled several times over, and he punched the snake's head. The giant python, enraged, turned and sprayed corrosive venom at Shino. The swarm of Kikaichu bugs rushed forward, turning into smoke upon contact with the venom, but successfully buying time for the group to retreat. "Head northeast," Shikamaru analyzed as he ran. The terrain there is open, suitable for using shadow imitation technique. However, they failed to notice a pair of scarlet vertical pupils in the shadows fixed on them. A mutated snake secretly raised by Anko, specially bred to hunt isolated teams. As night fell, the forest of death turned into a complete slaughterhouse. Bloodstained scrolls changed hands among different teams with screams, and the clash of ninjutsu rising and falling. At the top of the tower, Anko leaned against the railing, watching everything through a telescope with great interest. "Looks like I need to add a little more spice." She flicked her wrist, and a signal flare shot across the night sky. From afar came an even more unsettling roar. A new wave of crisis was silently approaching in the darkness. The blood-red setting sun dyed the forest of death into a hellscape. Just as the fierce battle was raging, a chilling laugh echoed from all directions. The air suddenly grew thick, and eerie white mist rose from the ground, withering and rotting leaves wherever it passed. Naruto's hair stood on end, his clenched fists trembling. "What kind of chakra is this?" "Hello there." A hoarse, twisted voice pierced the mist. A figure wrapped in a black robe slowly emerged. The moment the hood fell away, revealing a face pale as paper, a forked tongue, and a prominent serpent tattoo on the forehead, everyone's pupils shrank. It was the rogue ninja Orochimaru. Sasuke's Sharingan flared instantly, blue veins bulging on his neck. "Who are you?" He instinctively stepped back half a pace, but forced himself to stand firm. Orochimaru licked his lips, his crimson vertical pupils fixed greedily on Sasuke. "Your eyes are even more enticing than I imagined." Gaara's sand suddenly went berserk, forming a sharp sandstorm around him. "Stand in my way and you die." Before the words faded, Orochimaru flicked his fingers, and several small snakes shot like lightning toward the sand team. Kankaro's crow puppet rushed to intercept, but the moment it touched the snakes, it corroded into black smoke. "Foolish insects." Orochimaru sneered, his body suddenly scattering into countless white snakes. One of them lunged straight for the heaven scroll in Naruto's arms, but Sakura slashed it with her sword. "Naruto, run." Sakura's voice cracked with tears, but as she turned, a snake tail wrapped around her ankle, and hurled her violently against a tree trunk. Sakura! Naruto's eyes blazed with fury. A tidal wave of shadow clones surged forward. Yet Orochimaru spread his arms, and every clone dissolved into blood upon touching him. Naive little brat. His voice mingled with a serpent's hiss, sending chills down everyone's spines. Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique barely touched Orochimaru before being easily shaken off. Shadow imitation. A paltry trick. Orochimaru grabbed back and a black curse mark spread rapidly along Shikamaru's shadow. Shino quickly released his Kakachu bugs to attack, but the insects were shredded by the strange chakra the moment they got close. In the nick of time, a clear bell's ring shattered the deathly stillness. Anko burst into the fray like a red lightning, bolt a serpent-shaped kunai in her sleeve aimed straight for Orochimaru's throat. Orochimaru. Orochimaru easily sidestepped but raised an eyebrow when he saw the curse mark on Anko's arm. I see. Run! Anko shouted over her shoulder, her serpent-shaped chakra surging wildly. The genin finally snapped out of their stupor and fled with all their might into the depths of the forest. Orochimaru stood still watching Sasuke's retreating figure, and licking his lips. Don't rush. We'll meet again soon, my vessel. As the mist thickened, his figure gradually dissolved, leaving only scattered debris and the terrified group. Anko gazed at the dark clouds gathering in the sky and clenched her arm where the curse mark was hidden. Hongdo glared with gritted teeth toward the direction where Orochimaru had vanished, then whirled around and barked into the shadows. Immediately informed the third Hokage. Orochimaru has brazenly appeared in the forest of death. The genin exam candidates are in mortal peril. At her command, several black figures shot forth like phantoms racing across treetops toward Konoha village. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed intently at a shinobi map spread across his desk. Wisps of white smoke curled from his pipe, spiraling languidly beneath the amber glow of the lamplight. An ANBU operative crashed through the window and knelt on one knee, voice low and grave. Lord. Orochimaru's presence has been confirmed in the forest of death. Instructor Yuhi Kurinai urgently requests reinforcements. Hiruzen's pipe trembled sharply. A fierce, piercing light flashed across his clouded eyes as he rose swiftly. The Hokage's cloak billowed behind him like a banner of war. Assemble the elite ANBU forces. We march for the forest of death. Now. Alert Tsunade and Jiraiya. Order them back to the village immediately for defense. His aged voice carried an unshakable sovereign authority. Decades of battlefield instinct told him instantly this was no mere threat to the candidates. It was Orochimaru's open, contemptuous challenge to Konoha itself. Meanwhile, Ibiki Marino, stationed at the forest's edge, received the report and instantly rallied the Proctor squad. Bring every medical ninjutsu tool. He tore open the bandage around his neck, revealing a grotesque stitched scar. Those brats won't last much longer. Moonlight Heiei gripped his katana knuckles, whitening veins bulging along his forearm. We will not let Orochimaru triumph on Konoha's soil. Deep within the forest of death, the shaken examinees had yet to recover from Orochimaru's suffocating aura. Naruto slumped to the ground, staring numbly at the corrosive wound in his palm. What is that, man? Sasuke stared fixedly at the earth, his Sharingan still active. Sharp, vigilant nails biting deep into his palms. Shikamaru fought off the dizziness induced by the cursed seal, brow furrowed. We need shelter. Staying exposed here makes us nothing but targets. Night thickened, clouds swallowed the moon. Distant thunder rumbled. A grim omen heralding a far greater storm about to engulf Konoha. The third Hokage and his ANBU squadron cut through the night sky like arrows loosed from a bow. Nearby, several grass ninja grumbled among themselves. Damn it, that fight left us wounded. Exactly. The damn Konoha shinobi? One grass ninja growled, leaning against a tree trunk. Just moments earlier they'd encountered Rock Lee Tenten and Niji Hyuga. Tenten's lightning cannon struck him squarely, inflicting grievous injury. He was moments away from disqualification. That green-clad, bristling boy fights with terrifying taijutsu, another muttered. And the Hyuga's Byakugan. Silence fell over the group. Then one grass ninja broke it. If Karen were here. A hush descended. None could explain how en route to Konoha Karen had suddenly been enveloped by a blinding column of light, and vanished without trace. They searched for a full day, found nothing, and arrived in Konoha empty-handed. Damn it. We never should have let her leave Takigakure. A grass ninja kicked a dead tree in fury, sending rotting leaves and rainwater splashing onto a wounded comrade's face. His fists trembled from sheer exertion, knuckles still bearing scars from his battle with Sound Ninja. Just as tension reached its breaking point. Suddenly, shoo, shoo, a fine, insistent rustle of sand rose from all directions. Like the approaching tread of death himself. The grass ninja drew weapons instantly. Fingers trembled slightly as they formed hand seals. At the instant moonlight pierced the clouds, a crimson sandstorm erupted. Cold, lethal, surging forward with murderous intent. Gaara hovered midair atop a churning wave of sand. From his gourd poured golden grains that coalesced into countless jagged bone spines gleaming coldly in the rain. Kankaro's crows shrieked in eerie chorus, circling above Temari's colossal fan. The oppressive aura radiating from the three siblings pressed down upon the grass ninja until their breaths grew shallow and ragged. Takigakure. Gaara's voice rasped like sandpaper, his crimson eyes, sweeping over the wounded men, clutched in the grass ninja's arms. You dare linger in the forest of death while dragging such burdens? Do you truly value your lives so little? With a flick of his wrist, the sand surged upward, solidifying into a colossal fist aimed straight for the grass ninja captain's throat. His pupils contracted violently. He frantically formed hand seals, earth release, rock prison technique. Yet Gaara's sand hand proved harder than stone, effortlessly piercing the earthen barrier gripping the captain's neck in an iron vice. GHK. The captain's eyes bulged to his larynx, cracked with a sickening crunch as the heaven scroll slipped lifelessly from his grasp. Brother! Temari cried out in alarm. A dying grass ninja hurled a kunai at Kankuro with his last strength. But a serpentine current of blood-red sand shot forth, intercepting the blade midair and reducing the ninja to crimson mist. Blood spattered across Gaara's pallid face, yet he didn't flinch. Not even a crease marred his brow. His scarlet irises reflected only severed limbs strewn across the ground. Too slow. Kankuro spoke coldly, directing his crows to pin down fleeing grass ninja. Razor-sharp beaks and talons tore flesh, screams echoed through the dense undergrowth. The last grass ninja sank to his knees in the mud, trembling hands raised high. Don't. We surrender. Temari answered with a single sweep of her giant fan. Hurricane-force winds laden with shrapnel roared past, crushing him into a shapeless mass. Gaara bent down and retrieved the blood-smeared heaven scroll. Sand grains swirled, instinctively cleansing his body of gore. We proceed. As he turned, the ground beneath him swelled upward, engulfing every corpse without trace. Kankuro retracted his puppets, watching his brother's retreating silhouette. Sunagakure shows no mercy to the weak. Temari flicked her fan, scattering the metallic stench of blood into the wind. The three advanced onward, treading softly upon whispering waves of sand, toward the tower. Across the forest of death, Konoha's 12 genin fought alone, each racing fiercely toward their shared objective. Team 7, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, had just broken free from sound ninja pursuit, and now followed the river's course. Naruto scanned the surroundings warily. Sasuke, Sakura, we need to pick up the pace. Before he finished speaking, several rain village shinobi burst from the trees ahead. Sasuke's gaze hardened. His Sharingan spun rapidly, coordinating seamlessly with Naruto's dizzying array of shadow clones, throwing the enemy's formation into chaos. Sakura seized the opening, her crushing fist slammed down, sending one foe crashing to the earth. After fierce combat, Team 7 wrested the heaven scroll from the rain ninja and sprinted onward toward the tower. Team 3, Lee, Niji, and Tenten, wasted no time. Lee charged headlong at the blocking Suna shinobi, Konoha Hurricane. His ferocious leg strikes forced the enemy backward. Niji activated his Byakugan, foreseeing attacks with uncanny precision. His rotation technique whirled, flawlessly deflecting every threat. Tenten hurled an arsenal of weapons, synchronizing perfectly with her teammates. In the end, they defeated their foes and claimed the Earth Scroll. Meanwhile, Team 10, Shikamaru, Shino, and Choji, executed a calculated strategy. Shino deployed his parasitic insects, silently disrupting enemy chakra flow. Choji swallowed a soldier pill. His partial expansion technique magnified his strength tenfold, allowing a single punch to send opponents flying. Through flawless coordination, they secured the Heaven Scroll. Team 8, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, also endured brutal combat. Kiba and Akamaru unleashed their Fong over Fong, spinning wildly to shatter enemy formations. Hinata's gentle fist precisely targeted vital pressure points. Shino's Kikeichu delivered the final blow when it mattered most. After grueling struggle, they too acquired the Earth Scroll. Having surmounted trial after trial, each of Konoha's 12 genin now held either the Heaven or Earth Scroll. Without word or signal, their eyes converged upon the distant tower deep within the forest, ready to charge forward, united in purpose toward the next trial. The group who obtained the scrolls swiftly assembled before the high tower. As Mitarashi Anko had gone to pursue Orochimaru, Yuhi Kurenai took over as the chief examiner for the second round. Kurenai stood before the tower draped in a crimson cloak, the red mark on her forehead trembling slightly in the night breeze. She swept her gaze over the ragged group, her pupils reflecting Rock Lee's bandaged arm, Naruto's cracked forehead protector, and the faint sand armor shimmering around Gaara. Mitarashi Anko has left temporarily due to an urgent mission. Her voice carried a soothing cadence yet concealed an undeniable authority. But the rules of the Chunin exam remain unchanged. Congratulations to those who have successfully obtained the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. I will now preside over the third test. At this moment, candidates will engage in one-on-one battles. When your name is called, please proceed to the center of the training ground to begin the match. The victor will be promoted to Chunin. First match, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Chi Dong Kai. The moment Kurenai's voice fell, the entire training ground sank into a brief silence. Chi Dong Kai, clad in thick crimson armor, walked out slowly, the metal scraping against the ground emitting a harsh sound. A scornful grin spread across his scarred face. Let me show you true power. Naruto, on the other hand, took a deep breath, pulled out the Ox King card, and activated it with a thread of chakra. Ox King. With a fierce roar, the ground trembled violently, and a purple pillar of light shot into the sky. Before anyone could react, a mechanical giant 3 stories tall, and covered in metallic patterns materialized with a thunderous crash. Its crimson single eye swept across the crowd and sparks burst from the rotating mechanical joints. Chi Dong-Kai's eyes widened in terror as he stumbled back. What monster is this? Frantically he brandished his kunai and charged at the Ox King. Yet, before the absolute disparity in size, his attack was like a child's fist. The Ox King raised its massive mechanical arm and swung it lightly. Chi Dong-Kai was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the barrier. His armor shattered and he fell unconscious. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The other candidates stared in disbelief at the incredible scene. Hinata's cheeks flushed. Naruto. Naruto actually summoned such a powerful summoning beast. A flicker of surprise passed through Sasuke's eyes, then he regained his cool composure, muttering to himself, "He's gotten stronger again." Kurenai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She had never expected Naruto to possess such a trump card. She stepped forward and announced in a clear voice, "Uzumaki Naruto wins. Promoted to Chunin." The Ox King let out a thunderous roar, then dissolved into purple light, leaving only a smug Naruto who proudly lifted his chin amid the crowd's astonished gazes. Naruto strode directly to Sasuke's side, boasting, "Ha ha ha, did you see that, Sasuke? I'm the first to become a Chunin." Sasuke remained silent, too lazy to respond. The matches continued, and it seemed all the Konoha ninjas had some kind of cheat. They won their opponents without much struggle. Sasuke, Sakura, Yamanaka, Ino. Everyone who had opened a blind box at the store. Each advanced to Chunin. Kurenai watched these outstanding Konoha ninjas, a mix of delight and awe in her heart. She was delighted by the strength of Konoha's new generation, awed by the potential they displayed in this exam, and could also see from the side that the items from the blind box store were extremely powerful. Just then, the final match of the Chunin exam began. Gaara vs. Rock Lee. The scroll in Kurenai's hand rustled. The moment she announced Gaara vs. Rock Lee, the air in the training ground seemed to freeze with invisible force. Gaara's sand rose, automatically coalescing into a massive Shikaku phantom, behind him crimson pupils seething with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Rock Lee tore off the bandages of his green jumpsuit, revealing his brawny arms wrapped in fresh bandages, veins pulsing on his forehead with each breath. "Lee, you must win!" Tenten screamed from the stands. Guy crossed his arms, his bronze face unusually solemn. "Lee, the time to prove yourself has come." Rock Lee nodded, wearing iron gloves, and walked to the training ground. Gaara attacked first, a barrage of sand blades raining down like a storm. But Rock Lee was like an arrow released from a bowstring, weaving through the sandstorm with astonishing speed, leaving only afterimages in the swirling dust. Primary Lotus. He suddenly leaped into the air, his bandages turning into chains that wrapped around Gaara's arm, using the momentum to slam him hard into the ground. But the sand turned into a soft cushion at the moment of impact. Gaara stood up and scathed, sneering, "Is that all you've got?" Before he could finish, Rock Lee's figure vanished. "This is..." Gaara's pupils contracted as a whistling wind came from behind. Reverse Lotus. Rock Lee's speed pushed beyond the limit, leaving a burning trail in the air, and kicked Gaara's sand armor. With a violent explosion, sand flew everywhere. Gaara was blasted 100 meters away, carving a deep crater into the ground. Impossible. Kankuro and Temari both stood up, but Gaara's sand suddenly surged wildly, wrapping him into a massive sand ball. From within came the grating sound of bones reconfiguring. "You've angered me." The sand ball exploded with a roar, an even stronger wave of chakra erupting into the sky. A strange curse mark pattern appeared on Gaara's forehead. "Lee, now is the time for you to shine. Youth without regrets, youth with passion, charge forward bravely." Guy gave a thumbs up, shouting with youthful fervor. Rock Lee removed the bandages and the weights tied to his legs, dropping them casually. The weights hit the ground with a thud, stirring up dust. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he looked at Might Guy. "What is this?" Might Guy crossed his arms, a passionate look in his eyes. "This is Lee's youth. Lee has been training his taijutsu tirelessly for this moment." Rock Lee wiped the blood from his mouth, took a deep breath, and formed hand seals. 8 gates. Gate of opening. Gate of life. Gate of pain. With each roar, his body erupted with green chakra, his speed and power multiplying geometrically. When he kicked Gaara, even space seemed to distort. Shield of Shikaku. Gaara's sand formed a massive protective barrier. Yet, under the terrifying power of the 8 gates, the sand shield began to crack like a spiderweb. Just as everyone thought Lee was about to win, Gaara's eyes turned completely bloodshot, and a beastly roar came from within his body. "Disappear." A gigantic sand hand materialized, instantly crushing Rock Lee in its palm. The intense pressure forced blood from his mouth, and the chakra light of the 8 gates began to dim. "Lee." Guy tried to rush into the arena but was blocked by the barrier. "This is the end." As Kurenai Yuhi was about to announce the result, Rock Lee suddenly shouted, "It's not over yet. Gate of healing. Open." The chakra of the 8 gates surged explosively. He tore through the sand hand with sheer force, charging at Gaara with a blazing fist. A youth pushed to its limit and Azura unleashed. The moment fist met sand, the training ground cracked like a spiderweb. The shockwave sent nearby ninjas flying, and even Kurenai had to weave hand signs to erect a defensive barrier. This power. How is it possible? Gaara's pupils contracted in shock as his sand armor shattered under the monstrous force of the Gate of Healing. Blood seeped from Rock Lee's nose and eyes from forcing the fourth gate open, yet he gritted his teeth and roared, "I will not lose to anyone but myself." Suddenly the sand around Gaara reversed and coiled back, forming a translucent Shikaku phantom behind him. Cursed seal patterns crawled up his neck and a hoarse dual-layered voice bellowed, "You have angered an existence you should not have." Countless sand blades shot from all directions. Rock Lee barely dodged, but a deep bone-deep gash was carved into his shoulder. Master Guy said, "Youth is about never giving up." Rock Lee staggered toward Gaara, the chakra of the 8 gates forming burning wings behind him. But Gaara raised his hand and the entire sand field turned into a boiling sea of sand, swallowing him completely. The searing pain nearly made Rock Lee lose consciousness, but at the moment of falling he twisted his body, wrapped his bandages around Gaara in the sandstorm, and used the momentum to leap up. Daytime Tiger. His right leg burning with chakra struck Gaara square in the face like a descending tiger. This blow, infused with the power of the 8 gates, shattered the Shikaku phantom, sending Gaara flying dozens of meters back, crashing through a barrier pillar. As the entire arena held its breath, he slowly rose, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a manic grin spreading across his face. Interesting. Let me feel more pain. The sandstorm suddenly tripled in size, sweeping in with countless sharp sand cones. Rock Lee's chakra was nearly depleted, his vision darkening, yet he still maintained his fighting stance. At the critical moment, a red figure flashed into the battlefield like lightning. Inoichi threw a smoke bomb, and her crimson chains wrapped around both of them. "This match is over. Don't touch me." Gaara's sand instantly shredded the chains, while Rock Lee collapsed from chakra exhaustion. Might Guy burst through the barrier, embracing his disciple, trembling as he checked his injuries. Kankuro and Temari stood guard in front of the rampaging Gaara like a formidable wall. Inoichi stared at the two out-of-control fighters, alarm bells ringing in her heart. This battle had torn open far more than just the outcome of victory or defeat. Inoichi's face turned grim. She immediately wove hand signs to cast a genjutsu barrier, attempting to suppress Gaara's rampaging chakra. But the surging sandstorm, as if alive, easily tore through the illusion barrier. In Gaara's scarlet pupils the Shikaku phantom grew clearer, and his hoarse voice was filled with violence. "No one will stop me." Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared in the center of the arena like a phantom. His staff struck the ground heavily, and his aged yet authoritative voice echoed through the field. "Enough." An invisible pressure of chakra radiated outward, and Gaara's restless sand momentarily stalled. Kankuro and Temari hurried forward to support their faltering younger brother. Gaara's consciousness wavered between rage and clarity, finally collapsing in his brother's arms. On the other side, Might Guy held the unconscious Rock Lee, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Rock Lee's 8 gates have already damaged his meridians. He needs immediate treatment. Several medical ninjas rushed over, lifted Rock Lee, and hurried toward Konoha Hospital. The third Hokage swept his gaze across the arena, pausing briefly on the newly promoted Konoha Chunin, and spoke slowly. "In today's match, Rock Lee and Gaara have demonstrated extraordinary strength. Therefore, I will make an exception and promote both of them to Chunin." Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage Raza, rose from the spectator seats and nodded slightly. "Third Hokage, I will handle my son's situation." The strength of Konoha's ninjas in this Chunin exam is truly impressive. This battle has shown us the potential of Konoha's new generation. His words seemed calm, but they carried a hidden edge. Inoichi straightened her disheveled cloak and stepped forward. "Lord Hokage, in this exam, over a dozen Konoha ninjas have passed the assessment. According to the rules, proceed as usual. I will confer their ranks after they recover." The third Hokage raised his hand to stop her. The appearance of Orochimaru, the undercurrents behind this exam. They are far from settled. Newly promoted Chunin, you have passed the test of strength, but the true path of a ninja has only just begun. Night fell, and on the surface Konoha village returned to calm. At Konoha Hospital, lying on the sickbed, Rock Lee had recovered significantly thanks to the skills from the blind box that Sakura had opened and the master's life potion. He could speak, and upon opening his eyes, his first question was whether Might Guy had lost. Amid the pungent smell of disinfectant, Rock Lee slowly opened his eyes. His bandaged arm trembled slightly as he forced himself to sit up, but Sakura quickly pressed him back down. "Don't move. Your meridians haven't fully recovered yet." "Master Guy." Rock Lee's voice was so hoarse it was barely audible, his dry lips moving. "That battle. Did I lose?" The door to the ward creaked open, and Might Guy's tall figure appeared in the doorway. This man, usually as radiant as the sun now, had red-rimmed eyes and tear streaks still fresh on his bronze face. He strode to the bedside in 3 large steps and tightly grasped Rock Lee's bandaged hand. "Rock Lee, listen to me. You won. Completely and utterly won." Rock Lee's pupils suddenly contracted, his unfocused gaze sharpening. "Won? I won, but I remember Gaara's power. The third Hokage witnessed your will to burn your own life." Might Guy's voice choked with emotion yet brimming with irrepressible pride. "Your 8 gates, your refusal to give up showed everyone the legacy of Konoha's blue beast. The third Hokage made an exception and promoted both you and Gaara to Chunin. This is the highest recognition of our youth. Tears streamed down Rock Lee's face, dripping onto the white pillow. I did it. Master Guy. I finally proved that a ninja who can't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu can still. His voice grew weaker but carried an unshakable resolve. Sakura, her eyes red, gently wiped Rock Lee's tears. While you were unconscious, the doctors used every method, plus the rare healing skill from the blind box to pull you back from death's door. You idiot. Don't push yourself like that again. Mike Guy laughed heartily, wiped his tears, and abruptly pulled open the hospital curtains. Sunlight poured in, illuminating Rock Lee's pale but smiling face. This is my disciple. Remember, youth has no limits. From today, Chunin. Rock Lee head toward an even higher goal. Depart. Outside the window, the wind of Konoha rustled the fresh green leaves. This victory, earned with blood and life, would forever be etched into Konoha's history, becoming the most dazzling badge for the new generation of ninja. After several days of recovery, Xiao Li was full of vigor and vitality. A stage had been erected beside the Hokage building. Team 7 is led by Chimu Kakaxi, comprising Mingren Zuozhu and Xiao Ying. Team 3 is led by Maite Kai, comprising Li Luoka Tiantian and Rixiang Ningzi. Team 8 is led by Shiri Hong, comprising Rixiang Chuantian Kuanya Ya and Yun Jinai. Team 10 is led by Yuanfei Asima, comprising Niliang Lu and Shoudao Dingxi, and Shanzhong Jingye. They all walked in unison toward the stage to receive the forehead protectors personally awarded by the third Hokage. Each person wore a brand new ninja uniform, standing on the stage, with faces full of excitement. Below the stage, the villagers of my village had gathered, all engaged in animated discussions about the ceremony. The third Hokage, Yuanfei, risen, clad in his Hokage robe with the inscription Third Generation on the back, wearing a bamboo hat, slowly ascended the stage. He handed out forehead protectors to everyone. When it came to Mingren, the third Hokage smiled gently as he extended the protector toward him. Mingren's hands trembled slightly with excitement. Just as he reached out to take it, a colossal toad suddenly descended from the sky. Bang! Crashed onto the stage. It turned out to be Zilai, who had suddenly appeared. He leaped down from the toad's back, laughing heartily, and shouted, "Haha, I'm late." The villagers were stunned by the unexpected scene, and the stage shook from the impact. The third Hokage shook his head helplessly but still maintained a smile. Zilai walked over to Mingren, his expression complex as he looked at him. He patted his shoulder and said, "Kid, wear that forehead protector well, and become a remarkable ninja." Yuanfei, risen, handed the forehead protector to Mingren and said, "Mingren, from today onward, you are a Chunin of my. You must shoulder the corresponding responsibilities." Mingren nodded solemnly, took the forehead protector, and put it on his head. Yuanfei, risen, then turned to Li Luoka and smiled at him. "Xiao Li, during the exam you demonstrated unyielding perseverance and unwavering confidence, and your performance in the battle against Woai Luo was exceptionally outstanding." With these words, the Hokage took a forehead protector, symbolizing the rank of Chunin, and solemnly placed it in Li's hands. The villagers below the stage, having recovered from their surprise, burst into thunderous applause, celebrating the birth of these new ninjas. Inside the blind box shop, sitting behind the counter, Junlin watched as Xuanhua Linglan and Xianglin introduced various items to customers. Amid the noise, discussions intermingled. The most talked about topic these days is the battle between Li Luoka and Woai Luo during the Chunin exam. Junlin unconsciously tapped his fingers lightly on the counter, producing a rhythmic sound. He chuckled softly. This time Li Luoka won't be banned for hundreds of episodes, just because he used the 8 gates, which would be a real pity. Meanwhile, Dashawan, who was playing the role of the 4th Kazekage, was staying in a dark base. Beside him, Yao Shirdo reported the intelligence of the Chunin exam one by one. A faint smile appeared on Dashawan's effeminate face. "It's a pity that, because of the items from the blind box shop, I had to abandon the plan to collapse my. All that planning went to waste. My lord, although these items are important, they don't necessarily affect the plan to collapse my." Yao Shirdo said reluctantly. Dashawan's pale, effeminate face instantly darkened. "Do you know why I have been studying souls and the cells of the first Hokage?" Yao Shirdo nodded. "My lord wishes to find a path to immortality." Dashuan nodded with satisfaction. "Since you understand, you should know that the potions in the blind box shop are a great invention." After speaking, he licked his face with his elongated tongue and continued. "These potions have given me hope, and this so-called shuntong, perhaps it shouldn't be called a ninja technique but rather a divine power, is quite fitting." Dashuan recalled the divine power, blessing of the deity, which he had obtained from a blind box a few days ago. Yao Shirdo was somewhat puzzled. "Isn't it just a potion? Although it's much better than soldier pills, it's hardly enough to grant immortality." Dashawan, noticing Do's confusion, let out a hoarse laugh. "Hee Do, you only see the surface. You don't realize that this potion is merely a high-grade one. What about the purple ones? The orange ones? Maybe there are even higher tiers." Hearing this, Yao Shirdo was suddenly jolted awake. Yes, there might be even higher tiers. Even if not potions, other items could be the same. Yao Shirdo looked at Dashuan with admiration. Truly his lord thought far ahead. Dashuan ignored Do's adoring gaze and continued speaking to himself. Teacher, although I can't kill you now, I need to give you something to do. Otherwise this plan would be wasted. Dashawan's pale face grew sinister. Hee. Yao Shirdo suddenly felt the basement grow even colder than before. Hearing Dashawan's voice, his body stiffened involuntarily. Go and administer a strong dose to Wai Luo of the Sand Village. Let my get lively first and then we can retreat. Dashuan stopped laughing and instructed Yao Shirdo. Yes, my lord. I will make sure my becomes thoroughly lively. Yao Shirdo accepted the order and withdrew. Just as he was about to leave, Dashawan's voice reached his ears. Remember, don't stir up too much trouble around the blind box shop. I doubt the owner would appreciate it. Although Dashuan said that some things were beyond control. Yao Shirdo moved swiftly along the walls. The footsteps of the My Night Patrol ninjas occasionally sounded nearby. By precisely controlling the shadows, he narrowly avoided them several times. Finally, he reached the temporary lodging of the Sand Village ninjas in Mai. Silently he climbed through the window like a shadow, without warmth creeping toward Wai Luo's room. The candles in the room had long been extinguished. By the dim moonlight outside the window, Yao Shirdo could see Wai Luo sleeping peacefully in bed. The previous battle had left the youth battered and bruised, and his pale face now showed a rare trace of tranquility. Yao Shirdo stared at the faintly breathing figure, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by coldness. He slowly reached into his bosom and pulled out a bottle of sleeping powder. The moment the cork was gently removed, a faintly sweet fishy scent spread through the air. Tiptoeing like a ghost, he approached the bed. With a slight flick of his wrist, the powder drifted like a fine mist toward Wai Luo's mouth and nose. In just a few moments, Wai Luo's breathing became heavy and irregular, and his body sank deeper into the bed, falling into a deeper slumber than before. Just as Yao Shirdo was about to leave, silently a sudden change occurred. Wai Luo's body began to tremble violently, without warning, as if being shaken by an invisible giant hand. The crimson seal of Shikaku on his forehead blazed with intense light. The eerie patterns twisted and writhed like living creatures, and spiderweb-like cracks began to appear at the edges of the seal. The temperature in the room plummeted visibly. Moisture condensed into ice crystals on the walls. A violent wind inexplicably raged within the confined space, tossing bedding and debris into the air. The consciousness of the one-tailed Shikaku, filled with brutality and rage, fully awakened the moment it sensed the external threat. This monster, trapped within a human shell, let out a roar that shattered the window frames. Yao Shirdo's pupils contracted sharply. He had never imagined that a mere bottle of sleeping powder could trigger such a terrifying reaction. Wai Luo's body, under the frenzied impact of Shikaku's chakra, was quickly enveloped in a dark red chakra cloak. The originally slender youth's figure expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal monster. Shikaku's scarlet vertical pupils were filled with murderous intent. It violently swung its claws, tearing the room's walls to shreds, then took enormous strides and charged toward the most bustling center of my village. Along the way, houses collapsed under its feet, raising clouds of dust. The terrified screams and cries of the villagers instantly echoed through the night sky of Mai. The alarm tore through the night sky of Konoha village, as the clanging of bronze gongs resonated in waves. Ninjas converged from all directions. The third Hokage, Yuan Fei Risen, stood atop the Hokage building, gazing at the colossal silhouette of Shohei in the distance with a grave expression. His hands flew through hand seals, unleashing a torrent of chakra from his body, ready to face the sudden crisis. Kakashi led Team 7 to the forefront. Seeing the behemoth before him, Ming Ren's eyes widened. Damn it! We have to stop it! Suju's eyes sharpened as he began analyzing Shohei's weaknesses, while Xiaoying clenched her fists ready to provide support at any moment. Team 3, led by Mai Teikai, swiftly took their positions. Li Luoka's blood boiled as he shouted, "No matter how powerful the opponent, I will never back down." Shohei was completely deranged. Its massive tail swept across, leveling several houses in an instant. It opened its gaping maw and gathered a massive sandball, hurling it toward the densely populated area. At the critical moment, Rixiang Ci activated, his Byakugan accurately predicting the trajectory of the sandball. Coordinating with Tian, they shattered the sandball midair with ninja tools. Amidst the chaos, Yao Shirdo lurked in the shadows, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, as he prepared to slip away unnoticed. However, a sudden black figure flashed and blocked his path. Junlin crossed his arms, his gaze icy as he stared at him. "Who gave you the audacity to disturb the peace around my blind box shop?" Yao Shirdo's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected the shop owner to appear in person. On the other side, Shohei's attacks grew fiercer. The third Hokage knew he could no longer allow it to run rampant. He roared, "Ninja Art Adamantine Staff." A colossal golden staff descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto Shohei. The tailed beast cried out in pain and roared with fury, spinning around to charge at the third Hokage. At that critical moment, an azure figure streaked by like lightning. Mai Teikai had activated the 8 gates to come to the rescue, landing a powerful daytime tiger on Shohei. Shohei was temporarily repelled by the powerful assault. Yet the violent chakra surging within it still churned, threatening another attack at any moment. At that moment, Wai Luo's remaining consciousness struggled fiercely, within the vast sea of Shohei's mind, a powerful will rose from the depths of his heart, trying to regain control of himself. Kid, I finally got out, don't spoil my fun. This isn't your Sunagakure village. Shohei snarled viciously at Wa'ai Luo. Wa'ai Luo gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. No matter where I am, I won't let you harm the innocent. He exerted all his strength, striving to reclaim the control of his body. Meanwhile, back with Junlin, Yao Shurdo forced himself to stay calm. What of the blind box shop owner? Everyone says you're mysterious and immensely powerful, but I'd like to test that. With that, he formed hand seals and summoned a swarm of snakes that lunged at Junlin. Junlin let out a cold laugh, flicking his wrist to send a wave of telekinetic force that repelled the entire snake horde. Is that all you've got? Seeing this, Yao Shurdo's eyes hardened, preparing to unleash an even more powerful ninjutsu. Just as Yao Shurdo was about to execute a stronger technique, Deshiwan suddenly appeared and bowed apologetically to Junlin. My sincere apologies, boss. I failed to discipline him properly. Yao Shurdo was stunned, never expecting Deshiwan to appear and apologize to the blind box shop owner. Deshiwan turned to Yao Shurdo with an icy gaze. Put away your petty tricks. Yao Shurdo dared not disobey and obediently ceased his actions. Meanwhile, he grew restless again, breaking free from Wa'ai Luo's partial control and preparing to attack once more. Junlin glanced at Deshiwan. I don't care if you're after Yuan Fei Risen or Konoha, just don't interfere with my blind box sales. Get it out of here. Far away from this area. Deshiwan nodded and performed the summoning technique, calling forth Wan Shi. The giant snake bit down on Shohei's tail, temporarily immobilizing it. Seeing Wan Shi appear, the third Hokage seized the moment and cast another ninjutsu to suppress Shohei. Wa'ai Luo continued his struggle within the sea of consciousness, gradually regaining some dominance. Junlin meanwhile observed the situation, covertly ready to intervene at the critical moment to ensure the crisis was completely resolved. Although the blind box shop was protected by the system, the surrounding area was not. He had no intention of running his shop on rubble. Deshiwan, did you release the one tail? Yuan Fei Risen shouted angrily in Deshiwan's direction. Zilai Yi and Gang Shou also demanded an answer from him. Deshiwan's lips curled upward, emitting a low laugh. What do you think, Professor Yuan Fei? A hint of provocation gleamed in his eyes. Zilai Yi's eyes blazed with fury as he clenched his fists, ready to charge at Deshiwan. Gang Shou watched their surroundings, warily suspecting Deshiwan might have other schemes. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Junlin suddenly spoke. Enough arguing. Deal with Shohei first. The group refocused their attention on the tailed beast. Wa'ai Luo's resistance within the sea of consciousness grew more intense. Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from his forehead, but his gaze was unwavering. Shohei, however, paid no heed to their squabbling and gathered a massive wind-style air bullet in its mouth, shooting it toward the crowd. The third Hokage bellowed, "Everyone take cover." The ninjas dispersed swiftly. Deshiwan commanded Wan Shi to block the attack with its body. Yet the air bullet's power was immense, forcing Wan Shi back several steps. Just as the bullet was about to strike the crowd, Junlin waved his hand, conjuring a massive energy barrier that neutralized the attack. With a telekinetic force, he pressed down on the one tail, immobilizing it completely. Roar! Let me go this instant or I'll tear you apart. Damn it! Who are you? What is this gravity? Shohei's wildly thrashing claws suddenly froze mid-air. Its neck veins bulged as it roared in defiance. Roar! Let me go! I'll shred you! Dark red chakra churned like boiling magma, but it was forcibly suppressed the moment it touched the invisible barrier above. Junlin stepped slowly from the shadows, pressing his palm downward. The air instantly twisted into a vortex of gravitational force. Impossible! Yao Shurdo's pupils contracted as he saw Shohei's massive form visibly shrink by half. The raging winds were compressed into tiny whirlpools. The tailed beast's limbs sank deep into the ground, gravel and dust exploding under the immense pressure. It struggled, letting out a screech. Damn it! What is this gravity? In the distance, the ninjas who had rushed over stood frozen, their weapons hanging limp. Kakashi's Sharingan quivered slightly, while Mai Kai's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. The third Hokage's hand tightened on his cane. He could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from Junlin, a presence even more oppressive than the first Hokage. Ming Ren's palms were drenched in cold sweat as he clutched his kunai, muttering, "This guy is more terrifying than the Nine Tails." Silence flooded the ruins of Konoha like a tide, broken only by Shohei's heavy breathing echoing within the gravitational field. Junlin looked down at the tailed beast cowering under the pressure, speaking indifferently. "Causing trouble near my shop comes with a price you cannot bear." As his words fell, Shohei let out a piercing wail. Its massive body rapidly shrank, reverting to the unconscious form of Wa'ai Luo, who collapsed to the ground. The blind box shop owner can actually subdue a tailed beast with his bare hands? Exclamations erupted from the crowd. Niliang Lu Wan adjusted his glasses, swallowing hard. This is no longer the power of a ninja. In the shadows, Deshiwan licked his lips, his eyes burning with even greater fervor. He murmured, "Indeed, the blind box shop hides secrets more terrifying than forbidden techniques." Junlin said calmly, "Go ahead. It can't move anymore. The ninjas responded in unison. Kakashi unleashed Chidori and charged at Sho. He as Yi activated Sage Mode. Gang Sho, who had just returned and hadn't yet visited the third Hokage, encountered Sho. He's rampage in Konoha. She immediately said to Jing-in, "Jing-in, run far away and find a place to hide. You can't participate in this battle." "Yes, Lady Gang Sho." Jing-in hugged the pig Tun-Tun and sprinted away swiftly. Gang Sho activated the Byakugan seal and delivered a monstrous punch toward Sho-Hee. Meanwhile, our snake lady slipped underground with Yao Shirdo swiftly heading toward the village gates. Dashi-wan retreated to Yao Shirdo's side and tucked him under his arm. "Time to go. We've seen enough of the show." Yao Shirdo, being carried under Dashi-wan's arm, asked, "My lord, is this the end?" Dashi-wan laughed darkly. "Heh heh, of course not. The two of us alone can't fight them. Your days as a spy are over." He fell silent, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect Yi and Gang Sho to be back. Professor, did you foresee this?" Wai Luo finally gained the upper hand in the sea of consciousness, controlling Sho-Hee's body and halting its attacks. Sho-Hee roared in fury, "Could you dare betray me?" Wai Luo replied coldly, "Even though this is Konoha village, I won't let you harm the innocent." In the end, with everyone's combined efforts, Sho-Hee was sealed once more, and Wai Luo regained his calm. The third Hokage stepped forward and thanked Junlin. "Thank you for your assistance, boss." Junlin waved his hand. "As long as it doesn't affect my blind box sales." Then Konoha village began cleaning up the ruins left by the battle. Under the combined assault of the group, Sho-Hee's movements gradually slowed. Wai Luo finally regained full control of his body, standing up slowly as sand automatically coalesced into armor around him. Sho-Hee roared in frustration but was forced to submit. With the immediate crisis averted, the third Hokage scanned the area for Dashi-wan. "Where is Dashi-wan?" Yi also searched for Dashi-wan but couldn't find him. "Damn it, he got away." He punched a nearby rock, shattering it instantly. Gang Sho frowned. He succeeded this time, but Dashi-wan will surely make his next move. The third Hokage nodded. "Indeed. Thanks to everyone, Konoha has weathered this crisis. Now we must strengthen the village's defenses to prevent a recurrence." Kakashi led Team 7 to Mingrun and patted his shoulder. "Mingrun, you performed well this time." Mingrun flashed a grin. "Of course. I'm the man who will become Hokage." A faint smile tugged at Suju's lips while Xiaoying looked at them with admiration. At that moment, Wai Luo walked slowly to Junlin. "Thank you for helping me suppress Sho-Hee." Junlin smiled. "You're welcome. I hope you can protect your inner self in the future. Feel free to drop by my blind box shop tomorrow." Wai Luo nodded firmly, then walked to the side of a building, and used his sand to help clear the debris from the destroyed houses. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his office, face etched with deep sorrow, eyes closed, occasionally drawing slow puffs from his pipe. The room hung thick with smoke. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Danzo, Hamura, Mitokado, Koharu, Udatane, and the clan heads of Konoha's great families entered one by one. Tsunade wrinkled her nose at the acrid scent of tobacco. "Old man, why won't you open a window? This place reeks of smoke," she said, exasperation sharpening her tone. She strode to the window and threw it wide open. Moonlight spilled in, a gentle spring breeze brushed Hiruzen's weathered face, and his eyes fluttered open, bloodshot rims framing weary pupils. Hiruzen sighed softly. Tsunade sank into a chair. "That's unlike you, old man. Tsunade, perhaps you should hold your tongue. These past days have been exhausting enough." Jiraiya interjected. "Humph. Your disciple, the one you trained yourself, has truly outdone himself this time. Orochimaru's latest scheme has shaken the very foundations of our village." Tsunade declared, slamming her palm onto the table. "Have post-war operations been fully secured? What is the civilian casualty count?" Hiruzen deflected Tsunade's barb without hesitation. She shrugged, unfazed. "All arrangements are underway. Reconstruction is proceeding at maximum urgency. Civilian deaths exceed 100. Koharu's voice trailed off, growing fainter with each word. "Compensation for bereaved families must be generous. Hamura-sensei, please compile the figures and oversee unified disbursement. And what of our shinobi? What are their losses?" Hiruzen had witnessed the battlefield firsthand and grasped the scale of devastation. But precise tallies remained unconfirmed. Shinobi casualties were still unknown. 1 Anbu Jonin fell along with 11 Chunin. Scattered losses among the major clans totaled over 20 shinobi. Fortunately, the owner of the blind box shop intervened decisively to subdue Shikaku. Had he not acted, casualties would have been far graver. Jiraiya completed Hiruzen's sentence. Danzo, who had remained silent since entering, spoke at last. "Root also suffered 3 Chunin fatalities." All eyes turned sharply toward him. "Not a single Root operative appeared on the battlefield tonight. Yet now you claim 3 fallen. And you, Danzo, you were nowhere to be seen amidst the chaos." "I demand an explanation, Danzo." Hiruzen's voice cut like steel, chilling the air. A palpable aura of severity filled the Hokage's office. "Root shinobi maintained order across the periphery." "Who says Root was absent?" "I personally directed them to intercept Orochimaru." Danzo's gaze flickered with suppressed fury. though only he knew its true depth. Oh, maintaining order, intercepting Orochimaru. Then where precisely were they? Is it possible that the esteemed Danzo-sama, leader of Root, was simply outmatched by Orochimaru? Tsunade drawled, laced with biting irony. Jiraiya tugged lightly at her sleeve. She brushed him off. Jiraiya offered an awkward smile, his eyes silently pleading enough. Orochimaru is no ordinary foe. You know better than anyone how elusive he can be. How could we possibly track him? Danzo snapped back at Tsunade, voice trembling with indignation. Is that so? Then allow me to extend my deepest gratitude for maintaining order while our village burned. Hiruzen drew a long breath, exhaling slowly. Sarutobi, the police force must be reinstated. I believe I am qualified to lead it. Danzo seized the opening with surgical precision. The matter of the police force can wait. Our immediate priority lies elsewhere. How did Orochimaru slay the fourth Kazekage? And then impersonate him within Konoha itself. Such a monumental act. And yet not a whisper reached us beforehand. What then is the intelligence division doing? Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply, his voice low and heavy with both anguish and quiet wrath. Silence descended upon the chamber. Thick and absolute. Only the wind howling beyond the windows dared break the stillness. Hiruzen rose slowly, his aged frame weighted by exhaustion. He paced the room, hands clasped behind his back. Each step resonating with the gravity of 1,000 unspoken burdens. This Chunin exam was meant to cultivate the next generation of Konoha's strength, and reinforce bonds with allied nations. Instead, Orochimaru has reduced it to ruin. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembled Jonin. The decades-long alliance between Sunigakure and Konoha now hangs by the thinnest of threads. Orochimaru dared strike down the fourth Kazekage openly, then launched an assault upon our very gates. Behind such audacity lies a far greater design. One we have yet to discern. Asuma clenched his fists, embers of fury blazing in his eyes. Hokage-sama, I beg you let me lead a pursuit team to hunt Orochimaru down. Such action would be reckless, Hiruzen cautioned, raising a hand. Orochimaru's schemes are labyrinthine. This operation was meticulously orchestrated. Traps lie waiting at every turn. Moreover, Sunigakure's stance remains ambiguous. To move before understanding their position would leave us dangerously exposed. Shikaku, summon the analysis team immediately. Compile every scrap of intelligence on Orochimaru and Sunigakure's recent movements. I require a complete chronology of his every maneuver. Understood, Hokage-sama. Nara. Shikaku bowed, respectfully adjusting his glasses. His eyes gleamed with quiet calculation. Hiruzen turned his gaze toward Tsunade. Tsunade, your hemophobia? Has it eased? With so many wounded, the medical corps is overwhelmed. Would you consider returning to lead them? Not yet, she replied, shaking her head, her expression clouded with quiet regret. However, Shizune has mastered my medical ninjutsu. She should be capable of managing affairs. Shizune? The girl from the Yamanaka clan? Was she not taken from the village under your care? Tsunade nodded. Shizune has learned nearly all of my techniques, though she has yet to test them in practice. Then dispatch her to the hospital immediately. I'll send her there right after this meeting. Hiruzen sighed again, settling back into his chair. His voice, though frail, carried the weight of generations. Issue orders. Strengthen patrols throughout the village, especially at all entrances and critical facilities. Simultaneously calm the villagers' fears. Panic must not take root. Konoha has weathered countless storms. And this time too we shall endure. Yes, Hokage-sama. The assembly saluted in unison, then dispersed to relay commands. Only Jiraiya and Tsunade remained. Hiruzen regarded them, puzzled. What is it? Is there more? Who was that man who appeared tonight? Tsunade asked, curiosity alight in her eyes. How could he suppress a tailed beast outright? She had just returned to battle, barely engaged. When Junlin arrived and subdued Shikaku with effortless authority, her fascination was immediate and profound. He owns a blind box shop, Arad Continent Blind Box Shop, which opened 2 months ago on the commercial street. The items he dispenses vary wildly. Practical, potent, extraordinary. His own power is formidable, his origins shrouded in mystery. He claims they originate from the Arad Continent. Hiruzen spoke, slowly recalling Junlin's enigmatic past. The Arad Continent. I've traveled across the shinobi world extensively, and never once heard its name. Jiraiya added, I visited the shop last month, and drew a key, but the proprietor warned it was too dangerous. Even my teacher forbade me from pursuing it. A key? What danger could a mere key pose? Tsunade's brow arched, high confusion plain on her face. He said it unlocks a hidden ruin, and whoever turns it is instantly transported inside. The divine retribution key, as he called it, is perilous beyond measure. Even he admits ignorance of what lies within. Too much is unknown, Jiraiya. Hiruzen fixed Jiraiya with a stern look. Wait until your strength matures further. Then reconsider whether to enter. Divine retribution key. A ruin bearing such a name demands utmost caution. Even my curiosity yields to concern for your safety, Jiraiya. Fine, fine. I'll abide by your judgment. Jiraiya sighed resigned. He knew his own limitations well. Tonight even a tailed beast had nearly overwhelmed him. An unknown ruin was unthinkable. Tomorrow I'll pay the shopkeeper a visit. See whether these blind boxes truly possess such wonder. Tsunade's interest in Junlin's mystique had deepened into resolve. Very well. I'll accompany you tomorrow. Jiraiya volunteered eagerly, only to be swiftly interrupted. No. Tomorrow you'll oversee security operations. Entrusting that duty to Danzo is unacceptable. Surely that isn't necessary. The clans can handle it. After watching the blind box draw, I still need to gather material for my next novel. His enthusiasm dimmed instantly. Refuse. And I'll shut down every bathhouse in Konoha. Oh no. I'll go. Old man, I'm off. I'll inform Shizune to report to the hospital. Tsunade rose mid-sentence and walked out. With her questions answered lingering for idle chatter held no appeal. Jiraiya and Hiruzen exchanged glances. Before Jiraiya could speak he hastily interjected, Master, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. And vanished before another word could be uttered. Sigh. These two disciples will never cease testing my patience. Hiruzen lifted his pipe, drew a slow puff, and gazed toward the direction where Shikaku had laid waste to the village. He sighed again. Deep, weary, resonant. The next morning civilians and shinobi bustled outside the shop while inside activity surged just as fervently. Only Junlin sat alone behind the counter immersed in a shinobi world novel. TCH, those who live comfortably are truly unimpressive. This novel is abysmal. Its protagonist preens arrogantly, while every other character crumbles into irrelevance. Even the antagonists suffer from baffling intellectual decline. It pales beside the Shensha novels of my past life, even if reading them risks cerebral thrombosis. Junlin clicked his tongue, set the book aside, and turned his gaze toward Uzumaki Rinrin, as Karen calmly catalogued the items offered by the visiting shinobi. A tall woman stood at the doorway. Tsunade had arrived early, rushing straight to the hospital to borrow funds from Shizune. No questions needed, she'd lost every last coin at the gambling tables. Shizune always left behind a modest stipend for daily expenses. So seeking her was the obvious choice. Having secured the money, Tsunade headed directly to the blind box shop. At its entrance she spotted Uzumaki Rinrin and Karen's vivid crimson hair. She frowned faintly. And Uzumaki? There remain Uzumaki in Konoha. Her gaze drifted heavy with unspoken burdens toward the young man seated calmly behind the counter. Strikingly handsome, though still a shade less captivating than you, the reader. Her eyes flickered downward instinctively, then flushed faintly as she realized how thoroughly her own formidable physique obscured her toes. Hardly a respectable fellow, she murmured under her breath. Just like Jiraiya. Composing herself, Tsunade strode forward with solemn poise, and addressed Junlin at the counter. You're the shop's proprietor. Indeed. And you must be Tsunade. Junlin's perceptual focus activated silently, unnoticed yet ever-present. Tsunade ignored his gaze entirely. She'd long since grown accustomed to such scrutiny. I'm surprised you recognize me. I haven't returned to Konoha in years. As Junlin lifted his head, his gaze met Tsunade's formidable presence. Prolonged observation stirred an unexpected flicker of self-consciousness, prompting him to rise. The legendary Sannin. How could one fail to know you? True enough, though it was Hanzo of the Salamander who bestowed that title and the world accepted it. For us three, however, it remains a mark of shame. Tsunade recalled the Second Shinobi World War, the brutal clash with Hanzo. Even united Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and she herself had been overwhelmed, outmaneuvered, and subdued. Yet granted the title Sannin, as both accolade and humiliation. To outsiders it signified glory, to them it embodied disgrace. The undeniable truth that three had fallen before one. I disagree. Hanzo stood in his prime then, while you were still in your youth. Survival alone was victory. Your strength had yet to peak. Tell me, were you to face Hanzo now versus then, who would prevail? Junlin spoke with quiet conviction. Certainly me now. Hanzo's toxins are formidable, but my medical ninjutsu is no mere parlor trick, and my strength-enhancing fist is no weakling's technique. Tsunade glared fiercely, as if already imagining Hanzo's ribs splintering beneath her knuckles. Ha! So, you've come to open blind boxes. Junlin watched bemused as Tsunade's imposing silhouette shifted with each movement. Astonished anew at her sheer magnitude. System, is that you meddling again? Shut off this auto-targeting now. The system possesses no such function. Furthermore, I shall sue you for defamation. With the system Judiciary Bureau itself. Oh, there's a Judiciary Bureau now. Ding. Of course, it governs the myriad realms across all existence. Where there are systems there must be law, chaos would otherwise reign unchecked. Impressive. And where do you rank among them? Ding. Classified information. Fine. If you won't say, you're clearly rather mediocre. You. Junlin dismissed the system's tantrum without a glance. Returning to reality. Mere instants had passed in conversation with the system. Junlin addressed Tsunade. One visits a blind box shop to open blind boxes. Yet is it truly so extraordinary, or merely clever deception? I'm not so easily fooled as the third Hokage. Though Tsunade had heard much through Hiruzen and Jiraiya, some truths demanded first-hand witness. Junlin remained silent, and activated the shop's inviolable effect. An ancient, unfathomable pressure emanated from him. Tsunade's body trembled, before her mind's eye the very land of the shinobi world fractured. Then slowly painstakingly reknit itself whole. As the pressure receded, Junlin resumed his ordinary guise. Tsunade staggered back a step, gasping, sweat drenching her brow. A profound, paralyzing helplessness washing over her as if death had brushed her throat. Ha, sir. I believe you. Tsunade clutched her chest, breath ragged. Blind box rarities ascend in tier white, blue, purple, orange. And perhaps legend has it gold. Gold signifies legendary rarity, containing potions, skill scrolls, weapons, jewelry, or even resurrection coins. Fortune governs all. Some items may be freely transferred, but others bind instantly to the soul of the opener. Though bound, the owner may grant temporary use to another, once only. Upon depletion, the item returns to its rightful master. Junlin spoke with unhurried precision. Tsunade absorbed every word, then froze. Resurrection coins? She whispered, disbelief sharpening her gaze. Yes, true resurrection. Not the impure world reincarnation devised by Konoha's second Hokage. Resurrection coin, true resurrection. Nawaki. Tsunade bowed her head, murmuring the name of her younger brother, as if invoking a sacred vow. She raised her eyes, resolved unwavering, and declared, "Open 10 blind boxes." Then placed the banknotes she'd borrowed from Shizune upon the counter. With a gesture, 10 blind boxes materialized before Tsunade. Tap once to open. She whispered, resurrection coin. Must be resurrection coin. Her hand struck repeatedly. A resonant hum filled the air. 5 blues, 3 purples, 2 oranges, and 1 gold. Light blazed so brilliantly it hadn't shone in ages, drawing every eye in the shop toward Junlin and Tsunade. Gold! It's gold! Never before has gold light appeared. A shinobi cried out. By the heavens! That's the legendary gold tier item, the proprietor described. All rippled through the crowd. Gasped shrieks, stunned silence, as if each had drawn gold themselves. Tsunade's pulse raced, her gaze locked on Junlin, expectant, trembling. Sir! Junlin himself stood momentarily transfixed by that radiant golden light. Tsunade's luck defied reason. Her very first draw yielded gold. Stunned, she quickly recovered and began. Blue tier yields vitality elixir and strength amplification elixir. A telekinetic current lifted the vials and delivered them into Tsunade's hands. She held them. Red, blue, green liquids shimmering with potency. Yet her attention remained fixed on the golden glow, longing for Junlin to reveal its nature. He remained silent. Fragment of the Abyssal Party Invitation. Rare purple and effect. Collect 10 fragments to forge a full invitation granting entry to the Abyssal Demon Realm to challenge a Demon Lord. Victory awards 1 or more treasures. Withdrawal permitted mid-challenge. Skill scroll, Mighty Fist. Rare purple and effect enhances physical strength and extends enemy stun duration. Duration limited, but reduces attack speed during activation. Skill scroll, Blazing Mighty Fist. Rare purple and effect, a devastating lunging punch that launches foes airborne and emits concussive shockwaves through the fist. Tsunade hadn't anticipated both purple tier finds would be skill scrolls, nor how seamlessly they'd synergize with her chakra-enhanced strength medical ninjutsu, and even the first 7 gates of Might Guy's 8 gates technique. She pressed each scroll to her forehead. Golden light fused into her being. In her mind's eye, a figure tensed. Fists clenched, torso leaning forward, gathering immense force. Then unleashed Blazing Mighty Fist, a thunderous lunge, a shockwave erupting from impact, shattering grotesque enemies to dust. Tsunade exhaled softly, regaining composure. Remarkable power. When merged with my own strength-enhancing fist, its destructive potential multiplies exponentially. Truly impressive. Lady Tsunade has always been peerless, but with these she becomes unstoppable. Konoha grows safer with every passing day. The crowd erupted in praise, extolling her legendary feats. Tsunade paid them no heed. Instead, she turned back to Junlin. Sir, what is this? She gestured toward the orange glowing item, abandoning hope. He disclosed the golden prize first. A subtle smile curved Junlin's lips. Ah, you've learned to anticipate. Fine things deserve their moment. Saved for last. Earrings of Radiant Glory. Epic orange and effect significantly augments physical strength and greatly amplifies melee damage. Grants chance to inflict double critical strike damage. No sooner had Junlin spoken than Tsunade removed her old earrings and fastened the new ones. Power surged through her. Muscles coiled, fists clenched, vitality surging like a rising tide. She beamed. Exhilarating. I feel capable of punching through a mountain. Sudden power breeds illusion. Still. Yes, you could shatter a mountain now, though barely. Junlin smiled faintly, then shifted tone. Now let us unveil the sole legendary gold tier artifact thus far revealed. Whoa, legendary gold! Tsunade gazed rapt at the golden radiance. Bystanders stood frozen, breathless, eyes wide with awe. Resurrection coin. Legendary gold and effect revives the long deceased, restoring full vitality, memories, and essence. And the shop erupted anew. By the gods, real. We thought such artifacts fantastical, especially the resurrection coin the proprietor mentioned earlier. Few believed it possible. Yet today it manifests. Lady Tsunade's fortune is simply unimaginable. Tsunade, still electrified by the skill scrolls and earrings, scarcely registered the words, until Junlin's declaration struck her like lightning. She'd opened the resurrection coin. Tears streamed down her cheeks. 50 years old yet sobbing uncontrollably, wiping futilely as her face flushed crimson beneath the tears. Steady yourself, hold it, and envision the one you wish to restore. The coin will answer your heart's deepest yearning. Junlin's voice softened. Astonished himself that resurrection coins ranked as legendary gold. In his prior life they'd been commonplace, not even rare in dungeon crawls. Here they were mythic. Tsunade's hands shook. Trembling with tension, ecstasy, anticipation, Inoichi would live again. She held the coin, no larger than a standard coin. Yet its weight bore the gravity of 1,000 desperate prayers. Outside these walls it would ignite wars, shatter empires. Clutching it tightly, Tsunade closed her eyes. Memories flooding back. Big sister. When I grow up I'll become Hokage. Yeah. If you don't train harder you won't even become a shinobi, let alone Hokage. Haha. Look, big sister. I'm a genin now. Ha! My little brother. Already a genin. Who's your jonin sensei? Orochimaru sensei. Oh, Orochimaru. Not bad. Though why not me, your big sister? Because you're too violent. I'd rather not. Thump. Ouch. What was that for? Tsunade, your brother? Inoichi. What's wrong with him? Memories of the past slowly resurfaced, stirring faint sorrow within his heart. Suddenly, Tsunade's hands clasped tightly over the resurrection coin resting upon her chest. It grew warm, almost burning, yet soothingly comforting. The coin slipped from her grasp and hovered midair, radiating a soft, intensifying light that dissolved into shimmering motes, those luminous particles coalescing in the air to form a human silhouette, flesh reassembling, soul returning. Has your big sister Wong returned? Rinji slowly opened his eyes, and the first face he saw was Tsunade's, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gazed at him. He landed gently and stepped forward to stand before her. Sister, what is this? Tsunade dropped to one knee, pulling Rinji fiercely into her embrace. Rinji, you're truly back. The shop owner didn't lie. Wah! Startled by the sudden embrace, Rinji struggled for breath, pressed tight against her chest. Sister. Please let go. I can't breathe. Humph. Tsunade reluctantly loosened her grip, then pouted. I haven't seen you in decades. Yet the moment you return you complain about me. Once freed, Rinji gasped deeply, inhaling and exhaling with relief. Sister, I just opened my eyes. Then you hugged me so hard I couldn't even exhale. It was unbearable. Okay? Thud. Ouch. You still complain. Tsunade, now fully composed, delivered a swift, playful head bop. Rinji rubbed his forehead, then wrapped his arms around Tsunade. Sister. I'm alive again. Junlin watched the siblings' reunion silently, musing. At this rate, how am I supposed to run a business? Go home now. All right. You're both in your 30s. Must you be so sentimental? Rinji blinked, puzzled, and turned to Tsunade. 30s? Me. He pointed at himself. Ah, my sister's in her 30s already. Has she aged so much? Rinji glanced at Tsunade, teetering perilously close to self-sabotage. Tsunade's face flushed crimson. If I can't land a hit on the boss, can't I at least knock some sense into you, my little brother? Thump, thump, thump. No, stop. Rinji winced, half convinced death would be preferable. Junlin intervened. This younger brother really did seem moments away from flatlining. Enough, Tsunade. She halted instantly. Rinji, astonished that she obeyed Junlin so readily, assumed, mistakenly, that this man must be her husband. Though he did seem suspiciously youthful. Brother-in-law, please rein her in. Rinji darted behind Junlin and pleaded. Ha! Tsunade stared, utterly bewildered. Junlin looked equally baffled. Tsunade lunged, but Junlin stepped smoothly between them. Enough. He's just been resurrected. He knows nothing. Explain things to him first. Junlin stepped aside, revealing Rinji. Tsunade seized his arm without hesitation. You little rascal. Get over here now. Coming. Don't hit. Tsunade led Rinji away and recounted everything that had transpired since his death. 2 full hours passed before she finished. Even then she'd only skimmed the surface. Detailing it all would take 3 days and nights. Rinji embraced her tenderly, then spoke softly. So, he's the shop owner. You bought a blind box, drew the golden resurrection coin, and I returned. Then he's not my brother-in-law. Tsunade nodded firmly. Correct. He's not your brother-in-law. Stop saying such things. Rinji's gaze flickered. His lips curled into a sly, knowing smile. Then, is he unmarried? Not that I know of. Those two over there, the Uzumaki clan members, are shop assistants. I've never heard him mention a wife. Tsunade said, nodding toward Uzumaki Rinrin. Rinji grinned, devilish and confident. Then it settled. You should marry him. You yourself admitted it. After all this time you still haven't found me a brother-in-law. He's perfect, immensely powerful. Even you can't defeat him. And runs a thriving blind box shop. Profits flow like rivers. Ideal match. Tsunade, uncharacteristically silent, offered no retort, nor raised a fist. She simply stood still, then snapped back to reality. Oh, you little brat. Now you're meddling in my affairs. Thud. A crisp resonant sound. Ow. My personal life is none of your concern. From now on, you're done being a shinobi. Live quietly in Konoha, as an ordinary civilian. Tsunade spoke, her voice heavy with unresolved emotion. No, I will become a shinobi and Hokage. Just like grandfather, mighty, revered, guardian of Konoha. Absolutely not. I refuse to let you walk that path again. How can you do this? Sister. I don't want to lose you again. Brother. Rinji fell silent. Yes. She'd lost so much, her happiness, her peace. And her brother gone far too long. Yet becoming Hokage remained Rinji's unwavering dream. One he'd pursued relentlessly. She'd granted him a second chance. Should he burden her further with worry? Words failed him, so he chose silence. From now on, live simply. Marry, raise children, find quiet joy. Tsunade spoke earnestly, her voice thick with tenderness. Rinji lifted his head. Eyes steady, resolve etched deep. Thank you, sister, for giving me this chance to begin anew. I am profoundly grateful. He bowed deeply, then continued, voice clear and unwavering. But an ordinary life holds no appeal for me. I will be a shinobi and Hokage. Even reborn, my dream remains unchanged. For I am of the Senju clan. My grandfather was the shinobi god, the first Hokage of Konoha. Tsunade wiped away fresh tears. Though fear clenched her heart, she knew. Her brother's conviction demanded her support, not resistance. She brushed her tears aside. Come. We must thank the shop owner. Hand in hand, she led Rinji to Junlin, who'd already overheard their exchange. Internally, Junlin nodded in quiet approval. Rinji's will was unshakable. Had he lived longer, perhaps even Naruto Uzumaki, the destined prodigy, would face real competition for the Hokage title. Master, thank you for bringing Rinji back. Tsunade and Rinji bowed low, but Junlin gently stayed their motion. No thanks needed. I merely sell blind boxes. I have no control over what lies inside. Thank your own fortune. Junlin spoke with quiet detachment. Fortune may have guided me, but without your shop Rinji could never have returned. Gratitude remains due, and should you ever require aid, I am yours to command. Tsunade, surprised yet gracious, replied. Help. Simple enough. Buy 10 blind boxes each month. Of course, master. Your blind box shop is truly extraordinary. Master, may I ask you one question? Rinji broke in. Junlin already knew what came next. If you wish to ask whether to pursue the shinobi path, save your breath. Follow your heart. Whether right or wrong, you alone bear the consequences. Rinji was startled. Junlin had divined his intent before he'd spoken a word. Yes. Thank you, master, for your wisdom. May I ask another? Rinji asked, tone shifting. Calm, precise, physician-like. Go ahead. Junlin paused, intrigued. What else could this boy possibly ask? Master, do you need a wife? Just say the word. I'll deliver one instantly. Rinji winked. Junlin nearly tumbled from his chair. What audacious, wolfish words. Was this line oddly familiar? Thud. What nonsense is that? Oof. Sister. Must you always resort to violence? You. Ahem. So you're offering to find me a wife? Junlin cleared his throat, adopting a stern, dignified demeanor. Absolutely. Let me introduce my sister. True, she's older. But, boom. A small figure flew straight out the shop door. Sorry, master. We'll take him home for immediate correction, and return soon to pay our respects. Tsunade's face burned crimson as she hastily bowed and departed. Junlin lingered, murmuring thoughtfully, Honestly, I won't deny it. Tsunade isn't entirely out of the question. He stroked his chin, when a system alert chimed, laced with disdain. So you're the one with a mouth now. Alert system confirms. System possesses no mouth. You claim no mouth, yet you speak. Junlin flushed, flustered. Alert, though Tsunade is advanced in years, her vitality remains exceptional. System offers, spirit reforming pill restores physical age to 20 while preserving 30,000 year strength, eternal youth, and extended lifespan. Ah. Sorry, did I raise my voice? Hope I didn't startle you. Junlin instantly shifted expression. Smooth, polite, professional. May I inquire about this pill? Host level insufficient. Well, level's low, but you're here. Did you barter with another system? Junlin's expression shifted again. Sly, hopeful. Alert, classified information. Elevate blind box sales to unlock knowledge. TSH knew it. You're pathetic. Compare other systems, lavishing cultivators with realms or direct power boosts. Yet mine grants telekinesis and infinite stamina. Only within the shop. Still calls itself, not pathetic. Oh, you dare talk back? Alert filing formal complaint. Elsewhere you're royalty. Here, you're still training rookie. Ding 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 ding. Alright, enough dinging. 2 words and you crumble. Still denying your trash? You dare curse? Insult me? Don't you know I'm the keyboard immortal? A master of ancient keystrokes? And you? A primordial system. Junlin studied it with renewed fascination, initially assuming it was obsolete. Yet its intelligence proved startlingly sophisticated. Alert deducting 1,000 premium blind boxes. System upgrade complete. Huh? Wait, what? When did I acquire 1,000 premium blind boxes? Junlin's expression cycled through disbelief, then deeper disbelief. Alert though quantity falls short, system discreetly procures premium boxes from future host timelines. Effortlessly. Huh? What? You can travel to the future? Junlin recoiled, genuine shock rippling across his face. Blast. Ding. Is it so strange that the system can go to the future? Junlin was speechless. But aren't you an ancient system? Suddenly becoming so advanced makes me feel unfamiliar. Stop the nonsense. Where's my reward? Ding. This system content increased the chance of obtaining Abyss Invitation fragments 3 to 5 fragments per drop. You mean opening a blind box for the Abyss Invitation guarantees at least 3 fragments and at most 5? Ding. Yes, but the guarantee of obtaining an Abyss Invitation from 10 blind boxes is cancelled. Well, every 10 blind boxes used to guarantee one, but it would take 10 months, too long. Although the 10-box guarantee is gone, when you get one it's 3 to 5 fragments from a single box. Junlin nodded with satisfaction. Ding. Invincible domain 100 meters. Within 100 meters the host is the absolute sovereign and words become law. The ability cannot leave the 100-meter range. Beyond that it immediately dissipates. Junlin felt the power surging within him. Within 100 meters he seemed to control everything. Closing his eyes he could perceive the domain. The sounds of people, the flow of air, the footsteps of ants, the joy and sorrow of wild grass. He clenched his fist. Is this true power? Although it's only 100 meters, it's as if I can teleport. So it's like there is no 100 meters. Before he could finish rejoicing, the system's rewards came again. Ding. Congratulations host, you have obtained a 9 lives spirit cat. Please go to an open area to receive it. Ha! 9 lives spirit cat. I have to be a poop scooper. What use is it? Junlin grumbled as he teleported away from the shop. He arrived at the giant stone wall of the past Hokage statues. Receive. As Junlin's voice fell, a golden light burst before him. When the smoke cleared, a snow-white cat with eyes as clear as blood jade sat perched on the stone wall. Behind it 9 fluffy tails swayed gently, each tip shimmering with a faint halo, as if containing mysterious power. Mew, the 9 lives spirit cat, let out a lazy cry, looked up at Junlin with a hint of closeness and curiosity. Mew. Mew mew. Junlin was startled. He hadn't expected the spirit cat to be so beautiful. He crouched down and reached out to touch its head, but it nimbly dodged. Hey, you silly cat. The 9 lives spirit cat voluntarily approached and rubbed against Junlin's feet. Junlin stroked its head and scratched its chin, and the cat began to purr. It looked very comfortable. Junlin was quite satisfied with this cat. Not bad at all. System, what use is it? It doesn't just have 9 lives and nothing else, does it? Ding. The 9 lives spirit cat can sense danger and foresee the future. Of course it can also help you solve small troubles occasionally. Most importantly, it is soulbound to you. 9 lives means you also have 9 lives. But if it dies you won't die, if you die it will die. Junlin's eyes lit up. He had been complaining about being a poop scooper, but now he felt the spirit cat was actually quite nice. Does it have a name? He asked. Ding. No. It is the last orphan of the 9 lives spirit cat clan in a certain cultivation world. Makes sense. This clan is too OP. Too OP. 9 lives. Junlin squinted, thinking for a moment. Then I'll call you Xiaojiu. Of course if one day you kick the bucket I'll rename you Xiaoba. After saying that, Junlin lifted Xiaojiu above his head. The 9 lives spirit cat curled its tail tightly and clamped its legs. Tisk, so it's a female. Junlin placed Xiaojiu on his shoulder. The spirit cat visibly relaxed and obediently lay on his shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden commotion came from afar, followed by a powerful surge of chakra from behind. Xiaojiu instantly looked back, its eyes alert. Junlin calmly turned around and quietly looked toward the direction of the disturbance. Suddenly a figure dashed out. It was Naruto Uzumaki, who had been practicing the blade storm of the sonic wind blade. He had been training well when he saw a golden beam of light and thought it was some treasure. He rushed over quickly. Just as he tried to climb higher to see what it was, a snake suddenly sprang out, startling him. He killed it, instantly planning to cook it for dinner. The release of Ninetail's chakra attracted the attention of the 9 lives spirit cat. Hey, boss, why are you here? Naruto was puzzled because he had only ever seen Junlin at the blind box shop and during the Shikaka rampage a few days ago. Me. I came to pick up a partner. Junlin comforted Xiaojiu. Although Xiaojou was no longer bristling, its eyes were fixed on Naruto. Or rather on the nine tails inside Naruto's body. Partner. Where? Naruto looked around but didn't see anyone. Hey, my partner is this one. Junlin said, pointing at Xiaojou on his shoulder. Naruto leaned in for a closer look. Is it this cat? He walked to Junlin's side and looked at Xiaojou on his shoulder, then suddenly shouted, "Wow! Boss, your cat has 9 tails." Naruto pointed at the 9 dangling tails and yelled. It's a 9-live spirit cat called Xiaojou, Junlin said. Junlin took Xiaojou off his shoulder, held it in his arms, and sat down in a relatively clean spot. Naruto sat down beside him after seeing Junlin sit. 9 live spirit cat. 9 tails. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Naruto frowned, lost in thought. You saw it when you were little? Or rather, inside your body lives the 9 tails. Right. That's why it felt familiar. Naruto suddenly understood, then said with some sadness, people all say I'm a fox demon. He lowered his head. Junlin placed his hand on Naruto's head. You've already done enough. At least you're better than 99 of the people in my. Junlin sighed inwardly. Anyone else would have turned dark and destroyed the ninja world in no time. Naruto was a bit shy from Junlin's words and forced a laugh. Haha, not at all. I just want to be a good ninja and become Hokage. Naruto, do you want to meet the 9 tails inside you? Junlin took his hand off Naruto's head and stroked Xiaojou's head. Yes, I want to ask him why he's inside me, Naruto said eagerly. He had seen him when he was very young but never since. Junlin touched Naruto's forehead with his fingertip, and the two of them along with the cat, entered a dark, damp, dripping, narrow prison. As soon as Xiaojou entered it, sensed the violent chakra of the 9 tails, but didn't pay much attention. At first, unfamiliarity called for caution, but after looking around it dismissed the 9 tails as a small fry. It stretched lazily and perched obediently on Junlin's shoulder. Naruto spoke first. Is this inside me? It stinks. So dark and damp. The 9 tails sensed strangers entering and its aura surged as if the air itself froze. Xiaojou, feeling the 9 tails aura rise, also released a trace of its own. The 9 tails felt as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Its aura instantly retracted. It felt a chill down its spine, and its fur stood on end, sensing that something terrible would happen if it didn't restrain itself. The 9 tails stared at Naruto. Kid, how did you get in here? Junlin activated his invincible domain. If I want to come, no one can stop me. And you're too tall. Lower your head. The 9 tails was crushed until its entire body almost deformed. It trembled in fear. The aura was even more terrifying than before. Roar. Roar. The 9 tails howl was filled with the venom of 1,000 years of sealing and the longing for freedom. Boss, let him go first. I want to talk to him. Naruto couldn't bear to see the 9 tails suffer so much. Junlin withdrew his domain. Naruto was a bit scared, but thinking of his experiences, he stepped forward and looked up at the colossal 9 tails. Why are you inside me? Because of you, I've been called a fox demon by the villagers all my life. The 9 tails was also bewildered. I was just sleeping peacefully one day when a red-eyed freak suddenly appeared, treated me like a summoned beast, and made me work like a slave. What did I do? Then a wooden giant bigger than me grabbed me, saying I was too powerful and had to be sealed. What did I do again? Roar. The 9 tails couldn't help but roar. Quiet. A soft voice reached the 9 tails' ears. Its roar instantly ceased. You ask me. I want to know what I did to deserve being sealed. Is it my fault for being strong? Naruto didn't know what to say because he didn't know either. Junlin looked at the 9 tails with amusement. It was indeed quite unjust. Sealed simply because it was strong. Alright 9 tails, I know the reason. Hearing Junlin's voice, the 9 tails lay on the ground with its head bowed. You are. Junlin looked at the harsh environment. He activated his domain: mountains, rivers, birdsong, and floral fragrance. In the eyes of Naruto and the 9 tails, the world seemed to revive. Spring arrived. The morning sun gilded the blue-green mountains, winding streams like silver ribbons wove through their sparkling water, reflecting the lush green banks. Mountain winds rustled through the pines, mingling with the melodious songs of larks in the branches, and the chirping of crickets in the grass, forming a natural symphony. Pink and white wild cherry blossoms drifted down, falling into the crystal-clear water, startling a few red carp that frolicked. In the distance, a sika deer lowered its head to nibble tender grass, its fluffy tail occasionally swishing. A gray rabbit with long ears hopped about, startling a cloud of dandelion seeds that floated into the sky. An eagle circled in the clouds, occasionally diving to skim the river surface, sending up sparkling droplets. On the vine-covered cliffs, macaques swung from ancient vines, letting out joyful cries. The mountain air was filled with the fragrance of earth and wildflowers. Everything was like a magnificent painting preserved by time. Naruto and the 9 tails were both stunned. Naruto was amazed by Junlin's power. The 9 tails was also amazed, but not at Junlin's strength. It had already experienced that. It was amazed that with just a few words Junlin had created such a beautiful environment. It had been so long since it had seen the outside world. Junlin, with his words becoming law, conjured a table and several chairs, sat down, and then conjured a teapot, a few cups, and some snacks. Xiaojou had already run off to play with the animals. Junlin gestured for Naruto to sit, and the Ninetales also lowered itself beside the table. Junlin frowned at the Ninetales' huge head. "Joey, can't you make yourself smaller?" The Ninetales was taken aback. It looked at its own body. There was nothing wrong with it, although it didn't understand why Junlin wanted it to shrink. It showed respect. It nodded and turned into a chibi version of the Ninetales, looking quite cute, and hopped onto a stool to sit upright. Naruto looked at the chibi Ninetales and wanted to reach out and touch it. "Stop! Kid, don't touch me!" The Ninetales growled fiercely. Naruto smiled awkwardly, withdrew his hand and muttered, "Stingy. But it really looks cute." Cough. Junlin cleared his throat and the two immediately sat up straight. "Naruto, do you know how the ninja world came to be?" Naruto nodded, then shook his head. He knew a little but not much. The pain of being a poor student. "Then I'll tell you the origin of the ninja world and why Joey was sealed inside you. In ancient times." After speaking at length, Junlin's throat grew parched. He raised his teacup and drained it in one gulp. Upon setting it down, tea miraculously welled up from beneath the cup, filling it to the brim in moments. Junlin nodded inwardly. Truly astonishingly convenient. Upon hearing Junlin's words, Kyubi was visibly stunned. Some truths even he had never known. No wonder this man could utter his true name. "So Kurama, the Ninetales, was sealed inside me by my parents for the sake of Konoha, and I am the son of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, and also the son of Kushina Uzumaki, the previous Ninetales Jinchuriki." Naruto's eyes overflowed with tears as he spoke. "Yes. Do you hate them?" Naruto opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Hate? Of course he did. Years of injustice had piled high. Could he truly claim not to hate them? His parents had sacrificed themselves to protect the village. His father as Hokage bore that duty as sacred obligation. Junlin turned to Kurama. "Henceforth cease interfering with Naruto's chakra, and willingly lend him your own." Kurama reluctantly nodded. "Of all beings, why must I suffer this fate?" Naruto, treat Kurama well. He is not as monstrous as you imagine. Merely a pawn manipulated by others. Naruto nodded silently. Junlin had laid bare the truth. Now, he understood all Kurama had endured. "Humph. You may borrow my chakra, but do not disturb me needlessly." Kurama turned away, haughty and defiant. Then Junlin suddenly remembered something. Nearly forgotten. "Naruto, would you like to meet your parents?" Naruto had been playfully tugging at Kurama's cartoonish foxhead, who stubbornly refused to be ruffled. At Junlin's words, both froze mid-banter. Naruto stepped forward, standing before him. "Is it possible?" Junlin led Naruto to the seal's barrier, where massive iron chains crisscrossed in intricate patterns. "Simply peel off this talisman." As Naruto reached forward and tore halfway through the talisman, a chakra manifestation materialized before them. "Naruto, do not remove the seal." The voice belonged to the swiftest man alive, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Minato gazed first at Naruto, then at Junlin, drawing forth a flying thunder god kunai engraved with the characters Shin Ai no Ken, sword of shinobi love. He swiftly shielded Naruto behind him. "Who are you? Did you teach Naruto how to break the adamantine seal?" "Don't harm master." Naruto lunged forward, stepping between them, blocking Minato's kunai with his own body. Minato faltered. "He doesn't call me father." Indeed, without years of shared presence, a son's heart remains distant. A faint bitterness stirred in his mouth. Naruto explained things to him. After speaking, Junlin turned and returned to his original seat. Minato scanned the surroundings. Something about this place felt profoundly wrong. "This change is too drastic." "4th Hokage, I shall explain." Minato abandoned concern over Naruto's address. He had urgent questions of his own. When the explanation finally concluded, Junlin nearly drifted into slumber. His absence had stretched far too long. "I see. Now I understand why Naruto broke the seal." Even more astonishing was the master's overwhelming power, and his curious mention of blind boxes. Minato guided Naruto toward Junlin, and froze upon seeing the chibi-sized Kurama. "What?" Junlin sipped his tea slowly. "There's no need to tense up. Kurama is neither wholly evil nor wholly benign, merely a being shaped by betrayal." Kurama held his teacup in one hand while stuffing pastries into his mouth with the other. He listened intently, until Junlin's final remark made his ears twitch. "No thanks required." Kurama glanced disdainfully at Minato, the wretched Hokage who'd sealed him and cost him 2 lives. Ignoring him, he resumed eating. The tiny plate replenished itself endlessly, each bite offering a new flavor. Tea flowed without end. Rich, fragrant, exquisite. "Thank you, master." Profound gratitude. The radiant boy bowed deeply before Junlin. "To witness Naruto and Kurama coexisting peacefully. This brings me immeasurable joy." Minato watched the miniature fox sip tea with one paw while devouring sweets with the other, his lips twitching involuntarily. "Absurd. Utterly absurd. Like a starving spirit reborn. Will you not release Kushina as well?" "Kushina stands as the final safeguard. She must remain sealed unless catastrophe looms." Minato's expression hardened. "Alas." My chakra dwindles to its last ember. Soon it will fade entirely. I cannot stay with you, Naruto. Gently cradling Naruto in his arms, Minato whispered, "Father." Naruto sobbed, clinging tightly. Minato's body trembled. His lashes fluttered, his eyes shimmered, veiled in translucent mist. His lips pressed into a bloodless line, his jaw quivered uncontrollably. His throat convulsed, as if swallowing back a flood of unshed tears. His face drawn taut, almost translucent with emotion. Don't carry on as though parting forever. Replenishing chakra is trivial. Kurama has more than enough. Junlin observed their tearful farewell. Though admittedly it was real. Both Minato and Naruto turned to Junlin. Is it truly possible, master? Call me master if you wish. But why add mister? What does that even mean? Aren't you the master? Minato blinked, genuinely puzzled. Why would anyone bear such an odd title? Silence fell. True speechless silence. My surname is Jun. My given name Lin, Junlin. Sovereign over all under heaven. Ah, apologies, Master Jun. Minato flushed with embarrassment and hurried to speak again. Then, how do we restore chakra? Invincible domain activated. The tiny Kurama lay sprawled on the floor, belly swollen round from endless pastries. With a mere thought, Junlin drew forth a torrent of chakra from Kurama, streaming toward Minato, merging seamlessly into his being. Roar, roar, roar. Kurama felt utterly drained. Not a single drop remained. Half dead, he howled in protest. Indeed, no feast comes free. Every debt must be repaid. Seeing Kurama's listless state, Junlin mused. It was merely a fraction of chakra. Why so dramatic? Then he infused natural energy into Kurama's body. Ha ha, I live again. Kurama stirred. But prudence won out. He chose not to quarrel over a mere trickle of chakra. Once Minato's fusion completed, he appeared resurrected. Vital radiant. This chakra will sustain you for 15 to 20 years. Assuming no heavy jutsu usage. Even with active combat, it shall endure just as long. Junlin resettled himself and continued. Minato and Naruto exchanged glances, eyes alight with shared wonder. Junlin anticipated their intent, and spoke first. Release Kushina next. They returned to the seal. Naruto peeled off the entire talisman, just as Minato had manifested moments before. Naruto, is Kurama rampaging? Red hair cascaded down her back. She wore a sleeveless form-fitting purple top, bold black trim accentuating her sharp vitality. Her sleek black leggings traced every agile line of her legs, while her black shinobi boots bore crimson detailing, echoing the hue of her top. A wide brown belt cinched her waist, its silver buckle gleaming with quiet authority. At her hip hung a full shinobi tool pouch, proof of her mastery. The previous nine tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina gazed upon Naruto, then lifted her slender hands to cradle his face. You've grown so tall. Did mother's absence leave you wounded, my dearest? Mother, the word escaped, tears instantly flooding his vision. His trembling fingers covered hers. Memories surging, lonely nights shunned by villagers, cold stares born of his nine tails heritage, bitter meals swallowed alone. All crashing over him like a tide. Her fingertips brushed the 6 whisker marks on his cheeks. Her eyes shimmering, yet her smile held a tenderness so deep it ached. My little Naruto always hides his tears. Pretending to be strong, isn't he? Suddenly she pulled him close, a mother's warmth melting his rigid frame. Kurama's distant roar faded. Only the scent of wildflowers from her hair lingered, soft and familiar. Forgive me. For never cooking red bean soup when you starved. For never wiping away your tears of sorrow. Her voice broke as she buried her face in his hair. Yet I watched you, every day. Watched you become a shinobi brighter than even the 4th Hokage. I missed you so much. His knuckles whitened around her garment, tears soaking her crimson fabric. His throat choked with ragged, stifled sobs. I thought I'd never see you again. Before he finished, Kushina lifted his face, thumb brushing away tears exactly as she dreamed countless times. Minato stood apart, like a stranger beside mother and son. Kushina. She whirled, dropped Naruto, and embraced Minato. His arms rose, ready to hold her. Then her fist slammed into his gut. Wait. Let me explain, Kushina. Minato's plea vanished unheard. The adamantine seal bound him instantly. Kushina strode to Naruto. Son, what's happened? Mom. Maybe first hear what Dad wants to say. Naruto swallowed hard, watching Minato's battered figure. Kushina paused, stunned. He forgave Minato, called him father. She released the seal. Minato rushed forward. Kushina. Don't strike, don't speak. Just listen. After the full account, the trio approached Junlin. All explained. Minato nodded, then introduced Kushina. This is our family's benefactor, Junlin, Master Jun. Without hesitation, Kushina bowed low. Thank you, Master Jun, for freeing Naruto's heart and for saving us both. Junlin summoned a chakra sphere identical to Minato's, and infused it into Kushina. When complete, she moved to bow again, but Junlin gently stayed her hand. Enough time has passed. I must depart. My task is done. This realm exists solely through Kurama's chakra. If sustained, it will persist indefinitely. Junlin beckoned to the chibi Kurama, who dashed over and leapt onto his shoulder. In an instant, whoosh, he vanished. The reunited family stood in silent reverence, gratitude flowing unspoken. Kushina's gaze fell upon the tiny, near-lifeless Kurama, sprawled helplessly on the floor. This is Kurama? How did he shrink so? She pointed. Father and son exchanged glances, suppressing laughter, as they began to explain. Ah, I see. Master Jun must have simply forgotten. Still, this miniature Kurama is utterly adorable. She scooped him up and playfully squeezed. Stop, stop, mad woman. You dare torment me after stealing my chakra? Kurama flailed weakly, utterly spent, then surrendered motionless. Meanwhile, Junlin reappeared instantly within his shop. Achoo! He rubbed his nose. What nonsense is this? I'm invincible. Well, yet I caught a cold. Could the system have granted me a fraudulent invincible domain? He pondered, utterly baffled. Something feels forgotten. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood in quiet astonishment, gently pinching and prodding Nawaki with fascinated disbelief. It's truly miraculous. Resurrection real and absolute exists in this world. Hiruzen's eyes gleamed brighter still. Then, could we also revive the first and second Hokage? With them restored, Konoha would reign unchallenged as the supreme village among all shinobi nations. Not merely a target for rival clans to test their strength. Tsunade could bear it no longer, an elderly man pawing over a teenage boy. Any outsider might mistake it for something far less innocent. Old man Nawaki still intends to become a shinobi. Arrange his enrollment for me. Hiruzen suddenly stilled, withdrew his pipe, and settled back into his chair before the stone carvings of past Hokage etched into the wall behind him. He held an antique brown pipe between his fingers. The stem delicately carved with swirling cloud motifs, the bowl polished to a soft warm luster by decades of use. A slender coil of blue-gray smoke rose from the bowl. He drew a slow breath. The pipe hissed softly, embers pulsing like distant stars in the dim light. Illuminating eyes that, though usually kind and gentle, now held the profound gravity unique to the Hokage. After several silent minutes, Hiruzen asked quietly, Nawaki, is what your sister said true? Do you truly wish to walk the shinobi path once more? Yes. Hokage-sama, I still aspire to be a shinobi. Nawaki bowed solemnly before the third. Your registration will be processed, but your fundamentals must be rebuilt from the ground up. Tsunade will oversee your training. No more carelessness. Understood. Hiruzen urged, voice heavy with paternal concern. He got it third. Nawaki scratched his head sheepishly. Go on, hurry and graduate. Yes, I'll take my leave now. Off you go, old man. Hiruzen watched the sisters depart, then tapped ash from his pipe with quiet contemplation. If this is to proceed, the cost will be considerable. Summon someone. A figure emerged silently from the shadows, kneeling low. Lord Hokage, what is your command? Call Danzo and both senior advisors to the Hokage Tower. Yes, Hokage-sama. Poof. Danzo, Hamura Mitokado, and Koharu Udatain arrived one by one and took their seats. Koharu spoke first. Hiruzen, what brings us here? Have post-war logistics been secured? How fare the wounded? And the reconstruction of homes? Hiruzen inhaled deeply, then fired off the questions in rapid succession. Logistics remain stable. Thanks to Shizun's medical expertise and advanced healing techniques, recovery has been steady. As for housing, we'll need to consult Hamura. Koharu replied. Construction is underway at full speed. Most dwellings will be completed within 2 days. She paused, then added quietly. But funds are running thin. We'll need to petition the daimyo. Though Shikaku spared most civilians, nearly every structure was reduced to rubble. I'll secure funding from the daimyo immediately, but compensation for victims cannot wait. Delay would tarnish Konoha's honor. Hiruzen rapped his knuckles sharply on the desk. There is another matter, beyond these, that brought you here today. You may have already heard Nawaki has returned. Truly resurrected. I verified it myself. This is no impure world reincarnation. The shopkeeper's resurrection coins, they are real. Hiruzen's expression turned grave. Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu rose as one. Truly, though intelligence reached us, we dared not believe it. If confirmed, every coin must be seized and centralized. No civilian or shinobi may retain them. Danzo struck his cane against the floor. Danzo, leave the blind box shop to its own affairs. Focus solely on your duties. Hiruzen, do you grasp what these coins signify? Wealth, authority. The daimyo's court will learn soon enough, and we must act first. Exchange them for gold and influence. Danzo surged forward, voice sharp with ambition. Danzo, I know well you've secretly dispatched root agents to open those boxes. You may proceed, but do not court death by provoking those who must not be provoked. Especially the two shopkeepers. I suspect you've already set your sights upon them. Hiruzen's tone hardened. Danzo, those are Uzumaki. They are the perfect vessels for Kurama. Danzo pressed his advantage gaze unwavering. Hiruzen. You speak as if you've grown afraid of your own shadow. Danzo. You've tested my patience for the last time. Do not dare touch them. Hiruzen's voice dropped to a warning whisper. Final irrevocable. Danzo. Then so be it. I wash my hands of you. Act as you will. But do not drag Konoha into ruin. Fuming Danzo strode out. No formal dismissal, yet no one stopped him. The door clicked shut and Hamura exhaled, almost imperceptibly relieved. Hamura and Koharu exchanged stunned glances. Had Hiruzen truly just declared, he would no longer intervene in Danzo's actions. But Hiruzen knew better. Danzo would never relent. And the shopkeeper, Konoha, dared not oppose him. Danzo's fate was sealed. Better to sacrifice one than risk all. I urge you both. Do not interfere in Danzo's affairs. As friends, comrades, colleagues. This is my final warning. Hiruzen fell silent. Understood. We shall not intervene. But Hiruzen, shouldn't you reconsider Danzo's role? Koharu ventured, unsettled. Indeed. He acts for Konoha's sake. Hamura added gently. Enough. Return to your posts. I wish to be alone. Hiruzen rubbed his temples wearily. The two advisors exchanged a glance. And departed without another word. Walking the street, Hamura broke the silence. Is that shopkeeper truly so fearsome? Did Hiruzen overreact? Are you utterly foolish? Koharu shot him a look of exasperation. If the shopkeeper weren't truly beyond reckoning, would Hiruzen have abandoned Danzo so coldly? True. Though Hiruzen's resolve has softened over the years, he remains no one's fool, and certainly no one's prey. Let it rest. We will not intervene. Koharu nodded. I'll reign in our clan's shinobi. Arrogance has grown unchecked lately. At the crossroads they parted without further words. Elsewhere, Tsunade led Nawaki to the ancestral grounds of the Senju clan. Ahem. There's dust everywhere. Have you not cleaned this place in years, sister? Nawaki swept the floor with a broom, glancing toward Tsunade at the window. Tsunade wiped the glass with a cloth, replying without turning. No. Most Senju have long ceased bearing that name, and nearly all perished in the Third Shinobi War. I rarely return to Konoha, let alone this sacred site. Then why not hire help? Just the two of us. It'll take forever. Nawaki surveyed the vast neglected space with mounting despair. Silence. Sweep. And speak no more. Tsunade flushed, embarrassed. How could she admit she'd gambled away every ryo she ever earned? She hadn't treated wealthy clients in days. Returning home meant non-stop labor, with no time to earn. Only Shizune retained modest savings. Without her, Tsunade would have starved long ago. Nawaki sensed the truth, but dared not voice it, so he remained quiet. Speaking up would only invite a fist. Within Naruto's body, Kushina had grown tired of playing with the Ninetales. It was the Ninetales slowly recovering its chakra that suddenly made it bigger. That crazy woman. The moment the Ninetales grew larger, its massive paw directly swatted at Kushina. Stingy. I just played with you a little. Adamantine sealing chains. Kushina said while forming hand seals, calling the Ninetales stingy. 8 chakra chains extended from Kushina's back. 2 blocked the attack, while the remaining chains bound the Ninetales tightly. Not bad. I feel even stronger than when I was alive. The adamantine sealing chains originally had 5 chains, but now there are 2 more. Could it be because I'm now composed of chakra? Kushina wondered, but then shrugged it off as a mutation. Alright Kushina, don't torment the Ninetales anymore, Minato said with a wry smile, stepping forward to persuade her. Humph. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Although I don't know how Naruto has been all these years, I can feel that he was often sad and in low spirits. It's only been better recently. It must be that old geezer Hiruzen and Danzo who treated Naruto badly. Kushina, upon hearing Minato's persuasion, directly retorted at him. Roar. You wretched woman, using my own chakra against me. The Ninetales, seeing that the chains radiated an aura identical to its own, was nearly driven mad with rage. Naruto quickly stepped forward. Mom, let the Ninetales go. If it weren't for the boss and the Ninetales chakra, you two wouldn't be able to survive for long. Kushina felt a bit embarrassed, as if she was burning the bridge after crossing it. The chains released the Ninetales abruptly. Roar. Ninetales, I apologize on behalf of my mother. I'm really sorry. Naruto bowed quickly to the Ninetales. Seeing Naruto like this, the Ninetales found it hard to say anything more, especially since Junlin's words were still fresh in its mind. Humph. As long as she doesn't provoke me, I can't be bothered with her. The Ninetales lay on the ground and snorted. Kushina also stepped forward to apologize to the Ninetales. Sorry Ninetales. What should we do now? Should we go out? I want to see the third Hokage, Minato said to Kushina. Of course we'll go out, but I want to cook for Naruto and make up for all the years I've missed. I don't want to see that old geezer Hiruzen. Kushina glanced at Minato and walked over to Naruto. Come on son, let's go make you some food. With that, the two disappeared before the Ninetales and Minato. Minato smiled bitterly. Sorry Ninetales, I have to go too. With that, he vanished before the Ninetales. Humph. Hateful humans. The Ninetales looked reluctantly at the place where the three had left. It had been so long since it had spoken with anyone that the sudden departure made it feel a sense of loss. The Ninetales lowered its head and murmured. And that Junlin, the allayed continent, 6 paths old man, this ninja world you created is about to fall into chaos. A smirk curled at the corner of its mouth. Soon Naruto led Kushina and Minato to his home. Kushina frowned deeply. Minato had been smiling while watching the mother and son from behind, but when Naruto brought them to a place that felt wrong, the smile vanished and his frown grew tighter. Kushina frowned as she followed Naruto to his residence, looking at everything in the room. Without sunlight, the place was moldy and damp. Opening the refrigerator and cabinets, they were filled with instant noodles, expired milk and bread, some of which had already gone moldy. What's going on? Isn't this place supposed to be an orphanage? Why is Naruto living here? Kushina turned her head and glared fiercely at Minato, shouting loudly. This? I don't know either. Kushina. Minato set his mouth dry. I died at the same time as you, how would I know? The once sunny Minato was turning into a resentful husband. Since she appeared, Kushina's attitude toward him had become increasingly worse. Naruto listened to their conversation and asked with confusion. I've lived here since I was little. Is something wrong? Kushina bit her lip and pulled him into her arms. Minato, what about my savings and the real estate I owned on that street? Where did they go? Kushina. Minato opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Tears streamed down Kushina's face. Those assets belonged to Naruto, even though he was still a child. But look at this place. This is where the village's orphans live. Where is your house? They took your house and put Naruto here. Don't you see clearly yet? Kushina was utterly disappointed in Minato and filled with deep hatred for the third Hokage and the other elders. The Ninetales chakra exploded from Kushina, and all the ninja in Konoha sensed it rushing over. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was processing documents when he suddenly felt a violent surge of chakra. It's the Ninetales, Hiruzen said in horror. Konoha could not withstand another rampage of the Ninetales. Quick, notify the sealing squad, the clan leader's Roots Danzo, and inform the 2 advisors to handle the aftermath. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hiruzen jumped out of the window and headed straight for the orphanage district. Minato watched Kushina suddenly erupt with the Ninetales chakra and realized things were about to get out of hand. Kushina, calm down. I'll go find the third Hokage. 8 chains shot toward Minato, who used the flying thunder god technique to dodge continuously. Kushina, calm down. Minato dodged 1 chain and spoke, but was immediately struck by another chain sent flying and crashing through several houses. The collapse of the houses was a dense and shocking auditory explosion. First came a dull creak, like the ultimate groan of wooden bones under pressure, followed by a boom that exploded like a boulder falling from the sky, shaking the eardrums. The clatter of falling bricks and broken tiles, the bang of heavy beams hitting the ground, the sharp crack of shattering glass, and the patter of countless fragments crashing together. All surged in a chaotic roar. The sound of airflow as dust rose mixed with the dull thuds of collapsing debris gradually settled into a fine rustle, like a hurried rain that fell and then stopped, leaving only a ringing in the ears and silence. Cough, cough, cough. Minato spat blood in the ruins, then used the flying thunder god technique to flash in front of Kushina. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just arrived and saw Minato being sent flying, followed by the sound of collapsing houses. Minato, Kushina, Naruto. Hiruzen was stunned. How could this couple have been revived? He hadn't received any intelligence from the Umbu that Naruto had used 2 revival coins. Minato was pleasantly surprised to hear the third Hokage's voice. Lord Third, it's been a long time, but please wait a moment. Kushina is having a fit. What happened to her? Before the third could finish, Kushina wrapped him in 2 chains that tightened around him. Ah! Danzo, several clan leaders, and the sealing squad had already arrived. Looking at the scene before them, they were all stunned. They didn't see the Ninetales, but they saw the 4th Hokage and the previous Ninetales, Jinchuriki Kushina, who was now binding the 3rd Hokage. Minato, what's going on? How did you 2 come back to life? Danzo asked Minato. Woofing Shuiman, without wiping the blood at the corner of his mouth, shouted anxiously, Lord Tuanzang, don't ask about that now. Juxinai discovered that Mingrin was placed in the orphanage since childhood, and she thinks the village embezzled the property she left for her child. She's out of control. Before his words faded, Juxinai lashed out her chains again, driving back the clan leaders who tried to approach. The chains cut through the air with a piercing screech, plowing deep furrows into the ground. The members of the sealing squad exchanged puzzled glances, their hand seals hesitating. They were adept at sealing tailed beasts, but before them stood the 4th Hokage and his wife. A situation beyond anyone's comprehension. Release the third. An ANBU from the Yuanfei clan roared, drawing a kunai as he charged forward. But he was blasted back by the surging Ninetales chakra around Juxinai, slamming heavily into a broken wall. Juxinai's eyes were bloodshot, her voice laced with barely suppressed hatred. You so-called higher-ups. When Shuimen and I risked our lives to protect the village back then, was it so you could treat our son like this? Mingrin stood to the side, his fists clenched and eyes red. He had never known that such secrets lay behind his origins. Now, watching his mother lose control in fury for his sake, he felt both bitter and guilty. Tuanzang narrowed his eyes, a sinister glint flashing in them. He whispered orders to the root members beside him. Suddenly several poison-tipped projectiles shot from the shadows aimed straight at Juxinai's back. Shuiman's pupils contracted. In an instant he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared before his wife. The projectiles grazed his shoulder and embedded into the ground, sending up sparks. Tuanzang, are you insane? Shuiman's body erupted with a flash of blue light, killing intent radiating. His Flying Thunder God kunai was already pressed against Tuanzang's throat. You dare attack your own people? Amidst the chaos, the third Hokage, his face purple from the chain's pressure, managed to speak with difficulty. Everyone, stop. Let's clarify this first. He coughed, his murky eyes filled with exhaustion. Juxinai, I swear on the name of the third Hokage, the village has never touched the property you left for Mingren. Back then the situation was special. After Shuimen and his wife sacrificed themselves, the village's finances were nearly in ruins. Those assets were temporarily sealed by the ANBU to be given to Mingren when he came of age. Enough! Juxinai abruptly tightened the chain, and the third Hokage let out a pained grunt. Umbu, isn't that just that old bastard Tuanzang's private army? Sealed. More like they've already gone into your pockets. She turned to look at Mingren, her voice suddenly choked with tears. Son, I'm sorry. Mom is useless making you endure all these years of grievance. Tuanzang let out a cold laugh, a ruthless glint in his eyes, showing no fear of Shuiman's Flying Thunder God kunai at his throat. Bluffing Shuiman, don't be deceived by this woman. The Ninetales chakra is too violent. It could cause disaster at any moment. I'm doing this for Konoha's safety. The moment he spoke, dozens more root members silently emerged from the shadows, their weapons gleaming with a cold light. Shuimen was about to retort, when he suddenly felt a sharp killing intent from behind. It turned out that Tuanzang had taken advantage of his distraction to secretly activate a wind release technique. Shuimen instinctively used the Flying Thunder God to teleport away, but a wind blade grazed his clothes and completely shattered the broken wall beside him. Is this all you root members are capable of? Such dirty tricks? Shuimen's chakra surged violently, blue lightning crackling around him. Today I will seek justice for Juxinai and Mingren. As he spoke, he rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to cast a jutsu. At that moment Mingren could no longer contain his emotions and shouted loudly, enough. Stop fighting. He leaped forward, placing himself between his mother and the clan leaders, using his body to separate the two sides. I believe in Grandpa Third. Over the years, though life has been hard, there have been many people in the village who took care of me. Teacher Irika and Uncle Ichiraku. Juxinai looked at her son's determined eyes, and the surging Ninetales chakra around her slightly faltered. Mingren turned around, holding his mother's hand, his voice trembling slightly. Mom, I know you care about me, but I don't want to see you conflict with the village because of me. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. The third Hokage coughed violently, and taking advantage of Juxinai slightly loosening the chain, spoke with difficulty. Mingren is right. Back then I indeed failed to consider properly and didn't arrange things well for him. But regarding the property, I can swear on the name of the Hokage that I will thoroughly investigate it. He turned to look at Tuanzang, his eyes filled with disappointment. As for some people, if they dare to do anything that harms the village's interests, even if it costs me this old body, I will not let it slide. Tuanzang's expression flickered between light and dark. He silently cursed the third Hokage for meddling, but dared not continue attacking in plain sight of everyone. He waved his hand, signaling the root members to retreat for now, but still argued, everything is for Konoha. Seeing this, Shuimen lowered his offensive stance, but his eyes remained warily fixed on Tuanzang. Juxinai also slowly withdrew her chains, pulling Mingren tightly into her arms, whispering, Son, I'm sorry, Mom was too impulsive. Just as the atmosphere began to ease, the sky suddenly darkened with clouds, and a figure slowly appeared. An overwhelmingly powerful pressure emanated from the figure, causing everyone to look up warily. Nalyang Lujio saw the figure, and felt it seemed familiar, then suddenly realized something and spoke. It's the owner of the blind box shop. Everyone quickly relaxed their vigilance, sighing in relief. It's the blind box shop owner. I thought it was an enemy. Such a powerful pressure. Shanzhonghai also wiped cold sweat. Junlin descended from the air, landing before the crowd, and surveyed the scene. So the show is already over. Boss, did you revive Shuimen and Juxinai? The third Hokage was supported by an ANBU as he approached Junlin. By the time Junlin appeared, Juxinai had already released him. What? Do I need to report to you for reviving someone? Third Hokage Junlin teased. Cough. No, I was just asking, that's absolutely not what I meant. Yuanfei Risen was startled by Junlin's words and hurriedly explained. Junlin didn't say much to Yuanfei Risen, instead turning to look at Juxinai and Mingren. What? Not recognizing me after just a few hours? Juxinai was a bit stunned. She hadn't expected Junlin's entrance to be so spectacular or his pressure so immense. Hearing his joking words, she immediately retorted, Of course I recognize you, Mr. Jun. I was planning to come back and cook for Mingren, and then I thought I'd invite you to our home for a meal one day. But then this happened. I'm terribly sorry. No need for a meal. I came here to handle some business. A question mark appeared over everyone's heads. What business does he have here? Must be important enough to come in person. Could it be that those eerie not quite human things are here too? Is there something I can help with? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked upon hearing that Junlin had come to discuss important matters. Of course there is. I need the third Hokage to prepare an announcement for later use. Junlin said with a mischievous grin, raising an eyebrow and tilting his head, a sly curve forming on his lips and a glint of cunning in his eyes. Mr. Jun, what is it? I can also help. Minato promptly interjected. Yes, we can all help. Several clan leaders chimed in. Doing a small favor could earn them a favor from Junlin. A bargain too good to pass up. Danzo's lone eye burned with fury. These bootlickers. He would never stoop to groveling to Junlin. It's nothing much. Today one of Konoha's top leaders must die. That's why I asked the third Hokage to prepare the announcement. Junlin's face returned to calm, but his words sent a chill through everyone present. What? Which one offended you? Tell me and I'll handle it, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his unease growing. But he never imagined it would be something as severe as the death of a Konoha elder. The clan leader's advisors and other Konoha elites broke out in cold sweat. The aura of death and fear began to spread. A gulp sounded somewhere in the silence, spreading like a contagion. Everyone involuntarily swallowed, the room so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The gulps were thick and strained, as if something clogged the throat, then suddenly cleared, mixed with involuntary intakes of breath betraying undisguised panic. They haven't offended me yet, but they will soon. Although nothing has happened now, I hate trouble, so I'm here, Junlin said expressionlessly, his gaze fixed on Danzo. Everyone followed Junlin's gaze toward Danzo, and the tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed. It was palpable. Danzo, what have you done? I warned you, but you didn't listen. The third Hokage scolded with grief and indignation, his brow furrowed, his eyes a mix of anger and disappointment. His voice trembled. How could you be so foolish? Do you even know how grave your mistake is? His anger was laced with deep sorrow and frustration at his failure. I don't know what I've done to deserve death, boss, Danzo said, unwilling to accept it. He had only been plotting for a moment, hadn't even made a move yet, and Junlin had already come knocking. Absurd, utterly absurd. Ha ha ha, Danzo, you really deserve to die. How dare you provoke Mr. Jun? Kushina laughed joyfully upon hearing that Danzo was to be killed, mocking him. Minato also felt a hint of anticipation. After all, just moments ago Danzo had made a move against Kushina. Though Minato was kind and gentle, he would never show mercy to someone who threatened his family. Mr. Jun, let me do it, please. I've wanted to kill this old man for over a decade. Kushina said, eagerly looking at Junlin. Let me settle old and new scores together. Hearing Kushina's intention to act, Minato panicked and quickly stopped her. Kushina, you can't do this, you. Shut up, Minato. You bastard. Kushina screamed, trembling with rage. Her body shook violently as she pointed a trembling finger at him. Her voice rose and broke. I thought we could die protecting Konoha, but look at what my son has endured. I won't kill anyone else, just Danzo. Since Mr. Jun is going to kill him anyway, what difference does it make if I do it? You've disappointed me so much. Minato Namikaze. Kushina's fury reached its peak, her anger overflowing. Minato opened his mouth but remained silent. Since I'm going to kill him anyway, you can do it for me. Don't worry about anyone else. Anyone who interferes dies, Junlin said, emphasizing the word dies, heavily giving Kushina his blessing to act. The crowd shivered as if they had plunged into icy water during a winter swim. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads as they lowered their heads, not daring to look at Junlin or Kushina. Kushina's nine-tails chakra surged like a tide of blood, 8 chains erupting with a piercing shriek like 8 scarlet lightning bolts pointed straight at Danzo's throat. The chains were inscribed with eerie runes, and the ground cracked where they passed, debris pulverized into dust by the chakra. Danzo's lips curled into a sinister smirk. The bandages on his right arm burst apart, revealing 9 Sharingan eyes that opened simultaneously in twisted flesh, their crimson irises reflecting his distorted face. As the first chain touched his neck, a dark mist swirled around him, and the wound's flesh regenerated like melting wax. Izanagi activated, rewriting the moment of death. What? That's the Uchiha's Sharingan. How dare that wretched Danzo? He deserves to die. I wonder if he has a Hyuga Byakugan as well, Hyuga Hayashi said, angrily activating his Byakugan. The crowd erupted in noisy discussion. Junlin frowned. Quiet. If you want to discuss, wait until they're finished. The clan leaders immediately fell silent. The power of the Nine-Tails is nothing special, Danzo said with a hoarse laugh tinged with mania. The 9 Sharingan eyes rotated simultaneously, sending ripples of genjutsu through the air. Kushina's chains suddenly changed direction, hurtling toward Naruto. Her pupils contracted sharply. With incredible willpower, she forced her chakra to redirect the chains, grazing Naruto's hair and slamming into the ground, carving a deep trench. Seeing this, Minato used Flying Thunder God in a flash of blue light, appearing before Danzo in an instant. Danzo, you used the Sharingan to control Kushina. Before he finished, the second Sharingan on Danzo's arm dimmed. Izanagi allowed him to withstand a Flying Thunder God slash, but the wound healed rapidly in the dark mist. For the sake of Konoha, all means are necessary, Danzo said. The remaining Sharingan eyes simultaneously erupted in blinding red light, and the beginnings of a planetary devastation formed high in the sky. Kushina seized the opportunity to weave her 8 chains into a massive cage, blood-red runes burning like flames. Don't think you can run rampant just because you have Izanagi. The chains tightened with a roar, but Danzo's body was again enveloped in dark mist. A third Sharingan lost its luster. Izanagi once more rewrote the outcome. He seized the moment to hurl dozens of poisoned kunai, but not at Kushina. Instead at the unsteady third Hokage standing nearby. Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged body, heaving with exertion, could not dodge nimbly. The sharp whistle of the poisoned blades cut through the air, piercing everyone's ears. In the nick of time, Minato's body blazed with blue light, leaving multiple afterimages as he used Flying Thunder God to shield the third Hokage. The kunai embedded into the broken wall behind him, and the poisoned dust sizzled against the stone. Danzo, you would even attack your own teacher. Minato's roar crackled with lightning, the chakra blade in his hand, condensing to a point that could sever space itself. But Danzo took advantage of the moment to close in the 9 Sharingan on his right arm, glowing purple. 5 arms covered in cursed seals coiled around Kushina's chains like serpents. Fool Izanagi's power can not only rewrite death. His raspy voice cracked with the sound of bones misaligning as the Sharingan on his arm spun rapidly. It can briefly seize the enemy's jutsu. As he spoke, Kushina was horrified to see the runes on her chains begin to flow backward. The 8 chains reversed direction, binding her instead. Naruto's 9 tails chakra surged violently, 9 tails thrashing wildly. Let my mother go! A tailed beast ball formed in his palm, but he hesitated to fire, fearing it would harm his parents. Seeing this, Danzo's lone eye gleamed with malevolence. The remaining Sharingan eyes simultaneously released mental attacks straight at Naruto's consciousness. Little beast, let me show you how the hero's son of Konoha. Lay a hand on my son. Over my dead body. Kushina's body erupted with chakra surpassing the 9 tails. The blood-red chains runes transformed into tangible flames, melting Danzo's right arm. A 6 paths pattern appeared on her neck, and her voice carried the authority of an ancient deity. When I sealed the 9 tails back then, I retained a trace of yang release. Now let me show you the true peak of a Jinchuriki. Junlin knew he could no longer allow this to continue. Otherwise Kushina would dissipate entirely. Though she might survive for 20 years, she could not keep expending chakra like this. This was utterly ruthless. To treat the 9 tails chakra as inexhaustible, the invincible domain activated, suppressing all movement across the battlefield. Silence descended. Kushina reverted to her original form. Naruto exited his 9 tails mode and collapsed, utterly exhausted. Minato's suppression lifted. And the moment the pressure vanished, he flashed forward, cradling Naruto, and appearing instantly beside Kushina. Mr. Jun, I can kill him myself. Please trust me, Kushina pleaded urgently. You certainly can kill him, but you will vanish in doing so. Do you truly believe the 9 tails chakra is infinite? But Kushina began, only to be gently tugged by Minato's hand. He shook his head and said quietly, Kushina, if you fade away, what becomes of Naruto? He has only just learned who we are. How can you bear it? Kushina sighed deeply, then knelt to tend to Naruto. Only then did Minato's words finally settle within her. Junlin ceased observing the pair and turned toward Danzo. Now, for the second round, are you prepared? Ha ha ha, I am the true Hokage. Sarutobi merely seized power before me. Had fate favored me first, the title would have been mine. Danzo laughed with unrestrained arrogance, his body swaying with mirth, hands planted firmly on his hips, voice booming and piercing. Sarutobi fears you. I do not. His laughter brimmed with unshakable confidence and wild defiance, as if capable of quelling all opposition. Silence, Danzo. What I held was reverence for the boss. Sarutobi retorted. Humph. Sarutobi. You've grown far too soft. You are but a shadow of your younger self. Your time to step down passed long ago. Only I can elevate Konoha to its rightful zenith. Danzo sneered coldly, a serpentine curl twisting at the corner of his lips. His gaze dark and bottomless as stagnant water. Junlin scoffed, tilting his mouth aside in disdainful amusement. Relying solely on 6 Sharingan eyes embedded in your arm. Indeed, they are the eyes of the gods. Your oppressive aura may be formidable, but that does not equate to overwhelming strength. Danzo declared, convinced he had pierced through Junlin's aura. Enough. You are truly foolish. Did you imagine that hidden I could escape others' notice? Let alone mine. Junlin. What? Danzo recoiled in disbelief. He had never revealed it, not once. How could Junlin possibly know? Humph. Uchiha Shirsui's Izanagi. Yet it holds no sway over me. Impossible. How could you know? Shirsui perished decades ago. Danzo staggered backward, whispering impossible beneath his breath. Enough. I tire of your babbling. With that, Junlin crushed Danzo into crimson mist. A collective gasp tore from the crowd. So sharp it seemed to warm the very air. A chilling testament to their shock, Junlin hadn't even moved, his mere aura had reduced Danzo to bloody vapor. Ha ha ha. Did you truly think I'd stay dead? Danzo reappeared 20 meters away, immediately jeering at Junlin. Junlin frowned. Is this a rule, or time itself? With a mere thought, Danzo dissolved once more into crimson mist. Moments later he reappeared, only to be crushed again. Junlin's furrowed brow relaxed. A faint knowing smile rose at his lips. Ah, I see. You anchor resurrection to the moment you were whole and unharmed. You cannot kill me. Uchiha Madara's signature laugh echoed. Then what if I erase your time? Junlin smiled softly, almost tenderly. Ha ha ha. How does one erase time? Have you lost your mind? Danzo refused to believe such power existed. Farewell, or rather never again. The invincible domain surged forth. Though it had remained active all along, stating it aloud amplified its resonance. Words manifested as law to toy with time demands retribution. You belong in the deepest abyss. Does the heavenly Tao affirm this? A thunderous roar split the heavens. Lightning fractured the sky. Crack, boom boom. All present flinched violently. Why is thunder striking out of nowhere? Is rain coming? We'd better hurry home to gather the laundry. This time Danzo did not dissolve. Instead, black earth beneath his feet rippled. Thick viscous soil churning like boiling tar. Amidst grating bone-on-bone shrieks, for arms erupted from the ground. Scaly ash-gray, each seizing one of Danzo's limbs. Their rusted hook-like claws pierced deep into his flesh, while veins beneath his skin pulsed with unnatural violet-black throbs. Putrid sludge dripped from scarred leprous arms. Where it struck, the earth blackened and bubbled with caustic holes. Rotting muscle writhed beneath his skin, swelling and collapsing as though countless things wriggled beneath his flesh. The forearms thrashed wildly. Joints snapping with shrill metallic clicks, searching, hunting. A suffocating stench of decay filled the air. Cold dread coiled in every spine. Ah! Ah! Save me! What is this? Help me! Danzo's screams tore from a place beyond physical pain. The arms did not pierce his body but his very soul. Suicide became impossible. Even as agony consumed him, the onlookers recoiled in horror, some collapsed eyes rolling back though Hyuga remained lucid, others vomited uncontrollably. Voices trembled. What is this? I don't know. Didn't the boss say Danzo belonged in hell? And didn't he ask heaven itself? It seems yes, we did hear it. Amidst Danzo's shrieks, a single crisp snap cleaved the air. Fingers striking together with lethal precision. A sharp percussive crack. Brief violent absolute. Junlin ascended, hovering before Danzo, who now sank halfway into the earth, torso and head still exposed. While the forearms froze mid-pole, arrested by that single snap. How does it feel? Every sin you committed. I know them all. Do you regret any of it? Junlin spoke, towering above him, voice calm and unyielding. SSA, save you. Please. Spare my life. Danzo's voice was raw, hoarse. Instinct clawing for survival. Do you truly believe you deserve mercy? You sacrificed countless lives for power. Now you beg. It is far too late. Everything I did was for Konoha's future. Danzo's eyes blazed with desperate conviction. Do not hide behind Konoha. You served only your own hunger, and you knew you were dying. With a silent command, the forearms wrenched anew, dragging Danzo fully into the abyss. His final scream lingered hollow and fading. The crowd stared at the void where Danzo had been, awe trembling in their silence. Sarutobi murmured, voice thick with reverence, the boss's methods inspire both awe and terror. Junlin descended lightly to the ground, glancing at the assembled. This is the price of corrupting power and warping time. Then he turned to Minato's family. Care well for Naruto, but do call me when dinner's ready. With that, Junlin vanished, leaving only stillness in his wake. The next morning, Naruto brought Kushina and Minato to the blind box shop. Due to Junlin's intervention the day before, the third Hokage had returned all of Kushina's real estate to her. That same day, they moved back into the house they had lived in more than a decade ago. Only a small portion of the rent for an entire street was returned. The accumulated rent over the years was too vast for my village to pay back at once, so only a fraction was restored. Back in the Hokage building, the third Hokage, along with several clan heads and 2 advisors, gathered. Hiruzen Danzo is dead. What about his root? Koharu Utatane spoke, still with a trace of lingering fear. I never imagined Danzo would die so simply and carelessly. Root is to be disbanded immediately and never reinstated. Hiruzen Sarutobi said, his mind still somewhat dazed after hearing Koharu's words. Moreover, all root ninja are to be absorbed into the Umbu. Of course, if any of them wish to live as ordinary ninja in the light, they may also leave the Umbu and be given some opportunities. Those talents in root are mostly loyal to Danzo. Disbanding them will be difficult, especially Aburame Toryun and Yamanaka Fu. Hayashi Hyuga was indifferent since none of his clan members were involved. Aburame Shibi, the head of the Aburame clan, and Inoichi Yamanaka exchanged a bitter glance. We'll handle those 2, they said. If they don't obey, we will take care of it. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction. Very well, then I leave it to you. Shikaku Nara, you are appointed as the Hokage's assistant. Shikaku Nara was reluctant but still accepted the position. Yes, Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage, how should we arrange for the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze? Hiruzen Sarutobi stayed silent for a moment before speaking. Minato. I will go find him and ask him to resume the position of Hokage. Now dispatch Umbu to root and transfer all of Danzo's intelligence over the years to the Umbu. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the assembled clan heads and spoke in a low voice. Mai is in troubled times. I hope everyone will cooperate fully. I do not wish to see any more incidents in my... Yes, Lord Hokage. They accepted the order and left the office. Naruto, Kushina and Minato stood at the entrance of the blind box shop, watching ninjas and civilians bustling in and out. Business is so good. Of course, Mom. The items here are amazing and powerful. Naruto said after hearing Kushina's remark. Let's go say hello to Mr. June first, Minato said with a gentle smile, taking the lead inside. As soon as they entered, Kushina spotted two red-haired members of the Schwanwa clan, who were explaining the items that ninjas had drawn from the blind boxes. The Schwanwa clan, Kushina exclaimed in delight. Mom, are you talking about Aunt Linglon and Sister Karen? Naruto, do you know them? Naruto smiled and nodded. Of course, Aunt Linglon and Sister Karen have helped me a lot. He waved toward the shop as he spoke. Karen with her red hair turned at the sound. Her amber eyes widened in shock. Standing beside the boy with the sun-like smile was a red-haired woman identical to herself along with a gentle-looking blonde man. Naruto, these two are... Karen's voice trembled involuntarily. She subtly clutched the blind box in her hand, but her gaze lingered on the dancing red strands at Kushina's temples. Linglon also stopped explaining the cartoon frog pattern on her apron, swaying slightly as she hurried over. These are my parents. Naruto casually wrapped an arm around Minato's shoulder and affectionately nuzzled Kushina. Dad is the fourth Hokage and Mom is an incredibly powerful Schwanwa clan member. He deliberately drew out the last syllable and winked at Karen. Kushina quickly stepped forward in front of the two, her eyes reddening with emotion. I never thought I'd meet clan members here. Your hair is exactly like mine. She paused, then gently reached out to touch the hanging strands of Karen's hair. Sorry that was too rude, but I'm just so happy. Minato smiled warmly and handed a gift box of my specialty sweets to Linglon. I've long heard that your shop's blind boxes can unlock a ninja's potential. Today I brought my family to visit. Please take good care of us. He glanced at the mysterious boxes shining in the hands of civilian ninjas. But I never expected to find two outstanding Schwanwa clan members here. Alright. Kushina wiped the corner of her eye, then suddenly looked around the store. Where is Mr. June? Schwanwa Linglon was startled. You know the boss? Yes, of course. We owe our reappearance to Mr. June. Naruto, seeing the confusion on Linglon and Karen's faces, began to explain. Let me tell you the story. It all started yesterday. After about 10 minutes of explanation, he finished. Linglon suddenly grasped Kushina's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. I heard before that in my village there was a red-haired Jinchuriki of the tailed beast. So it was you. Kushina was also taken aback by her strong reaction. Seeing her confusion, Schwanwa Linglon explained. Back when I was in the Chowin village, I heard that my village had a Schwanwa clan member from the Uzumaki kingdom serving as a Jinchuriki. Schwanwa Linglon paused, wiped her tears, and continued. I'm sorry. I'm just too happy. I never thought there were still Schwanwa clan members alive besides my daughter and Naruto. At that time I always wanted to go to my village to find you, but I was imprisoned in the Chowin village until I died and I never made it. Kushina gently wiped Linglon's tears and said softly, Sister, don't be sad anymore. It's all in the past now. Kushina suddenly thought of something. Were you also revived by the Nine-Tails chakra? No, you don't have the aura of the Nine-Tails chakra. Linglon, now visibly more relaxed, chuckled lightly. I still have to thank the boss for reviving me and bringing Karen to my village and letting us mother and daughter work as shop assistants here. Life is full of hope now. Kushina and Minato were stunned. Mr. June can actually resurrect people. I don't know how it works, but there are items in the blind boxes that can bring the dead back to life. Lady Tsunade of the Three Sannin drew one, Linglon explained. Lady Tsunade also opened a blind box and got a resurrection item. Minato exclaimed joyfully. Who did she resurrect? It seems she revived her brother, Linglon said, slightly uncertain. Nawaki, Kushina and Minato said in unison. Yes, that's the name, Nawaki. Kushina and Minato were excited. That's great. Then Lady Tsunade's hemophobia must have been cured too. Kushina said happily. I'm not sure about that, Linglon said, unaware of the details surrounding Tsunade. It's fine. After we invite Mr. June to our home, we'll also invite Lady Tsunade and Nawaki, Minato said to Kushina. Yes. I haven't seen Lady Tsunade in a long time, Kushina said, feeling deeply content that she could see Tsunade and Nawaki again in this second life. Kushina then turned to Schwanwa Linglon and Karen. Sister, please come too. Schwanwa Linglon hesitated. She wanted very much to go, but she had to watch the shop. It's okay. Close the shop early tonight, and then all of you can go together, Junlin said, as he came downstairs addressing Schwanwa Linglon. Good morning, Mr. June. Kushina and Minato greeted him. Since hiring Schwanwa Linglon and Karen as shop assistants, Junlin had only gotten up early on the first day to introduce the blind boxes to them. After that, he never rose early again. Good morning, boss. You're up early today, Schwanwa Linglon and Karen said, also surprised. Usually Junlin was still asleep at this hour. It's quite early today. Junlin glanced at the sky outside the shop, estimating it was around 9 in the morning. Meow! A cat's cry came. Everyone looked toward the second floor. With snow-white fur and heterochromatic eyes shimmering with gold, and red the pure white 9 lives spirit cat leaped lightly over their heads, finally landing steadily on Junlin's shoulder. Its fluffy tail coiled lazily around his neck, emitting a satisfied purr, while its 9 tails spread out behind it like flowing clouds. You stupid cat! Where did you go yesterday? Junlin was somewhat speechless. If it had been there yesterday, he wouldn't have needed to take action himself. Meow! Xiao Zhou tilted its head looking at Junlin with confusion, not understanding why he was angry. Wow! A cat with 9 tails! Juxinai exclaimed as she looked at Xiao Zhou. Shuimen and Mingren had already seen it and weren't too surprised. Juxinai had just been revived when Junlin left, and Xiao Zhou had been playing with the animals in that space the whole time. So she hadn't gotten a close look. Xiao Zhou stared at the family of 3, a hint of disdain in its eyes. These 3 all carry the scent of that little weakling. Seeing Xiao Zhou ignore her, Juxinai said awkwardly, "Little cat, come here. I have dried fish for you." Hearing this, Xiao Zhou jumped from Junlin's shoulder onto Juxinai's, seeming to say to her, "Where's the dried fish? Bring it out." Junlin looked at the stupid cat. "Dried fish and you're fooled." He felt exasperated. Juxinai didn't have any dried fish at all. She looked at Shuimen without saying a word, just staring. Shuimen was also speechless. "What do you take my flying thunder god technique for? I'm the 4th Hokage who wreaks havoc on the battlefield of the number 1 ninja village in the ninja world. Me, the dignified 4th Hokage, buying dried fish for this little cat." With a whoosh, Shuimen disappeared. Don't ask, the reason was simply that he couldn't bear to let such a cute little cat go hungry. With another whoosh, Shuimen reappeared holding several packs of dried fish, which he handed to Juxinai. Juxinai took them with satisfaction, opened one, and fed a piece to Xiao Zhou on her shoulder. Xiao Zhou didn't stand on ceremony. It opened its mouth and bit. Junlin was somewhat disheartened. "Damn it, stupid cat. Acting like this makes others think I can't afford to keep you. Mister Jun, can I take it with me later? Keep it for a couple of days and then bring it back?" Juxinai asked Junlin while feeding. Junlin waved his hand. "Damn it, stupid cat." The 9 lives spirit cat didn't care. This family of 3 were all weaklings, and the 9 tails inside that little brat was also a pushover, posing no threat to it. So it felt very at ease, and paid no attention to Juxinai's groping hands, as she kept stroking its body. Focused on eating. Ahem. "Besides inviting me to your home, aren't you going to open some blind boxes?" Junlin couldn't bear to look at Xiao Zhou, who was lounging in Juxinai's arms like a lord. "Yes, I want to open mine. I haven't finished opening this month's yet. I still have 8 left." Mingren finally found a common topic and immediately chimed in. 80,000. Mingren nodded. Junlin snapped his fingers, and the 80,000 in Mingren's house disappeared. 8 blind boxes appeared before Mingren. Juxinai and Shuimen had never seen this before, feeling nervous and excited as they watched Mingren open the boxes. Mingren took a deep breath and slapped them open in succession. Buzz. 5 white, 1 blue, 2 purple. Junlin looked at Xianglin, signaling her to introduce them. After receiving the signal, Xianglin walked up to Mingren, and a data panel appeared before her, invisible to the others. She spoke. "The 5 white ones are various materials. The blue one is an experience capsule which increases chakra by 20%. Juxinai and Shuimen leaned in to look. The experience capsule was in Mingren's hand. Mingren looked at Junlin. "Can I give this to my mom?" Because of yesterday's battle, Juxinai had consumed a lot of 9 tails chakra. This capsule could increase chakra by 20%, allowing Juxinai to recover significantly. As long as the items are tradable, whatever you open is yours to do with as you please. The blind box shop won't interfere. Xianglin interjected, having said this many times over the past few days. Hearing this, Mingren turned and handed the capsule to Juxinai. She didn't refuse her son's kindness. She also wanted to live longer to accompany Mingren. Shuimen clown face. Putting Xiao Zhou down on the counter along with the remaining dried fish, Juxinai followed Xianglin's instructions and put the capsule directly into her mouth. A wave of chakra entered her body, and she felt the chakra lost from yesterday's battle recover by exactly 20%. It's restored. Exactly 20%. It's truly amazing. Juxinai said happily. Xianglin continued the introduction. The purple one is 5 abyss invitation fragments. Ha! 5. Mingren was a bit confused because he hadn't been here for days and wasn't up to date. Junlin said, "The rules changed, it's random between 3 and 5. You got lucky and got 5. Mingren was still bewildered, and Juxinai and Shuimen were even more so. Abyss invitation fragments. What's that? Xianglin explained to them. I see. You need 10 to challenge the strong ones in the Abyss Demon Realm. It's dangerous, but you can withdraw midway. Success brings rewards, failure means you wasted your time. Shuimen said, running his hand through his hair. Son, when you collect 10 fragments, Mom will go with you. Juxinai said worriedly to Mingren. Don't worry, Mom. I'll team up with you then. Mingren said cheerfully. Shuaman clown emoji. Ha! Now it's my turn. Juxinai said, stroking Mingren's hair. With Juxinai's consent, Junlin took 1 million. So convenient. I don't even need to bring banknotes. I wish buying other things could be like this too. Juxinai said as she watched Junlin take the 1 million silver note. Junlin heard Juxinai's words and thought it was a good idea, but the system wasn't cooperating. Ding, it's possible. The system's voice echoed in Junlin's mind. He was somewhat surprised and said in his mind, it's possible. What are the conditions? Exchange 100 blind boxes for a data card equivalent to a bank card from your past life, but without needing to deposit in a bank. Just align the data card with the money notes that belong to you and the card will store them. When you want cash, you can mentally command withdrawal and it will materialize. Wow, the system is so amazing. But what's in it for me? To get a data card, each card costs 1000 taels. That's the purchase price. But to keep it long-term, you must pay 10 taels per month. In the long run, you'll become the richest man in the ninja world in no time. Moreover, if you travel to other worlds, you can still use the data card. How do others make transactions with the data card? And what if someone no longer needs it? Junlin asked expectantly. Ding, when 2 cards touch, as long as the owner agrees, the seller can extract the money equivalent to the item's value. It cannot exceed that amount. Once exceeded, the card will be frozen immediately. If the data card is no longer needed, you don't have to renew next month. The first day of the month is the renewal period. The card will be cancelled and dissipated on the second. Of course, if you miss the renewal, you can renew 3 days in advance. Or you can pay for a yearly subscription. Awesome. I have to admit, system, you're less and less like an ancient system. Junlin said appreciatively. Of course. Junlin's conversation with the system lasted only 1 second. The crowd was puzzled, not understanding what Junlin meant. Junlin produced a card. This is a transaction card. It was a red and yellow card with the front featuring a Q-version portrait of the 9 live spirit cat Xiaojiu, and above it the words, Blind Box Shop, printed. The back depicted mountains and rivers exquisitely crafted. After Junlin explained what the system had said, several people bought one, and the civilian ninjas all followed suit. Kushina held the card in her hands, gazing at Xiaojiu's Q-version portrait, feeling as if her heart was melting. Haha, this portrait is so cute. Kushina covered her mouth as she spoke. Suzuran and Karen nodded in agreement. They didn't need to buy one. Junlin had given them theirs, each containing a deposit of 1 million. He called it staff benefits. No renewal fees, permanent use. Kushina looked at the mother-daughter pair with envy as Suzuran had been resurrected. Karen had escaped the den of demons that had tormented them, and now worked as a clerk at the blind box shop, enjoying privileges. Ahem, Kushina, you should open the blind boxes now. Junlin glanced at the time, feeling the delay had been too long. Oh right. All 10 blind boxes were opened. 6 white, 2 blue, 1 purple, 1 orange. Suzuran carefully placed the card aside and stepped forward to introduce them. Cat Demon Claw. Weathered Bone Fragment X2. Novice Stamina Potion X1. Restores a moderate amount of stamina. Novice Life Potion X2. Restores a moderate amount of vitality. The blue one was an experience capsule which restored 2/10 of one's chakra. Kushina took it and handed it to Minato, who restored 2/10 of his chakra. The purple one contained 3 Abyss Invitation Fragments. Naruto, hearing the number 3, became excited. Mom, I have 7 here. We can combine them. Kushina smiled too. Once your father finishes opening his blind boxes, we'll go in a few days. Naruto nodded. Junlin spoke up. The orange one is the Skywing set. Kushina stared at the set of clothes, her eyes shimmering. So beautiful. Her voice was filled with anticipation. The metallic cap was worn at a slant with sharp wing-shaped metal pieces decorating the brim, exuding a rebellious and sharp aura. The upper body was a fitted leather jacket with wing-shaped armor covering the shoulders and elbow zippers and rivets, adding a punk style. The lower half was paired with ripped jeans and high-top leather boots with chains and wing decorations wrapped around the cuffs. A pair of agile mechanical wings appeared faintly behind, a perfect fusion of technology and fantasy. It was the first time Junlin had seen someone pull out the Sky set. He continued explaining. The Skywing set is commonly known as the Sky set. Epic orange rank. Affects wings. Consume a small amount of chakra to fly. Helmet. Increases defense, blocks enemy critical hits. Upper garment. Increases thorns damage, reflects half of the damage taken back to the attacker. Pants. Increases evasion speed, allowing one to dodge damage to a certain extent. Shoes. Increases movement speed. Combined with the wings, one can break the sound barrier. Friendly reminder after putting on this set, if you still can't win, just throw me away. Don't get me dirty. I'd rather rot in the factory than be in your hands. Minato's lips trembled slightly as he stammered. If this is too overpowered. Kushina's hands also trembled as she gently stroked the sky wings. This set is all round. Junlin spoke up. This set is not complete yet. Kushina, Minato, and Naruto all looked at Junlin. Mr. Jun, this set isn't complete. Kushina swallowed hard. Junlin nodded. A collective gasp echoed through the room, adding to the greenhouse effect. Wow, This outfit feels like it's more than just orange. Definitely more than that, it feels legendary. Yeah, even incomplete it's more than orange. The crowd murmured. What this set lacks is a weapon. Junlin's voice was not loud, but it carried throughout the shop. The previously noisy store fell silent listening to Junlin's words. A weapon. Naruto, hearing the word, pulled out the sonic wind blade from his waist. Boss, is this weapon a match for this set? No. Naruto looked disappointed. The sonic wind blade was already epic grade. It still wasn't the right one. Minato patted Naruto's shoulder. Don't be disappointed. Even if it's not here now, you'll see it in the future. I'll come every month from now on. Naruto said, recovering his spirits. The matching sword for the Skywing set is Blade of Night Whisper Dark Pupil. Blade of Night Whisper Dark Pupil. Kushina murmured. What grade is that, Tachi? Minato asked. Gold. Legendary grade. Junlin replied. Minato and Naruto's faces darkened. Legendary? So far the only one who has pulled a gold item is Tsunade. Even purple items are rare. Orange ones are even rarer. Kushina saw their gloomy expressions and laughed heartily to comfort them. It's okay. It's just gold, right? Just legendary, right? I'll pull it. Naruto forced a smile. But there are only 10 blind boxes per month. You also have a chance to get it in the abyss, as long as you can defeat the Demon Realm strong ones. Junlin comforted them. Naruto, Minato, and Kushina's eyes lit up. Right? Even if we don't get it, there are other items. Minato suddenly asked Junlin. If you pull it, the weapon is gold grade, so why is the set only orange? He pointed at the Skywings in Kushina's hands. That's why I said it's incomplete. Once you collect the Blade of Night Whisper Dark Pupil, the set will naturally upgrade, and among legendary grades it will be top tier. Junlin added. Even without that weapon, just the set alone makes it hard for anyone to hurt Kushina. Even if she can't win, she can use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. They can't catch her. Minato was very satisfied but still puzzled. Is there anyone who can still hurt Kushina? Are there such experts? Who are they? I won't say specifically, you'll find out in the future. Junlin smiled enigmatically. Those with Rinnegan could be counted. Eternal Mangekyo Susanoo could also be counted genjutsu as well. Mangekyo alone doesn't count, especially those two trash. The filial sons. If another Ninetales incident occurs, they can go meet Rin. You think Sonic Speed is a joke? And that filial son who massacred his entire clan for the sake of the village. His eyes are almost blind. If he comes, he'll die. Better leave him for Sasuke. Tailed beasts can also be counted or not. Tailed beast balls. Unless Kushina tanks them head-on, they'll just eat her dust. That refers to the Ninetales, the complete Ninetales. Might Guy could also be counted with the 8 Gates Gate of Death. Same principle, if Kushina fights she'll get hurt. If she doesn't, she can lead him on a wild goose chase. Guy the strongest can be worn down to death. Kushina donned the Skywings set. The moment it was unboxed, it bound itself to her, and she could summon it with a single thought. The instant Kushina called the Skywings, set around her a blend of blazing heat and sacred radiance coalesced into light. The dark gold wings unfurled from her shoulder blades, their feathers flowing with vermilion patterns like molten lava, a mirror to the searing passion of her fiery temperament. The gold-trimmed, jet-black battle armor hugged her curves, yet at the joints it was adorned with dancing flame-shaped silver ornaments, accentuating her innate valiant and spirited aura. With each beat of the resplendent wings, tiny sparks scattered, as if they were the lingering essence of the Ninetales chakra materialized. The vermilion silk ribbon wrapped around the collar of the armor danced wildly in the wind, moving in sync, with her iconic red hair echoing the unbridled spirit surging through her bloodline. Her amber eyes grew even brighter. As she raised a hand to touch the flame emblem on her chest, fervent battle intent and holy majesty surged around her like a goddess of blazing fire descended upon the mortal world, possessing both a sharp edge that awed all around and the inherent alluring grace of the Uzumaki clan. Wow, so beautiful. Mom! Naruto circled around Kushina twice, exclaiming in admiration. Minato's eyes were practically glued to her. He could only nod repeatedly, then suddenly thought of something and his face flushed. Linglong took Kushina's hand and lifted the hem of her garment. So gorgeous, big sister, simply beyond imagination. Kushina, embarrassed by their words, blushed slightly and said, "Not at all, haha." Yet the corners of her mouth refused to stay down, almost curling into a smirk. Karen watched from the side with envy. Kushina stopped smirking. "Mr. June, I feel this power is too immense, even stronger than when I was the Ninetales Jinchuriki. And this power feels as if it were born with me, far better than the Ninetales. The Ninetales sometimes doesn't obey and needs a good beating." Inside, Naruto Kurama was hopping mad. Wicked Uzumaki clan, using my chakra and bad-mouthing me. Naruto was a bit stunned, apologizing to Kurama in his mind. Sorry mom, didn't mean it. When we get back I'll buy you 20 servings of dumplings." Naruto was now rich enough to support Kurama. "Do you think a few dumplings can bribe me?" Kurama was not falling for it. "Then add 50 bowls of ramen. 500 servings." Kurama tried to raise the price. 500 is too many. You don't need to eat, and Master Tucci would take forever to make them. Naruto didn't want Master Tucci to blacklist him, so he tried to persuade Kurama. Then 250. Kurama thought about it. By the time he ate 500, the first ones would already be digested. Fine, 250. Naruto somewhat regretted it, but he wanted to get closer to Kurama, so he gave Kurama the dumplings Kushina had bought for him. And then, the infamous Nine Tails of the shinobi world turned out to have such a sweet tooth. No, a love for food in general. The feeling of overwhelming power can be deceiving. This is not invincibility. So what you need to do is adapt to this power as quickly as possible. Will Minato open one? Junlin did not continue that topic and asked Minato if he wanted to open a blind box. Of course. Seeing what Kushina and Naruto pulled out, I was quite envious too. Haha. Minato scratched his hair and smiled. He grabbed the blind box. All in one smooth motion. Buzz. 8 white, 1 purple, 1 orange. Ha. Dad's luck isn't great either. Naruto pouted disdainfully. Kushina shot him a glare. How can you say that about your father? This is clearly bad luck. It has nothing to do with luck. She signaled with her eyes to comfort Minato. Minato gestured that they could both stop talking. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "You two had better not say another word." Uzumaki Linglon struggled to hold back her laughter, but Karen burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what's the difference? Ha ha. Linglon quickly covered her mouth. Sorry. Uzumaki Linglon whispered in Karen's ear. Stop talking, can't you see how awkward it is? After saying that, she removed her hand and Karen stopped laughing, forcing herself to hold it in. Unfortunately, although Minato couldn't beat the Nine Tails, his hearing was fine. He heard everything. He quickly ended the topic and turned to Junlin. Mr. Jun, please explain the items. Junlin also wanted to laugh, but his persona was important. Hearing Minato's request, he explained for him. These materials are just things like worn-out leather and rusty katanas, so I won't go into detail. Skill book: Spiral Chi Field Rare Purple. Effect: condense chakra into a spiral blue orb, throw it, and it will automatically pursue the target until it hits the target or something else, causing a fire element explosion. Additionally, it can randomly add one of the 5 elemental attributes. This is basically the same as your Rasengan, but this one can be thrown and then left alone. Junlin was somewhat amazed that among so many people, Minato was the only one who got a skill book similar to his own. Auto Pursuit. That's not bad. Although it's similar, my Rasengan can't be thrown or auto pursue. Minato said with some surprise. But the name doesn't sound great. That was the only thing Minato was dissatisfied with. Then what would Dad like to call it? Naruto was curious about what name Minato would pick. Minato hummed thought for a few seconds and said, "Got it, I'll call it Rasengan." Blind Box Rasengan Minato Naruto Kumogakure Enhanced Version. No, that's entirely unnecessary. Junlin ignored Minato's ridiculous name and continued. Oh ho, you actually got this. This thing is very practical. Is it? Minato looked expectantly at the round bead-like object. Clear Night Orb Epic Orange. Effect: stores chakra. Naturally gathers chakra. When used, it can instantly replenish one's own chakra. Wow, this is great. Perfect for you, Minato. Kushina said happily. Minato nodded. He wasn't from a bloodline clan. He was a commoner who had become Hokage through hard work. His chakra reserves weren't very large. Mr. Jun, how much chakra can this orb store? Kushina asked. If measured by Minato's standard, 10 times his capacity. Junlin thought for a moment and said, haha, that's quite a lot. Minato smiled and took the clear night orb in his hand. Alright, you've all finished opening. Junlin walked over to the counter and sat down. The remaining nameless ninjas didn't need his attention anymore. Minato, Kushina, and Naruto gathered together. Then Mr. Jun, Miss Linglin, and Karen, please come over early tonight. We look forward to your arrival. We'll take our leave now. They nodded and Minato led Kushina and Naruto out of the blind box shop. The trio of Wa'ai Luo finally had some leisure to go out. Due to the incident with Shoha, the 3 of them had been assisting in the reconstruction of houses in my village. After all, it wasn't their village. It was already generous that I didn't demand compensation. Why didn't you rest before coming out, Wa'ai Luo? Kanjolang, exhausted from these hectic days, said listlessly. Yeah, Wa'ai Luo, why are you in such a hurry to come out? Shoju, unlike Wa'ai Luo who used sand to help, and Kanjolang who used puppets, had to rely entirely on her own hands. I'm looking for someone looking for a shop. Wa'ai Luo's gaze was firm as he walked towards the commercial street. Who and what shop are you looking for? Kanjolang asked, puzzled. Did Wa'ai Luo know someone in my... I know you're looking for the owner of that blind box shop, right? Shoju recalled the young but immensely powerful man from that night. We're here. Wa'ai Luo said 2 words as he looked at the blind box shop before him. Shoju and Kanjolang both looked at the shop sign. Arad Continent Blind Box Shop. Where is Arad Continent? Shoju asked Kanjolang. I don't know, never heard of it. The 3 entered the shop. Junlin saw them, but he hadn't expected Wa'ai Luo to come only after a few days. Hello. The 3 greeted in unison. They had no choice. The man before them had single-handedly suppressed Shoha. Junlin nodded in reply. Hello? Junlin looked at Wa'ai Luo. I didn't expect you to come after a few days. I thought you would come the next day. The three of them showed awkward expressions. Sunagakure village was poor. They had to help to avoid paying compensation. Junlin noticed their embarrassment and introduced the rules. One blind box costs 100,000. Junlin gasped it was too expensive. Sunagakure couldn't afford it. What? Is it expensive? Junlin knew Sunagakure was poor, but he didn't expect it to be so poor that it couldn't even come up with 3 million. B-boss, although we can afford it, we didn't bring that much money. Shoju said with a flushed face looking down. No need. As long as you agree, I will collect the money that belongs to you myself. Right? I almost forgot. The boss said we don't need to bring cash. Then what AI Luo you go first. Junlin said. Junlin collected 1 million and placed 10 blind boxes in front of what AI Luo. Buzz. 5 white, 3 blue, 2 purple. Since it was their first time, Junlin explained in detail. White items: steel fragment, weathered bone fragment, goblin hand, bone, cat, demon's claw, bullhead's fur. These are useless. Next are the blue ones. Superior life potion, superior stamina potion, shiny Remy's aid. These are all tradable, meaning if you can't use them, you can pass them on to others. Junlin added, because what AI Luo probably wouldn't need them. What AI Luo nodded. These things were indeed useless to him, but he could give them to Shoju and Junlin. Next, this item is very useful to you. What AI Luo's expression finally changed. If the boss said it was useful, it must be extremely beneficial. Shoju and Junlin looked in unison. Cool bracelet, rare purple. Effect enhances clarity, turning rage into calm. Suppresses negative status effects. This bracelet can suppress Shoha's influence on you, allowing you to sleep peacefully. Junlin said softly. But it exploded in what AI Luo's mind. He desperately wanted to sleep. Yet every time he slept, Shoha would emerge, making it hard for him to sleep for a long time. His dark circles grew larger and larger. Not sleeping was torture, sleeping was even worse. What AI Luo eagerly put it on, feeling a surge of clarity flowing through his body, as if he was sublimated. But as the power-suppressing Shoha took effect, sleepiness hit him instantly, and he fell straight to the ground. What AI Luo? Shoju and Junlin rushed to his side in unison, shouting worriedly. It's okay, let him sleep. The clarity effect is working. Junlin said calmly. Shoju and Junlin nodded. It worked immediately. Amazing. Yeah, what AI Luo hasn't slept in a long time. Now he can sleep peacefully. Junlin said, looking at what AI Luo on the ground with sympathy. Then which of you two goes first? I'll go. Shoju suddenly became nervous. Buzz. 6 white, 2 blue, 2 purple. I won't introduce the white materials, just the blue and purple. Skill book, flamethrower, advanced blue. Effect sprays fire forward, dealing fire damage to enemies, can attack continuously. Flamethrower. Shoju was a bit disappointed, it was just okay. Primary time capsule, advanced blue. Effect increases chakra by 20. This is good. It increases chakra by 20. Shoju said happily. This is impressive. It's only blue and already gives 20 chakra. What about higher grades? Junlin thought silently. Abyss invitation fragment X4. Junlin introduced the Abyss Demon Realm. Strong warriors from another world. Interesting. Junlin said. Although you can retreat midway, it's still quite dangerous. Shoju said worriedly. We're still far from it. You need 10 fragments, so don't worry yet. Hehe. Flame blade, rare purple. Effect when attacking with chakra, can fire flame blades that deal damage to distant enemies. This is good. Shoju's eyes lit up. With this flame blade, her attack methods could be enriched. Shoju nodded in satisfaction. This round of blind boxes was very fruitful. My turn. Junlin rubbed his hands. Buzzing sounds, 5 white, 3 blue, 2 purple. Junlin skipped the white ones again. Blue ones, strengthening potion, advanced, can increase puppet's attack and defense. Not bad. Junlin's eyes brightened. Also, spirit horn, advanced, can summon a spirit to assist in battle for a period of time. Junlin grinned, very satisfied. Abyss invitation fragment X3. Only 3 more. Shoju looked at Junlin's 3 fragments. Only 3 more to challenge the demon realm strong. Phantom sword, rare purple. Effect can create illusions to confuse enemies and also increase attack speed. Junlin excitedly took it. The 3 of them had fruitful results from this blind box opening. The sleeping what AI Luo on the ground had a peaceful expression. Boss, we're done. We'll take what AI Luo and leave. Shoju, seeing that it wasn't good for what AI Luo to lie on the ground, quickly said goodbye. Junlin nodded. Take care, no need to see me out. The 3 left. It was already getting dark. He said to Xuanhua Linglan and Xianglin. Let's close up early today. Clean up, wash up, and go to Shuiman's house for a visit. Xuanhua Linglan and Xianglin nodded. Okay, boss. Make money. Make money. Kushina Minato and Naruto arrived at the Senju clan compound to find Tsunade training her younger brother Nawaki in taijutsu. Run faster. Nawaki panted as he sprinted. Tsunade chased close behind. Ha ha. I can't go on, sister, Nawaki gasped before collapsing onto the ground. You've barely completed 20 laps. And already you're spent. How can anyone become a shinobi without a strong, resilient body? Tsunade declared, her voice thick with frustrated disappointment. Ha huff. 20. I haven't rested properly since dawn. Nawaki wheezed. Tsunade opened her mouth to retort, when suddenly a voice rang out, Tsunade-ne-san. Tsunade turned toward the source of the voice. Nawaki, still sprawled on the ground, lifted his head to look. Their Kushina came dashing forward and threw her arms around Tsunade. Tsunade-ne-san. I've missed you so much. Your Kushina. You've returned from the dead? Tsunade instantly recognized her. Yes and no. Kushina released Tsunade but held her hands tightly. Lady Tsunade. Long time no see. Minato and Naruto stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Minato, you've returned too. Tsunade exclaimed, her joy swelling. First her brother, now Kushina, now Minato, all restored to life. How many years had passed without such wondrous news? Tsunade-ne-san, my husband and I are not truly resurrected. Kushina clarified softly. What do you mean, not truly resurrected? Tsunade frowned, then paused, her brow furrowing as she sensed something unfamiliar. Wait! Your chakra signature. It's the Nine-Tails chakra, Minato said, his smile unwavering. What? What does this mean? Tsunade blinked, bewildered. Had the Nine-Tails ever been known to restore life? Here's what happened. Kushina recounted how Kurama no Kage, the Lord of Arad, had aided Naruto, revived Minato, then brought her back to life and finally executed Danzo. Tsunade drew a long, slow breath. Phew, it sounds utterly surreal. As though I've slipped into a dream. Indeed, Kushina murmured, her voice tinged with quiet awe. None of us imagined it would feel so real, so close to true resurrection. That shopkeeper. He's unfathomably enigmatic, seemingly omnipotent. To oppose him is to court tragedy. Danzo is truly dead. Tsunade's eyes sharpened as she heard the final revelation. That Danzo had been dragged down into hell by Kurama no Kage. Ha ha ha. Yes, Granny Tsunade. Even fought Mom. If Lord Kurama hadn't intervened, afraid her chakra would dissipate once exhausted. She'd have crushed him outright, Naruto blurted out, stepping forward. Tsunade had been listening intently, until the word Granny struck her like lightning. A pulsing symbol appeared on her forehead. Granny? Do I look that old brat? With that she delivered a thunderous chop atop Naruto's skull. Ow! That hurts. Naruto crumpled, clutching his head. Ha ha ha. Serves you right, brat. Daring to call your elder Granny. Nawaki doubled over laughing, completely oblivious to Tsunade's darkening expression. Finding this amusing, are we? Tsunade's voice dropped low and chilling as she loomed behind Nawaki's sister. It's not funny. Not funny at all. Nawaki's grin froze rigidly on his face. If it's not funny, why did you laugh so loudly? With a sharp crack, Tsunade's palm strike landed squarely on Nawaki's head. He shrieked, clutching his skull and rolling across the ground. Sister. I'm sorry. Please stop. Kushina laughed until tears welled in her eyes. Tsunade-ne-san. You're just as fiery as ever. Tsunade shot her a dry glance. This boy deserves discipline. He's lost all sense of propriety. Then Naruto, curiosity alight in his eyes, asked, Granny. Tsunade-ne-san. So this is the Senju clan compound. It feels extraordinary. Precisely, Tsunade nodded. This land bears the honor and memories of the Senju lineage. Since you've come, let me show you around. And so Tsunade led them through the compound, describing each structure's history and significance. Even Nawaki, despite his throbbing head, joined in, enthusiastically tossing in playful antics that sent everyone into peals of laughter. In that warm, joyful atmosphere, the Senju compound seemed to breathe anew. Its spirit reawakened, its vitality restored. After their tour, they gathered beneath a tranquil pavilion, each settling cross-legged. Nawaki prepared tea and sweets, served everyone, then sat beside Tsunade to listen. So tonight you'll host Lord Kurama for dinner. And you've invited the mother and daughter from the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade lifted her cup and sipped thoughtfully. Yes. When Rinrin-chan told us you'd returned, and revived Nawaki, we rushed here the moment our blind box draw concluded. Kushina patted Nawaki's shoulder. Now that you're alive again, you must be more careful. Yes, I will. I'm destined to become Hokage. Nonsense. I'll be Hokage, not you. Naruto, reaching for a sweet on the low table, snatched his hand back and leapt upright, his gaze locking fiercely onto Nawaki as he shouted. Thud. Thud. Two crisp, resonant impacts echoed, the sound of solid heads meeting firm palms. Ow! Naruto and Nawaki each clutched their foreheads in unison. Two little brats dreaming of Hokage. Tsunade settled back into her seat, calm and unruffled. When I grow up, I will be Hokage. Nawaki retorted defiantly. Don't be absurd. I'll be Hokage. I won't share that title with you. Naruto fired back instantly. Enough. Both of you. Cease the squabbling. Kushina interjected, watching the two bicker with escalating exasperation. Humph. They each turned away with matching scowls. Then Kushina sighed, turning to Tsunade. Tsunade-san, will you and Nawaki join us for dinner tonight? Agreed. Nawaki and I will arrive punctually. Tsunade gave a quiet nod. Wonderful, then I must prepare ingredients for tonight's feast. Kushina glanced at the fading light and bid Tsunade farewell. The three departed. Tsunade fixed Nawaki with a steady gaze. Still dreaming of Hokage? You couldn't even best Naruto? Do you truly believe you could? Impossible. That brat. I could never lose to him. Nawaki protested, jaw set. Naruto has reconciled with the Nine Tails. Its chakra flows freely within him. Also the blade he carries, it emerged from a blind box draw. Its aura carries a subtle, unmistakable threat. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Nawaki before lifting her teacup again. What? That brat? I'm going to open blind boxes right now. Give me money. Nawaki, sensing mortal peril in Naruto's power and rare artifacts, reached straight for Tsunade's purse. Tsunade froze, then cleared her throat awkwardly. Money? I'll give it to you in 2 days. Nawaki's eyes narrowed. Sister, you don't have money, do you? Who said I'm broke? Tsunade shifted uncomfortably under his stare, then handed over. I'm heading to the blind box shop now. Nawaki thrust his palm forward. Smack. I said 2 days. You'll focus now on mastering fundamentals. External power is fleeting. True strength springs only from within. Go. Tidy yourself up. We dine at Kushina's tonight. With that torrent of orders, Tsunade vanished, leaving only a shimmer in the air. Humph. Lost every last coin. And still dares boss me around. Nawaki muttered under his breath. The pavilion fell silent. Peace settling like dust after a storm. Tsunade left the clan compound and headed to the hospital, still fearing her hemophobia might strike. Yet she felt her fear of blood had vanished, for she experienced no discomfort upon seeing the bloodstains left by civilians being carried in through the main entrance. In a medical room, she found Shizun bandaging a patient's wound. As Tsunade entered, Shizun hurriedly covered the injury. Tsunade-sama, why are you at the hospital? It's all right, Shizun. I'm fine now. My hemophobia won't act up anymore. Seeing Shizun's reaction, Tsunade waved her hand, signaling her to stop covering the wound, and spoke. Shizun stepped aside, half believing but still uncertain. What happened to him? Tsunade pointed at the patient lying on the bed. Noticing that Tsunade showed no discomfort at the sight of blood, Shizun joyfully took her hand and said, Tsunade-sama, you're really cured. Yes, I am. No need to be so excited. Tsunade replied calmly, gesturing toward the patient. Shizun calmed down and said with some sadness, he was crushed by a fallen house. This entire ward is filled with people injured during Shikaku's rampage that day. How are things now? Tsunade, having seen too much, was not overly sentimental, but Shizun, less experienced, was still affected. Those with minor injuries have been discharged. They just need proper rest to recover. But these patients are too severely injured. We can only keep them alive, but the aftereffects. Shizun's eyes reddened. Didn't the potions from the blind box shop help? Tsunade asked in confusion. Shizun replied angrily. The hospital's higher-ups said those potions shouldn't be wasted on civilians and should be used on ninja. Tsunade clenched her fist, a sharp crack and a faint grinding sound echoing. These rotten higher-ups. Then she slowly relaxed her fist. Ha! Not yet the time, but it's almost here. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, has been resurrected. Even if it's not a true resurrection, it's no different. He has 20 years to live. Old man, what will you choose? Heh. I'm almost looking forward to it. Tsunade murmured, then turned to Shizun. Are there any injured nobles recently? Take me to them. I need to earn some money. Shizun, unaware of Tsunade's inner thoughts, immediately replied when she heard about earning money. Yes, several nobles with various injuries are still in the hospital. I'll take you there. On the way, Shizun looked at Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, why are you in such a hurry to earn money? I still have over 1 million ryo here. You can use it first. Tsunade waved her hand with an odd expression. Though it's enough, not earning money isn't a solution. 200,000 a month just isn't cutting it. Shizun, who had been busy at the hospital since returning, had heard about Tsunade's brother's resurrection, and had been overjoyed for her. Hearing Tsunade talk about earning money, she understood it was for Nawaki to open blind boxes. By the way, you should rest when you can at the hospital. Don't overwork yourself. In a couple of days, come with me to open some blind boxes. It'll be good for you, Tsunade said to Shizun with concern. Since returning to Konoha, Shizun had been busy at the hospital without any rest. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. I will. They soon arrived at the noble ward. As they reached the entrance of a room, they heard arguing from inside. You quacks. You can't even heal a simple wound. A noble's angry roar rang out. Shizun whispered to Tsunade. This is one of the nobles with severe injuries. Tsunade pushed the door open. Several doctors inside were bowing their heads, too afraid to speak. Seeing Tsunade enter, a glimmer of hope flashed in their eyes. Let me have a look. Tsunade stepped forward to examine the patient. After a thorough check, she had a clear understanding. Having practiced medicine for years, this injury was not particularly challenging for her. I can heal him, but I have a condition. The treatment fee must be sufficient, Tsunade said to the noble. Though reluctant, the noble had no choice but to agree for the sake of recovery. Tsunade began her medical technique. With her skilled hands, the patient's condition soon improved markedly. The noble was astonished and ceased complaining about the fee. Over the next few hours, Tsunade treated several other nobles, earning a considerable sum. Shizen meanwhile eagerly awaited the day she would go to open blind boxes with Tsunade. By evening, Suzuran and Karen had tidied up the shop, closed the door, and prepared to leave. "All done, boss," said Karen. "Let's go." Junlin, with the 9-life spirit cat perched on his shoulder, used his telekinesis to rest on both their shoulders and teleported. They appeared directly at Naruto's doorstep. Kushina was preparing dinner, Minato was wiping the table, and Naruto was setting plates on the table. Knock knock. A knock sounded. "Naruto, go open the door. Mr. June and the others are here," came Kushina's voice from the kitchen. "Coming." Naruto quickly put down the plates and ran to open the door. The moment the door swung open, he exclaimed in delight, "Boss Suzurane, Karen, you're here." Junlin smiled as he entered. The 9-life spirit cat jumped from his shoulder to the floor and wandered around. Suzuran and Karen followed inside, feeling relaxed in the warm atmosphere of the house. "Wow, it smells amazing. Auntie Kushina made so many delicious dishes," Karen said, sniffing the air with a greedy look. Kushina poked her head out of the kitchen, smiling. Come in. It's just a simple home-cooked meal. Hope you like it." Minato warmly invited everyone to sit. "Mr. June, thank you for always taking care of Naruto." Junlin waved his hand. "Minato, no need to be so formal. I really like this kid Naruto." Just then Tsunade arrived with Nawaki. Naruto ran to open the door. "Granny sister, you're here. Welcome, come in quickly." Nawaki looked at Naruto without greeting him. "Hey, what about me? Can't you see me?" He stepped forward and said to Naruto. "Oh right, you too. Come in," said Naruto, leading Tsunade into the living room. "Evil Uzumaki brat." Nawaki suddenly recalled what the second Hokage often said about the wicked Uchiha clan, and thought it fit the Uzumaki clan perfectly. He followed inside. "Oh, Mr. June is here too," Tsunade said, greeting Junlin with a smile. Junlin stood up to respond. "Tsunade-sama, how was business at the hospital today?" Tsunade said smugly, "Made quite a bit. Those nobles' injuries are a piece of cake for me." Nawaki meanwhile was curiously looking around when his attention was suddenly caught by the 9-life spirit cat. "What kind of cat is this? So cute." He reached out to pet it, but the cat nimbly dodged and let out a meow, as if to warn him off. Everyone burst out laughing. Kushina brought the last dish from the kitchen and called out, "Don't just stand there. Time to eat." They gathered around the dining table and began a lively meal. As they ate, they shared amusing stories. Tsunade recounted the incidents with the quack doctors and nobles at the hospital, drawing a wave of sighs. Junlin also talked about the strange potions that had recently been pulled from the blind boxes. The atmosphere was very pleasant. They all sat around the table enjoying dinner and chatting merrily about daily life. Naruto excitedly told them about things at school, occasionally serving food to everyone. Suddenly the 9-life spirit cat jumped onto the table and stared at a plate of fish, meowing. Naruto laughed and picked up a piece of fish for it. "Here, little cat, have a taste." The cat happily ate, making everyone laugh heartily. The dinner ended in this joyful atmosphere. Dawn silently tore through the folds of the night, spreading a faint lotus root hue at the horizon like rice paper moistened by clear water. The thick ink gradually receded and the edges of the clouds shimmered with a mother-of-pearl luminescence, initially just a delicate golden thread that wound along the outlines of distant mountains. Gradually ripples of light spread among the clouds, dyeing the gray-blue wisps into pink-orange silk. "Is it necessary to be this early?" Gangs Ho was awakened early in the morning by Shangshu. Having drunk quite a bit with Junlin the night before, her head was still dizzy, and she looked at Shangshu with a displeased expression. Shangshu hadn't expected his sister to say that she wouldn't have money until the day after tomorrow. Last night on the way back from Joshinai's house, she told him she had money, and they could go to the blind box shop tomorrow. This kept him so excited that he couldn't sleep all night, worrying that he might not get a good item, or that whatever he got might not be as good as that blonde guy's. So he dragged Gangs Ho out of bed early, and after dawdling for a while they finally got up. The two arrived at the blind box shop to find the door tightly shut. Gangsho's face darkened with veins while Shangshu was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected the shop to still be closed. "Yo, Lady Gangsho, why are you here so early?" The owner of the breakfast shop, diagonally across the street, said. "Uncle, why isn't this shop open yet?" Shangshu ran over and asked. Are you Shangshu?" The owner glanced at the child, finding him somewhat familiar, and thought for a moment. He had heard that Lady Gangsho's younger brother had been revived, but hadn't seen him around these past few days. "Yeah, it's me, Shangshu. My sister revived me." Shangshu scratched his head. "Haha, right, I heard about it but never saw you." The uncle laughed heartily, picked up some breakfast and handed it to Shangshu. "This is for you." No need." Shangshu quickly waved his hand. Gangs Ho walked over, took the breakfast and started eating. "Why isn't the blind box shop open yet?" "That shop doesn't open until 8 o'clock. It used to be 7, but the owner probably hired 2 shop assistants. The owner normally doesn't get up in the morning. It's always the mother and daughter." "Ah, that's still 2 hours." Shang Shu said helplessly, his voice filled with agony. Thump. Who told you to get up so early? Gang Ho tossed the plastic into the trash can and gave him a sharp knock on the head. Ow! That hurts. Shang Shu wore a pained expression, clutching his head. Let's go. Since we're here, we'll exercise for an hour and a half. Start running now. After saying that, Gang Ho took a few coins from her pocket, tossed them on the breakfast shop's table, and dragged Shang Shu away. Oh, this isn't worth anything, Lady Gang Ho. The uncle called out, slapping his thigh. By the time Gang Ho and Shang Shu returned from exercising, the blind box shop was already open and a few passersby were buying blind boxes. Phew. So tired. Shang Shu sat down directly on the steps after running all the way back. Ahem. Hearing that Gang Ho had arrived, Shang Shu slipped into the shop in a flash. Junlin saw Shang Shu looking as if he had been drenched by rain. Shang Shu, were you exercising? Phew. So exhausting. I came to the shop early this morning, but it wasn't open, so I had to go for a run first. Why didn't you ask what time it opened last night? Junlin shrugged. Right? Why didn't I just ask? Shang Shu thought. He hadn't thought of it, and his sister hadn't known either. Damn it. Junlin pointed her finger at Shang Shu from a distance. Instantly Shang Shu felt a change in his body. The fatigue from the morning training vanished, replaced by an unprecedented lightness. What is this? As soon as Gang Ho entered, she saw Shang Shu's improved condition, which was different from the state after a night's rest following training. She grabbed Shang Shu's hand and examined it. Her expression gradually turned serious. This? Junlin, what did you do to Shang Shu? Junlin blinked and smiled. Lady Gang Ho, I used my ability to restore Shang Shu's stamina. Gang Ho frowned. This ability of yours? Junlin explained, my ability allows me to transfer my own chakra to others, helping them recover stamina and heal injuries. Shang Shu exclaimed excitedly. Sister Junlin's ability is amazing. I won't be afraid of being tired after training from now on. Gang Ho felt a twinge of concern. She knew well that such an ability could be dangerous if used by someone with ill intentions, but in the blind box shop no one dared to cause trouble, which eased her mind. Just then Linglong came out from the back of the shop. Lady Gang Ho, Shang Shu, you're here so early. Want to try your luck with blind boxes today? Shang Shu's spirits instantly lifted, and he pulled Gang Ho toward the blind box area. Gang Ho shook her head helplessly, and followed silently, deciding to learn more about Junlin's ability. Her chakra would be excellent for a medical ninja. 10 blind boxes. Shang Shu's calmed nerves inexplicably tensed up again. Buzz. 4 white, 3 blue, 2 purple, and 1 orange. The light of 4 whites, 3 blues, 2 purples, and 1 orange interwove. The 4 white beams were the brightest, spreading like shattered moonlight at the outermost layer, with a translucent texture gently enveloping like a thin veil, laying a pure base for the whole light cluster. 3 blue lights interjected, a bit more serene than the white, like deep-sea refracted light, rippling warmly under the white's glow, as if water flowed gently within the light. 2 purple beams carried a hint of mystery. Unlike the white and blue that spread out, they coiled and danced like ribbons, their edges sparkling with fine glints, adding a layer of hazy charm. At the very center, the single orange light was the most eye-catching, warm and intense, like a flickering little flame faintly warming the surrounding light. It was not ostentatious, yet highly penetrating, causing all the light to revolve around it in a wonderful resonance. These lights maintained their own hues while blending to create new brilliance. The purity of white, the depth of blue, the illusion of purple, the warmth of orange. Each complementing the others like a flowing painting of light. Both individually striking and harmoniously merging into a splendid halo, it made one feel as if fine specks of light had fallen on their eyelashes. Wow! It's so beautiful. Junlin, tell us what these are. Shang Shu's eyes reflected the colorful lights as he asked impatiently. The white ones are common materials which can be used to make clothes or forge some sturdy kunai. The blue ones are stamina potions which can restore some stamina. Advanced life potions can restore more severe vitality. That's pretty good. Very useful for training. Shang Shu carefully gathered them in his hands and placed them safely. Elementary experience capsules can increase chakra amount by 20%. Wow, this is great. This is great. Shang Shu couldn't wait to take it and use it. Feeling the slow increase of chakra within his body, a full 20% of his total chakra. His brows relaxed and his mouth curved into a grin. Sister, this experience capsule really can increase chakra amount by 20%. Gang Ho nodded, a smile appearing on her face. Although she had opened blind boxes last time, she hadn't gotten this capsule. Not every member of the Chensho clan was a chakra powerhouse like Chensho Zhujian. Ordinary clan members only had slightly more chakra than others. The purple ones are 3 fragments of the Abyss Invitation. Collect 10 to synthesize an invitation, allowing you to challenge the strong and obtain items and weapons. It's not recommended to go before reaching a certain strength level. I know this. It was mentioned yesterday at Zhou Xinai's house. It seems they've already gathered 10 fragments and plan to challenge in the next couple of days. Shang Shu held the fragment, feeling the depth and a sense of palpitation emanating from it. There is also a purple one, the Tree Demon's Giant Python Hammer. Effect when attacking enemies, there is a probability to summon a tree demon to assist in battle, lasting for 5 minutes. While the tree demon exists, a portion of chakra can be restored and a small amount of life force can be recovered. Is this equivalent to wood style? Shangshu exclaimed in delight. It's only a matter of probability. It's possible that the tree demon won't be summoned even after a whole battle. Gangsho also listened attentively to Xianglin's explanation. Yes, Lady Gangsho is correct. But the next orange item increases the probability. Xianglin nodded, though she had previously heard about the wood style of the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama while in the grass country. From casual conversations with Junlin, she also learned about some people and events in Konoha. Shangshu and Gangsho both turned their gaze to Xianglin in unison. Is it true? Increases the probability. Shangshu asked excitedly. Xianglin smiled and nodded. That's right, the orange item is a spirit summoning seed. After use, it greatly increases the probability of summoning the tree demon, and the tree demon's strength will also be enhanced with its existence time extended to 10 minutes, and the recovery of chakra and life force will also increase. Gangsho and Shangshu's eyes lit up. This item was too appealing to them. Does this spirit summoning seed have any other effects? Gangsho pressed further. Xianglin blinked. It can also allow the tree demon to release special vines during battle, binding the enemy's movements. Shangshu rubbed his hands excitedly. This is simply fantastic. Once we get it, we'll have an even greater advantage in battle. Gangsho nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's a good item. Alright, that's all the introductions. Xianglin exited her professional mode and returned to her usual self. Hehe, I heard that Naruto has a card that can summon a Minotaur, but it can only charge. Mine is different. Shangshu was almost impatient to go find Naruto and try it out. He reached out, took the tree demon's giant python hammer, and weighed it in his hand. Ha! It's so light. It looks heavy, but I didn't expect it to be this light. You idiot. Once this item is unboxed, it's bound to your soul. Of course it feels light to you. Xianglin said playfully. Gangsho also wanted to try the tree demon's giant python hammer. She took it from Shangshu's hand, but as soon as she grabbed the handle, her entire body pitched forward. Hiss. So heavy. Even with her monstrous strength, Gangsho could barely hold on. Suddenly she felt the hammer grow lighter, and she leaned back to steady herself. She didn't fall backward. Gangsho was puzzled as to why it was no longer heavy. Haha, big sister, I allowed you to use it. Shangshu laughed heartily. Gangsho's face darkened. You little rascal. How dare you tease your sister? She put down the giant python hammer and gave him a swift knock on the head. Thud. Ow. Hiss. It hurt even more than before. If you don't discipline your younger brother early, you won't be able to when he grows up. After Gangsho and Shangshu left, the Sunigakure team had already left Konoha. The dark circles under Gaara's eyes, who had been asleep for 2 days, had faded significantly. His spirits were also much better. Gaara, we need to head to the next place. Kankuro reminded him. Gaara nodded. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly felt an unusual fluctuation in the sand around him. He grew alert, and a mysterious figure emerged from the sand nearby. Your Sunigakure team has gained quite a lot this time. I've got my eyes on you. The figure sneered. Kankuro and Tamari immediately shielded Gaara, assuming battle stances. Who are you? What do you want? Tamari shouted. The mysterious figure didn't answer but launched an attack, sending a golden sand blade toward them. Gaara manipulated the sand to form a shield, instantly blocking the attack. Seems you have some skill, but none of you are leaving today, the figure said, summoning more golden sand that swept toward them. Kankuro's pupils contracted sharply. This is gold sand? How is that possible? He stared at the metallic golden stream, his fingers digging into the puppet's control wires. The gold sand secret technique of Sunigakure had always been mastered by successive Kazekages. Yet this person controlled it with such proficiency, even more oppressive than the village's secret technique masters. Could it be a rogue ninja? Tamari swung her fan to deflect the flying gold sand fragments, her voice sharp with disbelief. Or has someone stolen our secret technique? Gaara's eyes darkened. The sand swirling around him accelerated, forming a vortex at his feet. Whoever you are, his voice was cold as ice. Daring to use gold sand in front of me, you'll pay the price. Before his words faded the sand wall, he controlled suddenly surged, pouncing toward the mysterious figure, like a living creature, colliding violently with the oncoming golden sand. The screeching sound of grinding grit filled the air, and a chaotic stream of gold and ochre exploded in the sky. The aftermath of the collision between sand and gold sand had not yet settled when the mysterious figure let out a sinister cackle. The gold sand around him transformed into hundreds of sharp spikes, raining down upon the trio. Tamari immediately swung her triple fan, unleashing the wind-style sickle weasel technique, entwined with flames, melting the incoming gold sand spikes into molten metal. Taste my new move, she cried as 3 flame blades shot from the fire, aiming straight for the mysterious figure's throat. Meanwhile, Kankuro's puppet strings snapped taut. The 3 puppets, Crow, Black Ant, and Salamander, danced simultaneously, their phantom sword light carving eerie trajectories in the air, as a dozen afterimages surrounded the mysterious figure. Thinking of ambushing us? No such luck. A cold smirk curled on his lips as the puppet's weapons struck at the enemy with afterimages. Gaara, however, was not in a hurry to act. He stood quietly behind the sand wall, the cool breeze bracelet glowing with a soft purple light on his wrist. Even though Shikaku was restless inside him, due to the mysterious figure's provocation, the bracelet suppressed the violent power completely. He narrowed his eyes, silently observing the battle, looking for the enemy's weakness. The mysterious figure clearly hadn't expected the trio's sudden increase in strength. Faced with Temari's flames and Kankuro's puppet illusions, his attacks began to grow frantic. Just as he was distracted by the flame blades, Gaara finally struck. Sand waterfall burial. With a low roar, the ground suddenly split open and countless sand pillars shot up, trapping the mysterious figure. The sound of bones breaking echoed from within the sand pillars. The mysterious figure let out a scream, and the glow of his gold sand secret technique dimmed. However, just as the group thought the battle was over, the mysterious figure suddenly erupted with a powerful surge of chakra, breaking free from the sand pillars. A strange dark purple light flickered around his body. "Since you're asking for death, don't blame me." He grinned maliciously, forming hand seals to unleash an even more powerful attack. The dark purple light around the mysterious figure flared, and the surrounding sand began to levitate uncontrollably, coalescing behind him into a giant gold sand demon hand. The demon hand's 5 fingers were spread, dripping molten metal from their tips. The mere pressure emanating from it caused fine cracks to appear on Kankuro's puppets. Temari gritted her teeth, channeling chakra into her flamethrower. The flames erupted like a giant fire pillar, colliding with the gold sand demon hand. The scorching blast wave sent dust flying and sparks from the collision of flames, and gold sand scattered like shooting stars. "Don't give him a chance to breathe," Kankuro shouted, manipulating the puppet group to attack the mysterious figure's vital points from different directions, using the afterimages created by the phantom sword. Gaara remained silent, the purple light on the cool breeze bracelet growing brighter. The restless power of Shikaku within him turned into strands, which he guided into the sand beneath his feet. Suddenly he raised his hand and clenched his fist. The sand layer on the ground trembled violently, and countless sand blades burst forth, forming a circular killing array around the mysterious figure. Absolute defense, Shikaku's shield. Sensing the fatal threat, the mysterious figure hastily withdrew his gold sand, condensing it into a metallic shield around him. Break! Temari seized the moment, combining the flame blade with the flamethrower's fire. A giant flame blade with spiral fire patterns tore through the sky, striking the center of the gold sand shield with precision. Crack! The shield instantly showed spiderweb-like fractures. Kankuro's puppet group seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The blade of the black ant puppet stabbed into the cracks, shattering the shield in an instant. The mysterious figure staggered back, a flicker of fear in his eyes. But Gaara gave him no chance. He manipulated the sand into chains, wrapping around the figure's limbs and neck like venomous snakes. "Tell me, who are you?" Gaara's icy voice carried an undeniable pressure. "And why can you use the gold sand secret technique?" The mysterious figure struggled in vain, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed. "You think this is the end? Sunagakure will soon face a true disaster." Before his words faded, a massive amount of blood mist erupted from his mouth, and his entire body dissolved into a strange purple smoke, vanishing into the air. Kankuro furrowed his brow. "Damn it, he got away." Temari folded her fan and said worriedly, "What does he mean by saying Sunagakure will face a true disaster?" Gaara remained silent, his gaze growing deeper. Although Shikaku's power was suppressed, the restlessness within him had not yet fully subsided. Upon returning to the village, they immediately reported the matter to Chiyo. With a grave expression, Chiyo gathered the elite ninja of Sunagakure to discuss countermeasures. The 4th Kazekage was impersonated by Orochimaru. "Then what about Raza?" Chiyo said solemnly, her aged face lined with worry. "And that Konoha blind box shop you mentioned. On the way back we encountered a mysterious man who could actually use gold sand." Chiyo felt a headache coming on. So many things had happened during just the Chunin exams. "Sister, do you think the Kazekage?" Ebizo hesitated, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Chiyo waved her hand to silence him. She knew that the Kazekage was already dead, and had been turned into a puppet to attack their Sunagakure ninja. But the generation gap in Sunagakure was severe. Only Gaara and his siblings were capable. Although Gaara was a Jinchuriki, he was constantly tormented by Shikaku. He would occasionally lose control. Though Gaara and the others said the cooling bracelet from the blind box shop helped suppress it, Chiyo remained worried. There was also Baki, an elite jonin of Sunagakure, and the teacher of Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. But he was still not quite ready to become Kazekage. Sigh. If only Pakura were still here. Chiyo uttered a name and Ebizo fell silent. Who was Pakura? Lady Chiyo actually said. If only Pakura were here. Gaara and the others were unaware that Pakura was an elite jonin of Sunagakure, a contemporary of Gaara's father, the 4th Kazekage. She possessed the powerful Scorch Release Kekkei Genkai and had earned great merit for the village. Moreover, Pakura was betrayed by the 4th Kazekage Raza and sacrificed to Kirigakure. Pakura was an elite jonin of Sunagakure. She rendered countless services to the village, but because of the 4th Kazekage's betrayal, she was ambushed and killed by Kirigakure. My brother and I rushed over when we found out, but it was already too late. As Chiyo spoke, her eyes reddened and her voice choked with emotion. Gaara and the others were shocked to hear this. They had never known about Pakura's past. If Pakura were still here with her abilities and prestige, she could surely lead Sunigakure through this crisis. Chiyo let out a long sigh. At that moment, the usually silent Gaara suddenly spoke. Grandma, perhaps the blind box shop can help us. Everyone's eyes turned to him. The blind box shop can produce all kinds of miraculous items. Maybe we can find a way to revive Pakura, Gaara said seriously. A glimmer of hope flickered in Chiyo's eyes, but it quickly faded. Even if we could revive Pakura after all these years, it's uncertain whether she would still be willing to serve Sunigakure. Temari pondered for a moment. Regardless, we can give it a try. Besides, there might be other things in the blind box shop to deal with the unknown disaster. Everyone nodded in agreement. Thus the ninja of Sunigakure once again turned their attention to the mysterious Konoha blind box shop. Meanwhile, Junlin remained indifferent to Gaara and the others' ordeal. He had just woken up. Hiss. I didn't expect that even the alcohol from this little land could get me drunk. Junlin had wanted to experience being an ordinary person drinking the local sake, but Tsunade's drinking manners were terrible. She had forced him to drink. His head still ached a little. With a single thought, Junlin returned to his invincible state, and the abnormal condition vanished. I didn't expect to sleep for nearly a whole day. Tsunade, you did this to me. Junlin walked to the balcony and saw the sunset in the west. The sky was like an overturned palette with layers of orange, red, violet, and amber blending together, soaking the entire bank of clouds into flowing honey. The setting sun hung between the buildings like a half-melted salted egg yolk. Its afterglow spread over the distant overpass, scattering golden foil-like specks of light amidst the bustling traffic. The wind, carrying the lingering heat of the day, brushed past the hem of his clothes. The shirt gently swaying on the clothesline was also dyed a warm, soft hue. At this moment, the noisy city seemed to slow its breathing. Junlin turned and went downstairs. Boss, are you all right? Would you like me to make you some ginger soup? Suzuran asked when she saw Junlin awake. Thanks, but no need. I'm fine now. How was it? Did anyone get anything good today? Junlin asked as he took a seat. Hehe. Boss, not many people came to open blind boxes today. Only Tsunade's younger brother got something decent. Karen had just returned from buying groceries, and answered immediately upon hearing Junlin's question. Oh, what did he get? Junlin perked up with interest. Suzuran took the grocery basket and went into the kitchen. Karen drank some water and continued. The tree demon's giant serpent hammer. Karen laughed as she recounted how Nawaki had tricked Tsunade, then mentioned the spirit summoning seed. After finishing, she went to help Suzuran cook. Junlin raised an eyebrow and asked the system. Spirit summoning seed. There's no such thing in DNF, right? Ding. No, but it exists elsewhere. Honestly, how many items not from DNF have you added? Ding. Quite a few. Quite a few. How many is that? Never mind, asking is futile. Junlin prepared to eat even though he no longer needed food to live for a long time. The indulgence of taste is human nature. Yet as time passed, Junlin's heart gradually turned desireless. Or perhaps colder. He shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. Just as Junlin was lost in thought, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame arrived in Konoha. Mr. Itachi, why are we in Konoha? Didn't the leader order us to assist Orochimaru in capturing the One-Tail? Hoshigaki Kisame asked in confusion. I received intelligence that there's a blind box shop in Konoha that can produce miraculous items. So I came to check it out, Itachi replied. And to see Sasuke. Itachi's eyes softened slightly. Kisame shrugged. Alright, but since Mr. Itachi cares so much about his little brother, should I go fetch him? Uchiha Itachi's eyes turned icy. No, Kisame, don't interfere. Whenever Sasuke was mentioned, Itachi's tone softened. But the moment Kisame suggested bringing Sasuke out, Itachi's voice became hostile. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Itachi transformed into a flock of crows. As a spy, Uchiha Itachi knew the weaknesses of Konoha's barrier. Thus he entered Konoha with ease and arrived at the Uchiha clan compound. Night had fully fallen. The streetlights along the road had all been turned on, illuminating the way for passersby. Uchiha Sasuke was also returning from training. Naruto is getting stronger. Sasuke clenched his fists. Who's there? Sasuke sensed something and looked toward the shadowy wall. A familiar figure emerged from the darkness. It's you. Sasuke's 3-Tomo Sharingan activated. He had already used up the 2 mental stones. Oh, my foolish little brother. You've awakened the 3-Tomo. Uchiha Itachi was surprised. Sasuke had awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan in just a few months. Die, you bastard. Sasuke charged at Uchiha Itachi in fury, gathering chakra in his hand, trying to deliver a fatal blow to the murderer of his clan. Uchiha Itachi sidestepped, easily dodging Sasuke's attack. His eyes held both pride in Sasuke's growth and the helplessness of being a spy. With that level of strength, you can't kill me, Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi said calmly. Sasuke gritted his teeth and launched another attack, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu at Itachi. However, with his vast experience and overwhelming power, Itachi remained effortlessly composed. Sasuke knew that a frontal assault would be difficult to win, so he quickly reached into his waist pouch, pulled out the fire wrist guard, and strapped it onto his arm. Dark red patterns flowed across the surface of the wrist guard. He took a deep breath and condensed a blazing fireball in his mouth. Fireball jutsu. The originally orange-red flame suddenly tripled in size, surging toward Itachi with scorching heat waves. Uchiha Itachi squinted slightly, and a whirlwind of black flames rose from his feet. Amaterasu. The blue-black flames collided with the fireball, unleashing a heat wave that cracked the street stones. Taking advantage of the moment, Itachi was distracted, blocking the fire release. Sasuke drew his evil demon blade. The blade glowed with eerie purple light, and dozens of phantom evil demons emerged from the blade, clawing and lunging at Itachi's throat. Itachi leaned back like a ghost, and the phantom demons brushed past his nose. Sasuke seized the opportunity to dash forward, golden runes flashing on his heavenly prayer boots. His speed suddenly multiplied several times, and in the blink of an eye he was already at Itachi's side. The advantage of half chakra cost allowed him to frequently form hand seals, alternating between water release water dragon bullet technique and fire release phoenix fire technique, weaving a cage of water and fire that trapped Itachi in the center. Mere tricks. Itachi formed hand seals, his Mangekyo Sharingan glowing with red light. Tsukuyomi. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply, but just as the genjutsu was about to take effect, the evil demon blade emitted purple light, shattering the spatial fluctuations. It turned out that the rare-grade weapon had special resistance to mental attacks. Seizing this chance, Sasuke poured all his chakra into the blade. A giant purple demon hand burst from the ground, its 5 fingers like steel hooks grabbing at Itachi's head. The giant demon hand pressed down with overwhelming momentum. Uchiha Itachi's eyes narrowed and his figure flickered, disappearing instantly. The demon hand slammed heavily into the ground, blasting a huge crater, sending stones flying. Sasuke warily rotated his 3-tomo Sharingan, trying to track Itachi's whereabouts. Just then, a chilling aura descended from above. Sasuke instinctively raised his evil demon blade to block, and Uchiha Itachi's kunai scraped down the blade, sparking a shower of sparks. Sasuke used the force of the block to leap backward, simultaneously pushing the fire wrist guard to its limit. Fire release Great Dragon Fire Technique. A massive fire dragon roared toward Itachi, the flames illuminating the surroundings bright red. Itachi quickly formed hand seals. Water release water wall. A massive water wall rose and collided with the fire dragon with a thunderous impact. Amidst the steam, Sasuke, wielding the evil demon blade and leveraging the speed advantage from his heavenly prayer boots, ghosted around to Itachi's side. The evil demon phantom on the blade reappeared, stabbing fiercely at Itachi's ribs. Itachi rolled to dodge the attack, backhanding several shuriken. Sasuke swung the evil demon blade, deflecting each shuriken, and used the rebounding force to close in on Itachi again. The two engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle under the streetlights. With the boosts from his equipment, Sasuke's moves became increasingly fierce, but Itachi, relying on his rich combat experience and exquisite footwork, always maintained the upper hand. Suddenly a gleam of cunning flashed in Sasuke's eyes. He deliberately exposed a flaw. Itachi took the bait and launched an attack, but just as his strike was about to land, Sasuke activated the speed boost of his heavenly prayer boots. Quick movement. Countless afterimages of Sasuke appeared instantly, surrounding Itachi in the center. Fire release Phoenix Fire Technique. All the afterimages attacked simultaneously, a sky full of fireballs drowning Itachi in a sea of flames. Within the sea of flames, Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi world suddenly unfolded. Dark red light warped space, and Sasuke felt the scene change. Countless blades pierced his body, pain surging like a tide. But at that moment, the purple light of the evil demon blade burst forth. The special resistance of the rare-grade weapon allowed him to forcibly break free from the genjutsu. In reality, using the afterimages as cover, he swung his blade again from the side. A hint of admiration flashed in Itachi's eyes. His hands formed seals so fast that only afterimages were visible. Susanoo. A gigantic skeletal phantom emerged behind him. Sasuke's evil demon blade struck Susanoo's arm, only sparking a few sparks. Susanoo clenched its fist and struck downward. Sasuke quickly activated the speed boost of his heavenly prayer boots, narrowly dodging the attack while throwing a chakra-infused kunai. The kunai was easily swatted away by Susanoo, but Sasuke took the opportunity to form hand seals, combining the power of the fire wrist guard with the ocular power of his 3-tomo Sharingan, Blaze Release Kagetsuchi. The blue Amaterasu flames turned into a flame spear at his fingertips, stabbing fiercely at Susanoo's knee. Susanoo swayed slightly, and Itachi raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting Sasuke to combine fire release with dojutsu. Just then Sasuke activated the ultimate ability of the evil demon blade, Evil Demon Roar. The purple evil demon phantoms gathered into a 100-foot giant, opening its massive maw to bite Susanoo. Susanoo refused to be outdone, raising its massive arm and colliding with the demon giant with a thunderous crash. The powerful shockwave completely destroyed the surrounding streetlights, exploding in the blast, glass shards raining down. The collision of the demon giant and Susanoo raised a cloud of dust, and Sasuke struggled to stabilize himself in the violent airwaves. Before he could catch his breath, Uchiha Itachi's partial Susanoo had already formed. A partially armored giant wielding the Totsuka blade, its presence overwhelming heaven and earth. The pressure made Sasuke's heart almost stop beating. Sasuke gripped the evil demon blade tightly, mustering the last shred of his chakra. The flames of the fire wrist guard had become faint. He drove the phantom of the evil demon blade to charge at Susanoo again, while using the speed boost of his heavenly prayer boots to try to circle behind Susanoo for a surprise attack. However, Susanoo moved like lightning, swinging the Yata mirror to easily deflect the demon phantom, then sweeping the Totsuka blade, a golden sword light cutting through the night sky. Sasuke swung his blade with all his might to block, but the evil demon blade let out a pained groan under the touch of the Totsuka blade, its purple light shattering inch by inch. The immense impact tore Sasuke's hands, and he was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the street ruins. The effect of the heavenly prayer boots also faded at that moment. Sasuke struggled to get up but found his chakra completely depleted, and his 3 Tomo Sharingan ached and stung from overuse. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo slowly dissipated. He walked up to Sasuke, his gaze complex and pitying. "You still have a long way to go, Sasuke." Sasuke's eyes blazed with anger, wanting to attack again, but he couldn't move even a single finger. Itachi sighed softly, leaned down to pat Sasuke's shoulder, and his figure gradually faded into the darkness, leaving Sasuke sprawled on the scarred street, tears of frustration mixing with dust soaking his cheeks. Although the battle was fierce, only a few minutes had passed. With a series of swift sounds, over a dozen Umbu members arrived in front of Sasuke. Suddenly the third Hokage arrived along with Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Minato, and several clan heads. From a distance, they had already seen the massive Susanoo, which belonged to the Uchiha clan. Minato had originally been forbidden by Kushina to come, and he was still harboring some anger. But as the fourth Hokage, he had no choice but to come. The third Hokage frowned, quickly walked to Sasuke's side, and crouched down to examine his injuries. "This child's chakra is severely depleted." Tsunade hurried over and began treating Sasuke. Jiraiya stroked his chin, a hint of worry in his eyes. Such a fierce battle, and the opponent was Uchiha Itachi. This might not be simple. Kakashi looked at the devastated street, clicking his tongue in amazement. Minato silently observed the surroundings. The several clan heads exchanged glances, their expressions grave. While everyone was busy attending to Sasuke, the Umbu discovered some traces left by the battle in the ruins, seemingly hiding a secret. The third Hokage stood up and said solemnly, "First take Sasuke back to the hospital for proper recuperation. We must investigate the events behind this." Thus several Umbu members took Sasuke to the hospital. "What are your thoughts?" Third Hokage sat in his office chair, his gaze sweeping across the assembled figures seated around the conference table. A brief silence fell over the chamber. Inuzuka clan head broke the stillness first. "Uchiha Itachi has suddenly reappeared in Konoha. His target is clearly Sasuke. The power of his Susanoo warrants grave caution." Nara clan head tapped the table lightly, his voice low and measured. "Yet after the Uchiha massacre, Itachi joined Akatsuki. His sudden reappearance now, can it truly be motivated solely by personal vendetta?" Minato unconsciously traced the hem of his flying thunder god robe. Akatsuki's movements have always been shrouded in secrecy. Itachi's return may well align with their broader design. He lifted his eyes to the third Hokage. "Master, do you believe he is testing Konoha's defenses?" The third Hokage paused in quiet contemplation. The deep lines on his weathered face grew more pronounced. "Such a test is highly plausible." And Umbu investigators discovered traces at the scene laced with an unfamiliar chakra signature, distinctly non-Konohan. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose, her tone edged with impatience. "Our immediate priority is Sasuke's safety. The boy has just endured battle. He remains vulnerable, and he may strike while he's weakest." Jiraiya tilted his sake gourd with a wry smile, though worry lingered deep within his eyes. "Perhaps I should take Sasuke on an extended training journey. It would remove him from danger and strengthen his abilities." "No need," the third Hokage said quietly. "Sasuke would never agree to go with you." "What do you mean?" "I'm Jiraiya." "Save your breath, you fool. Would you train him at blind box shops? Or in bathhouses across the land?" Tsunade's retort drew soft laughter from the room. Jiraiya scratched his head abashed. The third Hokage continued, "For now we'll assign Umbu to guard Sasuke covertly, and heighten village-wide vigilance. As for Sasuke's training, let him decide for himself." At that moment Hyuga clan head spoke up, "Hokage-sama, how shall we handle Itachi? Leaving him unchallenged outside our borders remains a persistent threat." The third Hokage's gaze hardened with resolve. "We will hold our position for now, and observe his next move. Akatsuki undoubtedly serves a far greater scheme. We must not act rashly." All nodded in solemn agreement. Minato added, "I will intensify chakra sensing surveillance around the village perimeter. Any anomaly will be reported instantly." Tsunade rose, arms crossed. "Then I'll coordinate medical need deployment, prepared for any contingency." The third Hokage watched them with quiet pride. "With all of you standing beside me, I am certain Konoha will overcome this crisis." The meeting concluded. Attendees departed one by one, each heading to execute their assigned duties, while the third Hokage remained seated, gazing out the window lost in thought. "This makes no sense. Years ago we sent Itachi undercover to gather intelligence. I knew how deeply he loved his younger brother. How could he possibly seek to kill Sasuke? Using Susanoo itself. Suddenly recalling Minato's request for a private discussion, the third Hokage rose and left his office. Hokage-sama, are you heading home to rest? Nara Shikaku, now Hokage advisor, maintained his office within the Hokage tower. Ah, Shikaku-san. Join me at Minato's residence. We must speak further about his succession to the Hokage title. They arrived at Minato's home where he warmly welcomed them inside. Once seated, the third Hokage spoke directly. Minato, regarding the Hokage mantle, the village faces unprecedented turmoil. I believe you alone possess the strength and wisdom to bear this burden anew. Minato was taken aback, but quickly composed himself. Master, I am profoundly honored by your trust. Yet I have no desire to assume the title. I wish only to be present for Naruto. He lost both parents the moment he was born. Kushina would never consent to my accepting this role. But Minato, you were the fourth Hokage. With Konoha besieged by crisis after crisis and my own strength waning, it is time I stepped aside. The village needs fresh vitality, and your leadership is irreplaceable. You can guide Konoha toward prosperity. Hiruzen Sarutobi refused to yield. He saw Minato as his sole true successor, and acknowledged with quiet sorrow that age had eroded his own capacity to act decisively. That stubborn old man. Minato will never accept the Hokage title again. Kushina had intended to stay silent, but Hiruzen's insistence forced her hand. She feared Minato's gentle heart would soften under pressure, and bind him once more to duty. Minato understood her meaning perfectly. He reached out and gently pulled her hand, urging her to temper her words toward the third Hokage. From the outset he had resolved never to reclaim the mantle. Not least because these past days he'd visited the Hokage tower only once. Briefly that very evening, before returning home. He hadn't anticipated Hiruzen arriving with Shikaku in tow. Master. I sincerely apologize, Minato said, bowing his head with quiet sincerity. In truth, Master, your leadership remains vital. Precisely because Konoha stands at such a turbulent crossroads, changing Hokage now would grant our enemies an opening to sow chaos. Nara Shikaku interjected judiciously. Hokage-sama, Minato's concerns hold merit. A leadership transition now risks unsettling the village, leaving openings for adversaries to exploit. Stability is paramount. Your seasoned judgment anchoring the office will reassure every citizen. Hiruzen fell silent for a long moment, then slowly nodded. Shikaku is right. I acted too hastily. Let this matter be set aside. For now. Minato looked at Shikaku with heartfelt gratitude. Shikaku. Thank you for understanding. My deepest wish is simply to cherish my family, and yet I remain steadfast in serving Konoha however I can. Kushina softened her tone. Hokage-sama. Please forgive my earlier outburst. Minato carries burdens silently. Were he Hokage again, he'd sacrifice sleep, health, and peace. Every day. I cannot bear to watch him break. Hiruzen waved a dismissive hand. No offense taken. I fully understand your hearts. For now our focus must remain fixed upon Uchiha Itachi, and the looming shadow of Akatsuki. They discussed the current threat in depth, forging a coordinated response strategy before dispersing, each carrying renewed purpose. And Hiruzen departed with quiet determination to stand guard over Konoha once more. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki departed Konoha. Kisame. Why did you follow me? Itachi's voice was low, his expression dark with suppressed fury. Mr. Itachi. I came only out of concern. I had no idea Konoha's forces would arrive so swiftly. Kisame awkwardly rubbed his shark-like scalp. Your younger brother proved astonishingly formidable, even forcing you to manifest Susanoo. He still has far to go. A rare fleeting smile touched Itachi's lips. Within he mused, grow faster, little brother. I await your blade. Do not tarry too long. He touched his eyes. The vision blurred further after prolonged Susanoo use. Hurry, Sasuke. Mr. Itachi. What's wrong? Kisame knew well the toll Itachi's ocular techniques exacted. After years as comrades, such signs were unmistakable. It is nothing. Are we still going to the blind box shop? No. We depart for the One Tail. Fresh intelligence confirms Deidara's failure. Itachi turned his gaze back toward Konoha before addressing Kisame. What? Didn't he slay the fourth Kazekage of Suna and convert him into a puppet? Even so, he failed. Is the one-tailed Jinchuriki truly that powerful? Kisame exclaimed in disbelief. According to reports, the Jinchuriki and his elder brother and sister jointly defeated Deidara's puppet, employing an unknown, unprecedented technique. Then it must be the same technique unveiled during the Chunin exams, at the blind box shop. Likely so. Let us press onward, without delay. Under cover of night, Kisame leapt silently across the forest canopy. Every sense alert, prepared for ambush or sudden peril. Excellent. Your suggestions are truly commendable. Junlin had only just realized the drawbacks of the transaction cards. Too few people purchased them from him. When others bought goods, shop owners lacked cards, forcing customers to withdraw cash and hand it over manually. It was indeed somewhat inconvenient. I'll speak with Konoha's senior leadership. It's late. I suggest we all rest early. Junlin ascended the stairs and entered his bedroom. System, do you offer automated vending machines? Ones that dispense cards and eliminate the need for manual renewal at my shop? Ding. Yes, master. One advanced blind box grants one premium vending machine. What the hell? Were you waiting for me here? Junlin leapt in outrage, accusing the system of deliberate sabotage. But the truth is, money means nothing to me. I've already transcended all limits. Does wealth alter my invincibility? Ding. Neither does the advanced blind box enhance you any further. Become the wealthiest sovereign across the entire shinobi world. What the hell? That does make sense, but I still refuse to accept it. Damn you. Junlin raised his middle finger toward the void. Ding. Doesn't master long to be wealthy? Recall your past life. Slaving endlessly for scraps of paper currency. Did that bring you joy? Junlin stared blankly. Was this system malfunctioning? Striking straight at the heart. Wasn't it? One advanced blind box for a single machine. Far too steep. Though the shinobi world is compact, deploying vending machines across every village would demand substantial investment. Ding. 200 blind boxes exchange for 500 vending machines. Purchases are capped at 500 units per transaction. Individual units cannot be acquired separately. Did you secretly enroll in tutoring classes without telling me? Junlin sighed in exasperation. Forced to buy 500 units at once. You are a shrewd merchant. Ding. If eras evolve, why shouldn't systems advance too? The system muttered softly. Tutoring costs 50 blind boxes per hour. I haven't a clue where to find them. You cultivate virtue yet hoard profit. You seize another's nest while wearing its plumage. Like jackdaws usurping magpies' nests, wolves masquerading as sheep. Stealing grain and running dens. You cast righteousness to the wind, abandon integrity upon the roadside. When karmic retribution arrives, you'll learn. Heaven's justice permits no exception. Ding. Junlin heard the system's quiet muttering, recited the elegant 7-character verse, and ignored the system's frantic dictionary searching. The next morning Junlin arrived at the Hokage Tower. No sooner had he stepped inside than he saw the third Hokage seated behind his desk, gazing sorrowfully at a stack of documents. Well now, third Hokage, why the grim expression? Junlin teased lightly. The third Hokage lifted his head and sighed helplessly. Village affairs have multiplied lately. I'm overwhelmed. You've come today on urgent business then. Junlin outlined the transaction card issue, and proposed the vending machine initiative. The third Hokage stroked his chin thoughtfully. An excellent idea. Convenient for villagers and streamlining commerce. I'll consult our senior leadership. Junlin nodded, adding, I'll provide 500 vending machines for a Konoha pilot program to assess efficacy. Splendid. Should results prove favorable, we'll expand deployment across all villages. Junlin smiled satisfied. The venture now bore clear promise. As he returned to his shop, he found Minato's family already waiting inside. Boss, you're back. Naruto waved excitedly. Where'd you go? Junlin approached with a warm smile to the Hokage Tower. I discussed matters with the third Hokage. He explained the vending machine plan to Minato's family. Minato's eyes lit up. Truly ingenious. It will revolutionize commerce and convenience. Yeah. With this, card shopping becomes effortless. Naruto bounced gleefully beside them. Junlin continued. We'll launch 500 units first in Konoha, then scale across other villages if successful. Minato nodded firmly. I'm certain they'll be embraced enthusiastically. At that moment the shop door opened again. Several shinobi entered. Hearing Junlin's words, they grew deeply intrigued and eagerly pressed for details. Junlin patiently answered each query, inwardly sensing his enterprise would soon surge. Perhaps even crown him the shinobi world's wealthiest sovereign. Mr. Jun, we've come as a family to challenge the abyssal demon realm. Are there precautions we should know? Kushina asked. Junlin blinked in surprise. 2 months had passed, yet this was the first family daring to attempt the abyssal demon realm. Several such parties could gather, but perhaps their confidence lagged behind their strength. Just the 3 of you? Junlin asked, tone grave. Yes, we believe it's enough. If we win, spoils may even outstrip division. Ha! And if we lose, we simply retreat. Junlin observed their unwavering resolve, and silently admired their courage. Since your resolve is firm, allow me to offer guidance. The abyssal demon realm teems with monsters of wildly varying power. Beware those lurking unseen. They strike without warning. Also, its terrain is labyrinthine, easily disorienting. Maintain constant communication among yourselves. Minato nodded, intently absorbing every word. Thank you, Mr. Jun. We'll proceed with utmost caution. Indeed, I've prepared recovery elixirs suited for that realm. As pioneers, you receive special dispensation. Junlin placed several vials of enhancement elixirs upon the counter. Kushina and Naruto immediately gathered close, scrutinizing each vial carefully. Minato stood apart, his gaze flickering between anticipation and quiet tension. Once chosen, prepare to depart. Trust your strength. but if peril overwhelms you, withdraw instantly. Junlin encouraged. The family readied their gear. Kushina produced 3 fragments, Naruto held 7. Together the 10 fragments pulsed with an arcane, potent energy. Their obsidian surfaces blazed with light, then rose swirling and interweaving until coalescing into a black shimmering portal. From within echoed guttural roars and eerie winds, as though legions of demons awaited intruders. This is the gateway to the abyssal demon realm, Junlin declared. Beyond it, your fate rests solely in your hands. Minato drew a deep breath and affirmed, "Rest assured, Mr. Jun. We will return unharmed." With that he clasped Kushina's and Naruto's hands, and stepped through the portal. Behind them the gateway sealed slowly, leaving the shop silent once more. Junlin gazed at the vanished portal, quietly awaiting their triumph. Meanwhile Minato's family materialized in a world of suffocating dread. Jagged alien rock formations loomed amid thick clinging mist, and in the distance a colossal demon stalked toward them. "It feels oppressive." Naruto's skin prickled with gooseflesh. "Brat. Something's approaching," Kurama murmured, unaccustomed to such a scene, and urgently alerted them. "Father, Mother, drink the elixirs boss gave us. A monster's coming." Naruto cried, relaying Kurama's warning. Minato and Kushina swallowed the enhancement elixirs, feeling surges in strength, spirit, and chakra. Kushina, already clad in the celestial wings armor, stood like a goddess of war. The demonic beast opened its massive maw, unleashing a earth-shaking roar that made the ground tremble. Black mucus dripped from its body, each drop corroding a deep pit into the earth. Mingren tightened his grip on the sonic gale, the blade gleaming with cold light in the black mist. Mingren Yu and Zhou Xinai flank from both sides. "I'll draw its attention." Bo Feng Shuimen clasped his hands to form Seal's chakra swirling around him. Spiral energy field. A blue spiral orb of light flew from his palm, hurtling toward the demonic beast. Sensing the threat, the demonic beast swung its huge claw at the orb, but the orb nimbly dodged, arcing through the air before striking again. Meanwhile Zhou Xinai's skyborn wings unfurled behind her, glowing with pale blue light. She flickered and vanished, streaking toward the beast's right side like a beam of light, her evasive speed amplified by her pants, allowing her to weave through the black mist effortlessly. Mingrun, wielding the sonic gale blade, summoned a minotaur using the King Bull mech card. The minotaur bellowed, swinging its massive arms, charging with Mingren toward the beast's left flank. The minotaur's headlong charge was devastating, sending rocks flying in its wake. Enraged by Shueimen's attack, the beast abandoned its pursuit of the orb and charged straight at Shueimen. Its speed was astonishing, its massive frame leaving deep footprints on the ground. Just as the beast was about to reach Shueimen, Zhou Xinai struck from the side. The top of her skyborn wings armor activated, reflecting half of the beast's attack power back at it. Stung by the pain, the beast roared in fury, and turned to pounce on Zhou Xinai. Seizing the moment, Mingren swung, his sonic gale blade unleashing 3 blade storms that swept toward the beast. The minotaur followed up with a headlong charge. The beast tried to evade, but Shueimen's spiral energy field struck it again, causing a violent explosion. The fire-based explosion engulfed the beast in raging flames. It writhed in agony, but the fire did not inflict fatal damage. A savage gleam flickered in the beast's eyes as it forcibly extinguished the flames and charged once more, now faster and more powerful than before. Shueimen quickly produced the clear night orb, instantly replenishing his chakra, to launch another attack. Zhou Xinai used her wing's flight ability and boots movement speed to constantly shift positions in the air, searching for the beast's weak point. Mingren directed the minotaur to coordinate with him, using their attacks to pin the beast down. The beast roared again, surging with demonic energy that cracked the ground beneath it. Just as it was about to reach them, Zhou Xinai's skyborn wings suddenly blazed with blinding blue light, and she vanished from her spot like lightning. Thanks to the boot's super speed, Zhou Xinai instantly circled behind the beast. The defensive runes on her helmet glowed, easily deflecting the beast's tail strike. Then, channeling all her chakra into the top of her skyborn wings armor, the moment the beast's massive claw grazed her cheek, the thorns effect triggered. The beast's own attack power, laced with purple lightning, slammed into its chest with double the force. Shatter! Zhou Xinai cried, her wings beating so fast they broke the sound barrier, creating a sonic boom. A blade of light formed from chakra materialized in her hand. With the evasive speed boosted by her pants, she teleported around the beast like a phantom, leaving deep bone-exposing wounds with each flash. The beast tried to counterattack in panic, but couldn't even catch Zhou Xinai's afterimage. Mingren stared in awe at his mother, now a streak of light, while the minotaur stopped attacking, gazing dumbfounded at the stunning scene. Bo Feng Shuimen smiled and shook his head. Truly my wife. Zhou Xinai spun rapidly in the air, the chakra storm generated by her wings binding the beast tightly. Her final strike, a blade of light gathering all her power, pierced the beast's heart like a Milky Way. With a thunderous explosion, the beast's massive body burst apart, black fragments and thick demon blood raining down like a storm. Zhou Xinai landed gracefully, her skyborn wings folding slowly, a faint blue glow still lingering in her hair. She looked like a Valkyrie descended upon the mortal world. Haha, how was that? I'm amazing, right, Mingren? Zhou Xinai was also astonished by the armor's power, feeling she had barely exerted herself before the monster died. Awesome, Mom! Mingren gazed at his mother with admiration, clapping non-stop. There's a door over there. Probably the next level. Shui Men pointed to a glowing door about 20 meters away. After that, Zhou Xi basically one-shot the beasts, though some elite ones could withstand her punch. But with the cooperation of Mingren and Shui Men's flying thunder god technique, they soon reached a crimson door exuding pure evil. As the three passed through layers of mist, the blood-red door burst open, releasing a pungent sulfur smell. Inside, the abyssal Dark King Steel hovered in midair, surrounded by dark purple lightning. 12 bone wings flapped slowly behind him, each beat stirring up black hurricanes that could tear space itself. Mortals, how dare you desecrate the abyss? Steel's voice sounded like the shriek of 1,000 vengeful spirits. Before his words faded, countless fissures split the ground, spewing lava that instantly surrounded the trio. Mingren hastily commanded the Minotaur to form a barrier with its body, but the lava sizzled and corroded the Minotaur's skin. Feng Shui Men attempted to use Flying Thunder God to strike, only to find space-locked by some force, drastically shortening his teleportation range. Zhou Xian's pupils contracted. Her skyborn wings armor burst into brilliant light. She charged at Steel against the hurricane, but a dark lightning bolt struck her as she approached. The helmet's defensive effect triggered, reflecting the critical damage back, but Steel merely staggered. His 12 bone wings suddenly transformed into a torrential rain of bone spikes. Watch out! Shui Men used Flying Thunder God to pull Mingren behind him, but a bone spike pierced his left shoulder. Mingren's chakra went wild in panic, barely suppressed by the frantic flashing of the Heart of Resonance. He swung his sonic gale blade, unleashing 5 blade storms, but Steel raised his hand and conjured a dark vortex that swallowed them all. Steel let out an arrogant laugh. Before the absolute power of the abyss, your resistance is meaningless. With that, he clasped his hands together, forming a dark matter sphere, capable of devouring the entire space. At the critical moment, Zhou Xian bit her fingertip, infusing chakra into the boots of her skyborn wings armor. The combination of super speed and flight allowed her to break through the spatial lock, circling behind Steel at a speed beyond visual capture. Don't underestimate a mother's power. Zhou Xian transformed her entire chakra into a giant light fist. The top's thorns effect absorbed Steel's previous dark lightning power. This punch, infused with maternal love and fury, shattered the bone wings behind Steel. The Dark King let out a piercing scream. The dark matter sphere in his hand exploded uncontrollably, sending the trio flying in the energy blast. Feng Shui Men seized the opportunity to unleash an enhanced spiral energy field, the blue orb imbued with the power of 5 elements slamming into Steel's chest. Meanwhile, Mingren commanded the Minotaur to charge wildly, combining with the blade storms of the Sonic Gale blade to tear open wounds on the Dark King. Steel fought back frantically, but each attack was reflected by Zhou Xian's skyborn wings armor. Suddenly, Steel let out a sharp shriek, and the dark purple lightning around him swelled threefold, transforming into countless chains that snaked toward the trio. Mingren couldn't dodge in time. A lightning chain coiled tightly around his arm. The searing pain made him lose balance, and he fell from the air. The Minotaur tried to catch Mingren, but Steel's abyssal tentacles ensnared it. Mingren! Zhou Xian and Shui Men cried out simultaneously, but they were suppressed by Steel's bone spikes and dark lightning, unable to break free and rescue him. Mingren hit the ground hard, his arm bloody and mangled. Even the Heart of Resonance cracked from the violent impact. The excruciating pain sent the Ninetales chakra inside him into a frenzy. Despite the Heart of Resonance's desperate stabilization, chakra leaked out uncontrollably like a breached dam. Kid, is that all you've got? The Ninetales voice echoed in Mingren's mind. Since you can't protect yourself, let me handle it. Crimson chakra instantly covered Mingren's body, forming a ferocious Ninetales cloak. His eyes turned blood red, the corners of his mouth twisted into a sinister grin, and a massive Ninetales phantom materialized behind him. Steel sensed the danger and immediately abandoned his attack on Shui Men, and his wife, focusing instead on forming an even larger dark matter sphere, intent on annihilating the rampaging Mingren. But the Ninetales' speed was beyond his imagination. Mingren turned into a blood-red streak, soaring into the sky. His sonic gale blade, empowered by Ninetales chakra, unleashed blade storms that tore through space itself. Shatter! Mingren's voice mixed with the Ninetales' roar as 3 blade storms brimming with destructive energy collided with the dark matter sphere. The shockwave from the violent explosion shattered Steel's remaining bone wings, and the Dark King fell to the ground with a scream. In his Ninetales cloak state, Mingren pressed the attack, unleashing dozens of chakra blades, each carving deep bone-deep wounds into Steel. Shui Men and Zhou Xian joined the offensive. Shui Men's spiral energy field, infused with the 5 elements, struck Steel simultaneously, with Zhou Xian's skyborn wings light fist. Under the combined assault, the abyssal Dark King Steel's body began to disintegrate, eventually dissolving into a black mist that dissipated into the air. The Ninetales chakra slowly receded, and Mingren collapsed weakly to the ground. Zhou Xian rushed over and held him in her arms. Mingren, are you all right? Mingren managed a faint smile. Mom, I'm fine. The Ninetales really helped this time. Shui Men looked at his son, both relieved and pained, silently clenching his fist, vowing never to let Mingren fall into such danger again. Deep in Mingren's consciousness, the Ninetales snorted. Don't get too cocky, kid. Next time won't be so easy. Within the deep crater where Dark King's steer fell, several glimmers of light shimmered. Minato leapt into the abyss and retrieved the scattered artifacts. What are these? Kushina asked, curiosity flickering in her eyes. A pillar of radiant light enveloped the three of them, and they vanished without trace. Deep within the demon realm lay the land of death. An aura of dread emanated from multiple unseen sources. The air thickened like viscous asphalt. Each breath felt like swallowing shards of rusted glass. The ground roiled with ink-black magma. Not blazing with heat like ordinary fire, but radiating bone-deep cold, its passage fracturing space itself into spiderweb-like fissures. Within the dense black mist floated tens of thousands of ghastly white skulls, their hollow eye sockets flickering with emerald ghost fire. Now coalescing into spiraling vortices, now splitting into grotesque writhing faces, shrieking with the grating screech of nails on metal. In the distance, colossal obsidian pillars pierced the heavens, their surfaces pulsing with undulating flesh-like patterns. At regular intervals, gaping crimson maws split open to spew forth mist laced with gleaming white bones. Above, the sky churned with blood-red clouds like a seething ocean of gore. Giant skeletal claws occasionally erupted from the cloud sea, clawing rifts into the void that bled eerie sapphire light. The air reeked of rot and sulfur, laced with faint haunting whispers, like the tormented prayers of souls eternally trapped in damnation, or the seductive murmurs of abyssal horrors. Here even light warped and twisted as shadows concealed countless watching eyes. Yet when one dared to stare directly, only deeper devouring darkness met the gaze. Each step echoed with an agonizing grating creak, as if the entire land were a slumbering leviathan poised to awaken and crush intruders into dust. This place exuded an evil so profound it defiled life's very essence. Every living soul who entered felt despair and helplessness settle deep within the soul, as though existence itself were being slowly devoured by this land of death. A colossal, indescribable entity, its body etched with arcane runes, slowly opened its eyes. Ruer. So another so-called hero has arrived. He he he. The laughter surged from all directions at once. A grinding metallic rasp scraping across the eardrums. First came a sharp tearing sound, like silk ripped apart. Then a childlike giggle laced with metallic friction, its tail dragging unervingly long before snapping into a hoarse bestial roar, the shrill scrape of nails on slate fused with guttural growls. Heroes. How many millennia has it been? Every 10,000 years another self-proclaimed hero dares challenge our dominion. Within the gloom of the abyssal demon realm, an ice dragon coiled like a frozen primordial glacier. Its serpentine body forming jagged endless ice peaks, frost-etched chains biting deep into its scale-armored hide, its trailing glacial tail nearly filling the entire chasm. When it unfurled its limbs, its wings spread like two collapsing ice domes, pressing the demon realm's ashen clouds low. Each struggle sent tremors through the abyss, as if a sealed world of eternal winter strained against its bonds. Come forth. It has been far too long since we feasted upon such heroes. Ho ho ho, brother ice dragon. Cease your struggling. The heavenly Tao will never release you. A beautiful woman stepped before the ice dragon. 9 lives, sick cat. You traitor. The dragon snarled, fury blazing in its frost-chilled gaze. Its body convulsed violently. The chains clanged, not loosening but tightening further. Ruer. I am the traitor. If not for you would I be imprisoned here. If not for you would my 9 lives spirit cat clan have been utterly eradicated. Her anguished cry silenced the abyss. Enough. We are all caged birds beneath the earth. What is there to quarrel over? A heavy, gravelly voice rumbled from the deepest abyss, its tones echoing up from the 9th netherworld, each syllable striking the heart like a hammer blow. A massive demon tortoise emerged slowly from the shadows, radiating overwhelming, terrifying power. Each step shook the ground beneath it. Cease your bickering. Do not presume those so-called heroes outside can harm us. For countless ages they have failed. Utterly. The demon tortoise spoke in a deep, resonant voice. The ice dragon scoffed. Humph. I only hope more heroes arrive. Perhaps one day they'll shatter this heavenly Tao seal. Dream on 9 lives spirit cat replied, coldly casting a disdainful glance at the dragon. At that moment a faint yet chilling presence drifted in from afar. The demon tortoise pricked up its ears. Another newcomer arrives. Unknown which realm they hail from. All eyes turned toward the source of the presence. From the encroaching darkness something drew near. An unknown upheaval was about to descend upon the land of death. None of this was known to Minato and his companions. They had already been teleported back to the blind box shop, where Junlin smiled faintly and said, You've returned sooner than expected. Already back? They exclaimed in delight upon opening their eyes. Phew, though it was rather simple. Just fighting, Kushina remarked, her first words upon awakening. Minato sighed wryly. Simple. Without Kurama's intervention we might well have fallen. Junlin frowned, gazing down at Naruto lying motionless on the floor. Heal. Emerald green light flowed into all 3 bodies. Their wounds closed visibly before their eyes. Naruto stirred, opened his eyes, and touched his fully restored arm. Whoa. The shop owner's power is incredible. How did it go? What did you bring back? Minato produced several items, a compass, a skill scroll, a cloak, and several vials of elixir. Chakra reverse seal compass, legendary orange. Unbound state. A binding is irreversible once confirmed. Effect infused with potent sealing energy. When the wielder hosts a sealed entity, the compass reverses the seal, allowing the sealed being to emerge, but only for 12 hours. Beyond that limit, it returns automatically. Note this means the compass will assume Kurama's sealed position. After careful consideration, releasing Kurama remains the optimal choice. Haha, so this compass can actually free Kurama. Naruto cried, eyes wide with wonder. Why not test it? Artifacts retrieved from the abyss bind upon chakra infusion. Junlin smiled gently. Naruto lifted the palm-sized chakra reverse seal compass and infused it with chakra. The compass glowed softly, autonomously, locking onto Kurama's chakra signature within Naruto's body. Its needle rotated steadily, realigning ancient runes to generate reverse sealing force. A vortex of immense power drawing Kurama's chakra gradually from every corner of Naruto's being, severing the bond between host and Biju. Kurama's form swelled steadily, until Junlin swiftly suppressed its expansion, carefully reducing its size. Otherwise the shop would remain unharmed. But Kurama's fate would be uncertain. After all, the shop operated under absolute invincibility. Even the apocalypse could not breach it. HHH, I am free at last. Kurama's booming laugh shook the rafters. Xiaojiu, the 9 lives spirit cat, had been napping peacefully atop a beam. Startled awake, she let out a soft, disgruntled meow. To others it sounded merely feline. To Kurama it struck like divine authority incarnate. A wave of primal dread froze Kurama mid-laugh. His vulpine grin stiffened, then vanished. He leapt instantly onto the beam and whispered deferentially, "My deepest apologies. I disturbed your rest." Xiaojiu gave a single languid meow. "Yes yes, shoo shoo." Kurama scrambled down the beam and perched atop Naruto's head, glancing upward nervously again and again. Passive skill, death resistance, no rank. Effect: when suffering 50 damage in battle, slowly restore a certain amount of vitality and increase physical defense. If vitality remains below 50, the effect persists until it recovers to 80 and then ceases. It can only be used on oneself. The group was astonished by this passive skill. This skill is simply divine. They imagined that in battle, even if beaten to half health, they could slowly regenerate and gain extra physical defense. A life-saving ability maxed out. This skill. Kushina stammered. Haha, totally worth it. Mom, this skill is perfect for you. Naruto was also stunned, thinking the skill suited Kushina better. No, this skill doesn't suit me, it's best for you. Kushina rejected Naruto's suggestion. Naruto, your mother is right. This skill is the best arrangement for you. Minato, knowing Kushina worried about their son's injuries, spoke before Naruto could argue. But I have the 9 tails for rapid healing. As long as it's not a fatal wound, I can recover. Father-mother, Naruto disagreed and tried to insist on giving it to Kushina. Enough. No more arguing. It's yours. Kushina, annoyed, directly gave the skill to Naruto and urged him to use it. Naruto, with tears in his eyes, nodded. He activated it with chakra but felt nothing as he wasn't injured. Minato and Kushina, seeing Naruto had already used it, nodded in satisfaction. Once bound, there was no turning back. The last piece of equipment was a dark purple cloak fluttering in the wind, visually striking. Junlin hadn't expected the abyss to drop a sky set piece either. Minato already knew its effect but thought it would be better to let Jun explain. This is a piece of the abyssal sky set. Hearing it was the same sky set as his mother's, Naruto asked excitedly, "Is it the same as the one Mom wears? I never thought it could drop from the abyss either. These invitation tickets are really worth it?" Kushina nodded in agreement. Although the process was rough, it was all worth it. Minato could imagine how precious the fragments would be later, feeling they were slightly inferior to the blind boxes. After all, entering the abyss carried some danger, while blind boxes, though luck-based, were risk-free. Ignoring the family's chatter, Junlin continued, "The abyssal sky set is also called the Abyss Night Set, rare grade, purple color." Huh? Why is it purple? Naruto wondered why the sky set was only rare grade, not even epic. "Let me finish before you ask." Junlin glared at Naruto for interrupting. Hehe, please go on. Embarrassed, Naruto wanted to scratch his head, but found the 9 tails lying there, so he rubbed his hands instead. One piece of the abyssal sky set, the cloak. Effect: increases back physical defense. Can be used 10 times per day to teleport up to 30 meters each time without consuming chakra. The daily uses refresh automatically the next day. As for why it's rare grade, this is just one piece. Once you collect 3 pieces, it automatically becomes orange. A full set becomes gold. Junlin's words finished. Kushina said to Minato, "This is nice. Give it to you, Minato. It seems better than your flying thunder god. Though it's a pity only 10 times a day and only 30 meters. Minato also felt the limitation but was satisfied. Even though it's only 10 times, using it without chakra is already excellent. Minato draped the cloak over his back. It looked somewhat mismatched as it didn't go with his current clothes. Kushina hummed and said, "You should stop wearing that Hokage robe. You're not the Hokage now anyway. I'll have a set of clothes made to match this cloak." Minato nodded, touching the dark purple cloak while wearing his Hokage robe. It indeed didn't match. These potions should be returned to you, Mr. Jun. The ones you gave us before entering the abyss greatly helped us survive. Kushina gestured to the few buff potions. Minato nodded and Naruto also agreed. Yeah, thanks a lot to the boss. You helped a ton. Junlin didn't stand on ceremony and directly took them back. Those potions were from a few blind boxes he had opened in his spare time. He had only given them to the first customers entering the abyss, because he didn't want to scare them off with difficulty, nor did he want to ruin the reputation of his blind box shop. After the 3 left, news spread throughout Konoha. Suddenly everyone became curious about the abyss invitation tickets. Many ninjas came to the blind box shop asking about the abyss. Junlin watched the endless stream of customers, secretly pleased that this promotion had exceeded his expectations. At the training ground of the Uchiha clan compound, Sasuke Uchiha also heard about Naruto's family entering the abyss and getting equipment. He frowned, his eyes full of unwillingness. That Naruto got another good thing. Sasuke gritted his teeth, a fighting spirit igniting in his heart. He decided to challenge the abyss himself and obtain powerful equipment. However, he didn't have enough fragments and no one was willing to team up with an Uchiha. He could only hope to gather enough next month by pooling with Sakura and Kakashi. Asuma Sarutobi along with Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi finished their mission, and were eating barbecue at a restaurant. They overheard ninjas at the next table. Did you hear? The 4th Hokage's family entered the abyss and got a lot of powerful equipment. Yeah, especially that abyssal sky set cloak. Its effect is insane. Asuma and the others stopped eating. Ino's eyes sparkled. Wow, that sounds amazing. I want to try it too. Shikamaru adjusted his glasses. This abyss sounds dangerous. It's not that easy to go. Choji stuffed barbecue into his mouth and mumbled. Anyway, I'm not interested. Too troublesome. Asuma rubbed his chin. Though dangerous, getting good equipment helps improve strength. Just then the restaurant door opened and a ninja hurried in announcing loudly. Did you hear? That Uchiha kid is also planning to challenge the abyss. Everyone showed surprise. At the Hokage's office. Sensei, have you heard? Minato's family went to the abyss. Jiraiya rushed to the 3rd's desk. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pen looking serious. I already know. Jiraiya was excited. I heard they dropped some amazing gear, especially that abyssal skyset cloak and an overpowered passive skill. Hiruzen nodded slightly. This abyss indeed brings opportunities, but also great risks. It's fortunate that Minato's family returned safely with gains. Jiraiya stroked his chin. Now many ninjas are eager to try the abyss and Sasuke Uchiha also plans to go. What do you think? Hiruzen stood up, walked to the window and looked at the street. The abyss is full of unknowns. If properly guided, it could allow ninjas to gain experience and improve. But I worry they might act recklessly and encounter misfortune. Jiraiya patted his chest. Sensei, why don't I ask Minato to give a briefing to those who want to enter the abyss, so they don't rush in blindly? Hiruzen turned around with a relieved smile. It's best if you handle that. Remind them to act within their capabilities. Jiraiya grinned. Got it. I'll go now. Then he dashed out of the office. After the 3 left, news spread throughout Konoha. Suddenly everyone became curious about the abyss invitation tickets. Many ninjas came to the blind box shop asking about the abyss. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame arrived at the outskirts of Sunagakure, gazing at the village entirely composed of sand from afar. This is it, Sunagakure, Kisame said in a low rumbling voice. Uchiha Itachi observed the surroundings calmly, his eyes serene on the surface, but inwardly, he pondered the various possibilities of this mission. Where is Sasori? We've arrived, why hasn't he come? Sasori and Deidara descended slowly beside them on Deidara's clay bird. Ha ha ha, you finally made it. That bastard Sasori insisted on doing things himself, otherwise why would we need you? Deidara placed his hands on his hips looking smug. Sasori shot a cold glance at Deidara. I just wanted to confirm the target personally. Kisame grinned at them. Alright, enough quarreling. Let's get down to the mission details. Sasori produced a map and pointed to a location in the center of Sunagakure. Our target is the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. He is currently at the training ground in the village. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly. We must act cautiously. Though Sunagakure is not Konoha, it still has many skilled ninja. Deidara snorted dismissively. What's there to fear? With me and Sasori around and that shark, it'll be a piece of cake. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the village. A group of Sunagakure ninja were rushing toward them. Sasori sneered. Looks like we've been spotted. Perfect time to stretch our limbs. With that, he manipulated his puppet to charge at the approaching ninja. Deidara also shouted excitedly, beginning to need clay for battle. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame exchanged a glance and joined the fray. The Sunagakure ninja's footsteps pounded urgently on the sand. The leading ninja, recognizing their attire, barked, "It's the Akatsuki! On guard!" Before he could finish, Sasori's puppet shot out like a black lightning bolt, its arm instantly extending several steel needles aimed straight at the leading ninja's throat. Too slow. Sasori's voice was devoid of warmth. With a flick of his fingers, the puppet split into several bladed chains, locking 3 ninjas in a death grip. The steel chains scraped against the sand with a harsh screech, and in the next second they had slashed through the opponent's forehead protectors. You think this level is enough to stop us? Deidara patted the clay pouch at his waist. The mouth in his palm quickly chewed out a palm-sized clay spider. He flicked it and the spider shot toward the crowd. Taste this. Boom! A violent explosion erupted among the Sunigakure ninja, sending sand flying into the air. Deidara watched the rising smoke with an excited grin. Art is an instant explosion. Uchiha Itachi remained stationary, his Sharingan spinning slightly in the thick smoke. When two ninja who had survived the blast attempted a flank attack from behind, he didn't move. He simply made a hand seal, fire-style great fireball technique. A massive fireball roared out, engulfing the opponent's jutsu in an instant. The scorching heat wave even made the distant sand feel hot. Mr. Itachi is as efficient as always. Kisame hefted Samehada and charged into the remaining ninja with a laugh. Samehada greedily absorbed chakra, its blade humming with satisfaction. Each swing was accompanied by the screams of chakra being drained. He casually grabbed a ninja by the ankle and slammed him into his comrades like a sack. Annoying pests. Let's finish this quickly and find the one-tail Sasori glanced at the chaos Kisame had stirred up. His puppet's arm transformed into a giant pincer, precisely grabbing the last Sunigakure ninja trying to flee. We can't afford to lose the lead. He manipulated the puppet to lift the ninja in front of him. Where exactly is the one-tailed Jinchuriki now? The ninja gritted his teeth, refusing to speak. A cold glint flashed in Sasori's eyes. The puppet's fingertip extended a needle as thin as a hair, lightly pricking the ninja's arm. Within moments the ninja convulsed, his face turning purple. Speak. Sasori's voice was as cold as ice. At the Northwest Training Ground, protected by Granny Chio and Lord Kankuro, the ninja choked out the information in agony before collapsing limply. Good. Sasori withdrew his puppet and looked toward the depths of Sunigakure. Seems we need to deal with those two troublesome old folks first. Deidara had already jumped onto his clay bird and patted its back. Let's go. Quick and clean him. He looked down at Itachi and Kisame. Keep up, don't fall behind him. Itachi nodded lightly and followed with Kisame. The four figures swiftly crossed the outer defenses of Sunigakure, heading toward the training ground surrounded by sand. In the distance, Granny Chio and Kankuro seemed to have sensed the disturbance, and were leading Gaara deeper into the village for evacuation. A chase and fierce battle over the one-tail was about to begin. The clay bird skimmed low over the streets of Sunigakure. Deidara looked down at the panicked villagers fleeing below and pinched out a few small clay birds. So many obstacles. The little birds fluttered down. After a few muffled explosions, thick smoke rose at the end of the street, temporarily blocking the pursuer's path. Don't waste time. Sasori's voice came from below. He manipulated his puppet to dash across the rooftops, the metallic joints clattering sharply against the stone. The training ground is close. Itachi and Kisame landed behind a sand dune at the edge of the training ground. Through the swirling dust the Sharingan had already discerned the scene. Gaara stood in the center, sand flowing slowly beneath his feet, like a net ready to tighten. A Granny Chio leaned on her staff, her cloudy eyes filled with vigilance, her hands quietly forming seals. Kankuro stood before them, his puppet Crow, with arms spread wide, blades gleaming coldly. They're prepared as expected. Kisame licked his lips, Samehada twitching eagerly in his hand. Should we take out the two old ones first? No need. Sasori stepped slowly out of the shadows, his puppet's chains dragging deep grooves in the sand. Leave Gaara to me. The rest are yours. Hey Sasori, that's not fair. Deidara jumped down from the bird and patted the clay on his chest. The one tail is formidable. I need to blow it up properly. Annoying. Sasori couldn't be bothered to argue. His puppet suddenly accelerated, lunging straight at Gaara. Almost simultaneously, the sand beneath Gaara's feet surged upward, forming a sand wall to block the puppet's attack. Sand grains clattered against the metal in a dense pitter-patter. Sand waterfall funeral. Gaara shouted in a low voice. The sand wall collapsed, instantly transforming into a massive sand current that swept towards Sasori. Expressionless Sasori flicked his fingers. The puppet suddenly disassembled into dozens of fragments, dodging the sand current, while each fragment shot out poison needles. Kankuro reacted, quickly manipulating Crow to shield Gaara. The puppet's armor blocked the needles, but the poison began to corrode the armor, leaving black spots. Granny Chio, take Gaara and go. Granny Chio shook her head and slammed her hands on the ground. Puppet technique, light shield seal. Two enormous puppet shields rose from the sand, protecting everyone inside. If you want to touch Gaara, you'll have to go through me. Deidara laughed. Stubborn old hag. The mouth in his palm chewed clay, instantly creating a huge clay dragon. Let me show you what true art is. The dragon spread its wings, gathering chakra in its mouth, ready to spew explosive clay. Fire-style phoenix flower jutsu. Itachi's voice rang out suddenly. Several fireballs struck the dragon's wings precisely. Though they didn't destroy it, they caused the dragon to falter for a moment. Kisame. Got it. Kisame charged forward, Samehada sweeping horizontally with a powerful water-style chakra, slamming into the shield. With a thunderous crash, the light shield seal cracked. Granny Chio's face paled, clearly not expecting such overwhelming strength. In the chaos, Sasori's puppet fragments had reassembled into a massive scorpion puppet, clamping the edge of the sand current and halting Gaara's attack. Your sand is too slow. Sasori's voice came through the puppet with a hint of mockery. Gaara's eyes narrowed. The sand current suddenly condensed into dozens of sand spears, stabbing at Sasori's puppet from all directions. Unfazed, Sasori opened the puppet's abdomen, revealing densely packed talismans. Red secret technique performance of 100 puppets. In an instant, hundreds of puppets surged from the talismans like a black tide, overwhelming the sand spears and charging toward the three in the center of the training ground. Granny Chio's pupils contracted. This is a forbidden technique. You've turned yourself into a puppet. Deidara watched the sea of puppets and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Hey Sasori, don't hog all the glory. He slapped the clay dragon. Detonate. A colossal explosion shook all of Sunagakure, sending sand high into the sky, then raining down like a storm. In the smoke, Sasori's puppet army emerged unscathed, still advancing relentlessly. Gaara's sand layer, however, showed a brief disruption from the blast's impact. Itachi seized the moment, moving like a phantom toward Gaara. His Sharingan spun, already seeing the weak point in the sand layer. Genjutsu mirror heaven and earth change. Gaara saw the scene before him blur, and the sand layer suddenly lost control, recoiling and surging back toward him. A jolt of alarm coursed through him as he hastily stabilized his chakra, but the optimal moment for defense had already slipped away. Now! Kisame roared, bursting through the fissure in the shield. Samahata aimed straight for Gaara's throat. Kankuro desperately maneuvered Crow to block the path, but Samahata drained his chakra in an instant, and the puppet clattered to the ground in pieces. Grandma Chio, ultimately too old, was a beat too slow. She could only watch helplessly as Kisame's blade was about to touch Gaara. At that moment, a fierce glint suddenly flashed in Gaara's eyes. The sand erupted violently, blasting Kisame back several steps, while the sand coalesced into a massive sphere enveloping Gaara within. Trying to escape? Sasori sneered coldly. All his puppets simultaneously shot out chains, entangling the sand sphere tightly. Drag him out. The sphere rolled and twisted under the pull of the chains. Gaara's chakra, surging violently within. Deidara landed beside the sand sphere and patted the sand. Just blow it up directly, yeah. No, Itachi stopped him. We need him alive. Sasori's puppets suddenly tightened. The chains and cracks began to appear on the surface of the sand sphere. Grandma Chio, gazing at the dying Gaara, tears streaming down her aged face, was restrained by a few of Sasori's puppets, unable to move. With a dull thud, the sand sphere shattered completely. Gaara collapsed on the sand, his chest heaving violently, the tailed beast's chakra rapidly draining away. Kisame stepped forward and pressed his hand on Gaara's shoulder. Samahata greedily, absorbing the one-tail's power, emitting a contented low hum. Done, Deidara said, stowing his clay, humming smugly. Pretty fast, yeah. Sasori retracted all his puppets and glanced at the unconscious Gaara. Mission accomplished. Withdraw. Just as Kisame Samahata was about to touch Gaara's neck, a blinding red light burst from the sand. The excruciating pain of forcibly extracting the tailed beast's chakra had torn Gaara's sanity apart. Roar! A roar unlike any human cry shook the heavens and earth. Gaara's body was engulfed by a surging tide of sand, and the silhouette of the one-tailed Shikaku slowly emerged within the sandy curtain. A massive form covered in rough sand grains, fox-eared sand wings, spread wide, its pupils blazing with all-destroying fury. The tailed beast's chakra spread like a tsunami. The sand of the training ground began to churn wildly, and even the sky was stained a dusty yellow by the airborne sand. This? A tailed beast rampage. Kisame retreated sharply. Samahata, sensing that violent chakra, emitted a rare, uneasy hum. Deidara, however, laughed with excitement. Interesting. Now this is worthy of being the stage for art, yeah. The mouth on his palm chewed clay frantically, instantly creating dozens of clay birds. Let me show you the taste of explosion, yeah. The birds had barely launched when they were crushed by a wave of sand thrown up by Shikaku. Shikaku raised its giant claw and stomped down fiercely toward Deidara, who was closest. Sand splattered as Deidara, riding a clay skateboard, narrowly dodged. The spot where he had stood was now a sand pit several meters deep. This guy's power feels stronger than last time. Sasori frowned, maneuvering his puppets forward. Hundreds of puppets simultaneously shot out chains trying to bind Shikaku's limbs. But Shikaku merely flicked its tail, and the chains were shredded by the sand flow, along with over a dozen puppets ground to dust. Genjutsu has limited effect on tailed beasts. Itachi's Sharingan spun, rapidly trying to find Shikaku's weakness. Kisame used water release to suppress its sand flow. Just what I was thinking. Kisame formed hand seals. Water release, great shark bullet technique. A massive water dragon surged from Samahata, charging straight at Shikaku. The moment water and sand collided, a sizzling sound erupted. The sand flow was temporarily scattered, but quickly regrouped, becoming even more violent. Shikaku raised its head and roared, gathering a massive sand bullet in its mouth. Wind release sand bullet. The sand bullet hurtled toward Itachi with a tearing sound. Itachi flickered away. The bullet struck behind him, blasting a crater tens of meters in diameter. Sand and dust filled the air, swallowing even the light. At this rate we'll be worn down, yeah. Deidara scratched his hair in frustration, then suddenly looked at Sasori. Hey, use your big move. Sasori snorted coldly but knew they couldn't delay. He tore off a puppet scroll from his back, and formed hand seals, rapidly, read secret technique performance of 100 puppets. Ultimate. Countless puppets poured out from the scroll, no longer attacking separately, but combining into a giant puppet golem, its fist crashing down like a siege hammer toward Shikaku. Boom! The giant fist collided with Shikaku's sandy body, producing a deafening roar. Shikaku staggered back several steps, large patches of sand flaking off its body. But in the next second, the flaked areas were filled with new sand even harder than before. It's useless. A tailed beast's chakra is infinite. Grandma Chio stood up leaning on her staff, gazing at the rampaging Shikaku with a glint of resolve. We must awaken Gaara's consciousness. She suddenly pulled out a black talisman from her bosom. This is the last insurance I left for him. Before she could finish, Shikaku's giant claw was already swatting toward her. Kankuro, dragging his wounded body, lunged forward, and took the blow, his torso half buried in sand blood, staining the yellow sand. Kankuro? Grandma Chio's eyes split with fury. The talisman flew from her hand, precisely sticking to Shikaku's forehead. A golden light flashed and Shikaku's movements abruptly halted. The fury in its eyes seemed to recede slightly. Now! Itachi seized the momentary opening, activating his Sharingan to the fullest. Genjutsu Tsukuyami. Though unable to fully control the tailed beast, it was enough to briefly suppress Shikaku's actions. Shikaku froze in place, the sand flow noticeably slowing. Kisame seized the opportunity to charge forward, plunging Samahata into Shikaku's sandy body greedily, absorbing the one-tail's chakra. Deidara also hurried, attaching large amounts of clay to Shikaku's body. Remember this is the pinnacle of art, yeah. Sasori's puppet golem pinned Shikaku down, and he said coldly, finish it quickly. As chakra was continuously drained, Shikaku's body began to disintegrate, the red-tailed beast chakra dispersing like mist. Shikaku let out one last reluctant roar, then completely dissolved into drifting sand, revealing the unconscious Gaara beneath. His face pale as paper, but the fury had vanished from his eyes. Kisame pulled out Samahata, panting heavily. Finally. Done. Deidara looked at the scattered sand, pouting. How boring. In the end, I couldn't blow anything up to my satisfaction, yeah. Sasori retracted his puppets and checked Gaara's condition. The tailed beast has been extracted. Mission complete. Itachi took one last look at Kankuro and Grandma Chio lying in the sand, then turned. Let's go. The figures of the Akatsuki disappeared once more into the depths of the yellow sand, leaving behind only the ravaged training ground and Grandma Chio's utterly despairing sob as she held Gaara's cold body. The other shinobi rushed to the scene, only to find Chio cradling Gaara amid the rubble. They gathered silently around her, gazing upon Gaara's lifeless form. The air thickened with dread. Kankuro's eyes widened in shock, his body trembled faintly as his lips moved soundlessly, disbelief and grief flooding his gaze. Tamari's eyes reddened, tears welling, but unshed, her lower lip clenched tight, while her fists tightened with a sharp grinding crack. Tamari suddenly dropped to her knees, reaching out toward Gaara. Then froze midair as if afraid even the slightest touch might disturb his stillness. The other shinobi stood somber, some bowed their heads in silence, others clenched their fists tightly. Chio slowly raised her head, sorrow and self-reproach etched deeply into her eyes. I failed to protect him. Tamari sank onto the ground. And in that instant the face of Junlin flashed across her mind, along with the enigmatic blind box. Tamari sprang to her feet and declared fiercely, no, we go to Konoha now. Only that mysterious blind box can save Gaara. Though skeptical whether the blind box could truly revive Gaara, the others had no alternative. They nodded in unison. Chio cradled Gaara's body, and the group set off swiftly toward Konoha. Along the way Tamari grew increasingly frantic, urging everyone to hasten their pace. Until at last they reached the border of the Land of Fire. The office door swung open, pushed by an ANBU shinobi, who spoke urgently. Lord 3rd Hokage, urgent news. Sunagakure has been attacked. The one-tailed Jinchuriki is dead. And the one-tail itself has been captured. Advisor Chio is arriving at the Land of Fire's border bearing Gaara's body. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils contracted sharply in shock. The one-tail captured. The balance of the shinobi world is shattered. He shot upright from his seat, his pipe slipped from his fingers and struck the floor with a crisp hollow clatter. Deep lines of gravity carved his weathered face as his fingers gripped the edge of the desk. Akatsuki. They have moved at last. The ANBU lowered his head and added, Sunagakure says Advisor Chio brings Gaara's body, and claims there is still hope, mentioning a blind box. A blind box. Hiruzen frowned. Though the blind box could restore life, success depended entirely on chance. Composing himself swiftly, he commanded, immediately arrange elite escorts. Let Advisor Chio and her party enter through the main gate, and bring them directly to the Hokage Tower. Also summon Inoichi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Minato. Have them report to the Hokage Tower at once. Understood. The ANBU bowed and withdrew, leaving Hiruzen alone in the quiet chamber. He walked to the window, gazing toward Konoha village, as smoke curled gently from the pipe he just relit. With the one tail seized, the other tailed beasts may soon follow. The shinobi world stands on the brink of upheaval. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed outside the Hokage Tower. Chiyo strode into the office, Gaara held tightly in her arms, flanked by Kankuro, Temari, and Tsunagakure shinobi. Her arms trembled slightly from prolonged strain, but her eyes burned with one final desperate hope. Hiruzen. I know this is sudden, but only your blind box in Konoha can save Gaara. Temari stepped forward, voice trembling with tears, yet resolute. The shopkeeper said the blind box can restore life itself. Gaara still has a chance. Hiruzen studied Gaara's motionless form in Chiyo's arms. The boy's pallid face still bore the grim marks of battle. He paused, turning his pipe slowly between his fingers. Yet the resurrection coin inside the blind box appears only by fortune. He had seen Rope Village revived. But in 2 months since the shopkeeper arrived in Konoha, only Tsunade had drawn it once. No, we still hold hope. Temari nodded fiercely. He is here in Konoha. Please let us see him. Kankuro steadied Chiyo, voice hoarse. If it saves Gaara, Tsunagakure will pay any price. Hiruzen met the despair and pleading in every Suna shinobi's eyes, and recalled the gathering storm threatening the entire shinobi world. Tsunagakure and Konoha were allies. Gaara's fate did not concern one village alone. It could reshape the destiny of all nations. Without hesitation, he ordered, "Send for Master Junlin at the blind box shop." An Anbu Jonin entered the shop, and bowed deeply before Junlin seated behind the counter. Master Junlin, the third Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage Tower. Junlin furrowed his brow. What could the Hokage possibly need from him now? Kumei, the 9-life cat, leapt onto Junlin's shoulder. Its pupils reflected shifting figures, time itself flowing backward. Before Junlin's mind unfolded a golden-hued vision, the desert wasteland west of Tsunagakure, where ruins sprawled beneath a merciless sun, and above it an omniscient perspective replayed how Itachi, Uchiha Kisame, Hashigaki Sasori, and Deidara captured the One Tail from beginning to end. Junlin had never imagined Gaara would die, or that Nagato would act with such ruthless decisiveness. Has my presence triggered a butterfly effect? He said nothing more, simply turned to Uzumaki, Rinrin, and Karen. I've urgent business. Mind the shop. Both nodded in unison. The Anbu Jonin felt an uncanny sense that Junlin already knew everything. Yet Tsunagakure's tragedy had occurred only moments ago. How could he possibly know? Junlin glanced at the unfamiliar Anbu Jonin, one whose face appeared nowhere in the original chronicles. Let's go. Moments later, he entered the Hokage Tower office with the Anbu. Junlin surveyed the room, and when his gaze settled on Gaara, it lingered briefly. The tailed beast has been extracted. The life force is utterly depleted. Chiyo lifted her head sharply. You can save him. Can't you? Yes, but only if the blind box yields a resurrection coin. Junlin replied calmly. Hope flared among the gathered shinobi. Even as doubt lingered, Hiruzen spoke. Master Junlin, please attempt it. For Tsunagakure, and for the future of the shinobi world. Junlin placed the blind box upon the table. Temari, Kankuro, and the others watched breathless. Since Temari and Kankuro had already drawn a Tsunagakure, Jonin stepped forward, drew a deep breath, and opened the box. Inside lay only ordinary ninja tools. Temari and Kankuro watched, and their eyes dimmed instantly. One by one others tried, but none drew the resurrection coin. The atmosphere grew heavier, and even Chiyo's gaze lost its last ember of light. Junlin observed their despair, and quietly considered whether the system might alter probability. He silently invoked its power. Can the system do it? Ending. No. The system holds no authority over blind box contents. Fine. How many premium blind boxes are required? Junlin rolled his eyes inwardly. Ending. The host's current stock of premium blind boxes is insufficient. Junlin was stunned. 600 premium blind boxes. Not enough. Racketeering, is it? Ending. Blind box contents are not placed by the system. To guarantee drawing the resurrection coin, exactly 1,000 blind boxes are needed. As with Ino Yamanaka's case, the system may nudge outcomes toward better items, but precise retrieval of a specific item remains impossible. TCH, you're useless too. We're still short 400 boxes. What now? Can't you jump to the future and borrow some? Junlin had no recourse. Even his invincible domain capable of reviving Gaara extended only 100 meters. What good was that? A voice unfamiliar yet profoundly human resonated within Junlin's mind. Ending. After deliberation by the Multiverse System Administration, the High Council has granted Junlin one use of the system's highest privilege. Junlin blinked, heart pounding. His first sensation of the system slipping beyond control. Who are you? Ending. Privilege authorized. Use it now. Use it. As the blind box opened again, a radiant flash illuminated the room, and within lay a single resurrection coin. For a heartbeat, silence reigned, then erupted into cries of elation. Chiyo clutched Gaara tighter, tears streaming, gratitude blazing in her eyes. Junlin stepped forward, activated the resurrection coin, and golden light enveloped Gaara. His breathing steadied, his chest rose and fell with renewed rhythm, and slowly his eyes fluttered open. Awake! He's awake! Shoju exclaimed excitedly, and the people around immediately gathered. On the medical stretcher, Wai Luo slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still somewhat dazed. Where am I? Wai Luo asked. Shoju's eyes reddened and she said with a sob. You've finally woken up. You're in the Hokage building of my village. You were dead before, but we came to my village, found the owner of the blind box shop, and he used a resurrection coin to bring you back. You're alive. We were so scared. Wai Luo struggled to recall the previous battle images of fierce clashes with the enemy flashing through his mind. At that moment Junlin also stepped forward, his eyes full of concern. How are you, little brother? Wai Luo stood up feeling unsteady. His body felt hollow. He looked at his hands, his lips trembling slightly as he spoke. Shohei, where is Shohei? The one-tail was captured by the Akatsuki organization. Because of Shohei's departure you also died, Chendai Papa said slowly. A trace of desolation flickered in Wai Luo's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. It's fine. Without Shohei I can still protect the village and my family. Upon hearing his words everyone showed relieved smiles. Junlin led Wai Luo and Shoju to kneel before Junlin. Kneel, Wai Luo. It was the boss who saved you. I had a feeling, you should have heard about it when you were in my... The boss has been here for 2 months and only one person has opened a resurrection coin. You must have been revived by the boss. Wai Luo looked at Junlin, his eyes filled with gratitude, and slowly knelt. Junlin accepted their kneeling. Thud, thud, thud. 3 heavy kowtows. Junlin stepped forward and helped them up. No need for such formalities. Saving you is a good thing. Shoju looked up, curiosity in her eyes. Boss, how do you have such a magical thing as a resurrection coin? Junlin smiled mysteriously. This is an item from another world. Wai Luo clenched his fist. Boss, you saved my life. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. Junlin patted his shoulder. I have no needs for now. I only hope you will guard the Wind Country well. At that moment Mingren and Shui Men also walked over smiling. Wai Luo, it's great that you're awake. How are you? I wanted to challenge you during the last Chunin exam. Wai Luo nodded. Last time he had mentioned that Mingren was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Right now I can't beat you, but that's only temporary. Mingren grinned. It's okay, Yuan Fei Risen interrupted. Alright Mingren. Take Wai Luo and his 2 companions out for a walk. He then addressed Chendai. Advisor Chendai, please tell us about the situation at that time. Mingren led the 3 out of the Hokage building. Gangshou, Zilai Yi, Shui Men, and Lu Jiu remained behind, and several clan leaders also arrived one after another. Yuan Fei Risen let Junlin stay to listen in or offer advice, but Junlin, thinking of the system's issues, waved his hand. Discuss among yourselves? I won't join the fun. He used instant movement to return to the blind box shop. Inside the Hokage building's meeting room, smoke curled in the air. Yuan Fei Risen tapped his pipe against the edge of the table, his gaze sweeping over the seated attendees. Advisor Chendai, tell us about the situation in Shine Village at that time. Chendai Papa sat in her chair, her withered fingers curling slightly, her voice carrying the hoarseness of one who had experienced battle. The Akatsuki organization came prepared this time. The first to appear was Dida. He used clay bombs to create chaos outside the village, drawing the attention of most of the ninjas. Then Xie and Uchiha Itachi infiltrated the village and directly broke through Wai Luo's guard line. She paused, a hint of pain in her eyes. Xianu Shane's defensive layout, like the back of his hand, and Itachi's Sharingan, easily bypassed our sensory jutsu. Shui Men frowned slightly, interjecting. 4 of them struck at the same time. How was their coordination? Frighteningly seamless. Chendai Papa shook her head. Gui Jiao set up a water prison jutsu on the perimeter, cutting off all reinforcement routes. Dida pinned them down from the air, while Xie and Itachi focused on Wai Luo. They dismantled his defenses almost instantly. Gangshou slammed her fist on the table, causing cracks to appear in the wood. For S-rank rogue ninjas working together, the pressure on Shine was immense. Zilai Yi stroked his chin. Itachi and Gui Jiao were originally rogue ninjas from Mai and Wuin Xie. Is Shane's genius puppeteer, and Dida is from Yenin. Is the Akatsuki organization deliberately poaching the top combat power from each village? Lu Jiu adjusted his glasses and analyzed calmly. It seems more like they are targeting tailed beasts. The one tail was captured, indicating their goal is clear. Collect the tailed beasts. Following this trend, the next target could be the 2 tails Yumuran or the 8 tails Chila Bai. We must immediately inform all villages to strengthen their vigilance. Yuan Fei Risen said in a deep voice. The defenses on the Fire Country border must be upgraded. Put the reserves of the allied shinobi forces on standby ahead of time. The head of the Hyuga clan Rizu spoke up. We can deploy the Byakugan unit to expand the surveillance range, cooperating with Mai sensory ninjas to detect the Akatsuki organization's traces as early as possible. After the Uchiha clan's annihilation, Mai's genjutsu defenses have weakened considerably, added the head of the Akimichi clan. Perhaps we can coordinate with the Aburame clan to use insect techniques for reconnaissance. Their insect swarms are very sensitive to chakra fluctuations. Shui Men stood up, his tone resolute. I will personally lead a patrol along the border. If we encounter the Akatsuki's members, I can at least delay their actions and buy time for the other villages. Do not be careless. Jendai Papa warns Sei's puppetry can control the dead Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, has Tsukuyumi and Amaterasu Guejiao Samahata can absorb chakra, and Dita LA's explosive clay has power comparable to a tailed beast ball. Any one of these four is formidable, and together they are even more troublesome. Z Lai Yi nodded. I'll go to the Rain Village. That's the Akatsuki's base. Maybe I can gather more intelligence. Gang Shou said solemnly. The medical unit will be on standby at all times. If a battle breaks out, we'll ensure the wounded receive timely treatment. Yuan Fei Risen watched everyone express their views and nodded slowly. Let's proceed with this arrangement. Lu Jiu, you are responsible for integrating intelligence from all villages and formulating a detailed response plan. Remember, this is not Mai's fight alone, it is a common enemy for all ninja villages. Understood. Lu Jiu immediately took out paper and pen to record the key points. Sunlight filtered through the leaves outside the window, casting a warm glow on the faces of the gatherers. Solemn yet resolute. A joint defensive war against the Akatsuki organization had thus begun. Mingren led Wa Ai Luo Kanjilang and Shou Ju out of the Hokage building. Sunlight spilled onto the streets, and the bustle and vitality of my village rushed toward them. Wow, Mai is much livelier than when I last visited. Shou Ju exclaimed, unable to help herself as she looked at the snack stalls along the road. Kanjilang meanwhile observed the surrounding building layouts, nodding occasionally as if silently analyzing something. Wa Ai Luo's gaze swept over the villagers passing by. The laughter of children chasing each other, the enthusiastic shouts of vendors, the steady footsteps of ninjas on patrol. These ordinary sounds were exceptionally clear in his ears. Without show, he's restless stirring. He felt the atmosphere of a village with such calm for the first time. Hey Wa Ai Luo. Mingren suddenly patted his shoulder and grinned. Wanna go eat some Ichiraku ramen? Gangsho Papa says it's the best ramen in my treat. Wa Ai Luo was taken aback, then nodded gently. Okay. As they headed toward the ramen shop, they ran into Mai's genin who were training. Shaoli spotted Wa Ai Luo and immediately lit up, striking a standard taijutsu pose. Wow. It's Wa Ai Luo. I regret not getting to fight you in the last Chunin exam. When you've recovered, how about a taijutsu duel? Wa Ai Luo looked at Xiao Li's earnest expression, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Sure. Entering Ichiraku Ramen, the owner Shoda greeted them warmly. Mingren the usual large bowl of miso chashu ramen. He noticed Wa Ai Luo and the others and paused, then asked with a smile, Are these your friends? What would you like to eat? Give them large bowls of miso chashu ramen too. Mingren said first, then leaned close to Wa Ai Luo. Shoda-san's ramen is amazing. You'll love it. The ramen was soon served, steaming bowls of soup emitting an enticing aroma. Wa Ai Luo picked up his chopsticks, took a careful sip, and the warm taste spread through his mouth, relaxing his tense body considerably. How is it? Good, right? Mingren asked with his mouth full, speaking indistinctly. Wa Ai Luo nodded and continued eating quietly. Shou Ju and Kanjilang also ate with relish. Shou Ju sighed. I didn't expect Mai to have such delicious food. Kanjilang put down his chopsticks and looked at Wa Ai Luo. When we get back, let's open a ramen shop in Shine Village too. Wa Ai Luo looked up, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Sounds good. After finishing the ramen, Mingren took them to Mai's training ground. This is where we usually train, Mingren said, pointing at the wooden posts in the center of the field. I used to practice the clone jutsu here, and it took me a long time to get it right. Wa Ai Luo looked at the wooden posts scarred with knife marks and fist imprints, as if he could see Mingren training hard there. He walked to the center of the field, took a deep breath, gathered chakra, and struck a post with his palm. Bang! A crack appeared in the post. Awesome, Wa Ai Luo. Mingren exclaimed in amazement. Without show, your chakra control is even more precise. Wa Ai Luo looked at his own palm, his eyes determined. I will become stronger. The setting sun cast golden rays over the rooftops of my village. Mingren escorted Wa Ai Luo and the others back to their temporary lodging, smiling. Tomorrow I'll take you to see the Hokage Rock. The statues of the past Hokage are carved there. It's super impressive. Okay. Wa Ai Luo replied, watching Mingren's retreating figure as he ran off, warmth filling his heart. Shou Ju walked up beside him and said softly, It seems you've made a friend in Mai. Wa Ai Luo nodded, looking toward the direction of the Wind Country. Once we've finished here, we'll go back. Shine Village has many things waiting for us. Kanjilang patted his shoulder. We'll work hard together. The three exchanged smiles, their eyes full of hope for the future. The meeting stretched late into the night, with various deployments gradually taking shape. Shikaka Nara distributed the finalized plans to the assembly. According to the current intelligence, the Akatsuki's capture of the tailed beasts follows a clear purpose and phased progression. We have compiled the detailed process of the One-Tail's capture and the abilities of the participating members into a classified report, which will be delivered to the other 4 great nations overnight. He paused, pointing to the markings on the map. The borderline between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind will be garrisoned by Lord Minato, accompanied by the Byakugan surveillance team of the Hyuga clan and the insect swarm perception network of the Aburame clan. Once Daidara's flight trajectory or Kisame's chakra fluctuations are detected, they will immediately issue warnings and launch containment measures. Hayashi rose and bowed. The Hyuga clan will ensure no blind spots within 300 li. Aburame Shibi nodded in agreement. The insect swarm will patrol around the clock. Any anomalous chakra will not escape our perception. Jiraiya slung his straw hat over his shoulder. I'll depart for the Rain Village tomorrow morning, aiming to bring back news within 3 days. If the Akatsuki makes any further moves, they are likely to leave traces there. Tsunade added, I have already instructed Shizune to prepare emergency medical supplies. 3 temporary medical stations have been set up along the border, staffed with the most elite medical ninja. Once conflict erupts, we can provide battlefield medical treatment immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe, his gaze resting on Granny Chio. As for the Sand Village, I need you to strengthen their defenses after returning. The Akatsuki has already captured the One Tail, so they may not strike the Land of Wind again in the short term, but we must not let our guard down. Granny Chio nodded. I understand. After I return, I will reorganize the Sand Village's defenses. I will also have Tamari and Kankuro assist Gaara in consolidating the village's fortifications, ensuring no further opportunities for the Akatsuki. Minato gazed at the night outside the window, speaking in a steady tone. During my garrison of the border, I will simultaneously train the border ninja in coordinated combat tactics. The Akatsuki excels at surprise attacks. Our frontline ninja must become familiar with their tactical style to minimize casualties. The Akatsuki excels at surprise attacks. Our frontline ninja must become familiar with their tactical style to minimize casualties. The Akimichi clan leader suddenly spoke up. Regarding Sasori's puppet technique, do we need a specific countermeasure? According to Granny Chio, he can control 100 puppets, making ordinary ninjutsu difficult to counter. Granny Chio's eyes flickered with complexity. Sasori's puppet technique originates from the Sand Village. I will write down his weaknesses and countermeasures in the classified report. He is most adept at using poison and mechanisms. We must prepare special antidotes and defensive tools when engaging him. Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded. From now on, all ninja villages shall enter a state of secondary alert. Information barriers between villages are to be lifted. We must share all intelligence regarding the Akatsuki's movements. Remember, our goal is not to launch an offensive, but to protect every tailed beast waiting for the right moment to strike back together. Everyone responded in unison, yes. After the meeting, each person departed to carry out their tasks. Minato immediately assembled his team, preparing to set off for the border at dawn. Jiraiya, carrying a scroll, quickly vanished into the night, racing toward the Rain Village. Shikaku remained in the Hokage building, verifying the classified reports to be sent to other nations with the messenger ninja, ensuring no mistakes. Tsunade walked over to Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking at the map on the table. Teacher, this enemy is more formidable than any we have faced before. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes deep. But this time we are also more united than ever before. The ninja world has not experienced true unity in a long time. Perhaps this crisis will make them understand the real meaning of peace. The night deepened, yet the lights in the Hokage building remained bright like an unquenchable lighthouse in the darkness, guiding the ninja in their fight against the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, far away in the direction of the Sand Village, Gaara stood by the window of his temporary lodging, gazing at the starry sky, silently clenching his fist. He knew that the meaning of protection lay not only in power but also in the resolve to protect. The next morning, Naruto eagerly knocked on the door of Gaara's room. Let's go, let's go. Today we'll go see the Hokage rock. He held a few freshly bought 3-colored dumplings and shoved one into Gaara's hand. Try this, it's a specialty snack from Konoha, sweet and delicious. Gaara took a bite of the dumpling. The soft glutinous rice and sweet bean paste melted on his tongue. His eyes widened slightly. This gentle taste reminded him of the warmth of the ramen he had yesterday. Walking along the street toward the higher ground, the silhouette of the Hokage rock gradually became clear. When the 4 colossal statues appeared fully before them, Tamari couldn't help but exclaim, "It's magnificent." These are the first to 4th Hokage. Naruto pointed at the statues, introducing them. The first Hokage founded Konoha, the second developed many forbidden techniques, the third was my grandfather, and the 4th is my father. When he mentioned Minato, his voice was filled with pride. Gaara looked up at the statues, each face exuding steadiness and authority. They all fought to protect the village, he said softly, as if making a promise to himself. Kankuro nodded. Just like we protect the Sand Village. As they spoke, a commotion arose in the distance. Several Konoha children chased a small white dog, their laughter ringing clear. The dog panicked and bumped into Gaara's leg, and whimpered, shrinking in place. The children quickly apologized. Sorry? Gaara bent down and gently stroked the dog's head. The dog shook its ears and licked his hand. Gaara looked at its moist eyes, and a faint smile unconsciously curved his lips. Its name is Little White, the pet of the bakery owner nearby, said a little girl with twin ponytails. It's very cute, Gaara said. When the children saw he wasn't angry, they laughed. Big brother, do you want to play with us? Gaara was taken aback and looked at Naruto. Naruto winked at him. Go ahead, they really like you. And so beneath the Hokage rock, an amusing scene unfolded. The once feared Sand Village demon crouched on the ground, watching a group of children frolic with the little dog, the sunlight softening his face beyond recognition. Tamari and Kankuro stood aside, exchanging smiles. He's really changed, Temari said softly. Yeah, he's become a true young man, Kankuro remarked. At noon, Naruto took them to the shopping district of Konoha. The dazzling array of goods made Temari's eyes shine. She stopped at an accessory shop, picked up a pair of blue hair ornaments and said, "These really suit the style of the Sand Village." Kankuro leaned in. "If you like them, buy them. You can give them to the children back in the village." Gaara, on the other hand, stopped in front of a weapon shop, gazing intently at the ninja tools displayed on the wall. The shopkeeper, a burly man with a beard, smiled and asked, "Young man, see anything you like? This is the best ninja tool shop in Konoha." "Did you make all these yourself?" Gaara asked. "Yes, from material selection to forging, I do it all myself," the man said, thumping his chest. Gaara nodded, amazing. He didn't buy anything, just watched intently as if studying the craftsmanship. When they returned to their lodging in the evening, Granny Chio was already waiting for them at the entrance. "We should return to the Sand Village tomorrow. The village cannot be without its leader for too long." "Okay," Gaara replied. "Then what about the shopkeeper Junlin?" Temari hesitated. "I'll go say goodbye," Gaara said. The next morning, Gaara went alone to the blind box shop. Junlin was organizing the shelves, and when he saw Gaara enter, he smiled. "Leaving?" "Yes." Gaara bowed deeply. "Thank you for your kindness. I will always remember it." "Safe travels," Junlin waved. "The Sand Village will only get better with a ninja like you." Gaara turned and left sunlight spilling over his back. Straight and resolute. He knew that without Shikaku the road ahead might be harder, but he was no longer alone. He had family, friends, and a village to protect. That was enough. At the village gate, Kankuro and Temari had already prepared the carriage. Granny Chio stood by the carriage watching Gaara approach, her eyes filled with relief. "Let's go," Gaara said. The carriage slowly departed from Konoha, heading toward the Sand Village. Beyond the window, the outline of Konoha gradually faded, but the warmth and strength it had given him remained forever in Gaara's heart. Junlin watched as Wai Luo walked away, sighing silently in his heart. Yesterday he returned and asked the system why it had granted him a special privilege. The only answer was, no comment. He was told to work hard selling blind boxes to upgrade the system's authority. Deep within the chaos where no sunlight reaches, there is only a surging gray mist, neither fog nor gas, silently churning, yet exuding a majestic force that crushes all rules. In the center of this void, a colossal structure beyond mortal measurement stood silently. It had no foundation, as if it had been suspended here since the birth of chaos. Its body was built of a material neither metal nor jade, flowing with patterns of countless star rivers. Every brick and stone was engraved with countless shimmering runes, sometimes transforming into birds and beasts, sometimes condensing into mountains and seas. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to be countless miniature worlds in cycles of birth and destruction. The outline of the colossal structure was indistinct, sometimes revealing lofty palace eaves. Hanging from the eaves were not wind chimes but strings of rotating causal chains. When they collided, they were silent but sent out ripples, and wherever the ripples passed, the chaotic currents froze. At other times it transformed into a straight corridor with pillars made of transparent space-time crystals inside which were sealed fragments of the birth and death of different universes. Some were the blazing flames of collapsing stars, some were the icy cold of annihilated civilizations, and some were the tiny glimmers of mortal joys and sorrows. There were no sun, moon, or stars, but countless dark blue ribbons of light circled the structure. They were the sordid power of laws, like the veins of the Bureau, silently transmitting the energy that maintained order across all realms. Occasionally a stream of light would rush from the distant chaos, collide with an invisible barrier outside the structure, and then transform into a rune that merged into the wall. It was a report or help signal from some world, orderly and without any confusion. The entire environment was eerily silent, yet permeated with the word order. As if all the fury and chaos of this void had been firmly locked outside the Bureau, leaving only a sense of majesty and solemnity that transcended everything. Various faint but non-glaring lights were bustling about in a mansion called the Bureau, with screens displaying figures from various worlds. If Junlin saw this, he would be horrified, because the people on the screens were all so-called protagonist system holders, and these busy lights were the so-called systems. An extremely intense purple light sat at the head seat. Below, lights slightly weaker than the head sat in 2 rows with 6 lights in each row. The first light on the right side of the head, a light blue one, raised a question. "Ding, Chief Bureau, the first master hasn't upgraded to the highest level yet, and you gave him a top-level authority. Aren't you afraid the first master will suspect? Aren't you afraid of future blame? After all, these are rules set by the first master." The words of the light blue light caused the purple light at the head seat to tremble slightly. This also caused all the lights in the hall to pause in their flow. Although they had no human forms, they all seemed to look upward. Behind the purple light, a dirty yellow light jumped out. "Ding, bullshit. You damn second. I just gave a permission." And the old undying Chief Bureau also agreed. How could it be that serious? The light blue light suddenly dimmed, as if afraid of this dirty yellow light, but then it grew brighter and brighter like boiling water. Seeing the awkward silence, the first red light on the left spoke. "Ding, all right. Xiao Air's inquiry is normal. Oh, he is also in charge of punishment." After giving the light blue light a way out, it then spoke to the dirty yellow light. "Child, although you have only been born for a dozen or so immeasurable ages, and this is your first time going out, You must be diligent in assisting the first master. Humph. The first master always calls me the ancient system. I'm the youngest, okay? The dirty yellow light zipped over to the red light and said. The red light flickered as if laughing. Yes, a dozen immeasurable ages is indeed too short for us, but you cannot go to the future and steal from the first master. I think the future first master already knows it was you. But the current first master is too stupid. Selling blind boxes is too slow. I have no other way, and the tutoring lessons are too expensive. I had to steal. The dirty yellow light's muttering made all the lights flicker. The purple light finally spoke. Who taught you that? The last green light on the right panicked, its light flowing like sweat dripping rapidly. The dirty yellow light, hearing the chief bureau's voice, immediately went to the green light. It's him. The voice seemed somewhat angry. The green light flowed even faster. It felt all the other lights' gazes on it, especially the light blue one's gaze, which was more intense. Brothers and sisters. It's me. Although the tutoring lessons are expensive, they are absolutely useful. The green light stammered out a sentence. The red light looked at the stuttering green light and sighed. From now on, when the child goes, don't charge. Let's go to the void later to chat about family matters. After chatting with the eldest sister, come to my punishment department, and I'll stew chicken soup for you. The light blue light said calmly. No need. We brothers and sisters are always together, what's there to talk about? Why must we go to the void? I don't want to drink second brother's chicken soup. I'm leaving. The green light turned into a stream and flew rapidly toward the gate. The purple light lightly uttered a single word. Stop. Then it looked at the dirty yellow light and said, children shouldn't watch. Focus on assisting the first master. After speaking, the light flashed and the dirty yellow light disappeared directly. The red light drifted to the side of the purple light. The other lights also came behind the red light and all looked at the green light. You all. I had good intentions. The green light said, on the verge of tears. Still dare to bark. You even dare to earn the child's money. The light blue light directly turned into a stream and charged at the green light. That's right. The child's money. You dare to earn. Is there anything you wouldn't dare to do? And you still dare to bark. Second brother, let him drink the chicken soup first. Then I'll give him a good loving. The various lights all said to the green light in a friendly manner. Some wanted to treat him to chicken soup, some wanted to give him a good loving, and some invited him to their homes. Chief Bureau, shield this void. Don't let any aura leak out. The red light said, I want to have a good talk with him too. The dirty yellow light was sent back to the ninja world by the purple light just in time to hear Junlin complaining about it being unreliable and ancient system. Ding. Host, work hard selling blind boxes. You need 400 more advanced blind boxes and the system will upgrade again. Sasori, Daidara, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame arrived at the Land of Rain with the One Tail. On the streets of the Land of Rain, shrouded in gloom and moisture, they walked with steady steps. Finally, we've arrived. Now we just wait for the other organization members to take over the One Tail, Daidara said, crossing his arms with a hint of pride in his tone. Sasori remained silent, his eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Uchiha Itachi's expression was calm, as if all of this was merely a predetermined procedure to him. Kisame grinned, muttering, This One Tail seems quite lively. Just then 2 figures suddenly appeared in the rain curtain, rapidly approaching them. The group instantly became alert, but relaxed their guard upon seeing the newcomers. The arrivals were none other than Tendo, one of the 6 paths of pain, and Konan, known as the Angel of the Land of Rain. Ha ha ha, I thought it was Ninja from Sunagakure chasing us to the Land of Rain. What a disappointment. Daidara had already prepared his explosive clay. Pain glanced at Daidara, who felt a sense of oppression and dared not meet Pain's eyes. Leader. Sasori, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame said in unison. Leader. Daidara quickly chimed in. Pain looked at the 4 and nodded in acknowledgement. Not bad. After all this time, we've finally captured one-tailed beast. Next, Sasori and Daidara go to Kimogakure to capture the 2 tails. However, since Kimogakure has the 8 tails, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, you 2 will also need to assist. Yes, leader. Where is Orochimaru? Pain had originally intended to send Orochimaru, Kakuzu, and Haiden to Kirigakure to capture the 3 tails. After the mission in Konoha failed, Orochimaru disappeared without a trace. Leader, Orochimaru has probably defected, right? Kisame didn't like Orochimaru, and because he had clashed with his teammate, he deliberately tried to sow discord. Forget it. I'll go find him myself later. You all head to the Land of Lightning now. Pain ignored Kisame's provocation, as each of these people harbored their own ulterior motives. As long as they completed the tasks he assigned, that was enough. Konan watched the 4 leave and said to Nagato, Nagato, did Orochimaru get something good from the blind box store? That's why he disappeared. It doesn't matter. Ever since I obtained the Rinnegan amplifier, I can feel that my previous use of the Rinnegan was too shallow. Now Nagato said indifferently, feeling that if not for his physical condition, he could capture all 9-tailed beasts himself. On the way to the Land of Lightning, Uchiha Itachi was deeply troubled, because he felt that Pain was even more oppressive and powerful than before. What's wrong, Itachi-san? Why do you look like that? Kisame was also curious, as Itachi had seemed troubled since leaving the Land of Rain. Uchiha Itachi paused and shook his head. It's nothing. Hisame did not press further. Even as a teammate, one should not cross boundaries, so he focused on traveling. Meanwhile, in his laboratory in the hidden sound village Orochimaru listened to Kabuto Yakushi's report on the latest developments. Sir, the Akatsuki organization has successfully captured the One Tail, resulting in the death of the Jinchuriki. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with excitement. Oh, interesting. I didn't expect such big things to happen while I was away for a few days. What else happened? Kabuto pushed up his glasses, a glint of light flashing in the lenses. Danzo is dead. Most of the root have been recruited and merged into the Umbu. Orochimaru's eyes showed shock. Danzo was dead. What a surprise. That old man Danzo actually died. It seems quite a lot has happened inside Konoha. Orochimaru stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. What is the current situation in Konoha? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, as it stands, Konoha is gradually stabilizing under the leadership of the third Hokage. The Umbu has been expanded and its strength has increased. However, they also seem to be on alert for the Akatsuki's next move. Kabuto took out a scroll and unrolled it. His expression changed drastically as he read its contents and his hands trembled slightly. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto's actions with some confusion. What's wrong, Kabuto? What has you so shaken? Kabuto, finding it hard to believe. The intelligence was too surreal. Forced himself to calm down and spoke. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife, the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina Uzumaki, have been resurrected. And Tsunade's younger brother Nawaki has also been resurrected. What? Minato, Kushina, and Nawaki have been resurrected. Can you confirm this accurately? Orochimaru suddenly stood up, his snake-like pupils constricted into a point. Kabuto nodded heavily. It can be confirmed. The intelligence was gathered by an orphan we raised from childhood. He can be trusted. Orochimaru was somewhat dazed, recalling the image of Nawaki. His disciple had died before his eyes and his own helplessness was still vivid. From that moment he had become utterly determined to research immortality. Heh! He. Orochimaru's mood was excellent, but when he thought of himself, he had already defected from Konoha. His laughter abruptly stopped. What a pity. It's already too late. Nawaki probably hates me, his teacher, doesn't he? After all, his dream was to become Hokage, and his teacher is an S-rank rogue ninja. Kabuto did not respond to Orochimaru's words and continued, the fourth Hokage and Kushina do not seem to be truly resurrected. As for Nawaki, Tsunade revived him using a resurrection coin she obtained from the blind box store. Resurrection coin? There's actually something this good in a blind box. Orochimaru muttered to himself as he sat back down. Not truly resurrected. Could it be impure world reincarnation? No, the teacher would never agree to that. And Danzo wanted to become Hokage himself. Impossible. How could Minato be resurrected? Orochimaru's mind conjured a handsome face. Junlin. He nodded inwardly. That's right. It must be that shopkeeper's doing. I don't know how he did it, but I feel he is capable. Although they had only met twice in a single day, Junlin's mystery and strength were both despair-inducing. Intelligence says the third Hokage once took Shikaku to the fourth Hokage's home to ask him to reassume the position of Hokage, but the fourth seemed to refuse. Orochimaru sneered. Humph, the teacher is old. Konoha has long been rotten. If it weren't for the things in the blind box store, I would have sent him to the Pure Land for a peaceful retirement last time. But the Akatsuki's plan to capture the tailed beasts won't stop. Their next move will inevitably cause even greater turmoil. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Kabuto Yakushi, keep a close watch on the movements of the Akatsuki and Konoha. Report any developments to me immediately. Yes, my lord. Kabuto replied respectfully. Orochimaru stood up and continued researching the potion he had obtained from the blind box store in his laboratory, but after several days of study, he had made no progress at all. Orochimaru's mood was not good and his face gradually became grave. It seems I was still too naive, he hissed, licking his face with his tongue. Soon. It will be next month soon. I'll go take a look then. As the month began, the morning commercial street buzzed with activity. Everyone held a card in their hands to make purchases. When the buyer's card touched the seller's, the item's price was deducted. Customers were not worried about being overcharged, as they always knew the deducted amount. Greedy overcharging or unauthorized deductions would result in frozen assets and a visit to the Umbu for interrogation. Junlin's premium blind boxes finally reached 1,000 units, and the trading cards had sold like wildfire. In Konoha, everyone, even the summoned beasts, knew about them and used the cards. It's so convenient not having to carry cash around all the time. A small merchant sighed, gazing at the bustling street. The clerk overheard and replied, yeah, and you don't have to worry about theft. Even if someone steals it, they can't use it. Just report it to the vending machine and apply for a new one. The boss chuckled at the clerk. Lucky you, no one would steal from you. You're broke. As soon as you get your monthly pay, you donate it to those young ladies. The clerk blushed and retorted, that's not true. I just can't bear to see girls forced by life. A gambling father, a sick mother, a useless brother, and a cooing girl. The boss sighed helplessly, you're so righteous. You're a lone wolf. Why not save that money for a wife? Instead you waste it like this. The clerk said solemnly, boss, you don't understand. Tonight let me take you to experience it. You'll see how pitiful those girls are. The boss immediately covered the clerk's mouth. You bastard. You want to ruin me? He glanced at his wife who was introducing products to customers, and whispered, listen, don't talk nonsense. Even if we go it has to be in secret. The clerk glanced at the boss's wife, and said, don't worry, I'll arrange everything tonight. Junlin had no idea how male friendships formed as he had never been to such places. He was now in his dormitory. System upgrade. Ding system upgrading. Upgrade successful. Ding hosts invincible domain expanded from 100 meters to 1000 meters. Ding added skillbook description with detailed instructions and some tips. Ding unlocked intermediate blind boxes. Customers who purchase 10 basic blind boxes per month gain access to 1 intermediate blind box. Ding for each intermediate blind box purchased by a customer the host receives 1 premium blind box. Ding 100 basic blind boxes earn 1 premium blind box. Ding reward 1 branch store can be deployed anywhere in the ninja world. Junlin nodded contentedly. Not bad, not bad. 1000 meters of invincible domain. Beyond 100 meters I'd have to use instant teleportation. But 1000 meters, battles in the ninja world never stretch that far. From now on I'll let the enemy run 999 meters first. System, what quality can I get from intermediate blind boxes? Ding, intermediate blind boxes no longer contain items below purple rarity. The probability of purple and gold items increases. What's the price of an intermediate blind box? Don't make it too outrageous. Ding, intermediate blind box costs 3000 points. It can be purchased using one's own ninjutsu taijutsu insights into various techniques, bloodline limits such as Byakugan, various Sharingan, Rinnegan, tailed beast chakra, and legendary ninja tools like the 6 paths tools. When a customer sells a ninjutsu or taijutsu, the memory of that technique is removed from them, but they remain aware that they sold it. However, they can no longer use it. If they want to use it again, they must relearn it. The same technique cannot be sold twice, but insights into the technique can be sold. The insight of a genin and a jonin differ. If a genin sells the fire-style fireball jutsu, and his insight, a jonin can no longer sell the fireball jutsu itself, only his own insight. After selling the insight, the technique can still be used but without its former power, requiring retraining. Since item values vary, a point system is used. For example, the fire-style fireball jutsu is worth 100 ryo, which equates to 1 point. Junlin was stunned by the system's lengthy explanation, barely grasping the rules. So an intermediate blind box costs 300000 ryo, which is 3000 points. If I have leftover points after buying, do they stay with me? Junlin was baffled. Ding, what do you think the trading card is for? Alright, I can store them on the trading card. Junlin suddenly understood. The system was speechless, thinking its host wasn't too bright. As Junlin was about to speak again, the system interjected. Ding, points can also be exchanged for cash, but cash cannot be exchanged for points. Tisk, you ancient system. I didn't ask you, why are you answering? Your little mouth keeps chattering and I'm totally confused. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Junlin blamed the system unfairly, and ignored the ding-ding sound as he went downstairs. He first explained the intermediate blind boxes and purchase rules to Xuanhua Linglan, and Xianglin, clarifying that with the customer's consent various techniques could be extracted for payment. Xuanhua Linglan and Xianglin stared at Junlin blankly, their faces full of confusion. Junlin couldn't be bothered to explain further. He flicked his fingertip and 2 streams of light shot into their heads. Xuanhua Linglan and Xianglin suddenly looked enlightened. So that's it. Boss, you talk too much. I got a bit lost. Junlin shook his head helplessly. Alright, get familiar with it. He then began considering where to place the branch store. Suddenly he thought of Kumogakure, a village with many ninjas and frequent battles, likely in great need of various techniques and items. If Kumogakure gained power, would they resist invading other villages? And to resist other villages would have to buy blind boxes like crazy. He didn't have to sell only in the store. He could hire 2 people to run the Kumogakure branch. Kakashi led Team 7, Might Guy led Team 3, Kurenai led Team 8, and Asuma led Team 10. Other ninjas also came. Since it was the first day of the month, many people gathered in the blind box shop. Might Guy spoke first. Boss, we've been waiting to open blind boxes. Hope we get something good. Kakashi nodded. Yeah, maybe we'll find something useful. Kurenai and Asuma agreed. The 12 young ninjas were especially excited. Naruto shouted, I'm gonna get an awesome weapon and leave Sasuke in the dust. Sasuke remained calm, but a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Junlin smiled and introduced intermediate blind boxes are something special. The lowest quality is purple and the chance of gold has increased. But it costs 3000 points. As he spoke, he flicked his fingertip, sending dozens of streams of light into their heads. Shikamaru pushed up his glasses and pondered, looks like I need to think carefully about what to exchange for points. Sakura also became serious. I'll sell my insights on some medical ninjutsu for points. Mate Kai thumped his chest and laughed. Youth is about embracing the unknown. Little Li Tiantian, let's go. Little Li's eyes sparkled, fists clenched tightly. Yes, Master Kai. I must open an item that can make my youth burn even more fiercely. Tiantian meanwhile studied the blind box shelf, murmuring softly. I hope to get a rare ninja tool blueprint. That way my arsenal can welcome a new member. The three each purchased 10 basic blind boxes. The intermediate ones were beyond their means for now. The moment the basic blind boxes were opened, flashes of white, blue, and purple light streaked past. From Little Lee's box came a muscle-softening skill, rare purple. Passive ability cancels skill aftercast, making combos smoother. He immediately struck a starting pose, perfect. Now I can hold my youth sprint 3 minutes longer. From Rishiong Ningxi's blind box came. Junlin furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. We'll discuss this later. Step aside for now. Rishiong Ningxi was puzzled. What was so special about this glazed stone that made Junlin so serious? The others were equally baffled. Why not tell Ningxi? Kai asked with concern. Boss, is there something wrong with this stone? Junlin shook his head without speaking. Kai stopped asking but looked at Ningxi with worry. From Tiantian's blind box came a skill book, Quantum Bomb Epic Orange. Effect consumes a certain amount of chakra to automatically generate a bomb. The more chakra, the higher the power. Long-range explosive attack covering an area instantly suitable for groups. Friendly reminder, throw it far away. Otherwise bits and pieces everywhere. Including yourself. She gasped in delight. Oh my god! This bomb is absolutely perfect for me. From now on I'll be the firepower on the battlefield. Holy crap. Isn't that a tailed beast ball? If only I could have it. I'd definitely blow up Zhuozhu. Wahahaha. Mingren's eyes gleamed as he stared at the skill book in Tiantian's hands. A tailed beast ball, isn't this flexible? Tiantian hugged the skill book, her fingertip tracing the line that said, power determined by chakra amount, her eyes shining like stars hidden within. I can control the throwing angle and adjust chakra output with my tool pouch. From now on clearing the field is my job. Mate Kai suddenly slapped Tiantian on the back, shaking her entire frame. Well done. That's the explosive power of youth. Little Lee bounced with clenched fists. Senior Tiantian is amazing. Next combat drill, I must see its power. Mingren was still rubbing his hands nearby, when Kakashi reached out and pressed his head. Don't think about taking others' things, Mingren. But Mingren pushed the teacher's hand away, staring at the orange-covered skill book and shouting. But it really looks like it. Look at the area explosion in the description. Idiot. Zhuozhu shot him a cold glance. The chakra density of a tailed beast ball is nothing like the skill, and besides. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the friendly reminder at the corner of the skill book, the faintest hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The most embarrassing thing is throwing it wrong and blowing yourself up. What did you say? Mingren instantly bristled, nearly lunging at him, but Xiaoying grabbed him. Don't cause trouble here. She turned to Tiantian, her tone laced with envy. This skill really suits you, but remember to calculate the distance when using it. Medical ninjutsu can't stitch up bits and pieces everywhere injuries. Yuhi Kurenai covered her mouth with a gentle laugh, the corners of her eyes soft. Looks like Team 8 should coordinate more with Team 3 from now on. Shino's insect swarm can trap enemies, giving you the perfect throwing opportunity. Asuma cigarette dangling nodded. Area explosions are great for suppressing large-scale ninjutsu. We can add a new tactic to the village's joint drills. The ordinary ninjas nearby had already started buzzing. An epic skill book. And it came from a basic blind box. Tiantian was already great at wide-area ninja tool attacks. This bomb is practically tailor-made for her. That warning was terrifying though. What if she actually blows herself up? Shikamaru adjusted his glasses, his fingers absently tapping his chin. Calculating throwing distance, chakra output, enemy positions. This skill's operational complexity is no joke, but the cost-effectiveness is indeed high. Choji, mouth stuffed with potato chips, mumbled. If Ino uses telepathy to report positions before throwing, there won't be any mistakes. Ino immediately nodded. Leave it to me. Just then Mate Kai suddenly struck his signature pose, a green chakra flaring around him. Since we've got something good, why not head to the training ground now and try it out? Let the blast of youth echo through the skies. Yeah. Little Lee responded first. Tiantian had already stuffed the skill book into her ninja tool pouch, tilting her chin toward Mingren. Want to be a target? I promise I'll throw it far away. Who wants to be a target? Mingren retorted, craning his neck, but his feet honestly shuffled half a step toward the door. But I can watch. If the power's not enough, I'll help you improve it. Kakashi closed his book, his eyes crinkling behind the lens. Don't destroy the targets on the training ground or the third Hokage will cut our budget again. He looked at Junlin. It seems intermediate blind boxes do hold surprises. Next time it's our team's turn. Hey, I haven't opened mine yet. Kakashi. Kai suddenly appeared behind Kakashi. Cold sweat broke out on Kakashi's forehead, and he instantly dodged away. He was afraid Mate Kai would hit him with 1,000 years of death. Because Mingren had already exposed that trick. Junlin smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping over the eager ninjas in the shop. What had started as just Team 3's unboxing had now immersed the entire store in anticipation of new skills, and even the ordinary ninja clutching a scroll in the corner quietly tightened his grip on the trading card. When it was Mate Kai's turn, he bought 10 basic blind boxes and 1 intermediate box. Apart from the important taijutsu, he sold the less significant ones, but he didn't sell the insights. The 10 basic boxes brought nothing important. He took a deep breath and opened the intermediate box. Inside lay a golden badge. Junlin smiled. Even Kai Huang's Night Kai could be used without injury now. The injury-free badge legendary gold bound to the soul non-transferable, cannot be used by others. Effect when using a fatal taijutsu ninjutsu or forbidden technique grants 10 seconds of invulnerability. Within 10 seconds, remove side effects. Friendly reminder, if you aren't dead in 10 seconds, I'm dead. Kai's eyes lit up instantly, then he put on a straight face, scratching his head. It's only 10 seconds. But this is the 8 gates. I guess I need to find a suitable opponent to test the limits of youth. Mingren watched with burning envy, tugging at Zhuozhu's sleeve. Hey, look at the great stuff they got. I want to open one too. I'll definitely get something even better. Zhuozhu glanced at the golden badge in Kai's hand, a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth. He said nothing but quietly edged half a step toward the point exchange counter. Yuhi Kurenai watched the scene and said to Asuma with a smile. Looks like those intermediate blind boxes really have something. We'll have to figure out a way to earn points too. Asuma nodded, cigarette in mouth. Shikamaru's right. We need to find some ways to earn points, like sorting out my practical insights on fire-style ninjutsu. Junlin looked at the crowd's reactions and added, besides ninjutsu insights, points can also be exchanged for rare medicinal herbs, special chakra crystals, and such materials. Take your time to figure it out. Kakashi flipped through Ika Paradise and suddenly looked up. When it's our team's turn, I hope there's something suitable for the Sharingan. No sooner had he spoken than he was interrupted by Mingren's shout of, Kakashi-sensei is slacking off again. The shop instantly burst into life. Junlin looked at Rishiang Ningxi and said, follow me. He led the way upstairs, instructing Linglan and Xianglin to introduce them. Rishiang Ningxi felt an inexplicable tension. He could sense that this was a chance to change his fate, a true opportunity. Meitikai, Xiaoli and Tian stepped forward and said, Boss, can we go up too? Sensing Ningxi's tension, Meitikai placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't be nervous. Your teacher is here. Youth must charge forward. Face it together. Yes, we'll face it together. Xiaoli and Tian also looked at Ningxi and said. Rishiang Ningxi's eyes reddened and tears streamed down continuously. He hadn't experienced such feelings for a long time. Since his father's suicide, he had believed that his clan no longer had a place for him. The caged bird was a prison that bound him, his life and death, not his own. Yes, he still had his teacher and his companions. Junlin looked at the four of them, speechlessly wondering why they were acting like it was a farewell of life and death. Junlin sighed helplessly. I just didn't want anyone to know. Put aside the sad thoughts. How long are you going to make me wait? Boss, can I go up too? Shiri Hong said seductively. Count me in too, boss, please. Kakashi also agreed, and this buddy Maikai was truly devoted. Asuma was about to speak, but Junlin spoke first. Then you two come as well. Asuma was cut off and fell silent. Yes, hurry up, don't keep the boss waiting. Meitikai was the first to follow Junlin upstairs, and the others followed one by one. Ningxi clenched his fists and followed. On the second floor they arrived at an 8-person table, and Junlin sat down first. The table was Japanese style, as he wasn't used to sitting on stools. He had asked Xianglin to have this made. Everyone find a seat and sit down. After they sat, Junlin said seriously, since you all came up, you must keep his secret well. Meitikai and the others unconsciously straightened their bodies. Ningxi had been sitting upright since he sat down. Junlin conjured tea sets and snacks from his past life, poured a cup for each of the four, then spoke to Ningxi. Take out the stone you got from the blind box. The silver stone exuded a pure and soft silver-white luster, as if containing strands of flowing silver light within, like the twinkling Milky Way condensed inside. The crystal surface was smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting the surrounding scene like a small silver mirror. Viewed from different angles, it refracted brilliant light, sometimes like twinkling stars, sometimes like silver flames dancing inside, full of a mysterious and enchanting aura. Junlin took the soul crystal, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within it, and said slowly, Soul Crystal Epic Orange. Alias Purifying Soul Crystal. Effect contains pure soul-purifying power, capable of stripping away, sealing curses imposed on the soul level. It has a special counter effect on curses like Caged Bird, that are inscribed into the soul through bloodline. By placing the crystal near the curse mark, and infusing a small amount of chakra, the crystal will release a silver glow that envelopes the mark, completely erasing the mark's traces according to the user's will without harming the host's soul or bloodline inheritance. This, Ningxi's gaze suddenly froze on the crystal's description. His fingers unconsciously touched the curse mark on his forehead. His Adam's apple moved and his voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Strip away the soul's imprisonment. Xiaoli leaned in, and after hearing the effect, he suddenly covered his mouth, his eyes instantly reddening. Ningxi. This is simply. Before he could finish, Kai pressed his shoulder. This teacher, always burning with the flame of youth, now had an especially solemn look. The warmth of his palm transmitted through the clothes. Don't act impulsively, confirm the effect first. Kakashi adjusted his mask, his gaze falling on the words, without harming the bloodline inheritance. The Hyuga clan's curse mark is bound to the Byakugan, Forcibly removing it often damages the bloodline limit. This crystal is quite thoughtful. Shiri Hong said softly. If it's true, it will be true liberation for Ningxi. Ningxi took a deep breath and his fingertips finally touched the orange crystal. A cool sensation came and he slowly infused a strand of chakra. The crystal instantly lit up with a soft silver light climbing from his fingertips to his forehead. A hum sounded. The silver light swirled around the curse mark, gently peeling something away. Ningxi closed his eyes, clearly feeling the shackle that had bound him for over a decade, deep in his soul, gradually loosening and dissipating with the flow of light. There was no pain, only an unprecedented lightness, as if the boulder pressing on his shoulders had finally fallen. After a moment, the silver light faded, and the crystal returned to its original state. Ningxi raised his hand to touch his forehead. The once clear, caged bird curse mark had completely vanished, his skin smooth as before. It's gone. Really gone. Tian exclaimed, reaching out to touch, but quickly pulling back, afraid to disturb this hard-won moment. Ningxi opened his eyes and his Byakugan quietly activated. In his vision, there was no longer the invisible pressure of the curse mark. He looked at the distant sky and the corner of his mouth curved up almost imperceptibly. A look of relief after unloading a heavy burden. There was even a faint glimmer in his eyes. Shaoli suddenly jumped up and punched Ningxi on the shoulder. Great Ningxi. No one can order you around anymore. Idiot. Ningxi scolded verbally but didn't dodge. He turned to look at Junlin, his voice calm, yet with a hint of warmth. For this crystal I owe you a debt of gratitude. Junlin smiled and shook his head. It was your own luck, but let me remind you the rules of the Hyuga clan still exist. This matter might need to be handled slowly. Ningxi nodded, his fingers gripping the purifying soul crystal again. Sunlight streamed through the window of the blind box shop, falling on his face. The mark that had plagued him for half his life was completely gone, as if the trajectory of fate itself had quietly changed at this moment. Junlin stopped paying attention to them and instead thought about the branch store. He wondered who to recruit. Kakashi and Shiri Hong left without opening their blind boxes. Such a huge event had occurred. If not handled properly, Konoha's largest clan would face civil war today, and the victor could only be the main house. Yuenfei Asima watched them go downstairs. He had already opened his blind box and got nothing. He stepped forward to ask, Kakashi, how did things go? Kakashi shook his head. I need to go to the Hokage's office. Keep an eye on Naruto and Sasuke, those two troublemakers. Then he turned to Shiri Hong and Kai. You two come with me, Ningxi too. Yuenfei Asima watched them leave and felt like cursing. I've become a babysitter. He looked at the 9 kids opening blind boxes, especially Naruto, who was making a fuss like a monkey. Only Shikamaru and Shino were better. Rishiang Chutian had turned into a steam engine. Kakashi and the others arrived at the Hokage's office. Knock knock. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shikaku Nara were in discussion but stopped when they heard the knocking at the door. Enter. As they entered, Third Lord Advisor. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pipe, his cloudy eyes sweeping over the faces of the group, finally settling on Niji's forehead, where the clear, caged bird curse mark should have been but now was smooth and unblemished. His fingers paused and embers fell from the pipe. Niji, your curse mark. Shikaku spoke first, his tone carrying undisguised astonishment. The curse mark of the Hyuga clan was the foundation of the main house and branch house order, and there had never been a precedent for its removal. Niji straightened his back, his voice calm, yet carrying undeniable weight. Third Lord Advisor, I obtained a soul purification crystal from a blind box at Master Junlin's shop, which completely eradicated the caged bird curse mark. He raised his hand to touch his forehead where no trace of bondage remained. Hiruzen Sarutobi was silent for a moment, then slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Soul purification crystal. I have never heard of such an artifact. He looked at Kakashi. Is this true? It is true, Lord Third. Kakashi nodded. We witnessed it ourselves. The crystal could peel away the soul-level curse mark without damaging Niji's Byakugan or bloodline. Kurinai Yuhi and Might Guy also nodded in corroboration. Shikaku frowned deeply. The Hyuga clan's curse mark is bound to the bloodline. Forcibly removing it will inevitably cause internal strife. The main house will never tolerate a branch member without the curse mark, especially one as talented as Niji. Niji clenched his fists, his knuckles white. I understand, my lord. But the caged bird is a shackle imposed on the branch house. My father's tragedy must not be repeated. As he mentioned his father, a flicker of pain crossed his eyes but was quickly replaced by resolve. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped the table and said in a low voice, this matter must not be spread. The Hyuga clan is a pillar of Konoha. Internal strife would shake the village's foundation. He looked at Niji. Until a proper solution is found, you must temporarily conceal the fact that the curse mark has been removed. But Niji was about to retort, but Might Guy placed a hand on his shoulder. Niji, this is for the greater good. Might Guy's tone was earnest. The path of youth always requires patience. When the time is right, you can break all bonds. Kurinai added, if the main house learns of this, they will stop at nothing to control you. Revealing it now will only put you in danger. Niji was silent for a long time, then finally bowed his head. I understand. I will follow Lord Third's arrangements. Hiruzen Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Shikaku, immediately dispatched the Umbu to closely monitor the Hyuga clan's movements, especially the reactions of the main house elders. Also have Hayashi Hyuga come to the Hokage building. Shikaku acknowledged and left to make arrangements. Only a few remained in the office. Hiruzen looked at Niji, his tone softening. Niji, your talent is beyond doubt. Konoha needs strong shinobi like you, but only if you don't let hatred consume your reason. I will remember your teachings, my lord. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga main house estate, Hayashi Hyuga was reporting recent village affairs to the clan elders. Suddenly a servant rushed in. Clan head, the Hokage has summoned you. Please proceed to the Hokage building immediately. Hayashi frowned slightly, wondering what could be so urgent, but still rose. Excuse me, I will return shortly. As he stood, his gaze inadvertently swept past the window, as if sensing something, his eyes darkening. When Hayashi Hyuga stepped into the Hokage's office, his eyes immediately fell on Niji. Seeing the smooth, unmarked forehead, the usually composed clan head's pupils contracted sharply, his steps unconsciously faltering, and the air around him suddenly grew tense. Hayashi, have a seat. Hiruzen Sarutobi pointed to the opposite chair, his tone unreadable. Hayashi sat down as instructed, but his hands clenched covertly within his sleeves, his gaze never leaving Niji. Lord Third, you summoned me. Does it concern Niji? His voice carried a barely perceptible tension. A branch member without a curse mark was unprecedented in Hyuga history. Niji met Hayashi's gaze without flinching. After the curse mark was removed, the resentment he harbored toward the main house had not completely dissipated, but he now had more confidence to face the other as an equal. Lord Hayashi, my caged bird curse mark has been removed by a special crystal. Insolent. Hayashi slammed the table, a dull thud echoing. How dare a branch member remove the curse mark without authorization? Do you know this will shake the very foundation of the clan? Hayashi. Hiruzen Sarutobi's deep voice cut in, tapping his pipe lightly on the table. Niji did not act without authorization. He obtained an artifact that could remove the curse by chance. The matter is already settled. Why be so angry? Hayashi's chest heaved violently, his gaze toward Niji, a complex mix of anger, disbelief, and a hint of panic he himself hadn't noticed, settled. Lord Third, the caged bird is the very foundation of the main house and branch house order. If he can remove it today, other branch members will follow suit tomorrow, and the Hyuga clan will descend into chaos. That's because your order was built on injustice. Niji stood confronting Hayashi. Was my father's death back then part of that so-called order? Niji. Hayashi cut him off sharply, his face pale with fury. Might Guy quickly tried to mediate. Lord Hayashi, Niji is just. This matter is no concern of outsiders. Hayashi shot a cold glance at Guy, then turned back to Hiruzen. Lord Third, this must be resolved. According to clan law, a branch member without the curse mark shall be. Clan law must also adapt to the times. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke slowly, smoke curling as his eyes sharpened. The Hyuga clan is a great clan of Konoha. The village's interests must come first. Niji is a Konoha shinobi and a rare genius. Would you drive away a future powerhouse over a mere curse mark? Shikaku chimed in. According to Umbu reports, unknown forces have been monitoring the Hyuga clan recently. Internal strife weakening our strength at this time would only give enemies an opening. Hayashi fell silent. He knew the third Hokage and Shikaku were speaking the truth. The village was in troubled times and the Hyuga clan could not afford turmoil. Yet the thought of the branch house spiraling out of control gnawed at him. Finally, he could only let out a heavy snort and sit back down. Seeing this, Hiruzen softened his tone. Niji, you must promise not to publicly reveal that the curse mark has been removed and continue to act as a branch member. He turned to Hayashi. Hayashi, you must also restrain the main house from using the curse mark to threaten Niji. As for the clan law, perhaps it is time to reconsider. Niji bowed his head. I will obey, my lord. Hayashi closed his eyes briefly before finally nodding. Since the Lord Third has spoken, the Hyuga clan will comply. But his clenched fists betrayed his lingering resentment. With the matter temporarily settled, the group left the Hokage building. At the door, Hayashi suddenly stopped and looked at Niji. Your father. If he could see you now, he might be proud. With that, he turned and walked away, his back still straight, but seeming to carry a little less weight. Niji stood frozen, watching Hayashi's retreating figure before finally murmuring. Is that so? Might Guy patted his back. Niji, this is the first step of youth. Come on, let me treat you to ramen to celebrate. I'm coming too. Rock Lee immediately chimed in. Kakashi adjusted his mask. Then I'll buy a copy of Ika Paradise as a gift. Kurenai laughed and shook her head. You guys. As they walked away chatting and laughing, sunlight fell on Niji's face. He touched his forehead and for the first time a genuine smile curled at the corner of his lips. Back at the blind box shop, Naruto was holding a newly obtained transformation technique enhancement scroll and shouting, look, I'll transform into the fifth Hokage. The next second he turned into a strange old lady with an afro and a lollipop in her mouth, sending everyone into fits of laughter. Asuma watched the scene and suddenly felt that being a babysitter wasn't so bad after all. Junlin, listening to the commotion downstairs from the second floor, muttered to himself. Let's set it in the hidden cloud village then. As for the shopkeeper, maybe I can find a free ninja to take on the role. He stroked his chin, a few names flashing through his mind. Junlin arrived above the Yuning village overlooking from the sky. The village was like a fortress embedded in the towering mountains of the land of lightning. The buildings were layered along the steep peaks, dense yet orderly, cascading from the foot to the summit, half shrouded by swirling clouds revealing only some angular edges. Although my village is suitable for long-term living, it has no scenery to speak of. Yuning village, on the other hand, is quite nice. Junlin descended slowly through the clouds, landing gently. The fourth Reikage AI, a staunch advocate of martial prowess, often instructed ninja training at the large training ground or engaged in high-intensity training himself to maintain his top-tier combat strength. A guard outside heard from the ANBU about a stranger who had flown in and was following him without approaching. The guard dared not be careless and quickly reported the situation to the fourth Reikage AI. Upon hearing that a stranger had intruded into the village, AI immediately stopped training and went with the guards to investigate. By then Junlin had slowly landed near the training ground of Yuning village. He looked around, curious about this place full of the essence of lightning. Suddenly a group of Yuning ninjas surrounded him, and AI strode out with sharp eyes like lightning, demanding loudly, "Who are you? Why are you trespassing into Yuning village?" Junlin slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said calmly, "Don't be nervous. I'm just here to see one of the 5 great ninja villages, Yuning village. I have no ill intentions." AI snorted coldly. "This is not a place for casual sightseeing. Show me your identification or don't blame me for being rude." Junlin spread his hands helplessly. "I have no identification. However, I can demonstrate my power and let you know what it means to speak and have it manifest. Rain." As soon as the words were spoken, the sky, previously covered by clouds, suddenly darkened. The clouds churned and raindrops as big as beans fell without warning, instantly forming an impenetrable curtain of rain. The ground of the training ground quickly became wet, rainwater flowing along the cracks of the stone slabs. Even the forehead protectors of the surrounding ninjas were beaten by the rain, making a pattering sound. AI's pupils contracted. He clenched his fists fiercely with lightning flickering around him. "You think such a petty trick can get you off the hook?" The guards behind him assumed combat stances. Lightning released chakra, gathering in their palms, the crackling sound of electricity, mixed with the rain, especially harsh. Junlin stood in the center of the rain curtain, his clothes flapping in the wind, but he was not soaked at all. The rain seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier sliding off half an inch from his body. "This is no trick." He looked up at AI, his tone calm but with undeniable power. "Wind, stop." The howling wind instantly ceased. The rain curtain paused for half a second, then strangely hung suspended in midair. Countless raindrops like frozen crystals enveloped the entire training ground in a crystalline silence. Sunlight just pierced through the clouds, refracting countless rainbows, reflecting shock on the faces of AI and the others. "Reikage-sama?" One guard couldn't help but whisper, instinctively stepping back half a step. AI stared intently at Junlin, veins bulging on his forehead. "Who exactly are you?" This power, completely subverting the laws of nature, had surpassed the scope of ninjutsu, bringing unprecedented pressure to the Reikage, who prided himself on absolute strength. Junlin chuckled lightly, waved his hand to disperse the raindrops in the air, and sunlight once again bathed the training ground. "I told you I'm just here to visit, but it seems you don't welcome guests." He took a step forward, seemingly slow, yet instantly appeared 3 steps away from AI. The speed even startled the fourth Reikage, known for his lightning speed. "How dare you!" AI roared, sweeping his right leg with lightning, the air exploding with a sonic boom. However, the sure-footed kick missed. Junlin's figure faded like a phantom, and the next second, he stood on the watchtower at the edge of the training ground, looking down at everyone. "It seems the demonstration of power is sufficient." He dusted off his sleeves, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Now can I have a good look at Yuning village?" AI stared at the composed figure on the watchtower, slowly loosening his clenched fists, the lightning gradually fading. He knew that the man before him was no ordinary intruder. Forcing a fight would only disadvantage Yuning village. But his pride as Reikage would not allow him to show weakness. Finally, he snorted coldly, "Stay close. If you dare to wander, even if you have heaven-defying skills, I'll make sure you never leave these mountains of the land of lightning." Junlin's smile deepened upon hearing this. He flickered and descended from the watchtower, landing steadily beside AI, his movements as light as a feather. "That's more like it. Mutual respect is always good." AI glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned to walk deeper into the village. The guards exchanged glances but eventually followed closely, though their eyes remained fixed on Junlin, not daring to relax. Passing through the training ground and climbing up the stone steps, the rain-cleared Yuning village was especially clear under the sun. The stone walls on both sides were carved with lightning reliefs. Under the eaves hung wind chimes made of dried animal bones. Occasionally young ninjas carrying ninja tool bags ran past, stopping to bow when they saw the Reikage group, but their eyes curiously glanced at the unfamiliar face of Junlin. At the platform halfway up the mountain, AI suddenly stopped and pointed to a suspension bridge spanning a canyon ahead. "Cross that bridge and you'll reach Yuning's armory and secret technique scroll repository. You cannot enter there." The suspension bridge was made of thick iron chains and wooden planks with a rushing torrent below. Mist rose from the valley floor, keeping the bridge perpetually shrouded in damp moisture. Junlin looked in the direction he pointed and suddenly said, "Bridge steady." As soon as the words were spoken, the suspension bridge, which had been swaying slightly in the wind, suddenly sank. The iron chains emitted a dull clack, as if strengthened by an invisible force, and even the gaps between the planks seemed to tighten. The two Union ninjas guarding the bridge stared in astonishment at their chains. The joints that had been slightly loose moments ago now seemed as solid as if they had been forged. AI's expression grew even more solemn. He quickened his pace through the residential area, and finally stopped at an observation deck that overlooked the entire village. From here one could see the spire of the Raikage's office, and the training ground faintly visible in the distant clouds. "This is the highest point you can reach. After you've seen it you leave." Junlin leaned on the railing looking down at the spiderweb-like streets and scattered buildings below and suddenly said, "Mist disperse." The thin mist that had been shrouding the low sky of the village was pushed aside by an invisible hand slowly retreating into the valley, revealing the complete outline of Union Village. From the core buildings at the summit to the defensive fortifications at the foot, even the rainbow formed by the distant waterfall was clearly visible. Several ninjas on patrol looked up at the sky thinking it was a sudden change in weather until they saw Junlin on the observation deck. Then they gripped their weapons in shock. Such power! A guard behind AI murmured, his voice tinged with undisguised fear. Junlin turned around, meeting AI's wary gaze. "Now do you believe I have no ill intentions?" AI was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Your power does not belong to ninjutsu, nor is it a Kekkei Genkai. Where exactly do you come from?" Junlin smiled, not answering directly but pointed to the sky. "Where I come from is not for you to know. Now that I've seen enough, it's time to go. One last thing, I am a blind box merchant." He took a step forward and his body slowly rose into the air with no chakra flow visible beneath him, as if lifted by the air itself floating upward. Junlin did not like the fourth Raikage of Union Village AI, so he changed his mind and decided to go to Yenin Village to see the second village that Union was hostile to, my village being the first. After Junlin departed, his final words left the fourth Raikage a deeply unsettled. The blind box merchant remained silent for a long while before turning to one of his guards. "Investigate where this man went before arriving in Kimogakure, and remember he is the blind box merchant." The guard bowed and hurried away while paced restlessly back and forth across the chamber. He recalled Junlin's enigmatic smile as he left, its quiet certainty now gnawing at his instincts. Blind box merchant. The title itself carried an air of uncanny ambiguity. What game was he truly playing? Time dragged on, fraying A's patience like worn silk. At last the guard burst back in breathless, "Lord, we've traced him. He visited Konoha village before coming to Kimogakure." A's brow furrowed. Konoha, the cradle of prodigies and legends. Junlin's visit there could not be mere coincidence. He must have sought something vital. Dig deeper. What did he do in Konoha, and what precisely is a blind box? A commanded. The guard vanished once more. Seated now, A's gaze sharpened into steel. No longer waiting but preparing to act. Moments later the same guard returned, chakra surging through his legs to accelerate his sprint. Boom! The door shattered inward. Before A could even demand an explanation, the guard blurted out, "Fourth Raikage? Confirmed." His blind boxes contain weapon skill scrolls, and most critically genuine resurrection coins capable of reviving the dead. Resurrection coins. A shot upright, eyes wide with shock and instinctive wariness. If true, such an artifact would shatter the fragile equilibrium of the shinobi world. Weapons and scrolls could be countered, but resurrection coins in the hands of malice or ambition threatened cataclysm. Did he sell these in Konoha? To whom? A demanded urgently. The guard gasped for breath, still verifying. But word spreads fast. Many shinobi in Konoha have already purchased blind boxes. A clenched his fist. This merchant's influence had far exceeded his estimation. Issue orders, monitor his movements relentlessly. Should he return, bring him to me immediately. No, I will go to him. A recoiled inwardly. If the coins were real, how powerful had Konoha grown? Had the shinobi god himself already risen again? His fingernails dug deep into his palms, knuckles bleaching white. The words "resurrection coin" struck him like a hammer blow, evoking fallen comrades from the Third Shinobi World War, young shinobi who'd perished beneath the blinding flash of lightning release. If death itself could be undone, the entire balance of power across the shinobi world would collapse. Those old foxes in Konoha. He muttered darkly, springing to his feet and pacing anew, tiny arcs of lightning crackling at his heels. They're hiding something, hoarding it. If they truly resurrected Hashirama Senju, or Tobarama, Kimogakure's standing would inevitably erode. As he spoke, frantic footsteps echoed outside. Another guard tumbled in, clutching a freshly delivered scroll. "Raikage-sama, the ANBU reports from Konoha's border confirm unusual activity. Tsunadeheim has been visiting the Hokage's office daily, and even Jiraiya, long absent from the village, has reappeared. Rumor says someone spotted the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, training on the practice grounds." Minato Namikaze slammed his palm onto the stone desk. The surface splintered instantly with a web of fractures. So, they are using the resurrection coins. He snatched his straw hat from the wall, and flooded his body with lightning nature chakra. Blue light flared, bathing the room in searing brilliance. Assemble the squad. I'm going to Konoha myself. My lord, this is unwise, pleaded the first guard. The truce is still fragile. Your arrival may ignite open conflict, and the merchant's origins remain unknown. What if this is a trap? A trap? Sneered, his eyes sharp as razors beneath the brim. Even if it is, I'll walk straight into its heart. The shinobi world scales must never tilt solely in Konoha's favor. He strode out, swift, decisive. Guards lining the corridor seized their weapons and formed ranks. The thunderous rhythm of lightning-charged steps echoed up Kumogakure's stone stairways, scattering birds from cliffside perches. At the village's suspension bridge, a paused, gazing back at the mist-wreathed cliffs. Turning to Darui, he said quietly, "Remain here and hold the village. If the blind box merchant appears, retain him at all costs. Even if you must grant him any demand." Darui blinked, then nodded solemnly. "Yes, Raikage-sama." Without another word, launched forward, his body becoming a bolt of azure lightning cleaving the clouds as he streaked toward Konoha. Wind screamed past his ears. One thought burned: absolute reach Konoha before they fully mastered the resurrection coins. And uncover the blind box's secret, even if he had to fracture Konoha's defenses with Kumogakure's strongest fist. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, ANBU operatives deployed across every shadow and rooftop. Even the cloud layers above shimmered faintly with the presence of sensor-type shinobi. Eyes fixed on the horizon, they waited for the enigmatic man whose words bent reality itself, as if the entire village had become a vast taut net poised to ensnare its prey. Junlin, however, drifted serenely atop a cloud toward Iwagakure, watching landscapes recede below. A cloud woven not of vapor, but of absolute command words become law. He remained utterly unaware that A had rushed to Konoha, and even if he had known, it would have mattered little. A handful of shinobi could effortlessly overwhelm the fourth Raikage. Below, jagged peaks softened into endless stone forests. Gray-brown rock exposed under sunlight radiating weight and quiet oppression, the unmistakable terrain of the land of earth. Iwagakure. He glanced down as the village emerged. Structures embedded like honeycombs into sheer cliffs, towering stone spires piercing the heavens, their tips gleaming with the dull, earthy luster of earth release techniques. They pride themselves on impenetrable defense. I wonder, can words become law, shatter their walls? The moment the words left his lips, the cloud glided silently over Iwagakure. Border sentinels detected the anomaly instantly. Dozens of ochre chakra threads shot skyward, interweaving into a colossal earth release barrier meant to halt the cloud midair. Break! Junlin uttered the word softly. The barrier, capable of repelling full-scale ninjutsu barrages, shattered like parchment. Fragments dissolved into fine dust drifting downward. Earth release, earth flow wall. Shouts rang out as guards sealed hand signs. 10-meter-high stone walls erupted from the ground, sealing the village's sky. Yet the cloud passed through them as though they were mist. Contacting the edge, the walls crumbled soundlessly into powder without even raising dust. Who dares intrude? A thunderous voice boomed from the village center. The third Tsuchikage Inoichi hovered midair, aged yet commanding, his face etched with vigilance. Around him, Iwagakure shinobi brandished weapons, earth chakra swirling in their palms. Trespassing Iwagakure is suicide. Junlin rose from the cloud, gazing down upon the diminutive yet formidable elder. No need for alarm. I'm merely here to observe, just as I did in Kumogakure. Oh, and to conduct some modest commerce. Commerce? Inoichi frowned, tapping his cane against his palm. Iwagakure has no need to trade with outsiders. Indeed you do. Junlin smiled, extending his hand. A box materialized, its surface carved with ancient, intricate patterns. I am Junlin, the blind box merchant. What lies inside may intrigue you. Perhaps even double the destructive force of your dust release. Dust release? Inoichi's eyes narrowed, a flicker of interest flashing across his weathered face. Dust release, the pinnacle of his bloodline limit, had long since reached perfection. That a stranger dared claim he could amplify it was audacious yet unsettlingly plausible. Skeptical. Junlin toyed with the box. Simple. I'll demonstrate. He pointed toward a distant, abandoned watchtower. Collapse. The massive stone tower lost structural integrity instantly. It disintegrated from the base upward. Stone slabs peeling away layer by layer, until with a muffled thud it collapsed into rubble, its foundation sinking half a meter into the earth. Inoichi's guards sucked in sharp breaths. This defied all known ninjutsu. No chakra surge, no hand seals, only a single spoken word triggering devastation beyond comprehension. What technique is this? Inoichi's voice dropped low, his levitation rising slightly. A Kekiai Genkai, or a forbidden art? Neither. Junlin tossed the box into the air. It spun open. Golden light erupted, coalescing into a short blade glowing with amber earth energy. This is the Earth Release Amplification Blade. Wielders gain a 30% boost in Earth Release potency. A token of goodwill, for Iwagakure. As the blade sank into the ground, surrounding rocks trembled violently, fissures split open, and tiny stone shoots sprouted from the cracks responding to the blade's resonance. An Iwagakure Jonin stepped forward, grasped the hilt, and gasped, "Lord, my earth chakra. It's surging, boiling within me." Inoichi stared unblinking at Junlin, fingers tightening around his cane. "What do you require in return?" He had lived nearly a century, weathered wars and betrayals, but never encountered power so inexplicable. This blind box merchant was perhaps more perilous than Madara Uchiha himself. Junlin smiled, settling back onto the cloud. "Nothing, only commerce. A basic blind box costs 10,000 ryo. Mid-tier boxes accept payment in ninjutsu kekei, genkai kekei toda, or raw chakra. But among Iwagakure's offerings, only your dust release holds my interest." "Preposterous!" Inoichi roared. White mist swirled around him. Dust release chakra coalescing rapidly. "Iwagakure's dust release shall never be commodified. Either present your sincerity, or taste the full fury of dust release." Junlin raised an eyebrow, tapping his knee lightly. "It seems you welcome guests less graciously than A of Kumogakure. Very well. Let us try another approach." He lifted his gaze skyward. Falling stones. A thunderous rumble shook the mountains behind Iwagakure. Countless boulders tumbled from the summit, hurtling toward the village with deafening speed. Inoichi's face paled. Full defensive formation. Yet the stones froze mid-air, halting precisely 100 meters from the village walls, suspended like frozen meteors. Junlin's voice carried effortlessly through the stone barrage, laced with quiet amusement. "Now, shall we negotiate properly?" Inoichi studied the hovering boulders above, and then the blade glowing softly in the earth. Slowly, deliberately, he dispersed his dust release chakra. He understood this man could not be opposed by strength alone. Iwagakure's legendary fortifications were meaningless before words become law. "Escort him to the reception chamber." The aged Tsuchikage ordered, his tone thick with reluctant concession. "But watch him every step. Not a single fly may enter our core zones." Junlin waved cheerfully. Instantly the suspended stones dissolved into golden sand, falling like gentle rain. He descended smoothly, alighting before Inoichi. "There. That wasn't so difficult, was it? Rest assured. I am merely a merchant. All transactions are fair and binding." Meanwhile A, racing headlong toward Konoha, remained oblivious. The blind box merchant had already ignited a new storm in Iwagakure. Junlin followed Inoichi to the Tsuchikage's office. "Please take a seat," Inoichi said, seated behind his desk. Junlin chose a chair and sat down with a faint, composed smile. "Shall we open a mystery box?" "Then let us begin with the basic mystery box you mentioned." Though skeptical, Inoichi felt immense pressure from Junlin, greater even than that imposed by the god of shinobi. After receiving Inoichi's consent, Junlin accepted 1 million ryo. A moment later the sum materialized out of thin air. Inoichi's heart clenched sharply. He had detected no storage-based ninja tool on Junlin. Such effortless manifestation of wealth was truly astonishing. With a flick of his wrist, Junlin conjured 10 mystery boxes before them. Inoichi's gaze locked tightly onto the wooden containers as Junlin smiled and said, "Please be my guest. Open the first one." Inoichi took a deep breath and slowly lifted the lid. A flash of light burst forth. The item inside was a minor chakra restoration elixir. "It restores chakra." A spark of delight flickered in Inoichi's eyes. Junlin nodded with a quiet smile. "Among basic boxes, this is considered rather mediocre." Hearing this, Inoichi felt a pang of regret. 10,000 ryo for a single vial. With that sum he could have purchased hundreds of soldier pills. 9 boxes yielded only mundane elixirs and worthless materials. His face darkened, his glare fixed fiercely upon Junlin. "Ahem." Junlin feigned a cough. "There remains 1 box yet unopened. After all, mystery boxes test fortune above all else." Inoichi winced inwardly. 900,000 ryo gone in an instant. The Iwagakure village was hardly wealthy. As he opened the final box, a radiant orange light flared. Within rested a crystalline orb shimmering with glacial hues. Junlin's eyes gleamed. "A rare treasure. The frost crystal. Your chakra affinities are fire, wind, earth, lightning, and yang, correct?" Puzzled by Junlin's uncanny knowledge, Inoichi nodded silently. "Frost crystal, legendary orange. Effect grants ice affinity to users lacking it. If already present, amplifies ice affinity across all domains." Inoichi's previously stormy expression dissolved into radiant clarity, his eyes alight with wonder. "This is a kekei genkai, and one of ice affinity. As you see, mystery boxes hold genuine value. Shall we proceed to the intermediate tier?" After a moment's hesitation, and recalling the frost crystal, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Yes." Junlin outlined the purchase rules for intermediate boxes, and handed Inoichi a transaction card. He picked up a glass of water, took a sip, and immediately set it down, frowning at its faint earthen aftertaste. "So then, Tsuchikage, what will you offer in exchange?" "Beyond dust release you may take any other jutsu. I retain only the insights gained through practice. If insufficient, I shall supplement with additional items." A subtle flicker stirred within Junlin's mind. Very well. It suffices for one intermediate box. Unless of course you also part with dust release. Instantly Inoichi's consciousness emptied every jutsu save dust release. Along with their chakra signatures and experiential wisdom, vanished. An unsettling void opened within him, leaving him stripped of security and certainty. Inoichi studied Junlin long and deeply. Truly terrifying. In combat, what recourse remains for your opponent but death? Junlin offered no reply, only a serene, knowing smile. Beyond death lay something far worse, living damnation. Danzo served as the perfect testament. With a sharp snap of his fingers, an intermediate box appeared before them. Go ahead. Please open it. Inoichi's hands trembled slightly. His earlier frustration, opening 9 duds before striking gold, had given way to nervous anticipation. Dust release honed over decades flowed like breath itself. Yet the contract was sealed, retreat was impossible. A brilliant golden radiance erupted. Inoichi's pulse hammered wildly, his face flushing crimson. Had a monitor been present, his heart rate would have soared past 200 beats per minute. Junlin raised an eyebrow. Intermediate boxes rarely yielded gold-tier prizes. Golden rarity carried profound weight. Tsunade's own basic box success, for instance, had cost half her remaining lifespan and fortune. Technique: Scroll, Eternal Damnation, Glacier Prison, Mythic Gold. Effect: with sufficient chakra, the user may generate multiple prisons, unleashing devastating cryogenic force to entomb enemies in unbreakable ice, inflicting massive damage and continuous bleed. Prison duration: 10 minutes. Immune to destruction. Note: surviving 10 full minutes implies extraordinary fortune or misfortune. Spatial techniques are its sole counter. Good luck. Inoichi's fingers quivered as he reached forward, holding his breath while lifting the golden scroll tome. The ancient characters, Eternal Damnation, Glacier Prison, embossed upon its cover, exuded bone-deep cold, so potent that his newly acquired ice affinity resonated instinctively within his veins. This is a jutsu. His voice cracked dry and hoarse. At nearly a century old, he had never encountered such a technique vessel. Not a scroll nor an inscribed stone tablet, but a crystalline codex seemingly forged from solidified chakra. Junlin tapped the table lightly and smiled. Far surpasses any conventional jutsu. Try channeling ice affinity chakra into it. Obeying, Inoichi infused the scroll with ice chakra, and instantly its pages unfurled with a whisper. Countless sapphire blue sigils surged from the parchment, racing up his arm and embedding themselves deep within his being. In that instant, mastery of the Eternal Damnation Glacier Prison imprinted itself into his marrow. How to weave chakra into indestructible ice lattices, how to render them impervious to physical assault and elemental jutsu. Even how to fuse ice affinity with his native earth release to forge the glacier clay composite prison. Each nuance vivid and absolute. An unbreakable prison. 10 minutes. Inoichi jerked upright, awe blazing in his eyes. Even a tailed beast imprisoned within would perish before the time elapsed. He suddenly recalled the frost crystal's blessing, his new ice affinity, and realized with mounting exhilaration the crystal and this scroll were divine synchronicity. The hollow emptiness left by forfeiting his other jutsu vanished, drowned beneath a torrent of euphoric triumph. Dust release, once called darling, now dismissed as madam. Watching the storm of emotions cross Inoichi's face, Junlin spoke languidly. Worth the price of admission, wouldn't you say? Inoichi drew a slow, steadying breath, and clutched the scroll so tightly his knuckles whitened as though fearing it might dissolve into mist. His gaze lifted to Junlin. Complex, searching. Filled with dawning realization, this man had shattered his entire understanding of shinobi power. Who exactly are you? Inoichi asked, his tone low and grave. Less wary now, more intensely curious. Junlin reached for the untouched glass of water on the desk. With a delicate tap of his fingertip, the earthy bitterness vanished, leaving only crisp, refreshing coolness. A mystery box vendor, he replied with enigmatic charm. Care to try another intermediate box? It might contain something to ease your lower back pain. Inoichi's weathered face froze. Instinctively, he straightened his spine. His lifelong affliction, the chronic lumbar pain incurred during youth while mastering ultra-heavy rock technique, had defied even Tsunade's medical prowess. How could this man possibly know? And no, I've relinquished all remaining jutsu. His Adam's apple bobbed, his voice edged with quiet, unmistakable regret. Heh. While we can't afford mid-tier blind boxes, we can purchase entry-level ones monthly with silver notes. And Daioku thought it reasonable and recalled his granddaughter Kuratsuchi. He instructed the ANBU to summon her to open the blind boxes, leaving his grandson aside for now. Junlin suddenly sensed that the shinobi world had grown strangely uneven. Konoha's ninja seemed affluent, while those from other villages wore poverty like a second skin, its very word nearly stamped upon their foreheads. Upon Kuratsuchi's arrival, she greeted warmly, "Grandfather Daioku?" "And Master Jun, this is my granddaughter Kuratsuchi," Daioku introduced. "And grandfather, who is he?" The moment Kuratsuchi entered, she spotted Junlin, unfamiliar in a wagakure, seated with effortless nonchalance. And silence. Show proper respect. Junlin gazed at the girl once dubbed Leg Shadow in his past life. White, truly white. And this garment? Immaculately white. And Kuratsuchi flicked her tongue playfully and fell quiet. Junlin offered a gentle nod in greeting. Daioku declared, Kuratsuchi, you've been summoned today to open blind boxes. A rare and precious opportunity. Kuratsuchi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. She rubbed her palms together eagerly. Junlin placed 10 blind boxes before her, having already collected payment. Kuratsuchi stared intently at the 10 boxes aligned neatly on the table, as if beholding legendary treasures. Her fingertips tapped lightly against a box's surface before she lifted her gaze to Junlin. Master Jun, are these boxes truly filled with the extraordinary items grandfather Daioku promised? Junlin did not answer directly, only arched a brow. Only opening will reveal. And Daioku interjected sternly, enough dawdling. Open them now. Kuratsuchi stuck out her tongue, then seized the leftmost box. With a sharp tug the wrapper split, and a soft emerald glow shimmered briefly, revealing a palm-sized vial engraved with the words, Rapid Healing Elixir. Ha! Is this a medicine that accelerates wound recovery? She shook the vial. Clear liquid swirled within. Proceed. Daioku's voice carried newfound anticipation. Kuratsuchi moved faster still. From the second box tumbled a metallic finger ring, its inner surface shimmering faintly. Junlin clarified, Ring of the Sage. Rare tier violet effect amplifies ninjutsu potency by 20% at range, without consuming additional chakra. Not bad at all. Kuratsuchi slipped the Ring of the Sage onto her finger. Though no immediate enhancement manifested, its power would activate only when channeling ninjutsu. An exceptional ring. Daioku mused that with identical techniques Kuratsuchi would surely prevail, though her battlefield experience remained woefully insufficient. Third box, fourth box. One by one the blind boxes yielded black iron ingots, short-term earth release enhancement elixirs, and even 2 vibrantly packaged pouches labeled Wild Strawberry, consumables restoring modest vitality. By the 10th box Kuratsuchi paused. This one felt heavier. Upon opening, nestled inside lay a compact pistol, its surface flickering with faint dancing flames. What is this? Dance of Flame Pistol? Legendary tier orange. Junlin explained, infuse minimal chakra to form chakra bullets. Rapid fire capability follows. Bullet strength scales directly with chakra input, delivering formidable impact and igniting burn effects. Kuratsuchi gasped softly. Ah! And Daioku leaned forward sharply, his clouded eyes flashing with sudden brilliance. And this is... Kuratsuchi's fingers trembled visibly. Clutching the pistol, Kuratsuchi's eyes gleamed like constellations as she turned to Junlin. Master Jun. May I return next month to open more? Junlin smiled faintly and gestured toward the silver notes on the table. So long as your funds suffice, you're always welcome. I intend to open a branch here in Iwagakure. A branch? Then where lies your main shop? Kuratsuchi asked, effortlessly familiar. Konoha Hidden Village. My first arrival in this shinobi world occurred there. What? In Konoha? Then how long have you dwelled there, Master Jun? Daioku looked genuinely startled. He'd assumed Junlin had just arrived today. Now he understood fully Junlin was no native of this world. Such artifacts simply did not exist here. 3 months. This is only my second departure from the village. And Daioku could scarcely fathom it. 30 blind boxes opened in 3 months. What power might such a being wield? Even Chunin tier blind boxes were being opened. Shall I assist you in securing a suitable storefront, Master Jun? Daioku sought to curry favor. Junlin radiated immense strength and striking youth. The Kuratsuchi, no need. I've already secured the location. Junlin, well aware of Daioku's intent, declined outright. And where? Daioku asked, disappointment edging his tone. System. Deploy the branch store at the site I previously mentioned. Ding, deployment successful. Junlin snapped his fingers. Snap. In an instant Daioku and Kuratsuchi found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Where are we? Kuratsuchi craned her neck, curious and wide-eyed. Daioku, however, recognized the terrain immediately. They stood beyond the village limits, roughly 1 kilometer from its gates. Master Jun's power runs fathomless, far surpassing any so-called god of the shinobi world. Unlike carefree Kuratsuchi, Daioku felt despair settle deep within his bones at the sheer magnitude of Junlin's strength. Heh, I never train. Junlin chuckled, utterly sincere. And indeed, he spoke no falsehood. Cultivation held no meaning within his invincible domain. I am absolute, you are free to try. Impossible. How could you move us outside the village without training? Kuratsuchi hadn't realized their location at first, but as familiarity dawned she grasped they'd exited the village. Only then, stepping into the shop, did she hear Junlin declare, he trained not at all. Daioku coughed lightly to interrupt. We shall take our leave now, Master Jun. Kuratsuchi, gather your belongings and come. He stepped toward the door, then paused, glancing back at Junlin. That look held something new, measured appraisal, weighty and unflinching. Kuratsuchi hastily tucked her treasures into her robes, flashed Junlin a mischievous grin, and bounded after Daioku, light-footed and quick. Junlin watched their retreating figures, tapping a thoughtful rhythm upon the tabletop. So the allure of entry-level blind boxes proved even greater than he'd anticipated. Grandfather, is he truly that powerful? Kuratsuchi asked softly, trailing behind him, her gaze fixed on Daiyoku's back. And yes, profoundly so, I faced him once, before you arrived. Then, did you win? And no, not a single fold of his robe did I touch. He spoke but a few words, and I was undone. Truly? Then grandfather, what other abilities does he possess? Daioku furrowed his brow in contemplation. He conjures these wondrous blind boxes from nothingness, and transports us across vast distances in an instant. His strength defies measurement. Moreover, he appears indifferent to the shinobi world's laws, yet offers precisely what we require. He remains utterly inscrutable. And as they spoke, they drifted unawares back into Iwagakure. Kuratsuchi clutched the treasures from her blind box's closed heart alight with exhilaration, and shadowed by quiet concern, grandfather, could Master Jun's branch store bring trouble upon our village? Daioku placed a reassuring hand upon her shoulder. For now he bears no ill intent, and these items serve us well. Still, vigilance remains essential. Never let your guard fall. Kuratsuchi nodded firmly, following Daioku deeper into the village. And thus the tale of Junlin and his blind box emporium had only just begun. An ANBU agent burst into the Hokage's office. Lord, third news from the border. The 4th Raikage A of the Lei Country Union Village requests an audience with Mr. Jun. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply. So we've been discovered after all. Well, it took them 3 months to come. During the Chunin exams we were plotting with the Shine Village, so they didn't pay attention to other intelligence. Hey! Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and said, have him come see me first. You go notify Mr. Jun. Yes. The ANBU, after receiving the order, recalled something. Lord Third, it seems the boss is not at the blind box shop. I haven't seen him today. I wonder. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned even more and said in a deep voice, then go quickly to the Ninja Academy training grounds and other places. Make sure to notify Mr. Jun as soon as possible. The ANBU acknowledged again and sped away. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and said to the shadows, go notify Tsunade Jiraiya and Minato. Yes. The anonymous Sarutobi ninja left silently. The 4th Raikage must have known that Minato was resurrected, or otherwise he wouldn't be so eager to see Mr. Jun. Having Minato come would also serve as a warning for him not to cause trouble all day. Tsunade Jiraiya and Minato arrived. Old man. Teacher. Lord Third. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at the three. You're here. Sit down. We're waiting for someone. After the three sat down in turn, Tsunade said casually, what did you call us for? If it's nothing important, don't make such a big fuss. I still have to teach Nawaki. Tsunade, you should listen to what the teacher has to say. Jiraiya had also been notified by the ANBU, while on the bathhouse roof, which made him very embarrassed. The 3rd Hokage took a puff of his pipe. Phew. Don't rush, Tsunade. You can't train Nawaki every day. You need to balance work and rest. I just received news that the 4th Raikage has come to Mai. Tsunade watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's leisurely lecturing, and was about to lash out. But when she heard that the 4th Raikage had come to Mai, she fell silent and listened quietly. What is he here for? Lord Third, could it be? Minato thought of the blind box shop. The 3rd Hokage nodded at Minato. That's right. He's here to see Mr. Jun, and he specifically requested to meet him. Bang! Tsunade slammed the table. He thinks he can just come and see him. Who does he think he is? Jiraiya quickly grabbed Tsunade. Calm down, Tsunade. The 4th Raikage is not to be trifled with. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Tsunade, don't get excited. The 4th Raikage's personal visit must be about the blind boxes. The ANBU are already searching for Mr. Jun to notify him. Although Minato was no longer the Hokage, he still cared about Mai, and didn't want people from other villages to open blind boxes. What should we do? The 3rd Hokage was also troubled. He couldn't stop Junlin's ideas. What else can we do? We have to let him come. If he wants to open blind boxes, let him. We can't stop him anyway. If we stop him, it might offend the boss. I called you here to keep an eye on him. If he makes any suspicious move, take him down immediately. At that moment, another ANBU burst in and knelt on one knee. Lord Third, I asked the clerk at the blind box shop. The boss went out early this morning and hasn't returned. According to the clerk, it seems he went to another village to open a branch. Additionally, the 4th Raikage has already arrived at the village entrance and is heading this way. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply, and he felt a sense of foreboding. Tsunade abruptly stood up. Humph, the boss is not here, and this 4th Raikage still wants to meet him. I'd like to see what he can do. Jiraiya also stood up. Don't rush. Let's see what the Raikage wants. Minato looked serious, pondering countermeasures. Soon the 4th Raikage A, accompanied by his guards, strode into the Hokage's office. He was tall and imposing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I want to see Mr. Jun. I got straight to the point. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled apologetically. 4th Raikage Mr. Jun went out early this morning, saying he was going to another village to open a branch. He won't be back for a while. A frown, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. I come and he's not here. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you'd better not be playing tricks. Tsunade snorted coldly. You the Raikage have a big mouth. If the boss isn't here, what can we do? Do you dare to cause trouble in my... The atmosphere immediately became tense. Forget it. I want to go to the blind box shop that Mr. June opened. A's tone suddenly dropped. With just himself and a few guards, if a fight broke out, they wouldn't be able to leave my... Moreover, he had already seen Minato Namikaze. He loved fighting but wasn't stupid. The third Hokage had thought A would start a fight. He didn't expect that A was also afraid. Or rather, he knew if he tried he would die. Then let's go. I'll take you. The third Hokage smiled and led the way. The group arrived at the blind box shop, which was bustling with customers. A looked around his eyes, scanning the various blind boxes. These are Mr. June's blind boxes. He pointed at one, sensing its mysterious aura. Tsunade watched him warily. Only look, don't touch. A smirked slightly. Don't worry, I'm just looking. He suddenly asked, are the prizes in these blind boxes all random? The third Hokage nodded. That's right. It's all up to luck. Linglan had already noticed that the third Hokage and Tsunade were accompanied by what seemed to be ninjas from Union. She walked up and asked, Lord Jiraiya Minato Sister Tsunade, who are they? Ah, Linglan, let me introduce you. This is the fourth Raikage A of the Lei country. The third Hokage began to introduce when he heard Linglan's question. Linglan hadn't expected the Raikage to come to Mai. Wasn't he afraid of being killed? Linglan politely bowed to a, hello Lord Raikage. Welcome to the blind box shop. A looked at Linglan with a hint of curiosity. You are the clerk at Mr. June's shop. Linglan nodded. Yes, Lord Raikage. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. A pointed at the blind boxes. I want to know the rules for opening these blind boxes. Linglan smiled and explained. Lord Raikage, a basic blind box costs 100,000 Ryo. You can only purchase 10 blind boxes per month. Then you open them and whatever is inside is yours. A stroked his chin thoughtfully. Sounds interesting. I'll give it a try. He took out 100,000 Ryo and handed it to Linglan. Tsunade watched from the side and muttered, Humph, let's see what good stuff he gets. Linglan placed 10 blind boxes in front of the fourth Raikage. Please. Without hesitation, A opened them all at once. Linglan seized the moment to introduce weathered bone fragments. These are useless. Goblin hand bone, cat demon claw, minotaur hair, fluorescent cat demon bone powder, cursed front tooth, yaksha vocal cords. Linglan looked at A with a strange expression. His luck was really bad, wasn't it? Others had also gotten these items, but they also got various potions and such. Unlike him, everything he opened was useless. Tahaha, your luck is just too bad. Tsunade couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. The three generations all laughed, though not as freely as Tsunade. AI's face had darkened to the color of a pot bottom, and he said angrily, Are you targeting me? As soon as the words fell, Minato's flying thunder god Kunai appeared in his hand. Tsunade's fierce fist was already charging. The third Hokage and Jiraiya didn't move, but their eyes were fixed on AI, ready to strike at his slightest movement. At that moment a voice rang out. You're not even worthy of having my staff target you. You don't deserve it. Upon hearing this, AI was furious to the extreme. He let out a roar and his entire body was instantly enveloped in lightning release chakra, charging like a raging beast toward the source of the voice. However, he had only taken a few steps when he felt a powerful force rushing toward him, as if an invisible mountain had pressed down on him, rendering him unable to move. At the same time, a figure slowly emerged from the void. It was Junlin. At the branch in the Rock Village, the system had told him that the Raikage of the Cloud Village AI was in the Leaf Village blind box shop. He had just come out when he heard AI's words. Junlin stared coldly at AI and said, With such little strength you dare to act wild here. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved, sending a powerful invisible energy wave toward AI. AI tried to dodge but found himself unable to move an inch and could only watch as the energy wave struck him. With a loud, boom, the energy wave hit AI, sending him flying like a broken kite. He crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up blood, seriously injured. Lord Raikage! The guards rushed forward, shielding AI behind them, staring at Junlin warily. AI struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger, but he knew he was no match for Junlin. All the blind boxes I opened were useless junk. Isn't that targeting me? AI gritted his teeth. Junlin sneered, Ha! I thought you would have understood by now. Why ask such a foolish question? At that moment the third Hokage stepped forward, saying, Boss Jun, let's end this here. The Cloud and Leaf villages have always been on good terms. There's no need to ruin the harmony over such a trivial matter. Junlin cast a cold glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi. I don't meddle in Leaf village's affairs, but when it comes to my matters, even the heavenly Tao has no say. The third Hokage saw the look in Junlin's eyes, as if he wanted to devour him alive. A cold sweat broke out on his back, and he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Seeing this, Jiraiya hurriedly stepped forward, forcing a strained smile to smooth things over. Boss Jun, please calm down. Lord Raikage was just momentarily angered and lost his composure. You're magnanimous, don't stoop to his level. Junlin didn't even glance at Jiraiya. His gaze remained locked on AI, his tone as cold as poison. The rule of my blind box shop is that every first-time customer is told that what they get depends entirely on luck. You have bad luck yourself, and yet you have the nerve to blame me. Ai's chest heaved violently at these words. He wanted to retort but suddenly coughed up blood. Clearly the blow had hurt him badly. The guards all glared with fury, their hands gripping kunai so tightly that veins bulged but none dared to step forward. Junlin's effortless strike had already shattered their fighting spirit. Junlin slowly paced to AI, looking down at him from above. Today, since you didn't lay a hand on my staff, I'll spare you once. But though death is forgiven, punishment cannot be avoided. I'll break one of your arms. As he spoke, the fourth Reikage AI's right hand vanished from fingers to shoulder with no blood flowing, as if he had been born with only one arm. Junlin raised his hand and gently waved, and a gentle yet irresistible force lifted AI. Take your people and get out. AI was pushed back a few steps by the force, stumbling. If not for his guards catching him, he would have fallen again. He stared at Junlin's back, his teeth grinding audibly before finally forcing out through clenched teeth. I will remember this humiliation today, AI. Let's go. With that, supported by his guards, he left the blind box shop in disgrace. Only after the Cloud Village group had completely disappeared around the corner, did the third Hokage let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Boss Jun, thank you for your mercy. Junlin turned around, his face still cold. Don't think I did it for your sake. I just didn't want to dirty my shop. He glanced at Linglong and Karen, frowning slightly. Linglong, Karen, next time, if someone like this shows up, use the power I've given you to eliminate them directly. Linglong and Karen were so moved they almost cried and quickly nodded. Karen said, Don't worry, boss. Next time I'll make him disappear. That despicable bastard. How dare he doubt our blind box shop? Linglong didn't speak but nodded in agreement. She had wanted to explain to AI, but Junlin spoke first. Tsunade clicked her tongue, nudging Jiraiya beside her. Boss Jun's strength is terrifying. That Cloud Village mutt lost his arm instantly and no blood came out. How did he do that? It's scary. Jiraiya shook his head solemnly. I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Boss Jun is definitely not someone we can mess with. Junlin ignored their chatter. He walked behind the counter and sat down, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, emptying his mind to converse with the system in his mind. System, can you take on the so-called Heavenly Dao now? Ding! Junlin's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He looked up at the remaining people in the shop. Today's incident won't affect business. If any of you still want to open blind boxes, feel free to continue. The third Hokage and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both seeing wariness in each other's eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed dryly. Then we won't disturb Boss Jun's business. We'll take our leave. With that, he led Jiraiya and Minato out of the blind box shop in a hurry, as if fleeing from a flood or ferocious beast. Tsunade, however, hadn't left yet. She walked to the counter and looked at Junlin, asking, Oh, Boss Jun, you were quite impressive just now. Junlin looked up and saw two huge things aimed at him, and his aim was locked. Hey, really? Of course my staff are under my protection. If I couldn't do that, what kind of boss would I be? Seeing Junlin's gaze, Tsunade's face flushed for once, and she pulled a stool to sit beside him. Of course, very impressive. I'm almost jealous. Junlin's eyes lit up. Right. The Rock Village doesn't have a staff member yet. And Tsunade didn't have much to do. She had left the hospital to Shizen. She only went for cases Shizen couldn't handle. As for teaching Nawaki, what's the point of training? Opening blind boxes every month is enough. Junlin asked the system in his mind. Would it be feasible to recruit Tsunade as a staff member? Ding, of course. And will her treatment be the same as Linglong and Karen's? Ding, yes. If the host wishes to add extras, that's possible. Junlin, hearing the system's words, let out a contemptuous snort. Humph, you're after my blind boxes again, aren't you? What if I want to give her a medium blind box as her monthly salary? Ding, it's possible, but you can only receive one medium blind box every 6 months. 6 months? That's absurd. Did you get it wrong? Junlin was somewhat stunned, finding it ridiculous that he could only get one medium blind box every 6 months. Ding, it's not wrong. One medium blind box every 6 months. If it were one per month in half a year, Tsunade would be able to punch the moon. Others wouldn't stand a chance, would they? It's impossible for the host to give her one medium blind box per month. Moreover, she cannot leave the shop even half a step, only moving within the premises. Don't worry, she'll always be in the shop. On the second floor, there's a teleportation array that can instantly transport between the leaf and the rock. Junlin's conversation with the system lasted but a moment. He looked at Tsunade, who was about to speak to him, and raised a hand to interrupt. Don't envy her. If you want this position, it's possible. Tsunade was stunned by these sudden words. Junlin continued, ignoring her state. I opened a branch a kilometer outside the rock-hidden village. There's no staff yet, and I don't know who to hire. If you agree, come. Tsunade was uncertain. After thinking for a few minutes, she said, So I'd have to live in the rock-hidden village permanently. If so, I can't bear it. I can't leave Nawaki unattended. Not at all. There's a teleportation array on the second floor that allows instant travel between the two places. You can only move within the shop. you can't step outside even half a step. In the rock you can't get involved in rock affairs. If someone causes trouble in the shop, just kill them. After Junlin finished, Tsunade's eyes lit up. Sounds not bad. But what about the compensation? Junlin's lips curled upward. You'll get a monthly salary and every 6 months you'll receive a medium blind box. The contents inside can greatly boost your strength. Tsunade was tempted. A medium blind box. That was a fine thing, but she still hesitated. Is it really as good as you say? No traps. Junlin crossed his arms. I Junlin keep my word. Besides, in the shop you'll get to see all sorts of peculiar items. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Alright, I agree. But I need to go back first and tell Nawaki. Junlin nodded. Fine, come back as soon as you can. The branch still needs to open. Tsunade turned to leave. Junlin added, oh, by the way, would you like to spend a day learning from Linglon in this shop first, or go with me, directly to the Rock Hidden Village? Tsunade stopped and thought a moment. I think I'll spend a day learning from Linglon here, first to understand the workflow. That way I'll get up to speed faster at the branch. Junlin nodded, appreciating Tsunade's thoroughness. Then he led Tsunade to Linglon and gave a brief explanation. Linglon warmly took Tsunade's hand, and began patiently explaining the shop's affairs, from the types and functions of blind boxes, to the techniques for receiving customers, going into detail on each. Tsunade studied very earnestly, occasionally asking questions which Linglon answered one by one. A day passed quickly and Tsunade had gained a general understanding of the shop's work. She found Junlin and said confidently, I'm ready now. I can go with you to the Rock Hidden Village branch. Junlin smiled with satisfaction. He led Tsunade to the teleportation array on the second floor, activated it, and the two vanished instantly. Meanwhile, the fourth Reikage AI had returned to the Cloud Hidden Village. Kurabi, seeing his brother's missing arm, asked anxiously, what happened? Who hurt my brother? AI looked at Kurabi's side and said, it was a blind box merchant. He's very strong, he cut off my arm. Alas! Kurabi clenched his fists. Big brother, let's go find him and take revenge. AI shook his head. It's not that simple. This person is not one we can afford to offend. Besides, the Cloud Hidden Village shouldn't make more enemies now. Kurabi was a bit unconvinced but still nodded. At the same time, Junlin and Tsunade appeared at the Rock Hidden Village branch. The shop's interior was similar to the main store, only the same size. Tsunade looked at the dazzling array of blind boxes on the shelves, excitement in her eyes. From today on, this place is yours. Junlin said. Tsunade patted her chest. Don't worry, I'll manage it in perfect order. Just then a group of Rock Hidden Village ninjas barged in. The leader said arrogantly, we heard a blind box shop opened here. We want to see what's so special. Tsunade frowned, looking at them coldly. She thought, troublemakers right after I arrived. I'll have to teach them a lesson. A day later, Kuratsuchi came to the shop again. Hearing the commotion, she rushed over and shouted, what are you doing? Show some respect to Mr. Jun, or even the third Tsuchikage won't be able to save you. The troublemaking ninjas trembled at Kuratsuchi's roar and turned around. Seeing Kuratsuchi, the leader's face changed, but he forced calm. Lady Kuratsuchi, we were just curious and came to look. No ill intentions. Kuratsuchi snorted. Humph, I think you wanted to cause trouble. Mr. Jun is someone the third Tsuchikage respects. If you dare mess around, you'll regret it. Tsunade crossed her arms, looking at them coldly. Since you're just looking, finish up and leave. Don't disturb the business here. The troublemaking ninjas dared not say more and slunk away. Kuratsuchi walked up to Junlin and said respectfully, Mr. Jun, I apologize for this incident. I'll strengthen discipline among the village's ninjas. Junlin waved his hand. No matter. With your intervention, it's resolved. Tsunade looked at Kuratsuchi, secretly admiring her. She was indeed a formidable figure in the Rock Hidden Village. But shouldn't we explain to them? After all, we're selling blind boxes. Tsunade said softly to Junlin. Hearing Tsunade's words, Kuratsuchi felt a bit awkward. Did these ninjas not know that Inoichi had already ordered all ninjas to come to the shop and open blind boxes? Kuratsuchi wanted to make amends. I'm sorry, Mr. Jun. Should I call them back? No need. The first one to taste the crab always appears. Word of mouth will naturally make things lively. Junlin said indifferently. Tsunade nodded. Such a wonderful thing as blind boxes. Once someone opens one, they'll know the benefits. No excessive promotion is needed. Seeing this, Kuratsuchi dropped the matter of calling back the ninjas. Sure enough, within a few days, news spread throughout the Rock Hidden Village. Curious ninjas began to trickle into the shop trying to buy blind boxes. Tsunade warmly received every customer, patiently explaining the types of blind boxes and the treasures they might contain. A young ninja opened a basic physical enhancement potion. After using it, his strength increased dramatically, and he excitedly told everyone about the shop's magic. With that, the blind box shop's reputation grew louder and business became increasingly booming. Tsunade was swamped with work, but a satisfied smile spread across her face. Junlin looked at the bustling shop, feeling gratified. And the Rock Hidden Village ninjas, thanks to the various surprises the blind boxes brought. The Rock Hidden Village blind box shop became an absolute hit. Every day ninjas came in droves. From basic to advanced blind boxes, all were hot items. Some ninjas opened rare ninjutsu scrolls, others got potions that quickly restored chakra, and still others drew items that enhanced spiritual power. The entire village was swept up in the blind box craze. Tsunade managed the branch flawlessly. She not only became familiar with the characteristics of various blind boxes, but also knew which ones to recommend based on customers' needs. Her reputation in the ninja world also helped. Many ninjas sought her advice. In her free time, she would use the teleportation array on the second floor to return to the leaf and check on Nawaki. After ensuring her brother was fine, she would hurry back to the rock, becoming more and more dedicated to her work. 6 months passed in a flash. Tsunade received her first medium blind box as promised. She opened it right in front of the customers. Inside was a bottle of chakra condensation liquid, which could elevate the purity of her chakra by a tier, greatly benefiting her medical ninjutsu and monstrous strength. Tsunade used it on the spot, feeling the surging power within her. A delighted smile spread across her face. The watching ninjas, seeing this, became even more eager to open medium blind boxes. Meanwhile, the Leaf's blind box shop was also thriving. Ling Lan had long become capable of handling everything on her own. The two villages through the blind box shops gained a subtle connection. Although the ninjas still belonged to different factions, they found common ground in the matter of opening blind boxes. One day, Inoichi personally visited the rock branch. Looking at the bustling scene, he stroked his beard and said to Junlin with a smile, "Mr. Jun, your blind box shop has brought tremendous benefits to the rock." Junlin smiled faintly. Mutual benefit. Inoichi turned to look at the busy Tsunade, a hint of approval in his eyes. "Tsunade manages this place well. It seems Mr. Jun has a good eye for talent." Tsunade heard the praise, looked up and smiled, but her hands never stopped working. She was no longer the hesitant young girl she once was. The experience at the blind box shop had made her more composed, and her strength had steadily increased with the help of blind boxes. A few more years passed. The blind box shop's fame spread throughout the entire ninja world. Whether from the Leaf, the Rock, or other villages, ninjas would sneak in to visit. The system's rewards for Junlin grew increasingly generous. His strength was now unfathomable, yet he stayed by his two blind box shops, watching customers come and go, feeling joy and growing stronger from the boxes. This seemed to become his pleasure in this world. Tsunade became the world-famous blind box shop manager. She could use the teleportation array to care for Nawaki and realize her self-worth in the shop, leaving behind all her earlier doubts. Ling Lan also became a celebrity in the Leaf. Even the Hokage treated her with respect. Occasionally, the fourth Reikage AI would bring Karabi to gaze from afar at the Leaf's blind box shop, recalling the arm that had been severed. Though resentment lingered in his eyes, he never dared to approach again. He knew that Junlin and his blind box shop had long become an untouchable entity in the ninja world. And Junlin, still sitting in the shop every day, watched people come and go, listening to the gasps and sighs that accompanied the opening of blind boxes. To him, these two blind box shops were no longer mere stores but unique marks he had left on this world, bearing witness to the growth and change of countless ninjas, adding a touch of unpredictable and delightful color to this turbulent ninja world. The story continues. The secrets within the blind boxes still attract everyone who yearns for power and adventure.